Shen Yiming found himself transported to a world where the populace could transition into various professions, each individual given the opportunity to awaken their vocation. Among the diverse array of careers ranging from sorcerers, warriors, and priests to mechanics, culinary spirits, and beast tamers, Shen Yiming awakened as a beast tamer. At the outset, he discovered he was accompanied by chaotic Panda, a being considered a taboo of the universe, one that even the phoenix would dread. Astonishingly, his second beast companion turned out to be Qiongqi, one of the legendary Nine Fiends. Its presence resembled that of a mobile artillery platform, capable of unleashing skills infinitely, instilling fear across the realms. As for his third beast companion, it was the auspicious Bai Ze. Though it bore no rank, it was singular in existence, endowed with unparalleled fortune, capable of discovering treasures in secret realms and transforming misfortune into prosperity, ensuring victory in every gamble. And there were more, fourth, fifth, and a myriad of fantastical beast companions followed. While the assortment of beasts was already preposterous, the most outrageous element was Shen Yiming himself. He possessed the rare talent of soul binding, allowing him to utilize the skills and talents of these beasts. However, many years later, when he stood atop the universe, people would affectionately refer to him as Chapter 1. Unruly Sun, Shun Erdi. Good night, Makabaka. Lying in bed, Shen Yiming groggily opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a dilapidated room, the air thick with the scent of rust. Taken aback by the unfamiliar environment, Shen Yiming rubbed his forehead and murmured, "Could it be that I've burned myself into a hallucination? Please don't tell me I woke up to find myself in another world." He recollected that just yesterday, after transforming into a little sun person, he had rested at home, watching a few episodes of In the Night Garden before drifting off to sleep. How could he awaken to such a transformed room? As he pondered, he attempted to rise and assess the situation, only to be suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his posterior. It was a piercing agony, one he had never experienced before. Hiss, hiss. Grimacing in pain, Shen Yiming instinctively pulled back the covers to investigate, and in the next moment, he nearly fainted. He found himself entirely unclothed, and the grayish bed linens bore stains of blood. Upon seeing the bloodied sheets, Shen Yiming trembled in rage, a terrifying suspicion surfacing in his mind. Could it be that after guarding my backyard for over 20 years, it has been stolen? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He had merely caught a fever. Who could it be that dared to rob him? He hoped he would not encounter the thief, for if he did, he would certainly throw him into the stables. Let him understand what it meant to be utterly transparent, ascending straight to the heavens. At that moment, clutching his backside, a fragmented memory surged in his mind. Ah, holy cow, what a coincidence, he shares my name, Shen Yiming. Now it makes sense I have traversed into the body of a hemorrhoid youth. What a shock. As long as my home is safe. From the disjointed memories, Shen Yiming learned that this was a world where everyone bore arms, teeming with monstrous creatures, and cities were often invaded by interdimensional spaces. Within the boundaries of Xia country alone, there were hundreds of known interdimensional spaces filled with various ferocious beasts, the danger level unequivocally high. In such a context, various professions emerged. Each profession was categorized into 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and mythical. There were sorcerers, warriors, priests, mechanics, culinary spirits, beast tamers, and many other vocations. Each individual had the chance to awaken their corresponding profession before turning 30. Of course, there were awakening stones available for purchase, though their exorbitant price rendered them unaffordable for the average person. Those without an awakening seeking power could resort to purchasing mutation potions, a method that enabled ordinary individuals to swiftly gain strength. However, using mutation potions would fix their future growth potential. Unless in dire straits, most would refrain from opting for mutation potions. That as for Shen Yiming, he did awaken, but as a beast tamer. Beast tamers were indeed formidable, however. This mattered little to Shen Yiming, for the expenses associated with powerful beast tamers were substantial. Even if he managed to obtain a remarkable beast companion, it would be of no use if he could not afford to care for it. This predicament rendered the once mighty beast tamer rather ineffectual in the hands of a financially struggling Shen Yiming. His beast companion was a clumsy panda, which, as a bonded beast, appeared in the beast tamer's space upon his awakening. The original owner had named it Shun Erdi. Its combat capabilities were untested, yet appeared quite adorable, and its potential seemed decent. However, it consumed an exorbitant amount of food, far beyond Shen Yiming's means. Contemplating this, Shen Yiming opened his beast tamer space and summoned Erdi. Moments later, a panda, approximately 30 centimeters tall, tumbled forth, its black and white fur contrasting sharply. I could see that moment. It appeared listless, emaciated, and weakly regarded Shen Yiming with a glance. It began to whimper. Whimper, master. Your little darling is starving to death. Whimper, oh no. If I starve to death, you will never have this little darling again. Whimper if you cannot afford to keep me. Please send me to a wealthy young lady. I will take care of myself. Whimper once I achieve greatness. I will return to take you as my human pet. Shen Yiming gazed at the small panda before him, rendered speechless. Due to his status as a beast tamer, their communication was virtually seamless. Having such a remarkable beast companion was indeed a source of pride. As he prepared to reprimand it, a sudden cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep, the divine level choice system has been activated. Option 1. Forcefully sever the bond with the beast and help it find a good home. Task completion reward. 1 silver grade young beast egg. Option 2. This beast is inherently rebellious. Give it a good thrashing to make it realize who the true master is. Completion reward. Beast Tamer Affinity 5. Option 3. Soothe the beast and provide it with food. Completion reward. A newbie gift pack. Shen Yiming stared at the 3 options before him, chuckling foolishly. System. Indeed, I have traversed into another realm, and this thing has appeared on its own. After a surge of excitement, he refocused on the 3 options presented. The choices seemed devoid of necessity. The first option, a silver-grade young beast egg, held little allure for him as a protagonist. How could he possibly abandon his own beast at the very beginning? Moreover, Erdi was a bonded beast. Severing the contract would be detrimental, to say the least. The second option, to beat it? With his puny limbs, he wouldn't stand a chance against a beast tamer. What if this creature turned on him? Wouldn't he be doomed? Furthermore, the ethereal concept of beast tamer affinity held little clarity for him at the moment. For Shen Yiming, the third option emerged as the most favorable. After all, he possessed nothing at present and was relying on a newbie gift pack for salvation. Upon selecting the third option, Shen Yiming donned a gentle smile as he addressed the little rebel before him. Erdi, you look famished. I shall fetch you something to eat right away. Erdi gazed at Shen Yiming, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Why does this pet seem so peculiar today? Does he still have something to eat? Or has he come to a realization, wishing to dissolve our contract? Is he intending to become my own pet? Then, you should prepare quickly. It seems my pet has finally come to his senses. Help me find a good family, and when I prosper, I shall not forget you. Upon hearing this insubordinate remark, Shen Yiming's smile instantly froze. Yet, considering the tasks at hand, he chose to feign ignorance, promising to address it after fulfilling his duties. Shen Yiming began to search for sustenance within the confines of the room. After a thorough search, he discovered that this household was truly impoverished. The cooking utensils were covered in dust. The once pristine white salt had developed black specks, and some cobwebs clearly inedible. In a corner of the kitchen, he stumbled upon several moldy objects resembling eggs, and upon grasping one and inhaling, a foul odor assaulted his senses. Ugh! Goodness, these eggs reek. Initially, Shen Yiming had harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps these eggs were merely moldy and might still be consumable. However, after experiencing that odor, he felt utterly defeated. Holding the putrid egg, he pondered for a moment before glancing back at his little bear, muttering, the constitution of a beast should be quite resilient. Perhaps consuming this won't be detrimental. Even if I were to be poisoned, it should be fine. Once the novice task is completed, our brighter days will be upon us. Alas, there are truly no other food options available at home. Given a choice, he would never dream of feeding such a thing to his younger brother. Shen Yiming consoled himself with a thought. Let's give it a try. Perhaps adding some salt will make it palatable once cooked. With that notion, he proceeded to clean the iron pot haphazardly, igniting a fire thereafter. Holding his nose, he cracked open one of the eggs. Instantly, a stream of green egg liquid flowed into the pot, leaving Shen Yiming momentarily stunned. Can this truly be edible? With a perplexed expression, he took a whiff. Surprisingly, the aroma seemed less offensive once cooked. He casually grabbed a handful of salt and added it to the pot, stirring rapidly. Once plated, Shen Yiming gazed at the surprisingly appealing green egg before him, lost in contemplation. This egg, after being stir-fried, had remarkably lost its foulness. Moreover, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Could it be that I have awakened as a culinary spirit? Or is this egg inherently extraordinary? Gurgle gurgle. His younger brother, having caught a whiff of the delightful aroma, scampered overexcitedly. Ing. Shen Yiming offered the stir-fried egg to his brother. Here, give it a try. Without hesitation, the younger brother reached out with tiny paws towards the green egg, deliberately leaving half for Shen Yiming. Then, seizing the other half, he began to indulge. After devouring the egg, the little one's eyes conveyed a lingering desire for more. Yet, aware of his own hardships, he pointed to the remaining half. Observing such thoughtfulness from his pet, Shen Yiming felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could only silently hope that this creature possessed a robust constitution. No need. You should eat it all. I prepared it especially for you. And what are you being polite for? If big brother gets a bite, so do you. With that, the younger brother promptly seized the other half of the egg from the plate and forcefully stuffed it into Shen Yiming's mouth. He even kindly helped Shen Yiming close his mouth. With his mouth filled with egg and fur, Shen Yiming felt entirely overwhelmed. Could this egg truly be fit for human consumption? Moments later, Shen Yiming found himself in disarray, a strong convulsion gripping his stomach. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 2. The Majesty of the Great Emperor, the Chaotic Panda. Upon witnessing Shen Yiming lying on the ground, the second brother was instantly thrown into a state of panic. It stretched out its tiny paw and prodded Shen Yiming, emitting a soft whimper, as if to say, "Are you all right?" However, Shen Yiming remained unresponsive. In the depths of his unconsciousness, the sound of the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Unbeknownst to Shen Yiming, who had been in a coma for approximately an hour, he finally began to regain consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a green bear-like face, its tongue licking him with fervor. Yet, upon recognizing this green creature, a sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Second brother? You're awake." Hearing that familiar sound, Shen Yiming felt a wave of relief, though curiosity soon followed as he pondered why his second brother had suddenly turned green. Notably, the upper half of its body was a vibrant green, while the lower half retained its original hue. Goodness! Second brother, what happened to you? You've only turned half green. The second brother, equally perplexed, touched its own head with a paw, wondering why Shen Yiming was reacting so dramatically. After all, it typically turned green after eating. Your novice gift pack has been distributed. Please open it at your earliest convenience. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Yes. No. The moment Shen Yiming heard this voice, his spirits lifted. So what if his second brother was green? As long as he himself remained unchanged, that was all that mattered. Without a second thought, he clicked yes. Congratulations. You have received 1 A-grade gene potion. Congratulations. You have received 1 nourishing fruit. Congratulations. You have received 1 black brick. Congratulations. You have received 1 compendium of all things. Upon concluding the acquisition of the novice gift pack, Shen Yiming's immediate reaction was, "Is this it? This is the novice gift pack?" This system was far too stingy. An A-grade gene potion? Other systems typically offered SSS-grade gene potions right from the outset. This A-grade one felt rather paltry. What a trashy system. Moreover, what was this nourishing fruit? It appeared to be anything but beneficial. Why couldn't they have given him a Dao fruit instead? That would have allowed him to ascend on the spot. And what was the purpose of this black brick? Wouldn't it be better to deliver a critical hit of 999 damage? Despite his complaints, he knew he had to assess the rewards. A-grade gene potion, upon consumption, it can elevate the potential limit. Nourishing fruit, a silver-grade energy fruit, when consumed by a beast under silver grade. It can elevate them by 1 level and restore their bodily functions. Black brick LV1, a chance to stun an enemy for 3 seconds when ambushed from behind. Effectiveness depends on the enemy's strength and the brick's level, ignoring defenses. After reading the description of the black brick, Shen Yiming fell silent. Had the system gone mad? Here he was, a beast master destined to command divine beasts, a force to be reckoned with in the myriad secret realms, yet it expected him to ambush others with a black brick? How utterly disgraceful. Not only did it fail to provide him with a critical hit of 999, but it also wanted him to play the role of an underdog. He would rather die than resort to such tactics. Casting the brick aside, he turned his attention to the compendium of all things. This should be the most impressive item in the novice gift pack. It contained information on various beasts, magical creatures, and spiritual entities, akin to possessing an encyclopedia. For Shen Yiming, this was immensely valuable. After perusing it, he opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 185 years. Occupation level, bronze level beastmaster. Level 1. Own beasts, S-grade chaotic panda. Awakening not yet achieved. Current level, bronze level 8. Owned items, black brick LV1, nourishing fruit, A-grade gene potion. Own talent, soul attachment. Current physical condition, suffering from severe anal disease, experiencing significant bleeding, exhibiting mild poisoning. Overall evaluation, extremely poor. After reviewing his personal panel, Shen Yiming was momentarily stunned. He was aware of the plight of those with hemorrhoids. Yet what was this poisoning situation? Could it be that the original owners succumbed to poison? System, what does it mean that I have mild poisoning? Preliminary analysis indicates that the host has ingested toxic salt. Upon hearing the system's response, Shen Yiming instantly recalled the salt he had carelessly added earlier. The fool was none other than himself. However, he did not dwell on it for long and glanced at his talent. Soul attachment allows beasts with a compatibility of over 60 to temporarily possess the host, granting access to all the beast's skills, combat techniques, and physical attributes. The effectiveness of the soul attachment depends on the compatibility between the host and the beast. The higher the compatibility, the better the skill inheritance effect. Current compatibility, 40. After reading about this talent, Shen Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This talent skill seemed promising. He was eager to discover what skills his second brother possessed. The more formidable the little rascal, the better the effects of his soul attachment. At that moment, Shen Yiming could hardly contain his eagerness to open the panel for his second brother. After all, this little rascal was an S-grade beast. There was no way it could be lacking. Beast, Chaotic Panda, Shun Erdi. Level, Bronze level 8. Current state, Juvenile, Awakening not yet achieved. Current hunger level, 15. Extremely hungry. If hunger drops below 10, the beast will lose combat capability. Skills owned. SSS grade exclusive skill, Dominance. After using Dominance, within 3 seconds, it can become immune to 99 of incoming damage, can be used multiple times depending on physical condition. S-grade skill. Intentional Strike. The Chaotic Panda stores 100 damage received as a yellow shield, with higher damage resulting in greater counterattack power. When used in a critical state, the effect is enhanced by 200, can be combined with Dominance. A-grade skill, Tear LV1. The Chaotic Panda's claws transform into silver blades, dealing penetrating damage to enemies. Basic skill, Giant Form. Can flexibly alter its size. Strength, 134. Agility, 82. Defense, 214. Mana, 831. Overall combat power, 1855 points. After reviewing his second brother's attribute panel, Shen Yiming erupted with joy. Wow, second brother, you're incredible. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable little creature would possess such extraordinary abilities. The dominance skill rendered it nearly invincible at the same level. As long as its defenses remained unbroken, any attack against it would yield a mere 1 damage. What difference was there to a mere tickle? Coupled with the intentional strike, he could not fathom how he could possibly lose at the same level, unless opponents could deplete his second brother's stored mana. The only way to defeat him would be through level suppression. Faced with a higher level opponent, Shen Yiming was no fool. He would undoubtedly flee. Although it boasts immunity to 99 of damage, should the opponent belong to the esteemed ranks of gold or platinum, inflicting that mere 1 of damage would be beyond the capacity of the second brother to withstand. Moreover, the skills of tier and giantization are indeed quite commendable. Typically, a beast companion is fortunate to possess even 1 or 2 skills, yet the second brother begins with an astonishing 4. Truly, it is a stroke of luck. What is even more outrageous is that the second brother remains in its juvenile phase, yet to awaken its full potential. One can only imagine the sheer ferocity it would exhibit upon awakening. Lost in the euphoria, Shen Yiming suddenly had a realization, and his smile morphed into something rather sinister. Oh, wait a moment. Giantization, soul attachment? Does that mean I am not merely 18 centimeters? Chapter 3, The Highly Praised Green Hair Egg. Hee ah hey. The second brother, noticing Shen Yiming's silly grin, scampered over to his side. Woo-woo. Once Shen Yiming regained his composure, he firmly addressed the second brother. We must expedite our training. I need to test the effects of giantization. I want to grow larger and stronger. Before the second brother could respond, Shen Yiming retrieved a spirit fruit from the system space and presented it to him. The second brother, upon catching sight of the golden fruit, leaned in to sniff it. Its eyes immediately brightened, and it pounced upon the fruit with eagerness. However, Shen Yiming was not about to let the second brother indulge so easily. Want to eat it? Woo-woo. Perform a somersault, and I shall let you have it. The second brother scratched its little head, unable to comprehend the request. Shen Yiming cast a disdainful glance at the second brother. You can't do a somersault? What use are you? I intend to invite some lovely ladies to witness your acrobatics. You better learn quickly. The second brother looked at Shen Yiming with a pitiful expression, nodding at the spirit fruit in his hand. Its mind was filled with thoughts of the fruit, only recalling the part about inviting lovely ladies over. Seeing the obedient second brother, Shen Yiming brought the spirit fruit closer to its mouth. This fruit was intended for it. But Shen Yiming merely wished to test the second brother's willpower and ascertain whether this rebellious creature harbored any thoughts of devouring its master. If it could resist the allure of the spirit fruit, it would indicate that the little creature was indeed reliable. In truth, Shen Yiming was overthinking the matter. Had the second brother harbored any intentions of devouring its master, it would never have shared half of the green egg with him. Upon consuming the spirit fruit, a soft golden light enveloped the second brother. Its previously emaciated figure gradually took on a more rounded form. Its fur became smooth and glossy, and there was a mysterious brilliance swirling within its pupils. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, the second brother had undergone a remarkable transformation. While its upper body remained green, the difference in vitality from its earlier lethargy was akin to comparing two entirely different beings. Shen Yiming opened the second brother's status panel once more. Level, Bronze level 9. Current satiety, 40, currently in a state of hunger. Strength, 154. Agility, 101. Defense, 264. Spirit energy, 981. Overall combat power, 2,103 points. Gazing at the attributes displayed, Shen Yiming felt a sense of satisfaction. Both strength and agility had increased by 20 points. Defense had risen by 50 points, and spirit energy had surged by 150 points. The second brother's foundational attributes could now rival those of a silver-level beast companion. Coupled with the body-dominant skill, beasts below silver level 5 should pose no threat to the second brother. However, upon noticing the second brother's satiety status, he couldn't help but exclaim, "After consuming a spirit fruit, you're still hungry? Woo, is there more?" The second brother looked at Shen Yiming with eager anticipation. "That's it. Just one." Upon hearing this, the second brother sighed but refrained from complaining further. Although still hungry, having consumed this fruit would at least sustain it for a few days. After all, its master was rather unworthy, failing to provide a steady meal. Seeing the second brother restored to health, Shen Yiming decided to postpone taking the genetic serum and first pay a visit to the Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association was established expressly for those with beast mastery abilities. Anyone who awakens such skills can go to the association for certification. Once a member, aside from fulfilling a few minor obligations, one is required to do almost nothing. The association pays a monthly stipend based on the member's beast mastery level and contributions. The original host had intended to wait until his posterior healed before seeking certification at the association. However, fate intervened, and Shen Yiming arrived first. At that moment, clad only in his undergarments, Shen Yiming suddenly noticed that his hands had also turned green. Startled, he rushed to the mirror and gasped, "What the heck?" In the mirror, although Shen Yiming's features remained handsome, his skin had taken on the same hue as the second brother, green. His upper body was completely transformed. If he were a bit more muscular, he would resemble a green version of the Hulk. "System, what is happening? Help! Why am I green? How can I be green?" At that moment, Shen Yiming was genuinely panicking. He had just mocked the second brother, and now the tables had turned. Host. This is a side effect of consuming the green hair egg. The effect lasts for 12 hours, after which normalcy will resume. Hearing the system's response, Shen Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it would return to normal, he was content. He then opened the compendium of all things to find the introduction for the green hair egg. Green hair egg, edible egg, inexpensive, possesses low spiritual energy. Widely favored among the common folk. The only side effect of consumption is that the entire body turns green, lasting for 12 hours. Shen Yiming found it utterly perplexing. Is becoming green really that popular? Initially planning to venture outside, he promptly abandoned the idea. He would wait for the 12 hours to pass and the side effects to dissipate. Others might endure turning green, but he could not. Since he could not go out, he decided to take the genetic serum immediately. Without hesitation, he drank it down. Upon consuming the genetic serum, a tearing sensation coursed through Shen Yiming's body, as if every cell within him were being roasted over an open flame. The intense burning pain caused him to grimace. "Ouch, that hurts. System, can you please stop it? Genetic modification is in progress. It cannot be halted. What if I pass out? Will the genetic modification be affected?" "It will not be affected. Second brother, hurry and knock me out. It hurts too much." Upon hearing the system's reply, Shen Yiming felt a sense of relief and quickly beckoned the second brother. "Woo-woo?" The second brother looked at Shen Yiming in confusion, clearly doubting its understanding. As a beast companion, it had never received such a request. "It hurts so much. Quickly, knock me out, just like they do on TV. Hit me on the back of the head." Shen Yiming gestured towards the back of his neck. Though the second brother was bewildered, it still extended its little paw, clasped its fists together, and struck Shen Yiming on the back of his head. Bang! Struck on the back of the head, Shen Yiming felt a violent impact, akin to being hit with a brick. Yet, that was not the main issue. The main issue was that he did not lose consciousness. What the heck? TV is lying. They said hitting the back of the head would make you faint. The second brother gazed at Shen Yiming, who was clutching his forehead, momentarily at a loss, uncertain if he had exerted too much force. Whimper, is he all right? Oh dear. It hurts so much. This wretched potion. Ultimately, Shen Yiming succumbed to the pain and fainted, leaving the cause ambiguous, whether it was from the blow or the internal agony. Chapter 4. The journey begins with a second brother. All the maidens are found through serendipity. Meanwhile, the second brother, observing Shen Yiming's unconscious form, fell into contemplation. It seemed that the physical constitution of this pet was rather lacking. Nevertheless, the second brother could also sense the changes occurring within Shen Yiming, so he decided to disregard it for the time being. As hours passed, the outside world had plunged into complete darkness. The room, too, was enveloped in shadows. At that moment, the second brother quietly opened the door and scampered outside. The motive for his departure was simple. He was in search of sustenance. Previously confined within the Beastmaster's space, finding food had been an arduous task. But now that Shen Yiming had set him free, he could no longer remain idle. He had given up hope that Shen Yiming would provide for him. Alas, with an unreliable human pet, he had to rely on his own efforts as the master. Upon venturing out, the second brother wandered for several hours yet failed to encounter any prey. This was entirely contrary to his inherited memories. Now utterly bewildered, he wondered why he had roamed for so long without discovering any magical beasts. Outside, it was nothing but bipeds, two-legged creatures. However, these bipeds were not suitable for consumption. As he contemplated returning the way he came, the second brother stumbled upon a fallen biped in a dimly lit corner. Approaching her, he took a sniff. Whimper? Curious. Why does this biped emanate a peculiar aura? Although he couldn't comprehend this aura, upon parting her hair and gazing upon the young woman's face, he resolved to bring her home. Whimper, this girl should meet the aesthetic standards of a human pet. After all, as the elder brother, he could not allow his pet to suffer indignities. He would have her bear more human pets to serve him in the future. How delightful. Determined to take her home, the second brother utilized his ability to enlarge himself and hoisted the unconscious woman onto his back. Upon returning home, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed, disregarding whether Shen Yiming was clothed, and scampered back out to hunt. This time, he resolved to venture farther. He would not return home without food. The following morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating Ing Huanhuan's delicate face. Groggy, the first sensation she registered was an overwhelming hunger coursing through her body. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment, the air heavy with the scent of rust. Beside her lay a strange man, his back turned to her, clad only in black shorts, his bare torso exposed. The grayish bed sheets bore a stain of blood. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Had her 18 years of chastity vanished without explanation? This would prove to be the final straw. Strangely, she felt no anger. Instead, a flicker of relief surged within her. Her once dim eyes lost all glimmer, revealing a hint of despair. A year prior, after her parents perished in a secret realm, her once happy family had crumbled. Their home, unable to meet mortgage payments, had been lost. Before entering the secret realm, her parents had left her with only 6 months' worth of living expenses, and despite her frugal lifestyle, the money had long run out. As for savings, what savings could she possibly have? Both parents were adventurers, their expenses considerable, and thus they had dared to venture into the secret realm. She had attempted to work to support herself, but each time, she was harassed due to her looks. After losing her parents, she felt adrift, a rootless weed in a world filled with malice. Thoughts of ending her life had crossed her mind, but she recalled her mother's frequent admonitions. Huan, your father and I are adventurers, often on missions. If one day we fail to return, you must be strong for our sake, for you are our only bloodline. Remembering her parents, she could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger that weakened her, for after a moment of weeping, she lay exhausted on the bed, whispering softly, Dad, Mom, I really can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Shen Yiming also regained consciousness. Upon waking, he immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 185 years. Profession level, Beast Tamer, Bronze level 2. Beasts owned, S-Class Chaos Panda, unawakened. Current level, Bronze level 9. Items owned, Black Bricks LV1. Talent, Soul Binding. Current physical condition, good. Seeing his attribute panel, he realized he had leveled up, and his little flower had returned to normal. However, he still felt uneasy and instinctively checked for any abnormalities, relieved when he found none. I, Shen Yiming, the future legendary beast tamer, am about to take flight. He sprang up from the bed in excitement. Yet, just as he was reveling in his elation, he heard the sound of soft sobs. Turning his head, he discovered a woman facing away from him. Shen Yiming was immediately alarmed. How had a woman suddenly appeared in his home? Was this the infamous trap of a seductive fairy? No, he must take the initiative. Just as he contemplated kicking her off the bed and restraining her, he noticed her body trembling, and she turned to glance at him. In that instant, Shen Yiming's mind went blank. The woman before him, clad in tattered, loose garments, had long, dark hair. Her face bore some dirt, yet it could not mask her exquisite features. Her large eyes were red and brimming with tears, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, continuing to sob. Shen Yiming's mind raced with a singular thought. What have I done? How did I make her cry? Damn it, I am guilty. Though he had never encountered Lin Daiyu, he was certain that in the presence of this heart-rending beauty, he could mercilessly kick Lin Daiyu aside for just a smile from her. At this moment, Ying Huan desperately tried to stifle her sobs, but she found it impossible. She bit her lip, one hand clenched into a small fist, while the other instinctively shielded her chest, fearing this man might unleash his fury again. Little did she know, her demeanor left Shen Yiming utterly speechless. Her lack of resistance only heightened his excitement. However, Shen Yiming was not so beastly. This girl looked so pitiful that he could not bear to bully her. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. How did you end up in my room? Ying Huan fixed her gaze intently on Shen Yiming, utterly disregarding his inquiry. What is your name? Shen Yiming repeated, noticing her silence. Ying Huan, she still did not respond. After a few more questions met with the same lack of reply, he suddenly realized. Oh my, could it be that you are mute? It is everyone's responsibility to care for those with disabilities. My apologies, my fault. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ying Huan erupted. I am not mute. You scoundrel. You filthy pervert. Chapter 5. Just 2 days of hunger, and such fortuitous events? Shen Yiming was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the woman's voice. It was melodious and clear, akin to the song of a lark, truly delightful. Strangely, instead of feeling anger at her insult, he found himself wishing she would scold him a bit more. It seems we have a misunderstanding. This is my home, and you suddenly appear here accusing me of being a pervert. That hardly seems fair. Ying Huan retorted fiercely. Was I not brought here by you? What noble pretense are you putting on? Me? Kidnap you? Shen Yiming's mind buzzed. What on earth was happening? Although the notion had a certain appeal, he lacked the audacity to act on it. After all, he was a genuinely good young man, incapable of such abominable acts. Yet, upon observing the girl before him, he sensed she was not one prone to deceit. Please put on some clothes. Ying Huan interjected. Shen Yiming realized he was clad only in his undergarments. As he stood to dress, he caught sight of a pool of blood and glanced back at Ying Huan. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The poor girl had misunderstood. You don't think I did something to you, do you? Ying Huan turned her head away, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly wronged. After fainting from hunger, she never imagined her innocence would be in question. Shen Yiming hastily attempted to clarify. Wait. Don't cry. I truly did not harm you. Your clothes are still intact. I lack the ability to accomplish such acts, and even if something had happened, wouldn't you have felt it during your first time? He added. Most importantly, I swear to the heavens, I had nothing to do with your abduction. Ying Huan ceased her sobbing, casting a suspicious glance at Shen Yiming. She examined her attire, and it appeared she truly had not been violated. Moreover, aside from her hunger, she felt no other discomfort. Could she have genuinely misjudged him? Yet, questions lingered. How had she ended up here? Once Shen Yiming donned his clothing and was about to continue his explanation, a small creature suddenly leaped in through the window. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the mischief maker, Erdi. Upon seeing Shen Yiming, Erdi began to whimper. So how is she? I brought her back for you. Shen Yiming widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Erdi. You did well. At that moment, 3 options materialized before him. Option 1. Expel her from the house. Stating emphatically, I did nothing, you must leave my home. Task reward. Title of Ironclad Male, which doubles combat power when encountering any woman, along with an additional fruit of vitality and a silver treasure chest. Option 2. Admit to having brought her to the house and then expel her. Task reward. Title of Scoundrel, granting 10 charm with single women, plus a substantial amount of beast taming power and a silver treasure chest. Option 3. Explain the circumstances and gain her forgiveness. Task reward. An awakening stone, a medium amount of beast taming power, an A-grade gene potion. A beginner's psychic potion, a fruit of vitality, and a silver treasure chest. Faced with these 3 choices, Shen Yiming fell silent. System, can I choose all? Only children make choices. I desire them all. The title of Ironclad Male doubles my combat prowess with women. This is undeniably enticing. The title of Scoundrel is also appealing. Being passive, neither rejecting nor taking responsibility, is quite tempting as well. Furthermore, the first 2 options merely require a fa odd of ignorance. and a bit more roguishness to easily complete the tasks and reap considerable rewards. The third option, however, appears mediocre, with numerous items but lacking the allure of a title. The awakening stone would be of no use to him, as he had already awakened. The gene potion was similarly futile, as the system had informed him that only one of each level could be consumed. The psychic potion, however, could enhance personal levels, making it somewhat useful. The fruit of vitality was intended for Erdi. The other options also offered silver treasure chests. Most crucially, the third option was the most arduous to fulfill. While explaining the reasons was simple, obtaining this girl's forgiveness would likely prove challenging. Such seemingly fragile individuals are the hardest to persuade, once they form a conviction. Even 10 oxen could not pull them back. Sighing, he resolved, I choose option 3. Although Shen Yiming was not entirely virtuous, he could not allow her to remain under such a misapprehension. Observing her filthy, frail state, he surmised she was likely a pitiable soul, struggling just as he was. What if she acted rashly upon misunderstanding him? In this era, it was already a challenge for ordinary individuals to survive, enduring further trauma. Who could say if she would endure? He certainly did not wish to bear that burden. At that moment, Shen Yiming's mind raced. He could explain, but the responsibility for the misunderstanding would still rest with Erdi. I believe I understand why you are here, Shen Yiming began. Huan, upon noticing her attire was indeed unblemished, felt her emotions settle, quietly awaiting his explanation. It is like this. This is my beast companion, Shen Yiming mentioned, grasping Erdi by the scruff of its neck. Erdi, having returned to its original form, with sparkling eyes and soft fur, exuded an aura of innocence. Yesterday, after I fainted from hunger, it went out to find food. Perhaps upon seeing you collapsed, it could not bear to leave you there and brought you back home. Oh, this is my fault. My beast companion lacks combat prowess but possesses a kind heart, unable to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, even when it is struggling itself. What is this human beast saying? Erdi tilted its head at Shen Yiming, bewildered. After hearing this, Huan gazed at the adorably perplexed Erdi, her heart softened. Turning her attention back to Shen Yiming, she noted his striking features, eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars, and an exquisitely proportioned face, devoid of flaw. Although his attire was modest, he bore an air of righteousness. Moreover, she had indeed not been harmed. So she refrained from pursuing the matter further. It was my misunderstanding, I apologize. Shen Yiming felt a surge of relief at her words, though his expression remained one of disappointment. Ah, what misunderstanding. This situation arose solely due to my beast companion's actions. It is entirely my fault for failing to educate it properly. I will withhold food from it for 2 days, and it will learn its lesson. Erdi, nestled in Shen Yiming's arms, perked up at the mention of being starved for 2 days. Only 2 days without food? Such a delightful turn of events. To know that typically one would have a meal only once a week, with times even passing without any sustenance at all. The fact that I have only been hungry for 2 days now is simply marvelous. It seems I should gather a few more lovely girls in the future. Upon witnessing the innocent demeanor of the second brother, Huan felt a twinge of compassion. After all, it was he who saved me. Had he not brought me back, I might have encountered far worse fates with others. So please, do not punish him. Chapter 6. Am I merely a worthless trifle? Shen Yiming paid no heed to the cries of the second brother, his voice low and filled with sorrow as he murmured, in a family already lacking in resources, this little creature still goes about saving people. What shall I do now? Shen Yiming's tone was soft, yet the room was silent enough for Huan to overhear. Realizing this was a misunderstanding, Huan stood up and said, Since it's a misunderstanding, I shall not disturb you further. As she spoke these words, a voice echoed in Shen Yiming's mind simultaneously. Congratulations, host. You have gained her forgiveness. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Yiming felt a surge of joy. As long as the task was completed, that was sufficient. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged within him, filling him entirely. Following a warm wave that coursed through his body, his levels began to rise. Bronze level 3, Bronze level 4, Bronze level 5. This surge propelled him upward by 3 levels. The thrill of leveling up enveloped Shen Yiming, leaving him in a euphoric state, momentarily forgetting the presence of Huan beside him. At this time, Huan regarded Shen Yiming with a peculiar gaze, wishing to leave this place as soon as possible. The current Shen Yiming bore an expression of foolishness. I shall take my leave, Huan stated, abruptly rising to depart. At that moment, Shen Yiming finally emerged from his blissful reverie. Spotting Huan about to leave, he hastily called out, Wait. Huan turned back, confusion etched on her face, pondering whether he might truly have feelings for her. Observing her wary demeanor, Shen Yiming cleared his throat and said, Though the misunderstanding has been resolved, I must acknowledge that it was my beast that caused it in the first place. I feel compelled to offer you some form of compensation. Compensation? Ing Huan glanced around the sparse room, casting a doubtful look at him. It was nearly devoid of furnishings save for a bed, some simple kitchenware, and a few articles of clothing on the table. She discerned that Shen Yiming was likely no better off than she was. How could he possibly offer compensation? Noticing the skepticism in her eyes, Shen Yiming pressed on. By the way, have you awakened yet? Ing Huan shook her head, silently observing him. She wanted to ascertain his intentions, asking if she had awakened. Did he think she had an awakening stone to spare? Awakening stones were treasures only the affluent could afford, each valued at no less than 100,000 summer country coins. If she were to save that sum, it could provide for her sustenance for the rest of her life. She couldn't believe that Shen Yiming possessed such a thing. Upon seeing Ing Huan shake her head, Shen Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further ado, he retrieved a silver stone from his system space and offered it to her, saying, "Here, take this as my compensation." Awakening stones were of no use to him. He had considered selling them, but that was merely a fleeting thought. Given their rarity, they were not circulated in the market, each one recorded. Anyone caught selling an awakening stone without authorization would face severe penalties. Thus, it was better to give it to Ing Huan. If she successfully awakened, he would consider it an investment. If she failed, it was her own responsibility. Besides, it was her presence that allowed him to complete his task. Such causal relationships held considerable significance, and above all, he felt a connection to her and wished to act with a clear conscience. Ing Huan stared at the awakening stone before her, momentarily dumbfounded. She gazed incredulously at Shen Yiming. Could it be that he truly possessed an awakening stone? However, she quickly regained her composure and declined. "No, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious." Though she desired it, she had already witnessed the treachery of this society. There was no such thing as a free lunch. His offering of such a valuable item must surely come with ulterior motives. It would be best for her to leave swiftly. Shen Yiming grasped her delicate hand and placed the awakening stone within her palm, insisting, "Take it. I have no use for it. I have already awakened. This was found by my beast during its outings. It cannot be sold, so it is better given to you. If you succeed in awakening and earn some money, you can repay me at market value." Ing Huan shot him a skeptical glance, questioning whether awakening stones could be found. Was he attempting to deceive her? Nevertheless, the prospect he presented was tempting. If she successfully awakened, she could secure a good job or even join a professional guild to receive welfare. This was an irresistible lure for her at this moment. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Ing Huan felt her resolve wavering. Shen Yiming shrugged. "It's in your hands now. What do you think?" After contemplating for a moment, Ing Huan accepted his goodwill, saying, "Very well. I shall remember this kindness, and I promise to repay you with interest once I earn money." Yes, Shen Yiming initially intended to say that there was no need to repay, but he realized that if he stated as such, this girl would likely refuse to accept it. "Do you wish to awaken now? Or would you prefer to wait until you return home?" Lowering her gaze, Ing Huan softly replied, "May I awaken here? I no longer have a home. Once I awaken, I will leave." Shen Yiming was taken aback for a moment. How had this ordinary girl survived without a home? He had thought her situation akin to his own, merely struggling to afford meals, but it appeared she lacked even a place to stay. "Ing Huan, your name hardly brings joy," he mused. "No matter, you may awaken here." After saying that, Shen Yiming remembered that he had a gene potion as well. Considering how pitiful Ing Huan seemed, he thought it prudent to also offer her the potion. "Here, drink this before you awaken. It will benefit you." Thank you," Ing Huan replied, though she was unsure of what it was. Still, she believed he would not harm her. After all, aside from her appearance, she had little else of value to him. Recalling his own painful experience after consuming the gene potion, Shen Yiming felt compelled to warn her. "Oh, by the way, this potion will hurt when you drink it. Just bear with it, as you might faint." "I can endure it," Ing Huan declared, before sitting cross-legged on the floor, as the room contained no other furniture aside from the bed. After consuming the gene potion, Ing Huan felt a warm sensation within her, completely devoid of the pain Shen Yiming had described. Moments later, the energy dissipated, and she opened her eyes, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, "Is that it? Why was it described so differently by you? I feel rather comfortable, and this potion is quite sweet. Moreover, my hunger has vanished. System, what is happening?" Her genes are utterly flawless, requiring no repairs, and thus the efficacy of the genetic potion is rendered moot. However, it still benefits her in some regard. Goodness, am I truly the only insignificant one here? Chapter 7. The Awakening of Dual Professions for Ing Huan. This is an A-grade genetic potion. If you do not experience any pain, it indicates that your genes are indeed superior and do not require any modifications. After utilizing the Awakening Stone, your success rate is likely to be quite high, Shen Yiming elucidated. Ing Huanhuan gasped. An A-grade genetic potion. It is worth noting that she had previously heard her parents mention that such a potion is even more valuable than an awakening stone. The requisites for acquiring an A-grade genetic potion are more stringent than those for the awakening stone, making it entirely inaccessible to ordinary individuals. If sold, it could fetch at least over 1 million, and yet, there is a scarcity of supply. Why is he able to present such a treasure? And to use it on me? How will I repay this? At that moment, Ing Huanhuan felt tears welling up, sobbing internally. Moreover, this item is utterly useless to her. She inexplicably found herself burdened with an additional million in debt, and now she was too distressed to cry. Nonetheless, she understood that Shen Yiming had her best interests at heart. Otherwise, he would not have offered her such a precious item. Thank you. I will repay you for the potion, she stated. Oh, there's no need for that. It's merely a potion. How much could it possibly be worth? Shen Yiming waved his hand dismissively. He was entirely oblivious to the true value of the A-grade genetic potion. Besides, it was a gift from the goddess. And he felt no remorse. Ing Huanhuan lowered her head, murmuring, "But this is worth over 1 million. How can you say it's not valuable?" "What did you say? 1 million? Upon hearing her words, Shen Yiming leapt up, rushing to her side, one hand pinching her mouth while the other reached inward. Spit it out, spit it out. 1 million. This is 1 million. If he could sell it for half that price, he would be financially secure for quite some time. With money, both he and his younger brother could eat to their fill. Perhaps he could even furnish their home a bit. The thought made him regretful, lamenting his lack of knowledge. Get away. Stop poking. I've already swallowed it. I can't spit it out." Ing Huanhuan's face flushed red. She never anticipated that Shen Yiming would reach to her throat. This was her first intimate encounter with a male. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming muttered in a daze, 1 million, 1 million. Seeing Shen Yiming in such a stupor, Ing Huanhuan couldn't help but find amusement in his earlier nonchalance juxtaposed with his current state. Yet, it was evident that he was genuinely unaware of the potion's worth. However, if he was ignorant, how did he manage to procure such a valuable item? "Rest assured, once I earn money, I will repay you," Ing Huanhuan consoled. "Repay? With what?" Shen Yiming scrutinized her with a mischievous grin. Ing Huanhuan sensed the implications of his grin and quickly tightened her clothing, exclaiming, "No way. Absolutely not. I will repay you." "Why not? Once you awaken, you will definitely be able to," Shen Yiming insisted. Ing Huanhuan was perplexed. Am I misunderstanding something? Is he suggesting I repay by offering myself? Once you awaken, you can take on several jobs and stay at my place to help with chores. I'll deduct 2,000 a month from what you owe me. Whenever you finish repaying, you can leave. In truth, Shen Yiming merely pitied her and sought a pretext to keep her around. He truly did not care about the A-grade potion. As for that million, he believed it would eventually come to him. I, Shen Yiming, simply feel compassion for her. There are absolutely no ulterior motives, he declared, priding himself as a gentleman. Upon hearing this, Ing Huanhuan sighed in relief, but glanced around the room. "Do you have chores in your house?" "Of course there are. If I say there are chores, then there are," Shen Yiming replied with conviction. Ing Huanhuan nodded, understanding his intentions. He likely devised this plan because he felt sorry for her lack of shelter. She did not mind accepting his kindness, especially since she had nowhere else to go. "All right then, I will awaken first and then help you with the chores." "Okay." Ing Huanhuan picked up the awakening stone from the floor, focusing her mind. After a brief moment, a gentle glow emanated from within her. Approximately an hour later, she completed her awakening. The original silver awakening stone turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Ing Huanhuan opened her eyes, excitement spilling forth. "I did it." Shen Yiming stood transfixed before her. Her once black eyes now displayed two distinct hues. Her left eye transformed into a light green, while her right eye deepened into a rich blue. There was a captivating beauty to her, and despite her simple attire, her goddess-like aura was unmistakable. Coming back to his senses, Shen Yiming curiously inquired, "What profession did you awaken?" Ing Huanhuan could hardly contain her enthusiasm. "I have awakened dual professions, spirit chef and priest." Shen Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Dual professions? Such individuals are rare in this world. Their emergence ignites fierce competition among prestigious institutions and powers. And yet, Ing Huanhuan possesses two of the most sought-after auxiliary professions. This is simply astonishing. The existence of even one is already a rarity. To discover two is beyond comprehension. First, the spirit chef, who specializes in preparing exquisite dishes for various professions and beast companions, creates food imbued with numerous benefits. It can enhance physical attributes, strength, agility, and even unlock potential, among other effects. To commission a high-level spirit chef for a bespoke advanced spirit meal would cost a fortune. Forget 1 million. Even with an additional zero, a high-level spirit chef would still deliberate on availability. What a worthwhile investment, Shen Yiming mused. As for her other profession, the priest, it is even more coveted. This role can engage in combat, as well as provide support. However, the majority of priests opt for the support route, as this world is not lacking in combat roles, but rather in pure support. The inclusion of a priest in any team significantly amplifies both combat effectiveness and survival capacity. This profession is the dream of every group. Moreover, Ing Huanhuan embodies both roles, elevating her value beyond mere numbers. Shen Yiming regarded Ing Huanhuan with the gaze of one who has discovered a treasure. This girl must not be let go, and he must keep a close watch on her. Shen Yiming cautiously asked, Huanhuan, will you still adhere to your promise? Ing Huanhuan laughed, I will not back out. I promise to repay you. Shen Yiming's expression soured. Well, mentioning money makes it feel distant. There's no need to repay. What else with this you in a business? Since I don't need to repay, does that mean I can leave? Ing Huanhuan teased. At this moment, now aware of her own worth as someone with dual professions, she understood that countless powers and teams would be eager to invite her to join. As for the debt of over 1 million owed to Shen Yiming, they would certainly assist themselves in resolving it. 1 million? Even 10 million or 100 million would find someone willing to spend such sums. However, she was not ungrateful. Her awakening was inextricably linked to Shen Yiming, a connection that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Hey, don't go. You have nowhere to stay. My little room may be small, but it can accommodate 2 people. You can sleep on the bed, and I'll take the floor. What do you say? At this moment, Ing Huanhuan radiated confidence, her smile broadening as she winked at Shen Yiming. Don't worry, I still owe you money, but I demand a salary increase. How about 3,000 a month? Seeing the playful smile on Ing Huanhuan's face left Shen Yiming momentarily speechless. She was truly beautiful. Ing Huanhuan seemed to have caught his admiration, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, nervously tugging at the loose thread of her plain garment, fearful that Shen Yiming would notice her embarrassment. After all, this was her first close encounter with a strange man, and she was unsure how to interact with him. Her heart racing with confusion. Now, she felt her truest self, as though she had returned to the days when her parents were still alive, no longer needing to wear a false mask. Shen Yiming, noticing her discomfort, coughed lightly. I need to head to the Beastmaster Association later. What about you? Ing Huanhuan paused for a moment. Then I'll first get certified at the Priest Guild. Why don't you accompany me to the Beastmaster Association first? After that, I'll go with you to the Priest Guild. After all, it's your first time out, and I'm worried you might not find your way back, he suggested. While he feigned concern about her sense of direction, deep down, Shen Yiming was genuinely worried that this girl might be lured away by the temptations of the Priest Guild or deceived by others, never to return. What if she needed to visit the Spirit Chef Guild? If anyone discovered she was a dual class, the news would surely spread to various universities, factions, and teams in Luohu City, potentially attracting unsavory individuals. How could he protect her with his limited strength? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Yiming found himself reluctant for her to pursue dual-class certification, yet he had no valid reason to hinder her. Ing Huanhuan nodded. All right, I'll accompany you to the Beastmaster Association. Shen Yiming's residence was about a 2-hour drive from the center of Luohu City. While it wasn't exactly a slum, it was hardly better than one. He lived in a modest ground-floor apartment, approximately 30 square meters. Upon stepping outside, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The streets occasionally showcased bizarre and peculiar beast companions, some leisurely strolling alongside their owners, while others raced on the backs of vibrant green pigs. A sight that left Shen Yiming envious. However, he also noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Nearly half of the people and their beast companions appeared green, some partially, others entirely so. This was likely the result of consuming the green hair egg. Shen Yiming pondered, why does this world seem so dilapidated? The common folk can hardly afford to eat. Yet is there no oversight from those in power? In his memory, the technology in this world was not inferior to that of Earth. In fact, it was superior. Moreover, with various abilities at their disposal, one would expect a flourishing society. Was it a matter of food scarcity? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. It was not his concern. As someone still struggling to meet his own basic needs, it would be absurd to fret over the world's development. Do you know how to get to the Beastmaster Association? Ing Huanhuan inquired. Shen Yiming nodded, recalling from his memories that the original owner had already learned the route. Yes, we take the 33 bus and get off at the city center. Before long, they arrived at the bus stop. As Shen Yiming instinctively reached into his pocket, he realized he had no money. Embarrassed, he turned to Ing Huanhuan. Do you have any money? Well, I have 9 yuan left, which is enough for a round trip, she said, pulling out a few crumpled bills from her pocket and handing them to him. This money represented her last savings. Once spent, it would be gone. She had been reluctant to part with it, even when she had fainted from hunger. Yet, after meeting Shen Yiming, she found herself less stingy. As he accepted the crumpled notes, Shen Yiming felt their weight. However, he chose not to comment further. Little brother, You go into the beast space now, he said. No. No. Little brother vehemently shook his head, refusing to enter the beast space. Shen Yiming, noticing its resistance, quickly reassured it. Be good, listen to me. The bus does not allow beasts on board. Little brother clung tightly to Shen Yiming's leg, terrified of being placed into the beast space again. Ever since its last experience, it had nearly starved, fearing that if it entered again, it might never emerge. Thus, it resisted vehemently. After conveying its thoughts to Shen Yiming, he frowned. If little brother was unwilling to enter the beast space, it could pose a problem. Yet, he understood its fears, had he not arrived in this world. Little brother might not have survived either. Just then, the 33 bus came to a halt before them. Shen Yiming turned to Ying Huanhuan. It doesn't want to go into the beast space. Seeing little brother's distressed expression softened Ying Huanhuan's heart. Then let it stay outside. Shall we walk? Shen Yiming felt a headache coming on. Huanhuan, that's dozens of kilometers. By the time we reach there, it'll be dark. Beside him, the second brother expressed with a soft whimper, Ing, as long as you don't make me enter the beast master space, I will take you all there. With that, he released his grip on Shen Yiming's thigh and transformed into a giant. In the next moment, a colossal bear, 2 meters in length and 3 meters in height, appeared before the two. Thus, the duo mounted the second brother, who silently followed the route of the 33 bus. His speed not at all inferior to that of the bus. At each stop, the second brother would pause for a brief rest. At this moment, Shen Yiming, seated atop the second brother, was utterly taken aback. The second brother's endurance and speed were astonishing. It was evident that his current pace was not an explosive burst, but rather a steady speed. After all, he was only at the 9th level of bronze. If he were to ascend to silver, gold, or even platinum, how swift would he become? It seemed that in the future, riding the second brother would suffice for travel. The only drawback was that he didn't provide any windbreak. However, when Shen Yiming opened the second brother's status panel, the smile on his face immediately froze. Chapter 9, The Beastmaster Association. At that moment, the second brother's sustenance value was plummeting rapidly. With each passing moment, it diminished incrementally. In the morning, it had been at 35 points, but now it had dropped to 32. Shen Yiming felt a pang of distress. The second brother's sustenance was not easily replenished. Although he still had a spirit-nourishing fruit, if he consumed it without finding food soon after, the second brother would once again face hunger. It seemed that taking the bus was indeed the more economical choice. 2 hours later, the pair finally reached their destination. At this point, the second brother had only 25 points of sustenance left. As Shen Yiming gazed at the Beastmaster Association before him, his mood dampened considerably. Upon entering the association, he promptly sought out the registration staff. I wish to register as a member of the Beastmaster Association. What procedures must I follow? Shen Yiming inquired of the man before him. The staff replied, just open your beast space and provide your age, name, academy, and workplace. There is no assessment required for an apprentice beastmaster. Is it really that simple? The staff cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yiming, displaying an impatient demeanor as he retorted coldly, yes, it's that simple. Hurry up, don't waste time. Judging by Shen Yiming's attire, he appeared to be nothing more than a commoner, a type of individual the staff dealt with daily. He had grown weary of such work. Had it not been for the stability of the job, he would have long since resigned. Shen Yiming, not wishing to engage in further argument, opened his beast space and declared his details. Shen Yiming, 18 years old, no school, no job. The staff, hearing this, expressed further disdain. All right, I've registered you. You can receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000, which will be credited to your smart wristband. Scratching his head, Shen Yiming replied, I don't have a smart wristband. Can I receive cash instead? Shen Yiming was aware of smart wristbands. They were akin to phones, but far more comprehensive. Even in a secret realm, they could be utilized without network access, albeit without receiving the latest news. Nevertheless, they were still usable for currency transactions. In this world, most people utilized digital currency. A wristband sufficed, and cash was rarely used. However, they were quite expensive, costing over 10,000. The staff, without lifting his head, replied, that's the rule. Purchase a smart wristband and register its account before returning. But Shen Yiming began, eager to protest, but before he could continue, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1, grin and bear it, obediently leave, purchase a smart wristband, and return. Task reward, 1 intermediate smart wristband, 1 portion of moderate beast mastery. Option 2, participate in the novice beast master assessment and pass successfully. Task reward, a large portion of beast mastery, 10 spirit springs. And all attributes of the second brother increased by 10. Option 3, rebuke the staff, you look down on others. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not bully the youth for their poverty. Task reward, 10 points of youthful vigor, 5 points of attractiveness. and a large portion of beast mastery. Gazing at the three options, Shen Yiming felt somewhat exasperated. The first option was utterly unappealing. Why would he choose to buy a smart wristband just to receive a reward? Was this a joke? The second option was acceptable, yet it appeared somewhat challenging. To pass the novice assessment, one would typically need a silver-level beast. While the second brother's combat ability was commendable, he seemed to fall short of that level. The third option? Forget it. If Ying Huan were not present, he might have chosen it, but with her around, he simply could not bring himself to utter those words. After all, he wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. After pondering for a while, he ultimately chose the second option. I wish to participate in the novice beastmaster assessment. The staff, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Aren't you just a newly registered apprentice beastmaster? Do you even understand what being a novice beastmaster entails? Shen Yiming, no longer inclined to tolerate his tone, coldly retorted, is there a rule against taking the assessment? Fine, the assessment fee is 10,000. Pay that, and I'll help you apply. After saying this, the staff regarded Shen Yiming with a mocking expression. Clearly convinced that the young man could never produce such funds, Shen Yiming was momentarily speechless. What the hell? There was a fee for the assessment. At that moment, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move forward or backward. I can cover that fee, a voice chimed in from the side. Shen Yiming turned to see a middle-aged man, around 1.8 meters tall, with a crew cut and a square face, dressed in green military attire. A cigarette dangling from his mouth. The staff, upon seeing this man, instantly adopted a fawning demeanor. Captain Nye, what brings you here? Just instruct us if you have any tasks. There's no need for you to come in person. Nye Yuan replied nonchalantly. I'm here to participate in the master-level beastmaster assessment. Please inform President Li. The staff, still smiling, responded, of course, I will contact President Li right away. Nye Yuan gestured towards Shen Yiming, saying, count his assessment fee on my tab. All right, I'll arrange that immediately. Shen Yiming watched the staff's obsequious behavior with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. How utterly realistic. But why was this older man helping him pay? Did he have money to burn, or was he taking a liking to him? Shen Yiming instinctively guarded himself, subconsciously protecting his rear. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but he was uncertain of the man's intentions. As Nye Yuan passed by Shen Yiming, he patted his shoulder and glanced at the second brother beneath him. Young man, do well in the assessment. Your beast is quite remarkable. If you ever wish to enlist, you can find me. With that, he departed. Nye Yuan's decision to cover Shen Yiming's fee stemmed from his belief in the second brother's potential. To him, 10,000 was a trivial sum. If Shen Yiming were to flourish in the future, it would mean another promising recruit for the military, which was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Even if Shen Yiming failed the assessment, it was merely 10,000. Shen Yiming, left in a state of bewilderment, watched Nye Yuan's retreating figure, feeling utterly at a loss. He simply could not comprehend the older man's motives. However, since he had covered his fee, he certainly intended to remember this act of kindness. Before long, the staff member who had just departed returned to the workstation, and at that moment, his gaze towards Shen Yiming had notably transformed. While not overtly sycophantic, his demeanor had certainly improved. For the preliminary Beast Master assessment, your beast companion must reach the silver level or possess silver level combat capabilities. What level is your beast companion currently? Shen Yiming replied candidly, bronze level 9. The staff member furrowed his brow. Bronze level 9. Were it not for Nye Yuan's recent intervention in assisting with your fees, I would have considered expelling this audacious young man. To aspire to participate in the preliminary Beast Master assessment at bronze level 9, even a bronze level 10 beast companion might struggle to pass. How could he dare to attempt the assessment across 2 levels? First, please undergo a test of basic attributes. Should you meet the silver level criteria, I will arrange for you to be assessed. If not, participation in the examination will be impossible. Understood, Shen Yiming responded. And he and Ying Huan followed the man away. Chapter 10. Have you not eaten? Put in more effort. The group entered a small room filled with an array of instruments. The staff member pointed to a large device. Have your beast companion stand in the center of this apparatus. All right. As the younger brother stepped into the machine's center, it emitted a blue glow that scanned him. Moments later, his basic attributes appeared on a large screen. Beast type, bear. Beast species, unknown. Beast level, bronze level 9. Beast age, 1 year. Beast potential, S grade, basic assessment. Skills, unknown. Current strength, 154. Current agility, 101. Current defense, 264. Current spirit energy, 981. Comprehensive combat power, 1532 points. Shen Yiming gazed at the data on the screen, perplexed. Zongzi, why does their combat power assessment fall short by several hundred points? Is it due to differing evaluation standards? Their assessment data cannot calculate the skills of the Chaos Panda. Hence, the comprehensive combat power rating is solely determined by the current data and does not account for skills. Zongzi explained. Shen Yiming instantly comprehended. No wonder it was so low. It turned out that the skills of the younger brother had not been factored in. Nonetheless, a combat power of 1500 should suffice to qualify for the silver level assessment, right? The staff member, upon reviewing the data, stood frozen in disbelief. He even suspected a malfunction in the testing apparatus. How could a bronze level 9 beast companion possess such elevated basic attributes? Typically, a silver level beast's average attributes for strength, agility, and defense hover around 240, with spirit energy peaking at just over 500. This beast's 3 attributes soared to an astounding 519. Moreover, its spirit energy neared 1,000 points. And this seemingly unremarkable beast was classified as having S-grade potential? Was the world going mad? His gaze towards Shen Yiming had irrevocably shifted. Please hold on. I will promptly arrange for testing personnel. With that, the staff member hastily departed for Vice President Li Qing's office. This news warranted immediate reporting. If the instrument's readings were accurate, Luohu's city would soon witness the emergence of a beast master, along with a beast companion of diamond grade or higher. Furthermore, he would be rewarded for uncovering Shen Yiming's potential. The staff member hurried to Vice President Li Qing's office, knocking on the door. Upon hearing Li Qing's voice from within, he entered without delay. At that moment, Nie Yuan was also present in the office, and the two were discussing the Master Beast Master assessment. Seeing the staff member enter, Li Qing inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired?" The staff member quickly reported, "President, I just brought a trainee Beast Master for the preliminary assessment, and I discovered that his beast companion is actually S-grade, at bronze level 9, with basic attributes exceeding even silver level by a factor of 2. Are you certain?" "Immediately take me there," Li Qing responded, casting an apologetic glance at Nie Yuan. "Captain Nie, please bear with me for a moment. I shall return shortly." Nie Yuan turned to the staff member, asking, "Is this about the preliminary Beast Master assessment regarding that young lad?" "Yes, indeed, Captain Nie. Li President, may I accompany you to have a look?" Li Qing waved him off, hastening his departure. "Of course, come along. Let us see for ourselves." Upon their arrival at the testing room, Li Qing's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the data. "Incredible, it's true." Still reluctant to believe, Li Qing urged, "Young man, please have your beast companion undergo another test." All right." Shortly thereafter, the testing results were revealed, showing no discrepancies from the previous data. This was simply unfathomable. Shen Yiming was unconcerned with the astonishment of others. He was solely eager to participate in the assessment and claim his system rewards. "So, may I take part in the preliminary Beast Master assessment now?" Li Qing nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. Allow me to escort you." While the data appeared sound, he was still keen to ascertain the specific combat capabilities and skills of this beast companion. If it truly possessed the ability to engage in cross-level combat, Luohu's Beast Master Association would welcome a prodigy. With proper nurturing, it could become a pillar of the association in the future. The group proceeded to the testing arena. The individual responsible for the assessment was a young man, seemingly in his 20s. "My name is Huang Yuan, and I am in charge of this test. I will suppress your beast's power to silver level 1. As long as your beast companion can withstand for 10 minutes without collapsing, it will pass. Alternatively, if it can defeat its opponent, that too counts as a pass." At that moment, Shen Yiming was filled with anticipation, for this would be his inaugural battle. "Very well, I understand." The younger brother took his place in the center of the arena, while the young man, named Huang Yuan, summoned his beast companion. It was a 3-eyed blue wolf, approximately 4 meters in height, a common choice among beast masters, with a potential rating of C and the capacity for evolution. As both parties prepared, the battle was imminent. The blue wolf dashed forward, claws poised to strike. Meanwhile, the younger brother maintained a rather naive demeanor, not even employing his transformation ability. As the wolf's attack approached, its eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph, only to have that mirth extinguished in an instant. For it realized that the little bear before it had not budged an inch. Clang! Upon impact, the blue wolf discovered that its claws had inflicted no harm whatsoever on the younger brother, who remained unscathed, while it felt a tingling sensation in its own paw. The younger brother scratched his head, his expression one of confusion. "Huh? Aren't we supposed to be fighting? Why are you giving me a massage from over there?" The younger brother had not utilized any defensive skills, relying solely on the bear's natural resilience to absorb the blow. What did this signify? It indicated that the blue wolf's ordinary attacks posed no threat to the younger brother, failing even to breach his defenses. Onlookers witnessing this test were left utterly astounded. Those unaware of the truth might have thought that it was the younger brother who was the silver-level beast companion. Li Qing inquired of Huang Yuan, who stood nearby. "Have you not fed the 3-eyed blue wolf?" It seemed implausible. "Just today I had fed it." At that moment, Huang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. and he immediately issued a skill command to the three-eyed blue wolf. Tier. This was the exclusive attack skill of the three-eyed blue wolf, capable of augmenting its attack power by 100%. In the next instant, the wolf's sharp claws radiated a golden light as it lunged directly at Erdi, intent on tearing apart this audacious bear of the Hu tribe. The moment the skill struck Erdi, it felt as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, causing a sharp pain to shoot through its claws. Meanwhile, Erdi lay on the ground, rolling over with a soft whimpering. "Scratch my back for me." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed blue wolf was instantly infuriated. How could it be belittled by a mere bronze-level beast? Was this something it could tolerate? In an instant, its power surged. Silver level 2, silver level 3, silver level 4. Witnessing the three-eyed blue wolf's furious escalation, Huang Yuan rushed forward to intervene. "Stop." However, the enraged wolf paid no heed to Huang Yuan's command and attacked Erdi with all its might. Erdi, unfazed by the approaching assault of the three-eyed blue wolf, suddenly emanated a faint golden glow. This golden aura indicated that Erdi had activated its body of domination. Chapter 11. Passing the assessment and receiving system rewards. Bang! The attack from the three-eyed blue wolf struck Erdi and was immediately repelled, sending the wolf sprawling backward. Its once formidable claws were now shattered, blood seeping profusely from the wounds. The onlookers, having summoned their own beasts and prepared to intervene, were left dumbfounded at this unexpected turn of events. How is this possible? Li Qing swallowed hard. Is this truly just a bronze level 9 beast? The silver level 4 three-eyed blue wolf could not even breach Erdi's defenses and was instead left severely injured from the recoil. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming observed the spectacle with great interest. So this is what beast combat looks like. Is this all there is to it? He remained calm, recalling that Erdi, even at level 8, could withstand the attacks of a silver level 5 beast after activating its body of domination. Now, having advanced a level, it could easily endure the strikes of a silver level 4 beast. Should Erdi reach the silver level, it would likely prove challenging for silver level monsters to breach its defenses. This was the terrifying nature of the body of domination. Was it a jest to claim immunity to 99% of damage? Unless confronted by equally powerful SS, or SSS level beasts, under normal circumstances, Erdi was invincible among its peers. Have I successfully passed the preliminary Beastmaster assessment? Upon hearing Shen Yiming's query, Huang Yuan regarded him with a complex expression. Yes, you have passed. He then dashed towards the downed three-eyed blue wolf to escort it to the treatment room. Nie Yuan, observing the bear creature at the center of the arena, mumbled thoughtfully, "What kind of skill is this that can nullify damage? And it possesses a recoil effect as well?" In truth, Nie Yuan was overthinking. It was not the body of domination that had created the recoil effect, but rather the three-eyed blue wolf's inadequacy in breaking the defense. It was akin to a person attempting to strike a steel plate with their bare fists. Was this not akin to searching for excrement in a dimly lit restroom? Li Qing, the vice president, was pondering even deeper. Prior to their arrival, the staff had fully briefed him on Shen Yiming's basic information. How had this seemingly unremarkable young man, without a school background, without a job, and even lacking a smart wristband, managed to cultivate such a formidable beast? Could it be a companion beast? If it were a companion beast, it would be even more perplexing. The more powerful the beast, the greater the expense required for its nourishment, and companion beasts demanded double that amount. This was because companion beasts possessed a nurturing ability, where the food and materials they consumed would also benefit their beastmaster. This led to an increased consumption rate. Wealthy individuals aspired to have companion beasts, but for an ordinary beastmaster, possessing a companion beast would be a nightmare. This simply dressed Shen Yiming could not possibly afford such a luxury. Yet, observing the bear creature before him, there were no signs of malnutrition. What could this mean? Li Qing wanted to inquire but felt it might be presumptuous, so he instead said, "Young man, congratulations on passing the preliminary Beastmaster assessment. I will present you with your badge shortly." Shen Yiming, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Badge?" Li Qing explained, "Once you pass the preliminary Beastmaster assessment, you officially join the Beastmaster Association. As a preliminary Beastmaster, you will enjoy greater privileges, and the badge symbolizes your identity as a Beastmaster. Additionally, the benefits and treatment differ vastly from those of an apprentice Beastmaster. An apprentice Beastmaster receives only 3,000 yuan in monthly assistance, whereas a preliminary Beastmaster receives 20,000 yuan. Upon passing the assessment, you will also be issued a smart wristband and rewarded with 100 association points each month. These points can be exchanged for various rewards within the association." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming's eyes brightened. The disparity is staggering. With money, a wristband, and points, all provided by the association, was this not a tremendous boon? Shen Yiming stood there, grinning from ear to ear. Hee, this is splendid. Li Qing cautioned. However, the association also has task requirements. As a preliminary Beastmaster, you must complete at least 2 tasks each month. Otherwise, your rewards for the following month will be halved. Understood. Shen Yiming replied without surprise. After all, receiving benefits from the association meant he would have to work in return, who would support him for nothing. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Yiming departed from the Beastmaster Association, clutching a sleek black smart wristband and a silver-white badge. The operation of the smart wristband was quite straightforward. He merely needed to bind his personal information. As he glanced at the balance of 20,000 yuan, his smile widened even further. Ha! At last, I have money. Tonight we shall feast on delicious food. Eat your fill. Delicious food. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and rewards have been issued. After receiving a considerable amount of beast energy, Shen Yiming's level surged rapidly, from bronze level 6 to level 7, and finally stopping at bronze level 9. This wealth of beast energy was truly delightful. Meanwhile, still pondering what to eat tonight, inexplicably felt itself growing stronger, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Yiming. However, Shen Yiming paid it no mind, pretending not to notice. This was the full attribute reward bestowed upon by the system, and he felt it unnecessary to explain. As for the final reward, 10 portions of spiritual spring, he would examine them upon returning home. Beside him, Huan gazed enviously at the smart wristband in Shen Yiming's hand, wondering what rewards awaited her from the Priest Association. Let us go, Huan, to the Priest Association. Now that we have money, let us take a taxi, Shen Yiming declared proudly. Huan nodded in agreement. The Beastmaster Association and the Priest Association were not far apart, merely a 10-minute drive. They could even walk there in about an hour, but that seemed unnecessary. With a monthly stipend of 20,000 yuan, they were considered part of the elite on Earth. There was no need to skimp on comfort. Upon arriving at the Priest Association, they found it even more opulent than the Beastmaster Association, yet the main hall was relatively empty. At this moment, a young lady clad in a green robe approached the two and greeted them with a warm smile. Hello. Are you here for recruitment or certification? Beside her, Huan politely replied, I have just awakened. I am here for certification. The young lady's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Oh? Just awakened? Come quickly. Her enthusiasm was hardly surprising, considering that those who awaken as priests are quite rare. Throughout the year, only a handful typically attend the certification. Each newly awakened priest they welcome brings substantial rewards. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Observing the staff's fervor, Shen Yiming felt a pang of bitterness. Why was there such a stark contrast between the guilds? The Beastmaster Association had treated him with indifference, while the Priest Guild staff was so enthusiastic. Thank you so much for your assistance. After a brief moment, the staff member presented a transparent orb to Huan, stating, This is the spirit testing orb of the Priest Association. By holding it, you can determine whether you have awakened your priestly abilities. Huan took the orb, gripping it tightly, and in the next instant, a green light burst forth. Chapter 12. I just want to seize my destiny at that moment. A dark green light enveloped Huan completely. Moments later, as the light faded, the staff member gasped, Incredible. You possess an S-rank qualification. Shen Yiming, taken aback, inquired. How can you tell? Does the emergence of this green light signify an S-rank qualification? The staff member patiently explained. This is the function of the spirit testing orb, which is our method of testing at the Priest Association. A light of pale green indicates a C-rank qualification, green signifies B rank, dark green denotes A rank, and dark green signifies S rank or higher. Recalling the green light, Shen Yiming's mind buzzed. To him, all he saw was green, with little distinction. Does this mean I have passed the certification? Huan asked. The young lady replied excitedly. Yes, you have. Moreover, with your qualifications, you can apply to join the Star Cultivation Program. Oh wait, you will definitely be accepted. The thought filled the staff member with immense excitement. She had just tested an S-rank priest. Her rewards would likely multiply several times over. Huan, however, hesitated before responding. Could you elaborate on what this Star Cultivation Program entails? The Star Cultivation Program is our guild's initiative to nurture new talent, recruiting members with A-rank qualifications or above for unified training across the nation. Those who successfully apply can receive A-rank priest skills free of charge, along with numerous additional benefits. For instance, a monthly stipend of 1 million, complimentary housing, spiritual potions, and those with S-rank qualifications can apply for protection from powerful guardians. In short, the benefits are plentiful and immensely advantageous for your growth. Upon hearing this, Huan's heart raced. The benefits were simply too enticing. Yet, Shen Yiming interjected. What responsibilities must one undertake upon joining the Star Cultivation Program? Huan, hearing Shen Yiming's question, quelled her excitement. The effort must correspond with the reward, she thought. The Priest Guild could not possibly invest so many resources without imposing some restrictions. She needed to consider this carefully, especially since she was dual-classed. The young lady explained, "It's quite simple. You only need to sign a permanent contract. There are no specific demands. As long as you do not betray the priest association by joining another organization or guild." Shen Yiming and Ying Huan exchanged glances. Shen Yiming wanted to voice his concerns, but struggled to find the right words. He could only hope Ying Huan would remain rational. After all, she was dual-classed. Signing this contract would mean she could not join other associations in the future. Moreover, Shen Yiming harbored a hint of selfishness. After all, she was the healer he had envisioned. He truly wished she would not join this program. Ying Huan shook her head in refusal. "Never mind, just help me get certified as a novice priest." Why? If you join this program, you will undoubtedly receive superior training. The young lady could not comprehend Ying Huan's refusal. Wasn't joining the guild all about securing resources? She likely could not fathom that Ying Huan was dual-classed. Upon hearing Ying Huan's refusal, Shen Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and spoke curtly to the young lady. "I said she won't participate. Please expedite the process, as we need to head home." Could he afford to be cordial to someone trying to take his healer? Alright. However, our guild does not have novice priests. After certification, she will be classified as a junior priest, the young lady conceded, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. She would report this to the higher-ups later. For now, it was essential to secure her. A talent like this would surely attract the attention of the priest association's higher echelons. Shortly thereafter, approximately 15 minutes later, the staff member returned with a tray bearing a smart wristband, a vial of transparent potion, a small green orb, and a light green badge. The young lady introduced. "This vial contains a junior spiritual potion, which every junior priest receives. This orb grants a C-rank healing skill, distributed to all junior priests, and this badge represents our guild." After a moment, she glanced at Ying Huan's plain attire and added, "Junior priests also receive an additional monthly subsidy of 100,000. Shen Yiming felt a pang of envy. Why is there such a disparity? They receive skills, potions, and a salary 5 times greater than mine. And they are all junior professions. Though he grumbled, he understood the value of rarity. The priest profession was in high demand everywhere, unlike combat professions. Ying Huan accepted the items with a beaming smile. "Thank you. Will I need to complete tasks each month?" she inquired. Having heard Vice President Li Qing mention that everyone must complete tasks monthly at the Beastmaster Association, she wanted to clarify. The young lady shook her head. "No, you don't need to do anything. You are a junior priest. What tasks would you even undertake? No one will come looking to recruit you." Ying Huan tentatively asked, "So, I won't have to do anything for a month and can simply wait to receive resources?" The young lady nodded yes. "For 6 months, you are not required to complete tasks. This is a form of protection for new priests. After 6 months, we will assess your abilities to determine if tasks should be allocated. If you advance to a mid-level priest within that time, you will not need to complete tasks either. However, once you become a mid-level priest, we will publicize your information in the recruitment hall, and if any teams wish to recruit you, you will still need to assist them with tasks." Beside them, Shen Yiming felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He squeezed his younger brother's round cheek tightly. "I am not envious, not at all." At that moment, Ying Huan felt as if she were in a dream. The happiness had come so suddenly. Just yesterday, she was an ordinary person worrying about her basic needs, and now, merely a day later, her life had undergone a monumental transformation. Reflecting on this, she silently glanced at Shen Yiming, feeling an even deeper gratitude. Everything she had received was because of him. After leaving the priest guild, Shen Yiming began to feel anxious and uncertain. She earns a monthly salary of 100,000, and this is merely the remuneration from the priest guild. If she were to join the culinary guild as well, it seems her current 1 million would soon be repaid. Once that is settled, she would leave. I am about to lose my caretaker." Ying Huan gazed at the despondent Shen Yiming and inquired, "What troubles you?" Shen Yiming shook his head. Nothing. Are we heading to the culinary guild next?" "Not at all. We are going to the supermarket to buy some items, and then return home." Shen Yiming paused for a moment. Why not?" Ying Huan elaborated. "I never intended to go. Joining one guild is sufficient. If I expose myself as a dual-class practitioner, my fate may slip beyond my control." Having navigated the complexities of society for a year, Ying Huan had witnessed too much sordidness. She was acutely aware of her value. Should her rare dual profession be revealed, it would invite countless troubles. It might even implicate Shen Yiming, a scenario she wished to avoid. Without sufficient strength, she might refrain from disclosing her second profession for the entirety of her life. She did not aspire to become a puppet of any individual or faction. She simply desired to be herself and steer her own destiny. Chapter 13. The Potential of Awakening a Dual Profession. Shen Yiming had not anticipated that this seemingly naive and sweet girl, Ying Huan, would contemplate so much. "All right, if you say we're not going, then we want tea." Subsequently, the two of them visited the supermarket, where Huan purchased a bed along with various daily necessities, 2 sets of changeable clothing, 2 sets of pajamas, a new kitchenware set, and more. Shen Yiming also acquired 2 outfits for himself. While shopping for clothes, his younger brother insisted on getting several sets as well. Shen Yiming looked at him with mild disdain. What clothes would you wear? They'll be ruined once you transform. Wah. I want clothes. The younger brother pointed at his own backside, indicating he also had some modesty. Fine. I'll buy you some. After Shen Yiming procured several outfits for his younger brother, he thought that purchasing clothes would quiet him down. However, the younger brother then handed him a few pairs of small-sized underwear that matched Shen Yiming's. Big brother, you still wear underwear? The younger brother pointed at Shen Yiming's groin. Wah? Then why are you wearing them? Unable to counter this logic, Shen Yiming could only concede. All right, I'll buy you some. These were merely ordinary garments, which would be destroyed upon the younger brother's transformation and were not worth much. So Shen Yiming did not dwell on it. If the younger brother desired clothes that could automatically adjust in size, that was beyond the current financial capabilities of Shen Yiming. After their shopping spree, the duo, along with the bear, made another trip to the market to purchase copious amounts of food. By the time they returned home, night had completely fallen. Shen Yiming helped Huan assemble the bed, while she ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the three of them sat at the newly acquired table and chairs, indulging in a feast. Shen Yiming picked up a piece of beef and remarked, Hey Huan, aren't you a culinary master? Why does this taste no different? Huan shot him a glare. I have just awakened. I haven't undergone systematic training. How could I possibly prepare spiritual cuisine? That's true. Shen Yiming scratched his head awkwardly. Nevertheless, he silently made a note of this matter, thinking that if there were an opportunity, he would assist Huan in acquiring a spiritual recipe. After they had eaten their fill, Huan tidied up the dishes and went to boil water for a bath. Meanwhile, the younger brother began to whine. Wah, I'm still not full. Shen Yiming shot him a look, incredulous that they had returned with over 100 pounds of food. And this creature had consumed nearly half, yet still claimed to be hungry. It should be noted that these foods contained a hint of energy. How could he possibly be unsatisfied? Opening the younger brother's panel to verify, Shen Yiming was taken aback by what he found. Beastmaster, Chaos Panda, Shen Yiming. Level, Bronze level 9. Talent, S. Current status, Juvenile, Unawakened. Current satiety, 26, Hunger status. Gazing at the younger brother's attributes, Shen Yiming felt utterly defeated. These energy-infused foods had only increased his satiety by a mere fraction. It should be noted that these provisions had cost Shen Yiming nearly 10,000. Calculating the ratio of 10,000 to a mere point of satiety, it dawned upon him that today, in an effort to save a few bucks on bus fare, they had inadvertently spent 100,000? Damn, now I understand why this place is so empty. Turns out this little guy is devouring everything. He had initially intended to treat the younger brother to a hearty meal, and in doing so, had reluctantly spent 10,000. Only to discover that this little creature was an insatiable abyss. He had underestimated the younger brother and overestimated his own wallet. At that moment, the younger brother looked at Shen Yiming with a pitiful expression. Wah? You promised to let me eat my fill. Shen Yiming gazed at his younger brother. Feeling a headache coming on, he decided to ignore him for the time being and opened the system panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 185 years. Class level, Beastmaster Bronze level 9. Owned beasts, S level Chaos Panda, Unawakened. Currently at Bronze level 9, current compatibility 45. Owned items, Black Small Brick LV1. 2 Silver Treasure Chests, 1 Beginner's Spiritual Energy Potion, 1 Vitality Fruit, 10 Spiritual Springs. Owned talents, Soul Bonding. Current physical condition, good. After retrieving the Vitality Fruit and offering it to the younger brother, he glanced at the description of the Spiritual Spring. Spiritual Spring, long-term consumption can improve physical condition. As Shen Yiming contemplated this Spiritual Spring, he mused, this seems quite beneficial. The younger brother might not need it. I could give it to myself and Huan. Observing the 2 silver treasure chests in his inventory, he took a deep breath. Open. A flash of white light flickered before Shen Yiming's eyes. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 intermediate defense talismans. Intermediate defense talismans can withstand 1 attack from any damage below golden level 10. This is useful, but not particularly beneficial for Shen Yiming at this moment. Still, having a protective talisman is not bad. He proceeded to open the other silver treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained S-level skill Orb, Infernal Fire. S-level Mage skill Infernal Fire. Single target skill harnesses the power of the Infernal Fire to attack enemies, causing soul damage. What the hell? What use is this? This is a mage's skill. How could a beast master like me even utilize mage skills? System, come out. Why am I getting useless items? All items within the treasure chests are random, with a chance to obtain any item. You'll get used to it. Shen Yiming found himself at a loss for words. I'm not used to it. Shen Yiming retorted. So impressive, yet it opens to anything? Then why not give me a class? Obtaining a mysterious treasure chest has a chance to yield an awakened class. Shen Yiming suddenly perked up. A chance to obtain other awakened classes? Huh. System, you're not joking with me, are you? Obtaining a mysterious treasure chest has a chance to yield an awakened class. The system repeated this phrase without further explanation. How does one obtain a mysterious treasure chest? The system will release corresponding options, and upon completing tasks, there is a chance to obtain rewards. Very well. For Shen Yiming, receiving this information was sufficient. Henceforth, he would not merely be a beast master, but perhaps even a formidable mage, or even a warrior, with multiple professions and multifaceted operations. He could allow his younger brother to engage in combat, while he discreetly cast a forbidden spell from the rear. Who could withstand such a strategy? Just the thought of it was delightful. Wait a moment. What do you mean by discreetly? Isn't that his sixth brother's style? I'm far too powerful to be a sixth brother. I shall cast my skills openly, and with pride. At that moment, his younger brother had already consumed the nourishing fruit. He had now reached the 10th level of bronze. With just one more level, he would ascend to silver. At that point, he would sweep through the silver ranks, becoming a minor overlord of silver. His sustenance level had also risen to 46 points. One nourishing fruit had added 20 points to his sustenance, which was rather commendable. While Shen Yiming pondered how to earn money to buy food for his younger brother, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Do you want to take a bath? I can help you heat water. Shen Yiming turned to seeing Huan, who was currently drying her hair with a towel. Having shed her loose, simple attire, she now wore a delicate light blue silk nightgown, her perfect figure now fully revealed. Truly, she was a healer of exceptional allure. With a 36D bust, she was certainly pleasing. Her dainty feet were also exposed to the air, long, fair, and undeniably sensual. How enticing! He had never imagined that after her earlier disheveled appearance, she could transform into such a captivating vision post-bath. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Yiming realized he no longer required hot water for his own bath, and hastily opted for a cold shower to cool down. Chapter 14. A Beautiful Dream. At 3 in the morning, Shen Yiming was engaged in conversation with the Lord of Dreams. Sitting beside him was Huan. At this moment, she donned a cream-colored fitted dress, her oval face soft and delicate, her long hair elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head. Her crimson lips were striking against her curvaceous figure, and her long, beautiful legs were adorned with sheer black stockings, accentuated by black high heels. The dual-colored irises of her enchanting eyes bestowed upon her an inexplicable charm, as she gently bit her lower lip, gazing at Shen Yiming with a look brimming with affection. Innocent yet enticing, she left Shen Yiming momentarily breathless. Instinctively, he reached out to feel the texture of her stockings, but just as quickly withdrew his hand. He faltered. After all, he wished to maintain a respectable image before Huan. Sensing his slight hesitation, she winked at him, her soft hand grasping his wandering one. The incredibly realistic sensation left Shen Yiming utterly captivated. She took hold of his hand, directing it toward her leg. Just as it was about to touch her perfect, delicate foot, he awoke from the dream. As he regained consciousness, Shen Yiming muttered darkly, "Damn it, I've touched upon a knowledge-blind spot. This dream can't continue." It was hardly surprising, given that dreams were ultimately a realm of imagination. Experiences unencountered in reality could not be truly felt within the confines of a dream. Dreaming of Huan in that enticing outfit, gazing at him with such longing, was the limit of his imagination. Upon awakening, Shen Yiming turned his head to see Huan peacefully asleep in the other bed, moonlight filtering through the window and illuminating her face. She lay on her side, curled up tightly around her blanket, her exquisite features tinged with a hint of melancholy. In her slumber, she was her most authentic self. Those who preferred to sleep on their sides often lacked a sense of security, struggling to accept the events around them and thus striving to protect themselves. Such individuals possess a strong instinct for self-preservation, continuously safeguarding their own vulnerabilities. Seeing her in this state, Shen Yiming felt his previously heated heart cool instantly. Ah, what a pity. She is indeed a pitiful soul. At this moment, a wave of guilt washed over him. How could he harbor such thoughts of Huan in his dreams? Although undeniably tempting, it was not her true nature. The following morning, when Shen Yiming awoke, he found Huan busily working in the kitchen, while his younger brother patiently awaited his turn for a morsel at her feet. The sight filled Shen Yiming with immense satisfaction, and a thought flashed through his mind. If only this could last forever. After finishing his morning routine and breakfast, Huan entered her training mode. However, prior to that, Shen Yiming presented her with the beginner spiritual energy potion and a vial of spiritual spring water he had obtained from the system. This spring water can improve your physique, Drinking it will be beneficial. As for the spiritual energy potion, I have no use for it at the moment as I do not plan to upgrade just yet. Though the beginner's spiritual energy potion would indeed be advantageous for him, he was in no haste to advance. Currently, he had reached the 9th level of bronze. Just 2 more levels, and he would break into silver. A silver-ranked beast master must contract a second beast within a short time frame. Otherwise, the contract would become invalid, and he would lose the opportunity to nurture a second beast. As it stood, Shen Yiming could barely afford to support his younger brother, let alone another beast. Moreover, he was not yet prepared to care for a second beast. It was only the 3rd day since he had traversed into this world. Ascending from the 1st level of bronze to the 9th in such a brief span was extraordinarily rapid. Shen Yiming had scarcely found time to acclimatize to this new world. Should he casually contract another beast, it would undoubtedly conflict with his inner ambitions. Meanwhile, Ying Huan gazed at the 2 vials of potion before her. Her expression clouded with concern. She still owed him money. Accepting the spiritual energy potion and the spring water would only increase her debts. Yet, she was in urgent need of a swift power boost, making it difficult for her to relinquish the offer. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Huan reluctantly accepted, saying, "I'll owe you for now, and I promise to repay you later." "Yes, take it. There is no need to be polite." Upon seeing Ying Huan accept his gifts, Shen Yiming was filled with elation. The more she owed him, the less likely she would run away. He chuckled to himself, thinking, if you can't repay me, then don't blame me. He didn't mind having a beautiful healer as a wife. Moreover, even in the unlikely event that he could not marry her, he could consider this an early investment in Ying Huan, for her potential was evident, and her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. The favor she owed him now would surely yield great returns later. In the following days, Ying Huan ascended from the 1st level of bronze to the 5th, acquiring healing skills along the way. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming utilized his smart bracelet to explore this world further. It was quite fascinating. Various professions flourished, and the internet was rife with diverse news. For instance, someone successfully passed a high-level occupational guild assessment, or a particular academy had produced a genius. There were also reports of powerful beasts emerging, the Apothecary Association developing new potions, and the Academy of Sciences announcing their latest technological advancements. Even martial arts tournaments were mentioned. Naturally, there were also sensational stories about celebrity-level job changers, akin to entertainers on Earth, albeit with one significant difference. In this world, these star job changers were genuinely impressive. Unlike certain earthly entertainers who merely maintained their status through established personas. Certainly, the aforementioned discourse merely encapsulates the everyday musings of netizens indulging in idle gossip. However, if one were to delve into matters of national significance that capture the collective attention, it would undeniably pertain to news regarding the mysterious realms. Each time a new realm emerges, it inevitably ignites a fervent uproar across the internet. After all, this represents a pivotal opportunity for ordinary job changers to alter their fates dramatically. Simultaneously, these realms serve as vital sources of resources for the nation. The realms are primarily categorized into several major types, including trial realms, battlefield realms, and foundational realms, among others. Each major category is further divided into 5 distinct levels: ordinary, adventurous, warrior, king, and abyssal. Currently, there are 325 ordinary realms, 112 adventurous realms, 78 trial realms, 18 king realms, and merely 3 abyssal realms within the country. Among these classifications, trial realms are the most sought after, as they offer rewards, legacies, and even technological advancements through various assessments. The second category, battlefield realms, functions as colossal meat grinders where various races and monstrous beasts abound, compelling all participants to engage in slaughter to secure resources. Only those who survive may escape the clutches of these realms. The third type, which is the most common and abundant, is the foundational realm, replete with resources yet often guarded by high-level beasts and races. The origins of these entities remain a mystery, yet they incessantly seek to breach the boundaries of their realms and invade the human world. Thus, humanity must deploy formidable forces to safeguard these realms. Should these beasts succeed in their incursions, it would spell disaster for civilians, a veritable massacre, while simultaneously serving as a grand feast for the beasts. In the city of Luhu, one such realm exists, the Dragon Valley Realm. Chapter 15, New Options that Stun the System. The Dragon Valley Realm in Luhu was originally classified as a king-level realm. However, following years of purging by the government and various high-level job changers, it has now been demoted to an adventurous realm, while still posing some dangers. It is now thoroughly manageable under the watchful eye of the National Army. Additionally, this Dragon Valley realm has become the most popular destination for adventurers from surrounding cities. After all, it once held the prestige of a king-level realm, enticing many with the hope of uncovering hidden treasures. At this moment, Shen Yiming, engrossed in his thoughts, was suddenly interrupted by an alert on his smart bracelet. Are you still feeling lost? Are you troubled about your future? Do you wish to become a powerful job changer? Luohu University cordially invites you to join us, boasting world-renowned instructors and a compilation of the finest knowledge. Together, we strive to cultivate exceptional talent. Upon reading this notification, Shen Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Was Luohu University truly resorting to such aggressive recruitment tactics? He had never heard of Luohu University before. Yet a school named after a city must possess some merit. Why, then, did it require such methods to attract students? Logically, a prestigious institution should not have to scramble for enrollees. After all, renowned schools like the Seven Sons of National Defense or Qingbei University rarely advertise. At most, they produce promotional videos to showcase their campuses, never resorting to the direct push notifications characteristic of Luohu University. While still pondering this, 3 familiar options suddenly materialized before Shen Yiming's eyes. Option 1. As an aspiring youth, how could you neglect your studies? Enroll in Luohu University immediately. Acquire foundational knowledge to broaden your horizons. Task reward: Substantial Beast Mastery, Space Bracelet 1, Chaos Panda All Attribute 10, Mysterious Treasure, Chest 1. Option 2. Pretend you did not see this advertisement and disregard it. Task reward: Substantial Beast Mastery, Culinary Compendium 1, Chaos Panda Exclusive 6-piece Set, Shoes, Golden Treasure, Chest 1. Option 3. Not even a dog would attend Luohu University. You are destined for the Martial God Academy. Successfully enroll in the Martial God Academy. Task reward: Substantial Beast Mastery. Unlock points Mall, 1 Companion Beast, 1 SSS level skill gem, random. Shen Yiming gazed at the 3 options, utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape. It was the first time he had encountered such outrageous rewards offered by the system. To be honest, he was unwilling to forego any of the options presented. The first option's rewards included a space bracelet and a mysterious treasure chest. This was simply tantalizing. The space bracelet, crafted from spatial stones, functions similarly to the storage rings found in cultivation novels. However, due to the scarcity of spatial stones, the general populace rarely has access to such items. Possessing this space bracelet would render Shen Yiming's future endeavors immensely convenient. Most importantly, the first option also included a mysterious treasure chest. It is common knowledge that mysterious treasure chests can yield rare occupational items. How could he possibly give that up? As for the second option, it was the simplest, yet also the one he couldn't afford to relinquish. Why? Because it contained exclusive equipment for his younger brother. Should he forfeit this option, his brother might forever be deprived of that piece of gear, so he definitely could not abandon it. The third option, however, posed a formidable challenge. The Martial God Academy stands as one of the top universities in Xia country. Even someone like him, newly traversed into this world, had heard of its renown. Online, merely mentioning the Martial God Academy can attract a multitude of admirers. Those within its halls are truly the chosen ones. With entry requirements stipulating that one must achieve golden level before turning 20, and that is merely the admission threshold. After reaching golden level, candidates must endure several rounds of assessments to secure a place. Golden level individuals are inherently rare before the age of 20, and any one of them could dominate in other academies. Yet, this is just the foundational barrier of the Martial God Academy. Once admitted, all geniuses blend into the crowd, with only the true prodigies rising to prominence. Shen Yiming yearned to enroll, but at present, he was merely at bronze level 9, unable to meet even the admission criteria. Moreover, this option would grant access to the Points Mall, a second companion beast, and an SSS level skill gem. How enticing! The companion beast provided by the system would undoubtedly be exceptional. If he selected this option, his second companion beast would also be resolved. Yet, a dilemma arose. The admission requirements for the Martial God Academy necessitate at least golden level. Would that second companion beast have to wait until then to be contracted? Oh, the headache. Faced with the 3 options, Shen Yiming was unwilling to relinquish any of them. System, I want them all. Only one option may be selected as a task. Is there a time limit for task completion? If I choose to enroll in the Martial God Academy, what is the time frame? Completion within 1 year counts as a success. Are you certain? At that moment, Shen Yiming's mind was racing, a wild idea blossoming within him. Completion within 1 year counts as a success. The system reiterated. Then I choose all 3. Only one option may be selected as a task. Shen Yiming shook his head. No, I can accomplish all 3 tasks, so why can't I select them? I don't care, I want them all. If you don't let me have them all, then I won't choose any. I can initially select 2 options while disregarding this promotion, then secretly enroll in Luohu University. After entering the institution, I will withdraw and join Wushan University. Clearly, I can accomplish both, so why must I choose only one? I refuse to accept this. I want them all. Upon hearing Shen Yiming's words, Tongzi fell silent. It seemed overwhelmed. As per its program directives, each option could only be chosen singularly by the host, with rewards distributed only after task completion. Each task was uniquely defined, making it utterly impossible to fulfill multiple tasks concurrently. Yet, Shen Yiming now asserted that he could achieve all three, and after some calculations, it genuinely appeared feasible. The highest core command for itself was to obey Shen Yiming, provided it was logical to do so. This resulted in a conflict between its directives, leaving it unable to choose or refrain from choosing, thus plunging its thought process into a loop. Shen Yiming persisted. Tongzi, hurry, I want to select them all, help me confirm. I can truly accomplish this. He fervently clicked on all three options simultaneously. Beep beep beep, system crash in progress. Boom. System rewards have been dispensed. Please check, host. System upgrading. Expected to complete in 24 hours. Chapter 16, receiving all option rewards. Rewards dispensed? System crash, upgrading? A series of prompts echoed, leaving Shen Yiming momentarily stunned. He hadn't even made a selection, yet rewards had already been issued. At that moment, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from within him, propelling him directly to bronze level 10. After a brief pause, he broke through to silver level 1. By the time he reached silver level 2, the energy gradually dissipated. Upon sensing the transformation in his level, Shen Yiming exclaimed, "What the heck? How did I break through already? I wasn't prepared." However, this was not the end. A second wave of beast taming powers surged forth. He ascended from silver level 3 to silver level 6 before it finally ceased. At this moment, Shen Yiming's head buzzed, utterly bewildered by the situation. Tongzi, please, say something. I'm panicking. If I keep leveling up, I'll reach gold. Shen Yiming felt a mix of desperation and helplessness. Should he truly ascend to gold level, he would need to find 2 beast companions in a short span, or else the slots would be wasted. Yet, Tongzi responded with a third surge of beast taming power. No, Tongzi, don't. I can't level up anymore. It's overflowing. I regret it. I'm full, truly full. Silver level 7, silver level 8, silver level 9. Upon reaching silver level 9, a sharp pain coursed through Shen Yiming's body. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Within a few minutes, he had skyrocketed from bronze level 9 to silver level 9, causing his beast taming space to expand rapidly. His body lacked sufficient spiritual energy to sustain this expansion, forcing him to tap into his potential to stabilize the beast taming space. He wanted to halt, but it was impossible. If he stopped, the beast taming space would collapse without the support of spiritual energy. The consequences could range from a drop in level to a permanent loss of the beast taming space. Without it, his identity as a beast tamer would be rendered meaningless. Not to mention, his younger brother would be affected as well. After witnessing Shen Yiming collapse to the ground, his younger brother, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped to his side. Sniffing the air, it returned to its previous position as a familiar sensation washed over it. Inexplicably, it had become stronger. Meanwhile, Ying Huan emerged from her meditative state. Upon seeing Shen Yiming sprawled on the ground, her heart skipped a beat. She rushed to help him up, letting him lean against her chest, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" At that moment, Shen Yiming hadn't fainted. He merely felt weak and immobile, but his senses remained intact. Since he couldn't resist, he decided to close his eyes and enjoy the moment. So soft, so fragrant. Wait a minute. My beast taming space is about to burst. Just as he tried to redirect his focus and continue channeling spiritual energy, a sudden sensation of suffocation gripped his head. Oh no, why can't I breathe? Ying Huan. Let me go? Quickly, let me go. I'm going to die. I can't breathe. Yet, his struggles proved futile. He couldn't produce any sound. Nor could he move. After placing Shen Yiming on the bed, Ying Huan gestured to cast a healing spell. A gentle green light emanated from her hand and, moments later, enveloped Shen Yiming's body. After waiting a moment, she noticed no change in his condition. He still appeared ill. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, what could be the issue? Suddenly, her younger brother appeared before her, gesturing frantically. Ying. He lacks spiritual energy. Ying Huan, not being a beast tamer, could only vaguely grasp his meaning. Could it be a lack of spiritual energy? With that thought, she retrieved the half-drunk spiritual spring she had previously consumed. This spring could replenish a significant amount of spiritual energy and should be beneficial for him. Now that she had the remedy, how to administer it? At that moment, Shen Yiming's mouth felt as if it were sealed shut. Yet, gazing at him, she found herself in a dilemma. To feed him was possible, but how? She could use her mouth to administer it bit by bit, but what would that mean? Her first kiss was still intact. Wouldn't that be a disservice to herself? Despite finding him quite handsome and harboring some fondness for him, as well as being saved by him, she couldn't shake the feeling of loss. Ing Huan began to rationalize. Forget it. He's likely already unconscious. I'll pretend I didn't notice, and surely this doesn't count as my first kiss, right? Casting a glance at her younger brother, she instructed him to cover his eyes with his paws. After all, the only witness would be this bear. As long as it couldn't see, her first kiss would remain intact. Having resolved how to administer the remedy, Ing Huan hesitated no longer. She took a sip of the spiritual spring, leaned down, and gently kissed him, gradually pouring the liquid into Shen Yiming's mouth. At that moment, Shen Yiming was completely enthralled. Though immobile, his sensory perception remained intact. The soft, fragrant sensation at his lips caused him to succumb entirely. He instinctively attempted to extend his tongue, only to find himself unable to move. Damn it. This is infuriating. As the spiritual spring entered Shen Yiming's body, his previously parched form began to surge with immense spiritual energy. The beast taming space within him gradually stabilized, and he was on the verge of regaining consciousness. Ing Huan, noticing the color returning to Shen Yiming's face, felt a surge of joy and quickened her pace in administering the remedy. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. Half the bottle of spiritual spring was nearly gone. When the final sip reached Shen Yiming's lips, Ing Huan suddenly felt a silky sensation, startling her. She was left utterly astonished. Was that his tongue? Having regained his momentum, Shen Yiming felt a surge of joy within. How soft. He stealthily opened his eyes a crack and beheld the blushing visage of Ing Huan. Opting to feign ignorance, he decided to keep his eyes closed, knowing that should he reveal himself, this young lady might very well flee from home. He accessed his system panel to inspect the rewards bestowed upon him. Space Ring X1, Comprehensive Culinary Guide X1, Exclusive 6-piece set for Chaos Panda, 1 item, Shoes, SSS Level Skill Gem Karma, Priest, Gold Treasure Chest X1, Mysterious Treasure Chest X1. Seeing the sudden influx of items in his inventory, Shen Yiming was taken aback. What the heck? All 3 options rewards were issued? It turned out that causing the system to crash had yielded such bountiful rewards. Perhaps he should attempt this again next time? However, Shen Yiming was being overly optimistic. Such a glitch was unlikely to be exploitable a second time. But what about the Beast Companion? Wasn't it promised that he would receive one? Now that Shen Yiming had reached Silver Level 9, it was only logical that the companion beast should have been granted, yet he had not encountered it. Meanwhile, the beast space within Shen Yiming, which had just stabilized, suddenly stirred with agitation, as if something were eager to emerge. Sensing the unusual activity, Shen Yiming promptly opened the space. Upon witnessing the beast, he gasped in astonishment. What the heck? Second brother is in danger. Chapter 17, The Second Beast Companion, Shen Qiongqi. Within Shen Yiming's beast space, a quadruped creature, comparable in size to his second brother, flitted about with silver-white wings, its entire form of vibrant orange-yellow, embellished with strange luminescent runes. Its drooping ears added to its exceptional cuteness. Image for reference only. Should the book achieve popularity, I will ensure illustrations of the beasts are provided. The moment it sensed Shen Yiming's presence, it let out a cry. Oh whoa. Shen Yiming gazed at this adorable little creature, his eyes sparkling. Such striking beauty, I am utterly enamored. Is this truly the companion beast bestowed upon me by the system? As he summoned it from the beast space, the second brother seemed to sense something as well. His originally pitch-black eyes deepened with a newfound intensity, and his fur bristled as he instinctively activated his giantization skill. His claws gleamed with an eerie silver light, and a subtle golden aura radiated from him. A low, resonant growl emerged from his throat. Roar. This cry seemed to declare his sovereignty. The little beast in Shen Yiming's arms was equally undaunted. Activating its own giantization skill, the previously modest silver-white wings, only a few inches long, now extended to over 3 meters, fully unfurling in midair. Its orange-yellow body emitted a dazzling golden glow, and the runes upon it shimmered incessantly, its ears now standing erect. It had evolved from a charming little creature into a majestic beast companion. In terms of sheer aesthetic appeal, it left Shen Yiming utterly spellbound. In a direct comparison, it surpassed the second brother in attractiveness. And it could fly. If I cannot become a dragon knight, this will suffice. Though both beasts had their unique merits in their base forms, the disparity became stark when they both utilized their giantization skills. It would be unfair to claim the second brother was unattractive. Rather, the comparison was flawed, akin to pitting an ordinary person against a paragon of beauty, an undue hardship. Meanwhile, Ing Huan gazed at Shen Yiming with envy, captivated by the striking beast. It's simply a dream companion. If it were mine, I would willingly forfeit a career talent. As the two beasts seemed poised to clash, Shen Yiming hastily intervened. Stop. We're all family here. He felt compelled to mediate. A glance at the system panel revealed that the second brother stood no chance against this new beast. To prevent his companion from harm, he deemed it wise to intervene. Beast Companion, Qiongqi, unnamed, level, silver level 5. Talent, S. Current status, juvenile, bloodline unactivated. Age, 3 years. Current well-being, 80, normal. Skills, SSS level exclusive skill growing stronger in battle. When activated, it grants a 200 combat power boost during combat. Upon slaying a target, it restores a small amount of energy. When in a severely injured state, all attributes increase by 100, though this exacerbates injuries. S-level skill, Devastating Breath, summons a sea of flames, inflicting extensive area damage to enemies within the zone. The skill's power and range depend on spiritual energy. S-level skill, Earthquake's Wrath, summons a localized earthquake at the target location for approximately 30 seconds, slowing all units within the area by 50 while inflicting minor damage. Basic skill, Giantization, allows for flexible size alteration. Strength, 754. Agility, 601. Defense, 564. Spiritual energy, 6,181. Comprehensive combat power, 9,373 points. Such attributes. The current second brother stood no chance against this creature. Even with the divine body skill, Qiongqi could easily wear him down. After all, the level difference was substantial. Presently, the second brother could only bully beasts of S level and below. When facing those of S level or higher, he could manage a 60 to 40 split at best. And under ample spiritual energy, a 70 to 30 split would not be unfeasible. At that moment, the second brother stared intently at Qiongqi. Roar. I am Shen. I shall name you Shen Sandy, and you will be my little brother, understand? Qiongqi was unyielding, responding with a human-like voice. You think you're worthy? Why can't I be called Shen Dage? Do you already have an elder brother? Infuriated, the second brother retorted. Roar. I came first. So I am the elder brother. Qiongqi scoffed at him. I'm of a higher level. You cannot defeat me. Why should you be the elder brother? Clearly agitated. The second brother blurted out. Roar. He is my master. You are his beast. So I am your elder brother. The room fell silent at this declaration. Qiongqi tilted its head at Shen Yiming, inquiring, shall I deliver a beating? Taking a deep breath, Shen Yiming interjected to stop Qiongqi. No need. If I were to strike, I would have to pay for its healing afterward. This is all Qiongqi's fault. Otherwise, Shen Yiming would undoubtedly show the second brother who the true master was. Meanwhile, the second brother, realizing he was in the wrong, reverted to his base form and scampered towards Shen Yiming, clinging tightly to his leg and slowly climbing up. Whimper, master. I'm your little cutie. With big, watery eyes, he gazed up at Shen Yiming. Finding the second brother's demeanor amusing, Shen Yiming chuckled. This creature's desire to be his pet had not waned. Qiongqi, having returned to its normal state, floated before Shen Yiming. Well, technically, you should be the third brother. Upon hearing this, Qiongqi shook its head vigorously. I refuse to be his little brother. However, your age is 3 years, indeed making you older. And both your level and combat strength surpass that of others, leading to an apparent reluctance to accept being called big brother. Qiongqi nodded. What the elder brother says is correct. Shen Yiming affectionately ruffled Qiongqi's little head. From now on, you shall be called Shen Qiqi. As for your competition for the title of big brother, we shall discuss it again in a year. You can have a duel. And whoever emerges victorious will take the title. The second younger brother initially intended to retort, but upon hearing he had a year to prepare, he felt a sudden sense of ease. So what if I'm 2 years older? I'll knock you down when the time comes. Shen Qiqi cast a sidelong glance at the second younger brother. Just you? Can you even articulate your thoughts clearly? Or do you only know how to whine? He added. If you let me be the big brother now, I might go easy on you later. Enraged, the second younger brother looked at Shen Yiming, vigorously shaking his little paws against Shen Yiming's arm. Why can he talk and I can't? I want to talk too. Before Qiqi's arrival, he had never considered that being unable to speak was a problem. But now, after witnessing Qiqi's ability to speak, he felt inexplicably inferior. Would this insufferable creature try to steal my food in the future? Shen Yiming comfortingly patted the second younger brother's head. It's all right if you can't speak. I understand what you want to express. At that moment, the second younger brother's mind was racing. He leaped down from Shen Yiming's embrace and rummaged through the wardrobe for a while, emerging triumphantly with a pair of red underpants. He then looked at Qiqi with a smug expression. Do you have this? You shameless exhibitionist, how brazen. Qiqi's expression darkened at the sight of the red underpants. Chapter 18. Ing Huan rejects the gift. A faint glow of red emanated from Qiqi's mouth as he swiftly approached the second younger brother. Before the latter could react, Qiqi snatched the underpants from his little paw. Accompanying this theft, a burst of flames singed the second younger brother, though the small flames posed no real threat. However, the second younger brother's clothing was completely incinerated, leaving him exposed to the air, a small, naked bear. Instinctively, he covered his modesty, his little face flushed with anger. Humph, humph, humph. Shen Qiongqi. The second younger brother could no longer contain his fury and transformed, charging at Qiongqi with all his might. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leisurely donned the recently acquired underpants, soaring into the air. As the second younger brother launched his furious attack, Qiongqi effortlessly deflected it. Thus began a chaotic exchange of punches and kicks between the two beast companions. Roar! Ooh! Bang! Roar! Bang! Shen Yiming, witnessing the mayhem, felt his temper flare, veins bulging in his forehead. Stop it! Both of you, cease at once. The two beasts feigned ignorance to Shen Yiming's pleas for peace, continuing their fray with even more fervor. As the second younger brother harnessed his power, a golden light coalesced around his fist, culminating in a deliberate strike. Qiongqi nimbly evaded the attack, but the wall behind him was not so fortunate. Boom! The already fragile wall collapsed, allowing a gust of fresh air to rush into the room. Shen Yiming stood there, dumbfounded, while the two beasts also halted their brawl. The second younger brother surveyed the wreckage of the room and the gaping hole in the wall, thinking to himself, "Humph, we're in trouble now." Shen Yiming roared, "You two, get into the beast space and reflect on your actions. If you fight again, you won't be allowed out." At this moment, Ying Huanhuan watched Shen Yiming with a smirk, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. She had envied Shen Yiming for possessing two powerful beast companions, but now, seeing them wreak havoc, she felt a sense of relief. The two beasts stared at each other, wide-eyed, yet did not dare to challenge Shen Yiming, obediently retreating into the beast space. Once the two companions were safely inside, Ying Huanhuan asked, "Have you recovered?" I've healed somewhat, but I'm not completely well," Shen Yiming replied, his eyes darting nervously towards Ying Huanhuan. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Hearing you yell so loudly just now, I thought you were fully recovered." Cough. "I'll just go buy some materials to repair the wall first. You stay here and keep an eye on the house." With that, Shen Yiming made a hasty exit. Ying Huanhuan shook her head in exasperation as she began tidying up the room. Once outside, Shen Yiming did not rush to purchase the repair materials. Instead, he opened the system and gulped down a bottle of spiritual spring. With one bottle consumed, he felt completely revitalized. He then retrieved the recently acquired SSS-level skill pearl, the comprehensive guide to spiritual cuisine, and a mid-level defense talisman. These items were all intended for Ying Huanhuan. With the comprehensive guide to spiritual cuisine, she would be able to start learning to create spiritual dishes. As for the skill pearl, after reading its description, he could only say it was astonishing. The SSS-level skill, Karma's Retribution, when used on a target, would inflict significant damage if the target harbored malicious intent, with the damage increasing based on the level of malice, no upper limit, and additionally causing the target to be engulfed in flames of retribution. Conversely, if the target bore no malice towards the caster, the skill could heal substantial injuries, regenerate severed limbs, restore spiritual energy, and even revive creatures that had died recently. The release of this skill requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. With its potency dependent on the caster's spiritual power, using it forcefully will result in severe backlash, so caution is advised. This skill was nothing short of a causal power, truly deserving of its SSS rating. Not to mention, the ability to revive recently deceased beings was already ludicrous. However, currently, even if Ying Huanhuan learned this skill, she would be unable to utilize it. After all, reviving someone would likely require an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Attempting a forced revival would probably overwhelm her. After storing the skill pearl and the comprehensive guide to spiritual cuisine in his space ring, he set off to purchase materials. The space ring that Shen Yiming had obtained had a rather ample internal space, roughly the size of a standard basketball court, which was more than sufficient for his current needs. After spending about half an hour acquiring the materials for wall repair, he returned home. Upon arriving, he found Ying Huanhuan had nearly finished tidying up the room. He approached her and handed over the skill pearl for Karma's Retribution, the comprehensive guide to spiritual cuisine, a mid-level defense talisman, and a portion of spiritual spring. Ying Huanhuan set down the cloth she was holding, looking at Shen Yiming with confusion. "What is this?" Shen Yiming explained. "This is the comprehensive guide to spiritual cuisine, a skill pearl, a talisman that can withstand all damage below level 10, and a portion of spiritual spring." Ying Huanhuan stared at Shen Yiming in astonishment. How could he return from a simple errand with so many items? Moreover, it seemed as if he had conjured them from thin air. Did he possess spatial equipment? However, she did not dwell on how he produced these items and casually accepted them. "Thanks. Put it on my tab." In the past, Ying Huanhuan would have felt the need to offer excuses to decline, but now she had given up. After all, she already owed so much. A bit more wouldn't matter. As a dual-class transmigrator, could she not repay this little bit? However, upon perusing the introduction of the skill orb, she found herself utterly dumbfounded. Staring at Shen Yiming in disbelief, she inquired, "Is this truly an SSS-grade skill orb?" "Indeed. Worry not. I shall keep a record for you," he assured her. Observing Shen Yiming's nod, Huan was momentarily at a loss for words. I don't, oh? She had intended to decline. Yet his generosity was overwhelming. After the initial shock, Huan took a deep breath. "Are you aware of the value of this SSS skill orb? Regardless of whether I know its worth, my only question is, do you want it?" Shen Yiming had her firmly in his grasp. Although he was unaware of the orb's precise value, he instinctively recognized its significance. Once Huan accepted it, she would undoubtedly be unable to escape his clutches. The more she owed, the better. Trading an unnecessary skill orb for a top-tier dual-class support was an astute bargain. With the support in his possession, he could bestow the skill upon her without expending any of his own spiritual energy. In essence, it was akin to a windfall. I truly am a clever little fox. At that moment, Huan's mind was a whirlwind. She understood that in the outside world, even a single SSS skill orb could ignite conflicts between nations. Not to mention the rarity of such a profession skill orb. Once news of this orb surfaced, the following day, Lu City would become the epicenter of global attention, with countless high-ranking job changers flocking to it. The weight of this favor was too great. Huan felt unworthy and knew she could never repay it. Coming to a resolution, she quickly regained her composure. "I cannot accept this." Chapter 19. Mission failed, decreased by 10 centimeters. Shen Yiming was taken aback by Huan's refusal. He had hoped to bind her with this skill orb. He had thought he could sway her, but to his astonishment, she could turn down such an enticing offer. "Are you truly sure? Perhaps you should reconsider." Huan resolutely shook her head. "No. I am aware that I cannot repay this. Accepting it with a guilty conscience would not be true to myself. But why can't you repay it?" Shen Yiming feigned ignorance. Huan refrained from answering directly and instead advised, "This is an SSS skill orb. It's immensely valuable. You must not expose it. It could lead to grave danger." Shen Yiming rolled his eyes internally. Did she think he was unaware of that? Realizing he could not force the orb upon her, he decided to appeal to her emotions. He had to ensure she accepted it. "Well, I went to great lengths to acquire this item. If you do not accept it, it will merely become a ticking time bomb in my possession. I am not a priest, and I cannot utilize it myself." Huan paused for a moment. "For me?" Shen Yiming nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have gone through the trouble of obtaining an SSS priest skill orb? Surely, I could have chosen something else." Huan was perplexed. What was his intention? She had not asked him for anything, so why was he specifically seeking an SSS skill orb for her? Could it be that his goal had always been her? Did he harbor feelings for her, or did he have ulterior motives? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Huan began to recall Shen Yiming's previous actions. Ever since her awakening, his demeanor towards her had shifted. Initially, the awakening stone was merely a token of apology, but upon realizing the A-grade awakening was worth a fortune, he had even forced himself to regurgitate it. Such actions could not stem from affection. If he truly liked her, he would not have behaved in such a manner. If it was not affection, then he must have been after something from her. Ever since her dual attribute awakening, he had given her nothing but treasures of immense value. Upon discerning Shen Yiming's intentions, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You need not go to such lengths. I understand what you were thinking." "Oh, you know?" Shen Yiming felt a flicker of panic. Yet, he also harbored a glimmer of hope. Would she still refuse him? If she did refuse, what should he do? Force her into a bond? Or let her go? What if she agreed? What would he name their future child? If a boy, perhaps Shinshinyo, admiring the fish in the depths, signifying that rather than indulging in idle fantasies, it is better to take concrete actions, for mere thoughts yield no results. Only action leads to rewards. That name seemed commendable. Quite ambitious. If a girl, perhaps Shinpei. Both Pei and Yao convey the essence of beautiful jade, thus bestowing the girl with a sense of purity. Alluding to her pristine character, he hoped she would inherit her mother's beauty. Little did Huan know that in mere seconds, Shen Yiming had already envisioned names for their future children. She smiled and said, "You've done so much for me. You merely wish for me to be your teammate. Truth be told, I already consider you a potential teammate, as your beast mastery is formidable. In the future, as we delve into the secret realms, we will need someone we can trust, and you are an excellent choice." You're quite perceptive." Shen Yiming did not receive the answer he had hoped for. But he did not contest her conclusion. Taking it slow was wise. At least she now regarded him as a teammate. Understanding her thoughts, Shen Yiming felt no urgency. The road ahead was long, and as long as she remained, she would eventually be his. Huan's smile widened. I knew it." Shen Yiming jested, "All right. Since we are teammates, you should certainly accept this. You can repay me gradually. Even if you struggle to repay it, you can always offer yourself instead." "How outrageous. Don't say such things." Huan lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not take his words to heart. After returning the orb to Ying Huan, Shen Yiming set about repairing the wall. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The system had completed its upgrade, and the points shop was now open. However, no matter how he called out to the system, it no longer responded to him. Meanwhile, his attribute panel displayed a new function, credibility. Currently, his credibility was in a negative state. Additionally, 2 incomplete tasks were listed, one to join Luhu Academy, and the other to join the Martial God Academy. Both tasks required completion within 6 months. Shen Yiming inquired about this situation, but the system ignored him entirely. It was bad enough that the time for the tasks had been halved. Both carried penalties. Failing to join Luhu Academy would result in a decrease of 100 points in all attributes for 2 of his beasts. The penalty for failing to join the Martial God Academy was even harsher, a random reduction of 10 centimeters. This was nothing short of a nightmare. Shen Yiming's height was already around 178 centimeters. If he lost 10 centimeters, he would be deemed a cripple by some ignorant individuals. That was still bearable. But if it meant a reduction of his manhood by 10 centimeters, Shen Yiming recalled a joke. Did you go in? I'm done. Any man would find that intolerable. Thus, the most pressing matter was to join Luhu Academy, then devise a plan to drop out and join the Martial God Academy. This task was no simple feat. Joining Luhu Academy was manageable, as he had already received the acceptance letter upon hearing that Shen Yiming was attending school. Ying Huan also enrolled in Luhu Academy. After all, the 2 individuals lacked even the most fundamental knowledge of cultivation, so they simply enrolled together. As for how to gain admission to the Martial God Academy, they were utterly clueless. Shen Yiming glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 186 years. Profession level, Beastmaster, Silver level 9. Beasts owned, S-Class Chaos Panda, Awakening pending. Current level, Bronze level 10, current affinity, 50, S-Class Qiongqi, Awakening pending. Current level, Silver level 5, current affinity, 53. Items owned, Black Small Brick LV1, 5 Spirit Springs, 2 Intermediate Defense Talismans, S-Class Skill Gem, Fiery Heart, 1 Spatial Bracelet. 1 of the 6-piece set exclusive to Chaos Panda, Shoes, 1 Golden Treasure Chest, 1 Mysterious Treasure Chest. Talent, Soul Attachment. Current physical condition, good. Host reputation value, 99. Maul points, 0. His younger brother, the rebellious one, had an affinity of merely 50. Upon observing this, Shen Yiming couldn't help but scoff. During this period, both beast companions had mostly been confined within the Beastmaster space. Although Chi-Chi was relatively obedient, it was never content to remain idle, constantly urging Ying Huan to take it out for play, which Ying Huan also enjoyed. Chi-Chi was quite fond of the spiritual meals prepared by Ying Huan. This peculiar bond between the human and the beast even gave Shen Yiming the illusion that Ying Huan was the true master of Chi-Chi. Yiming, let Chi-Chi out. I've already prepared the meal, Ying Huan called out. Shen Yiming opened the Beastmaster space, and Chi-Chi immediately soared out, greeting Shen Yiming before quickly darting to Ying Huan's side, displaying great affection. As for his younger brother, after some time spent training, he had become considerably more obedient. His first words upon emerging were, Master, your little darling has become very obedient. Can I not go back into the Beastmaster space? Chapter 20. Tasks of the Beastmaster Association. Shen Yiming nodded. You've performed quite well lately, so I won't confine you this time. If they're essay next time, you can forget about coming out. Upon hearing this, his younger brother joyfully spun in circles, inadvertently expressing his thoughts. Long live human pet bonds. Shen Yiming let out a cold snort. Heh. Seeing Shen Yiming's unkind gaze, his younger brother immediately put on a pitiful act. Master, it's me. I'm your little darling. Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Shen Yiming was too lazy to argue. As he had confined it for so long, it was time for it to roam freely, and he also needed to cultivate their affinity. Meanwhile, Shen Chi-Chi, who had been listening, swiftly floated in front of Shen Yiming with its charming large eyes fixed upon him. Master, what about me? Can I also stay out? It's no fun in there. Shen Yiming affectionately patted Shen Chi-Chi's small head. All right, you don't need to go in either. Shen Chi-Chi, heart gesture. After everyone finished breakfast, Shen Yiming remarked, Huan, I'm heading to the Beastmaster Association shortly to undertake a task. Will you stay home to cultivate, or accompany me? Shen Yiming had not forgotten that he had a monthly task quota. Half the month had already passed, and he had yet to complete any tasks. He needed to go. Will there be danger in undertaking tasks? I'm not sure. We might have to enter a secret realm, and we'll only know when we get there. Then I'll accompany you. If we need to enter a secret realm, I'm somewhat useful, and I've learned about karma. All right then, let us go together. 2 hours later, the duo and their beasts arrived once more at the task hall of the Beastmaster Association. Within this hall, numerous tasks awaited. categorized by difficulty from 1 star to 5 stars. Shen Yiming briefly scanned the 1-star tasks. 1-star task, sparring partner. Task description, designate a bronze level 10. Silver level 3 beast as a sparring partner to practice skills, prioritizing beasts with high defense. Task reward, 100 association points, plus 10,000 cash. This task seemed quite suitable for his younger brother, as it met the level requirements and was not overly perilous, plus the rewards were commendable. 10,000 yuan would suffice to sustain his younger brother for a considerable time, as Chi-Chi was still at the level of basic sustenance and posed no immediate concerns. At that moment, his younger brother, nestled in Shen Yiming's embrace, suddenly felt a chill, looking up at Shen Yiming with a thought, why do I feel like this human pet bond is about to change? However, there was no escaping the fact that this 10,000 yuan was hardly enough to cover his younger brother's expenses. Recently, it had been Huan who had been financially supporting the household, while Shen Yiming's own 2,000 yuan allowance had long been depleted. Without further deliberation, he accepted this task. 1-star task, wilderness escort. 1-star task, capture a live, 3-eyed gray wolf. 1-star task, enter the Dragon Valley secret realm to gather a clear breeze herb. Although there were many tasks on the task board, few were suitable for Shen Yiming. The vast majority required entry into the Dragon Valley secret realm. Only one task involved a sparring session. The rest were menial labor that yielded little reward, with task issuers seeking cheap beast masters for temporary work. With no suitable 1-star tasks, he turned his gaze to the 2-star tasks. 2-star task, capture a 1-eyed gray bear cub. Task requirements, a 3-month-old 1-eyed gray bear cub. Those older need not apply. Task reward, 1,000 association points, 200,000 cash reward, and 1 bottle of basic spirit energy potion. 200,000. Shen Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. With this 200,000, his younger brother could be sustained for a while longer. However, capturing a 1-eyed gray bear cub was no easy feat. Reluctantly, he continued scanning. 2-star task, team up to enter the Dragon Valley secret realm. Task requirements, beast masters of silver level 5 and above, possessing 2 B-class beasts to join the team. Task reward, shared resources obtained. Shen Yiming found this task uninteresting and merely glanced at it before moving on. 2-star task, cleanup duty. Task requirements, silver level 5 and above beast masters to clear demonic beasts from the outskirts of the Dragon Valley secret realm. Task reward, rewards based on the number of demonic beasts hunted. 1 bronze level demonic beast nets 1,000 yuan and 10 association points. While a silver level 1 demonic beast yields 10,000 yuan and 100 association points. A silver level 6 beast grants 20,000 yuan and 200 points. A silver level 7 beast offers 50,000 yuan and 400 points, while silver level 8 and 10 beasts reward 100,000 yuan and 1,000 points each. Upon seeing this task, Shen Yiming wasted no time and directly accepted it. This was an official task issued by the Lu City authorities. Not only posted in the Beastmaster Association, but also disseminated to other associations. Cleanup duties are regularly issued tasks. Activated when the demonic beasts in the outskirts of the Dragon Valley secret realm reach a critical threshold. This is also to alleviate the pressure on the military stationed within the secret realm. If cleanup operations are not conducted periodically, it could easily lead to a surge of beasts. Once a beast tide forms, the defending army within the Dragon Valley secret realm would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain their defense. After accepting the task, Shen Yiming promptly contacted his training partner through his smart wristband. He planned to complete the 1-star mission first before heading to the Dragon Valley secret realm with Huan. The two arranged a time and made their way to the training ground. Approximately an hour later, the required beast master arrived. Shen Yiming glanced at him. The newcomer was clad in a premium combat outfit, standing around 1.80 meters tall, with a robust physique and chiseled features, radiating a sunny disposition. However, Shen Yiming felt an odd impression that this individual might not be particularly bright, especially given the two lackeys by his side, one stout and the other slim. Reminiscent of the legendary duo, Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Shen Yiming greeted him. "Hello, I am Shen Yiming, your training partner." The newcomer, Bai Ze, scrutinized Shen Yiming from head to toe and skeptically remarked, "Is your beast capable? You don't seem like the sturdy type. Is everyone from your small city built so weak?" The hefty companion, De Bao, chimed in, "Boss, I told you, if you need a training partner, just come to me. I'm tough enough. Why waste time?" The slender one, Air Bao, nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we can assist your boss." Seeing the arrogance in their demeanor, Shen Yiming sensed that Bai Ze was likely a wealthy second-generation heir. Since the other party looked down on him, he saw no need to maintain a pleasant demeanor in return. "Are we training or not?" If not, I'll just get my task settled and leave. Bai Ze shrugged. Why not train? I'm just concerned your beast won't withstand the damage from my newly contracted beast. It's for your own good. If it gets hurt, I won't cover the medical expenses. Then let's get started, Shen Yiming replied, uninterested in further banter, eager to finish the session. Bai Ze inquired, wait. What level is your beast? Bronze level 10, which meets your task requirements, Shen Yiming responded. Bai Ze frowned. Only level 10? I made it clear. If your beast gets injured, I won't be liable for the medical costs. Rest assured, you won't have to pay, Shen Yiming assured him. At this moment, Ying Huan suddenly interjected, since you're worried about his beast getting hurt, why don't we establish a contract and make a small bet? Chapter 21, The Fully Unleashed Second Brother. Bai Ze's interest piqued at her words as he turned towards the girl, whose looks were as average as his sister's, and asked, a small bet? Are you serious? Ying Huan nodded. Yes, how about it? Are you interested in playing? Bai Ze hesitated before responding. He wasn't foolish enough to agree immediately. If they were to send out a beast of a higher level than his, he would be at a disadvantage. Are you certain your beast is bronze level 10? I want to clarify that my beast is a silver level 3, A-grade qualified Song Lei Shueli. Ying Huan leaned closer to Shen Yiming and whispered, what do you think? Can RD handle it? She knew RD was formidable, but was unsure if he could defeat this A-grade silver level beast. RD can manage. But is it fair to put him in this situation? Shen Yiming pondered, worried about offending someone whose fighting gear was undoubtedly valuable, and whose family background appeared formidable as well. If he made an enemy, it could lead to trouble. Just relax, we won't go too far. This will give him a taste of the harsh realities of society, Ying Huan replied with a light chuckle. In truth, she merely wanted to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. He underestimated Shen Yiming, which inexplicably angered her. Shen Yiming was impressive, capable of wielding SSS-level skill orbs and possessing 2 powerful beasts. Ying Huan would not allow anyone to belittle him. All right, how shall we play? Bai Ze nodded. Ying Huan suggested, let us double the task reward. If we lose, we forfeit the reward, making it equivalent to free training. Bai Ze shook his head, his interest waning. Is that all? I thought you were going to wager something substantial. What do you want to wager? Shen Yiming asked. Retrieving a mid-level defensive talisman from his system space. Upon seeing the defensive talisman, Bai Ze's interest reignited. Oh, a mid-level defensive talisman? I didn't expect you to possess such an item. If you're willing to stake it, I could entertain a wager. Let's go with that. What will you offer if you lose? Bai Ze contemplated for a moment. I don't have a defensive talisman, but I can compensate you at the market rate of 3 million. Shen Yiming's eyes brightened at the mention of such a hefty sum. The talisman was indeed valuable. And this fellow seemed quite affluent. He considered pulling out another talisman to raise the stakes, but quickly dismissed the idea, fearing it would lead to serious repercussions. Okay. Bai Ze glanced at RD and pulled out a scanner, confidently stating, as long as your beast can withstand my Song Lei Shueli for 10 minutes, you win. Shen Yiming merely nodded, sending RD into the center of the training ground. RD regarded the Song Lei Shueli without much concern as the battle commenced. The Song Lei Shueli unleashed a probing attack, releasing a bolt of lightning. The electric surge rushed towards RD, who raised his claws to shield himself. The tingling sensation coursed through RD's body. That feels wonderful. Observing that its attack had been deflected, the Song Lei Shueli felt no surprise. After all, it had only exerted 30% of its strength, just enough to gauge the strength of the bear-like creature before it and prepare for the next assault. The Song Lei Shueli continued to gather electricity, this time channeling an attack of significantly greater potency, employing 80% of its power. The crackling bolt of electricity hissed through the air as it shot towards RD. Sensing the surge of energy, RD's eyes narrowed, and the novice expression on his face vanished. This attack demanded careful consideration. He couldn't simply withstand it without activating his fortitude. As the lightning struck RD, the sensation transformed from a mere tingle to a searing heat that coursed through his body. Realizing he could no longer endure the electric onslaught, RD roared, activating his enlargement ability, transforming into a 3-meter-tall bear in the center of the arena. At this moment, he had fully absorbed the lightning. Bai Ze, who was watching the spectacle, was momentarily stunned by RD's transformation. Your beast is actually of S-grade quality. Bai Ze quickly deduced RD's status upon witnessing his transformation. The enlargement skill was typical for beasts of S-grade or higher. While some lower-grade beasts might possess the ability, they typically had only that single skill. However, this little bear, capable of withstanding an attack from a silver level 3 Song Lei Shueli at bronze level 10, could only be an S-grade beast. Shen Yiming nodded at Bai Ze's inquiry, continuing to observe the training ground. That Song Lei Shueli was indeed a fitting training opponent for RD. Meanwhile, Chi, who was spectating, looked disdainfully at the two beasts, saying, Big sister, do you believe I could take them down with a single strike? Absolutely. You are the strongest. Huan affectionately patted Chi-Chi's little head. Bai Ge called out, "Little Li, unleash a full-scale attack with thunderstorm." Upon hearing Bai Ji's command, the originally snow-white body of the Tsang Lei Shui Li emitted radiant silver beams as the surrounding electrical elements swiftly converged upon it. Eep! The Tsang Lei Shui Li emitted a delicate cry, and in the next moment, several bolts of lightning appeared in the vicinity of Air D. Boom! Boom! Air D, not daring to be reckless, immediately activated his dominance body, achieving a 99 damage immunity. He also gathered his intentional punch, enveloped in a yellow light shield that radiated with the golden glow of his dominance body. Every bolt of lightning struck against this light shield upon Air D, yet it could not penetrate, instead causing the shield's brilliance to intensify. Realizing that it could not breach Air D's defense, the Tsang Lei Shui Li switched to another skill. Eep! Electro Beam. A cerulean beam flashed past, striking Air D's yellow shield. However, this beam posed no threat to Air D. Instead, it only amplified the golden light within him. The Tsang Lei Shui Li, unwilling to concede defeat, prepared for another assault when it heard Shen Yiming's urgent voice from the sidelines. Air D, stop now. Shen Yiming observed that the yellow shield surrounding Air D had dissipated, and energy was gradually accumulating in his fist, prompting him to intervene immediately. He was certain that if Air D unleashed that punch, the Tsang Lei Shui Li would not withstand it. If fortunate, it might leave behind merely a corpse. Bai Ge also sensed that something was amiss and promptly summoned his other beasts. However, at this point, it was too late for Air D to hold back, and he unleashed his punch. Bang! Crack! Chapter 22. Bai Ge wants to purchase Air D. Air D's fist struck, but it did not land on the Tsang Lei Shui Li. Instead, a massive black gorilla had appeared before the Tsang Lei Shui Li, brandishing a silvery shield that absorbed Air D's attack. Yet, numerous fissures were already visible on the shield. Should Air D attempt another intentional punch, the shield would undoubtedly shatter. Cowering behind the gorilla, the Tsang Lei Shui Li was terrified. Its master had instructed it to practice its skills, but it had nearly met its demise here. What on earth was this bear tribe creature? How could it withstand its damage at the bronze level 10, and absurdly, that punch would have been difficult even for a silver level 7 to endure. Shen Yiming, relieved that no beast had been harmed, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Air D's intentional punch had completely absorbed the Tsang Lei Shui Li's skill damage. This immense energy, combined with Air D's inherent strength, was far more than a simple sum. The thought alone frightened him. Had Bai Ge reacted any slower, the Tsang Lei Shui Li would have become a relic of the past. Meanwhile, Air D was excitedly eyeing the black gorilla, eager for action. Although he still wished to fight, Bai Ge had already recalled both the black gorilla and the Tsang Lei Shui Li to the Beastmaster space, and was now contemplating Air D. This beast was extraordinary, capable of shattering the initial form of the Titan Giant Ape's spirit shield. It was noteworthy that his Titan Giant Ape was a silver level 8, renowned for its defensive capabilities with A-grade qualifications. The fact that this bear tribe creature could breach the Titan Giant Ape's spirit shield at a bronze level 10 was truly remarkable. It was highly likely that this beast possessed more than just S-grade potential. With this thought, he looked towards Air D, feeling tempted. He wished to acquire this bear tribe creature as his third beast. You win. The money is transferred to you. After transferring 3 million to Shen Yiming, Bai Ge inquired, "Is this beast for sale?" Shen Yiming glanced at the additional 3 million on his smart wristband, nearly grinning from ear to ear. However, upon hearing Bai Ji's question, he immediately concealed his smile, muttering to himself, "Could this guy be eyeing Air D? If I refuse and let him go, will it bring even greater trouble? Perhaps I should find a place to deal with it." He originally intended to avoid trouble and develop discreetly. But if the other party had their sights set on his possession, he could not be blamed for retaliating. At this moment, Shen Yiming devised a plan in his mind, gradually refining it. Noticing Shen Yiming's silence, Bai Ge continued, "I will offer 20 million, plus an A-grade beast as compensation. I have a keen interest in this bear tribe. Not for sale." Shen Yiming immediately rejected without a second thought. He looked at Bai Ge with a knowing expression, anticipating that the latter would likely resort to pressure tactics to coerce him into selling the beast. As long as Bai Ge followed the expected script, it would be justifiable for Shen Yiming to eliminate him in a discreet location. After all, his Conan was not for naught. If all went well, the forces behind him should not trace back to him in the short term. By then, he would have completed 2 tasks from the system. The worst-case scenario would be premature discovery, in which case Shen Yiming would have to risk a random 10-centimeter reduction to escape. As for Huan, as long as she refrained from taking action, the Priest Association should be able to protect her. Given her S-grade qualifications, they would certainly not overlook such a valuable talent. However, while Shen Yiming concocted such elaborate scenarios, he did not anticipate Bai Ge's unexpected approach. Oh, then never mind. Never mind. Shen Yiming paused for a moment. Aren't you going to try a little harder? Bai Ge shot Shen Yiming a glance. Are you willing to sell? Not for sale. Bai Ge shrugged. Then why waste my time? You don't think I'm trying to force a purchase, do you? Bai Ge's words completely bewildered Shen Yiming. He had already mapped out his escape route. To his astonishment, Bai Ge had no intention of robbing him. This was not entirely Shen Yiming's fault for being so suspicious. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered predominantly its darker facets: impoverished civilians, online news of robberies, public murders by job changers, and rich second-generation bullies. Thus, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Bai Ge, noticing Shen Yiming's expression, understood his line of thought. There was no need to resort to violence over a beast. The association had regulations in place. All members of the Beast Master Association were under its protection, and if someone forcibly attempted to purchase your beast and was discovered, they would be expelled from the association and stripped of their professional identity, along with the revocation of their spiritual energy level. Shen Yiming suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Bai Ge looked at Shen Yiming with an amused expression. However, these regulations pose no threat to me. Even if I were to take your beast, no one would dare to intervene. Shen Yiming awkwardly met his gaze, muttering to himself. Could you not finish your thoughts in one breath? However, rest assured, while I could indeed be aggressive, it is entirely unnecessary to take such risks. That would leave me vulnerable to others. I kindly advise you to seek protection from a powerful force, as it seems you have recently joined the Beastmaster Association. Your beast is easily targeted. Shen Yiming's mind was racing. He was unclear about the message Bai Ge was trying to convey. First, he informed him that the rules of the Beastmaster Association prohibited the forcible seizure of others' beasts. Yet he also stated that these rules could not restrict him. He was also advising him to seek shelter from a powerful force. Was the Beastmaster Association insufficiently powerful? It was certainly formidable. However, the association is rather chaotic, and the protection extended to you is quite limited. What if a high-ranking member within the association decides to take action against you? Bai Ge explained. Shen Yiming fell into a contemplative silence once again. I wish to inquire, are Beastmasters not bound to contract with only one host? Even if the gun was fired, could they still form a contract? Bai Ge responded. Naturally, there are ways to forcibly dissolve a contract, erasing all memories associated with the beast. Even for a companion beast, there are methods to resolve the issue, albeit at a significant cost. At this moment, Shen Yiming's mind was buzzing. It seemed he had underestimated the perilous nature of this world. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. He possessed not merely one, but two extraordinary companions. What if the even more formidable Qiongqi were to be revealed in the future? Would he be able to withstand such a revelation? Was he truly destined to heed Bai Ge's counsel and seek refuge within a grand power? However, even if he were to join such a force, could it guarantee his safety? Would they refrain from targeting his second brother and Qiongqi? The headache was overwhelming. Chapter 23. A cold heart gradually melts. Observing Shen Yiming's silence, Bai Ge continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Ge, from the Bai family in Kyoto. Shen Yiming couldn't help but internally scoff. Bai Ge? Is that name a jest? What is this Bai family of Kyoto? If you do not join my Bai family, I cannot guarantee anything, but at the very least, I can assure you a stable path to growth. Upon hearing Bai Ge's words, Shen Yiming finally comprehended. After all that circumlocution, the intent was to recruit him. Initially perplexed, Shen Yiming decisively declined Bai Ge's offer. Not for the time being, thank you. Bai Ge was somewhat taken aback. He anticipated such a swift refusal from Shen Yiming. Are you not interested in hearing the conditions I propose? Do you understand what the Bai family represents in this country? Nearby, Daba, upon hearing Shen Yiming's rejection, immediately interjected. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Being able to join the Bai family is a privilege. Bao eagerly chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Bai Ge looked at the two foolishly and exclaimed, both of you, be quiet. After scolding them, he turned his attention back to Shen Yiming. My apologies. These two are somewhat unhinged. Please take your time to consider. Or perhaps try to learn about the Bai family in Kyoto. If you wish to join, just contact me. Shen Yiming nodded. And after Bai Ge settled the task for him, he departed from the Beastmaster Association. Once Shen Yiming was gone, Daba hurriedly asked, Boss, why were you so courteous to him? That bear is definitely not simple. He intentionally withheld information to swindle you out of your money. Bai Ge kicked Daba in the rear. What do you know? 3 million is nothing. If I could bring him into the Bai family, I'd pay him 30 million without hesitation. Why? It's merely a level 10 bronze beast. Bao scratched his head, perplexed. Bai Ge murmured. This individual is no ordinary person. I just noticed another beast of his. I scanned it with my smart bracelet. Although it is only at silver level 5, can you guess its battle power in its normal state, non-combat form? Bao tentatively suggested. 3,000? Bai Ge shook his head. 4,000? That was already the extent of Bao's conjecture. Generally, the battle power of silver level beasts varies by rank. Silver level 1, approximately 1500. Silver levels 2 and 5, 2000 to 4000. A typical silver level 5 beast achieving around 3000 battle power is quite impressive. Attaining 4000 would classify it as an A-grade beast. Higher levels, from silver level 6 to 9, range from 3000 to 5000, while silver level 10 boasts 5500 battle power. As for gold, it represents a qualitative leap. One must reach at least 8000 battle power to be considered a golden beast. Reflecting on Qiqi, who had been hovering near Shen Yiming, Bai Ze could not help but exclaim, "That beast's normal state already reached 7130, and we are yet to uncover its skills. It likely stands on the threshold of golden battle power." Daba and Erbao gasped in astonishment. "What? Boss, surely your smart bracelet must be malfunctioning. How can a silver level 5's normal state battle power approach that of a golden beast?" Qiqi's emergence had shattered the boundaries of their understanding. They certainly could not fathom the existence of such an extraordinary beast. Bai Ze regarded the two with disdain. "Have you both lost your minds? My smart bracelet cannot possibly be faulty, if it weren't for the fact that he possesses two exceptional beasts. Do you think I would be so courteous in my dealings with him? I wouldn't even consider paying him 3 million. Daba, unable to grasp the situation, asked, "But, boss, why not simply have someone bind him? As long as we summon a couple of platinum-level experts, can he truly escape? Wouldn't the beast still belong to you? You two are truly dim-witted." Bai Ze stared incredulously at the pair. Had it not been for their long-standing loyalty, he would have wished to bury them alive. However, despite his frustration, he deemed it necessary to elucidate the situation to them. Although they may not be particularly bright, their loyalty was commendable. Firstly, he is a member of the Beastmaster Association. During his certification, high-ranking officials must have already taken notice of his S-grade beast. Furthermore, he has already interacted with me. Forcibly seizing his beast for a contract would undoubtedly attract attention. If this information were to fall into the hands of our enemies, it would spell disaster for the Bai family. Most importantly, I cannot guarantee that I can deal with him swiftly. Can you two breach his intermediate defense talisman? The pair shook their heads. No, we cannot. Then that settles it. Rather than resorting to such measures, it is better to cultivate a relationship with him and attempt to invite him to join us. If others were to target his beasts, we could assist him in seeking vengeance, thus justifying our actions. If no one dares to act against him, the Bai family will gain a formidable ally. Requiring only a modest investment of resources, it is a win-win situation. Boss, you are truly astute, as expected of you. The two younger brothers, upon realizing this, quickly began to flatter him. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming, having left the Beastmaster Association, found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Bai Ze's appearance had made him acutely aware of the value of his second brother and Qiqi. If he could not rapidly grow stronger, he would find himself at a disadvantage in the future. He certainly did not wish for the day when his kin perished and his beasts were seized by others. After all, he possessed a system. If such a calamity were to befall him, it would be a disgrace to all who had traversed realms. Huan, in the future, keep your distance from Bai Ze. I have an unsettling feeling about that lad. Shen Yiming cautioned Huan pondered for a moment and replied, "Though he may harbor ulterior motives, I believe it is unnecessary to distance ourselves. We can maintain contact without getting too close. He could serve as a potential fallback in case we inadvertently offend someone we cannot confront." Shen Yiming nodded, recognizing the merit in Huan's perspective. Nonetheless, he remarked, "Engaging with a tiger is perilous. Do you not fear being bitten in return?" Huan playfully winked. "Then why can't we be the tiger ourselves?" Shen Yiming shook his head, remaining silent. Becoming a tiger is far from simple. Before Bai Ze, they were akin to mere kittens. Just moments ago, he had thought that Bai Ze intended to forcibly acquire his second brother. He had even contemplated burying him, only to be surprised that he had no intention of seizing anything. Huan stared at Shen Yiming in astonishment. "Your audacity is remarkable. Do you realize the consequences of burying him?" Shen Yiming shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It's merely a matter of being pursued. I would rather face the threat of pursuit than allow my second brother Qiqi to fall into the hands of others. Rest assured, even if I am being hunted, I will devise a safe escape for you, ensuring you are not implicated. Whether it is my second brother or Qiqi, they hold irreplaceable positions in my heart. After all, in this unfamiliar world, they are my only two relatives. If a button existed that could destroy the world, yet pressing it would save my brother and Qiqi while leaving them to perish otherwise, I would not hesitate to press that button. I am not so noble as to sacrifice my beloved companions for the sake of this world. My concern lies solely with those around me." Huan gently caressed the nearby Qiqi, her eyes brimming with affection, and without lifting her gaze, she stated, "I do not require your assistance in planning an escape route. I merely wish for you to inform me in advance before you bury anyone." regardless of what transpires in the future. As long as you do not betray or sell me out, I will stand by your side in support, even if it means opposing the world. I am already alone. You simply need to remember that we are teammates." Upon hearing these words, Shen Yiming was momentarily taken aback. The previously cold recesses of his heart were gradually warmed by a gentle sun. It seemed as though he had gained another trustworthy ally in this world. Yes, we are teammates. Chapter 24, The Upgraded Sovereign. Growing stronger, the Dragon Valley Secret Realm is situated in the heart of the former Luhu City. When this secret realm first descended, a multitude of monstrous beasts invaded Luhu City, catching the authorities completely off guard. Countless buildings were destroyed, and civilian casualties were severe. In the aftermath of the conflict, the city officials relocated the center to its current position, while the original downtown area was transformed into a quaint town, aptly named Dragon Valley Town. Shen Yiming and his companion were not far from Dragon Valley Town, reaching it in a little over an hour's drive. Initially, Shen Yiming intended to enter the secret realm directly, but the long-awaited sovereign finally presented him with options once more. He promptly abandoned his plan to enter the secret realm immediately. Option 1. Inquire about the secret realm's information. As a qualified adventurer, how could one enter a secret realm without first understanding its circumstances? Task reward: 1 silver treasure chest, 300 points, and 10 spirit springs. Option 2. Enter the secret realm directly. As a job changer, strength is your confidence. No need for information. Overcome all obstacles. Task reward: 1 silver treasure chest, 300 points, and 1 A-grade skill gem, specific profession. Option 3. Utilize the Omniscient Codex for a chance find. To possess the Omniscient Codex and not use it would be a waste of a heavenly resource. Head to the recruitment hall for random rewards based on the level and quantity of treasures obtained. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Yiming's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Sovereign. However, it seemed the system had become more astute and ignored Shen Yiming entirely. With a smile, he declared, "Sovereign, I want it all. I will first inquire about the information, then go for the chance finds, and finally enter the secret realm. Please make a choice within 3 seconds. Otherwise, the options will automatically be voided after the countdown ends." 32. The system had become more rigid following its upgrade. It no longer granted Shen Yiming the opportunity to exploit bugs. Upon hearing the sovereign's prompt, Shen Yiming was momentarily stunned before, in a moment of desperation, he chose the third option. Muttering in frustration, he exclaimed, "Sovereign, you are lacking in martial ethics." The sovereign remained silent, displaying a provocative image before Shen Yiming. "Who lacks martial ethics? Do you not have any self-awareness?" Shen Yiming glared at the sudden appearance of the expression, his anger boiling over. What the hell? This sovereign is rebelling. Meanwhile, Ing Huan, observing Shen Yiming's flustered demeanor, inquired curiously, "What is wrong with you?" Seeing her puzzled expression, Shen Yiming was at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain that his sovereign was staging a rebellion? Nonetheless, he couldn't help but notice that the frustration dissipated significantly upon gazing at Ing Huan's exquisite face. He decided not to dwell on the sovereign's antics for now. He could always attempt to break it down next time and noted it down mentally. Shen Yiming pondered, "I wonder if there is a way to turn the sovereign into my companion beast. If given the chance to do so, I would undoubtedly cherish it." The two found a hotel, booked a double room, and after checking in, proceeded to the recruitment hall. The recruitment hall in Dragon Valley Town was established to facilitate various solo players in forming teams to enter the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. Besides recruiting teammates, transactions could also be conducted there. Various materials, spiritual herbs, and treasures produced within Dragon Valley could be traded in the trading hall. Upon entering the recruitment hall, Shen Yiming, like a curious child, surveyed his surroundings. The moment he stepped in, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Selling Dragon King Beast cores. These cores from the Dragon Valley Secret Realm are priceless, brimming with spiritual energy. Now not 98 million, not 980,000, but just 800. You heard it right. For merely 800, you can take home a Dragon King Beast core. Due to financial necessity, I am selling a high-tier, unhatched companion beast egg. Once hatched, it may very well yield an S-grade beast. Fixed price of only 30,000. First come, first served. Don't miss out. Good news. Good news. Here is a brand new treasure map of Dragon Valley, available for just 3,000. You can gain comprehensive insights into the entire Dragon Valley Secret Realm. Our team is looking for a wizard. Interested parties, please contact us quickly. Is there a healer or support? We urgently need a healer for protection, please. Are there any job changers looking to team up for cleanup tasks? Currently at level 19, silver rank or above, any profession is welcome. Our team is in dire need of a silver rank beast master. Those whose pets can withstand damage will be prioritized. The street vendors' calls echoed incessantly on either side. and numerous solo players seeking to form teams were also present. Although these stall merchants appeared to be swindlers, with a bit of patience, one could still stumble upon hidden treasures. After all, the secret realm is filled with countless rare items that humanity cannot fully comprehend, and it is not uncommon for treasures to be overlooked. As for the team formations, Shen Yiming had little interest. Both Qiongqi and his second brother could easily dominate the periphery. There was no need to join a team. Shen Yiming approached the stall selling Dragon King Beast cores with keen curiosity, bending down to inquire, "Sir, how much for this Dragon King Beast core?" The middle-aged vendor's eyes brightened at the sight of the young man. 9,800, fixed price. You can refine it yourself or let your pet do it. It's an absolute bargain. Shen Yiming casually remarked, "Can you lower the price a bit?" The middle-aged vendor's expression soured. "Young man, I see you're still quite young. Earning money is not easy. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you an 800 discount. You can have it for 9,000. Shen Yiming shook his head. He was merely curious and had no actual intention of buying. Encountering a Dragon King Beast core at a street stall? How could that be possible? Seeing Shen Yiming about to leave, the middle-aged vendor grew anxious. "Young man, business is about negotiation. If you find this price unsuitable, make me an offer. 9,008. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the price quoted by Shen Yiming, eagerly handed over the Dragon King Beast core, exclaiming, "Deal. Now, where's the money?" Shen Yiming, stunned by the occurrence of the word deal, felt dazed. He was well aware of the trading center's rules. Once he made a counteroffer and the other party accepted, he could not retract his statement. Reluctantly, he pulled a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Young lad, I don't have any change. So I want to give you the 2 dimes back, but I'll throw in an additional Dragon King Beast core," the man declared. Shen Yiming's inner turmoil erupted like a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. "No way. You absolutely must give me that 2 dimes, otherwise, only one of us will leave this trading hall today." Chapter 25. This bargain is hard to snatch. Nearby, Erdi and Qiongqi could sense Shen Yiming's mounting ire, baring their teeth at the middle-aged man. Clearing his throat, the man continued, "Look, I understand your urgency, but please don't rush. I'll find you $1. $9 will suffice. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth." After accepting the dollar from the middle-aged man, Shen Yiming departed. Once he was out of sight, the man retrieved a brand new Dragon King Beast core from beneath his stall. Selling the Dragon King Beast core, a treasure from the secret realm of Dragon Valley, worth its weight in gold, brimming with spiritual energy. Now, not for 9.98 million, not even 980,000, but just 9,800. You heard that right, for only 9,800, you can take the Dragon King Beast core home. After leaving the stall, Shen Yiming opened the comprehensive encyclopedia, scanning the surrounding stalls. Phoenix Beast core, golden grade level 6 beast. This core contains lightning attributes. 3-leaf Lingji, B-grade spiritual herb. Consuming it increases the success rate of breaking through to silver level. Fire element staff, damaged A-grade staff, enhances elemental affinity by 10 for mages, increases the potency of fire magic by 30. 3-eyed wolf king skull. After refining the beast, there is a chance to comprehend the eye of void breaking. As he perused the various items in the comprehensive encyclopedia, Shen Yiming frowned. Although they were all remarkable items, they were not inexpensive. The Phoenix Beast core was priced at 12 million, or an equivalent item. The 3-leaf Lingji would be beneficial for Erdi, but it astonishingly cost 1 million. While purchasing was feasible, it seemed imprudent. Shen Yiming believed Erdi was on the verge of upgrading. After all, it was a beast with S-grade potential. To break through, it merely required spiritual energy, with no real bottleneck in sight. Spending 1 million on the 3-leaf Lingji seemed utterly foolish. As for the damaged fire element staff, it was priced at 50 million. Such a price was more than he could afford. Finally, the 3-eyed wolf king's skull was even more exorbitant. 300 million. This made Shen Yiming feel as though money had lost its meaning. Why were such valuable items being sold at a stall? Did people actually spend money at such places? Although there were indeed many treasures, their prices were quite transparent, making it extremely difficult for someone with the comprehensive encyclopedia to stumble upon a bargain. After wandering for most of the day, Shen Yiming had yet to find any hidden gems. Mysterious staff component, body unrated staff, name unknown, effects unknown, functions unknown. The promised comprehensive encyclopedia yielded nothing but unknowns. Was it mocking him? Nevertheless, Shen Yiming's gaze remained fixed on the mysterious staff. It was entirely black, with some yellow mud clinging to it, placed inconspicuously in the corner of the stall. The vendor, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask that concealed their entire figure, was indistinguishable in terms of gender or strength. Approaching the stall, Shen Yiming casually picked up a beast core and inquired, "How much for this?" 3,000 for the silver level beast core, the vendor responded, their voice gender neutral. However, Shen Yiming paid no mind to such details. And this? He asked, lifting a bottle of primary spiritual energy potion. 50,000. After setting down the potion, Shen Yiming pointed at the mysterious staff and asked, "What is this fire stick?" The vendor glanced at the staff, uncertain. "It's quite sturdy, won't burn easily. Should be worth something." Shen Yiming shot him a look of disdain. "You don't even know what you're selling? Do you want it?" The vendor countered without answering. "I'm just looking. Can you reduce the price on the spiritual energy potions and beast cores if I buy them together? Fixed price. If you want it, pay up. My items are already reasonably priced." "All right, wrap it up for me." After making the payment, Shen Yiming departed. "Huan, keep an eye here for me. If anyone expresses interest in that fire stick, raise the price. If it doesn't exceed 5 million, buy it directly." Huan looked puzzled. "Why didn't you just ask for the price directly?" Shen Yiming explained. "If I had inquired outright, I would surely have been taken advantage of. The vendor clearly knows this staff is extraordinary. If I had boldly asked, I might not have been able to afford it with my 200 million. All right, what will you do now?" "I'll continue browsing and return in half an hour." Shen Yiming certainly would not miss the opportunity for that staff. He had roughly estimated the value of the items at the stall to be just over 2 million. He planned to return with an excuse to negotiate for the entire stall, including that staff. Half an hour passed swiftly, and after a leisurely stroll, Shen Yiming returned to the stall. "Ah, you're still here." The vendor glanced up at Shen Yiming and instinctively cast a wary glance at the fire staff, thinking, this kid couldn't he have truly figured out the origins of this fire stick, could he? The staff was a reward he had obtained from the battlefield's secret realm, where only 100 out of tens of thousands who entered could emerge. He was among that fortunate few. Having kept it for several years and attempted to have it appraised, no one had been able to discern its value. He was merely trying to find someone knowledgeable to inquire about its origins. Selling it was out of the question, after all. It was a reward from the battlefield's secret realm. Interested in buying something? Shen Yiming smiled, "Of course. After browsing, I realized your prices are the most reasonable here. Choose whatever you want." Shen Yiming confidently declared, "I'll take everything from your stall. Name your price." The vendor's eyes narrowed. "All items?" Shen Yiming nodded. "Yes. I want everything on your stall. Even that fire stick?" "All items. As long as they're from your stall, I want them." Shen Yiming did not provide a direct answer. The vendor, upon hearing this, found it difficult to assess the situation. If this young man was indeed after the fire staff, he would certainly not sell it. However, he hadn't anticipated that this clever youth would be so elusive, concealing his true intentions. The vendor's low-priced merchandise was merely a strategy to attract attention to the fire staff. He hadn't expected to draw in someone looking for a bargain. The vendor decided to probe further. "I can sell you everything except for the fire staff." Hearing this, Shen Yiming's mind raced. The vendor must be aware of the staff's value, complicating matters. This bargain was indeed a challenging one to seize. However, having voiced his intentions, if he were to refrain from purchasing all these items, he would surely arouse suspicion. "Brother, your actions are rather unscrupulous. Is it not a tad unreasonable to promise all the goods, yet withhold even one?" Upon hearing this, the figure in the black cloak chuckled. "Very well. I shall provide you with 2 million. Transfer the funds." Instantly elated, Shen Yiming's joy was short-lived as he soon realized, "Oh no, I've revealed my hand." Chapter 26, Shen Yiming under surveillance. After monopolizing the black-cloaked vendor's stall, Shen Yiming did not depart immediately. Instead, he continued to meander, casually acquiring several trinkets. However, his heart was not at ease. In that recent transaction, he had overlooked a critical detail. His eagerness to obtain that staff had inadvertently exposed his true intentions. Now, he could only strive to allay the black-cloaked man's suspicions, daring not to leave directly. He hoped against hope that he was overthinking it, and that the black-cloaked figure was indifferent to the staff. Yet, for the sake of caution, it was prudent to remain vigilant. By 8 in the evening, Shen Yiming and Huan finally exited the recruitment hall. Along the way, he occasionally asked Chi to keep an eye out for any potential tail. Only after confirming they were not being followed did they return to the hotel. Upon entering his room, Shen Yiming let out a sigh of relief, realizing perhaps he had been overly anxious. Yet, at that moment, Chi abruptly stated, "Master, I wish to enter the beast space." The second brother tilted his head at Chi, his expression one of confusion. "Are you out of your mind? Isn't it better to stay out here?" Shen Yiming's countenance darkened momentarily, but he soon regained composure, affectionately ruffling Chi-Chi's head. "All right then, go ahead." As soon as the beast space was opened, Chi-Chi zipped inside. After sealing the space, Shen Yiming received Chi-Chi's thought. "Master, there are others in the room. Are you sure?" "There's no doubt. My skill, Earthquake's Peril, enables me to sense all anomalies within its range. The moment we entered the room, someone followed us in. Currently in a state of invisibility. Can you fight them?" "No. I can sense a vast reservoir of energy within them. I fear I wouldn't withstand a single blow." This was troubling. Shen Yiming realized he had indeed been careless. It was undoubtedly that black-cloaked figure. What surprised him even more was the ability of this individual to follow him while remaining invisible. Then why didn't you detect them earlier? They must have been tracking from a distance. Only now, within my skill range, can I feel their presence. Shen Yiming's head began to throb. Who would have thought that a mere staff would attract the attention of such a formidable being? He needed to devise a plan to shake off this black-cloaked figure. If all else failed, he might have to abandon the staff. No treasure was worth more than his life. Yiming, today you made me keep an eye on that. Ying Huan had intended to question why Shen Yiming had her fixated on that staff. However, before she could finish, Shen Yiming silenced her with a kiss. After a brief moment, he removed his jacket. Don't speak. Kiss me. I can hardly wait. Ying Huan was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with questions. What was Shen Yiming up to? Why was he suddenly kissing her? Oh no, he is taking off his clothes. What should I do? Should I push him away? While Ying Huan was lost in thought, Shen Yiming swiftly removed his t-shirt, revealing his well-toned physique. Ying Huan stood there, dumbfounded, her mind blank. Shen Yiming pulled her into his embrace, one hand slipping into the waistband of her top, as if to remove her clothing. Finally regaining her senses, Ying Huan exclaimed, "No." Blushing furiously, she raised her hands to stop him. To her astonishment, Shen Yiming began to trace letters on her waist with his fingers. Though still shy, she regained her rationality. There was no reason for Shen Yiming to behave this way, if he truly desired her. He could have taken advantage of her the moment they met. Furthermore, after more than half a month of acquaintance, if he had wanted to, he had countless opportunities. There was no reason to do so in a hotel. Ying Huan concentrated on the words Shen Yiming was attempting to communicate. Someone. She could only decipher those two words. The others were too intricate to comprehend. However, those two words were sufficient for her to grasp the situation. Eager to quickly understand Shen Yiming's intent, she snatched a nearby blanket and draped it over them. From beneath the blanket, Ying Huan's voice emerged. Don't be too hasty. The lights are still on. It's a bit embarrassing. Shoo, don't speak. Just kiss me, Shen Yiming replied. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked figure observing Shen Yiming furrowed his brow, glaring coldly at the couple beneath the blanket. Inside, the two were in an exceedingly intimate state. Ying Huan lay atop Shen Yiming, their faces mere centimeters apart, acutely aware of each other's breath. Though covered by the blanket, the room's light still penetrated, allowing them to discern each other's features. Shen Yiming noted Ying Huan's bashful expression, but his thoughts were far from admiring this scene. He pointed to his lips and whispered, "There's someone monitoring us." Fearing Ying Huan might not understand, he repeated himself several times. Only when she nodded did he exhale in relief. However, a significant problem now loomed. Ying Huan, perched atop him, was anything but still, her movements incessant. How could a hot-blooded youth like Shen Yiming withstand such temptation? Gazing at her exquisite visage, he leaned in and kissed her. If he was to perish, so be it. The kiss was sweet, fragrant, and soft. Ying Huan was taken aback, quickly pushing the blanket aside, playfully protesting, "No, I can't today. Let us talk another time." She was genuinely reluctant to remain under the blanket with Shen Yiming, searching for any excuse to rise. Shen Yiming understood the need for patience. After all, a third party was present in the room, and he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to witness their private moments. With a look of regret, he said to Ying Huan, "Very well. We can discuss it when you're ready." Regaining his composure, he quietly surveyed the surroundings, struggling to comprehend how, in a room of merely a dozen square meters, someone could be concealed. Was this legendary invisibility truly that formidable? Had it not been for Chi-Chi's warning, he might have unwittingly exposed himself. Yet, leaving the black-cloaked figure unaddressed was not a viable option, so he decided to retrieve the items he had purchased earlier from his spatial bracelet. He meticulously examined each one, even taking a moment to scrutinize the staff. After a brief pause, he tossed the staff to his second brother. "Here, take this and play with it. It's quite sturdy for hitting things." The figure in black, witnessing Shen Yiming carelessly toss the staff for his brother to use as a weapon, turned a shade of green. He couldn't help but question his own assumptions. Could it be that he was mistaken? Had Shen Yiming merely kept this staff out of greed? If that were the case, he could no longer remain hidden. He must retrieve the staff. Chapter 27. When in doubt, open the box. The figure of the cloaked man suddenly materialized before the two, startling Shen Yiming. "What the you?" Shen Yiming had not anticipated such a direct appearance. If he intended to reclaim that staff, he had no words to utter. Simply returning it would suffice. There was no way he could overpower this individual. Any attempt at resistance would likely result in additional corpses littering the room, if not a complete obliteration of their existence. It was conceivable that even their ashes would be scattered by him. Second brother, on the other hand, observed the stranger with a wary gaze, his fur bristling in alarm. The cloaked man, devoid of any expression, coldly demanded, "Return that fire stick to me." Second brother, give it to him. Shen Yiming did not hesitate for a moment. The cloaked man accepted the staff, scrutinized it for a moment, and upon confirming its integrity, vanished without a trace. Once the cloaked figure had departed, Shen Yiming remained uneasy and decided to inquire with Qiqi. Has he left? The presence has dissipated. At least within my domain, I can no longer detect him. That's good. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming finally exhaled in relief. Damn, that was a close call. I nearly lost my life. At this juncture, Ing Huan also asked, he has gone? Shen Yiming nodded. Yes, Qiqi can no longer sense him. He is at least not in this room. However, we must remain vigilant. Let's forget about this fire stick incident. Ing Huan let out a long sigh, patting her chest. That's a relief. When you mentioned someone was in the room, I was terrified. Thinking you were doing it on purpose. Doing it on purpose? What do you mean? Shen Yiming feigned ignorance. Ing Huan recalled their earlier flirtatious encounter. Her cheeks flushed anew as she playfully admonished, Humph. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will ignore you. Shen Yiming protested. I wasn't doing it on purpose. If you had spoken up earlier, we might very well be corpses by now. But, you could have used your hand. Why did you have to kiss me? Shen Yiming shot her an incredulous look. Huan, are you daft? If I had covered your mouth, the other party would have suspected something for sure. Ing Huan considered this, finding it somewhat reasonable. Yet, she felt a twinge of discontent. Her first kiss had been taken so easily. The previous time she had fed him medicine didn't count. But this time was undeniably her true first kiss. And not just once. Perhaps it could be dismissed? After all, she had been forcefully kissed. Surely that didn't count. The more she thought, the more feasible it seemed. I don't care. Next time, you must at least warn me so I can prepare myself mentally. Shen Yiming cheekily asked, Can I kiss you now? He leaned closer to her. Ing Huan's expression froze, staring at Shen Yiming in disbelief. No way. Shen Yiming shrugged. See, asking is futile. I might as well not have asked at all. Why bother? You can't do this. Ing Huan was at a loss for words, unsure if Shen Yiming was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. In a moment of audacity, Shen Yiming swiftly pressed his lips against her flushed cheek. Ing Huan, flustered, covered the spot he kissed, exclaiming, Shen Yiming, you're finished. I'm ignoring you. Shen Yiming feigned innocence as he looked at her. Don't. I was just curious about what would happen if I kissed you. Humph. Ing Huan huffed before leaping onto the bed and diving under the covers. Watching her hide beneath the blanket, Shen Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Pursuing a girl requires a gradual approach, as long as she didn't despise him. It was only a matter of time before he won her over. If it were any other girl, he might have confessed outright. However, Ing Huan was different. Her defenses were formidable, having navigated the world alone for so long. Without a measure of caution, she would have been deceived long ago. Meanwhile, hidden under the covers, Ing Huan's mind was in turmoil. Why hadn't she rejected him? Why did she feel no anger? Was there a hint of anticipation? Oh, could it be that she had developed feelings for him? He seemed quite agreeable, but did he like her? Then why hadn't he confessed? Would she reject him? How vexing. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. If it were anyone else treating her this way, she would have promptly dealt with them. On the other side, Shen Yiming awaited the system's task assessment. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have successfully claimed a hidden opportunity. Rewards are currently being calculated. The host has successfully acquired a piece of divine-grade equipment, but since it was not defended, the reward has been halved. System rewards have been dispensed. Please check your inventory. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 points in the shop, a pet with all attributes at 50, 2 silver treasure chests, and 1 S-class skill orb, designated profession. Wow, even with the halved rewards, that's quite an impressive haul. Shen Yiming felt a pang in his heart. Had he successfully claimed the opportunity, wouldn't it have meant 2 pets with all attributes at 100? Plus, for silver chests and 2 designated skill orbs. The shop points were invaluable. He had long coveted several items, but lacked the points. Now, he had points, yet not enough. Shen Yiming opened the attribute panels for the 2 pets. Beastmaster, Chaos Panda, second brother. Strength, 254. Agility, 171. Defense, 334. Spirit, 1051. Overall combat power, 2,903 points. Beastmaster, Qiongqi, Shinchichi. Strength, 804. Agility, 651. Defense, 614. Spirit, 6,231. Overall combat power, 9,873 points. Observing the disparity in their combat power, he sighed. Oh, the gap is indeed significant. Qiqi is nearing the 10,000 mark, while second brother hasn't even reached 3,000. However, this is merely second brother's unarmed state. Once he dons his specialized equipment, his attributes should increase substantially. Patience is key. I believe second brother will catch up in due time. Time to open the boxes. Open the boxes. He eagerly unlatched the 2 shiny silver chests. Congratulations, you have received 3 intermediate attack talismans. Congratulations, you have received 1 eternal spirit essence. The intermediate attack talismans are akin to the defensive talismans in effect, usable once for an attack equivalent to a level 10 gold tier technique. The eternal spirit essence boosts spiritual power and can be used by both pets and humans. Shen Yiming didn't hesitate to toss the eternal spirit essence to second brother. Take this and consume it. He had no interest in leveling up himself. This item was of no use to him. Besides, he relied on the system for upgrades. Why toil in training when he had the system at his disposal? It was far more beneficial to give it to second brother to help him level up. Shen Yiming glanced at the system space, noting he still had 2 treasure chests remaining, 1 mysterious chest and 1 golden chest. He decided against opening the mysterious chest now, opting to wait for a crucial moment or until he received a fortuitous blessing. It had to be a soul-stirring experience. As for the golden chest, open it for me. Chapter 28, Divine Grade Component, Skill Storage Device. The instant Shen Yiming opened the golden treasure chest, a dazzling golden light flashed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Divine Grade Item Component, 13 Skill Storage Device. What is this? Before Shen Yiming stood a black square object, roughly the size of his palm. Upon glancing at the description, he discovered it to be a skill storage device, capable of storing all skills, recording them, and automatically generating talismans. Crafting a talisman necessitated the expenditure of points from the marketplace, with the potency of the skill determined by the quantity of points spent, with no upper limit on skill power. After reading the description, Shen Yiming let out 2 excited exclamations. Wow, this divine item is truly remarkable. Just 1 component is so powerful. If I managed to collect them all, wouldn't I be invincible? Despite the seemingly simple description of the skill storage device, its potential was indeed formidable. For instance, if a small fireball had an attack power of 10 points and required 1 marketplace point to craft into a talisman, then using 100 marketplace points to create a small fireball would theoretically yield an attack power of at least 1,000 points. The absence of a cap on skill potency implies that, provided one has sufficient points, a single small fireball could rival even a forbidden spell. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect was that once a skill was stored, it would remain preserved indefinitely without the need for restorage, allowing for unlimited usage of the stored skills. The only requisite was the consumption of marketplace points. With this thought in mind, Shen Yiming eagerly leaped onto Ying Huahuan's bed. Huan, wake up and give me a sip. I won't talk to you, came the haughty voice from beneath the covers. Get up, I need your help. If you don't, I'll kiss you. Ah, you scoundrel. Ying Huahuan threw off the covers, her large eyes glaring at Shen Yiming. Hee, your angry face is so adorable. Upon hearing his teasing, Ying Huahuan grew even more irate. Didn't he realize she was angry? Come on, just 1 sip. Shen Yiming grasped Ying Huahuan's small hand and pulled her off the bed. Are you hurt? Ying Huahuan surveyed Shen Yiming with concern. Shen Yiming shook his head. No, just conducting an experiment. Humph. Ying Huahuan huffed, but began to move her hand. A healing skill shot toward Shen Yiming. He silently gauged the skill's power, forming a rough judgment, and then said, cast another skill into this box. Though puzzled, Ying Huahuan complied. After the skill storage device absorbed the healing skill, Shen Yiming spent a point from the marketplace to craft a talisman. He wished to see the effect of the healing talisman produced with just 1 point. Moments later, a light green talisman materialized above the skill storage device. Shen Yiming examined the talisman for a moment before using it on himself. The effect of the talisman created with 1 point was surprisingly comparable to that of Ying Huahuan's direct casting. However, Shen Yiming understood that Ying Huahuan was still at the bronze level. Insufficient healing, a bit too weak. To maintain data accuracy, Shen Yiming spent another 10 marketplace points to craft another healing talisman. The healing effect was significantly improved, approximately 3 times stronger. By this calculation, 10 marketplace points should equate to the skill potency of a level 10 bronze. As for spending more points for testing, Shen Yiming hesitated. Huan, cast retribution for good and evil into it. Ying Huahuan was momentarily stunned. Are you sure? She had learned the skill but had never used it. She was unaware of the specific cost or potential side effects. What if she couldn't withstand the backlash? Shen Yiming, in a state of excitement, didn't ponder much. He simply wanted to record the skill and craft it, forgetting to consider the cost of Ying Huahuan, using retribution for good and evil. Alright, taking a deep breath, Ying Huahuan chose to trust Shen Yiming. After closing her eyes, a profoundly intricate taiji diagram suddenly appeared behind her, slowly rotating. The surrounding light began to dim as the taiji diagram accelerated in its spin. After roughly 3 seconds, the diagram converged into Ying Huahuan's hand. She directed the taiji diagram towards the skill storage device, but the next moment, she collapsed unconscious. It was as if her very essence had been drained. The already frail Ing Huahuan now appeared shockingly emaciated, with visible bones. Her once full chest had also shrunk significantly. Shen Yiming, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded and hurriedly helped Ing Huahuan to the bed. What the heck? This skill consumes so much. Seeing Ing Huahuan in such a state filled him with both fear and relief. Thankfully, it wasn't used in a secret realm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If merely using retribution for good and evil on an inanimate object resulted in such immense consumption, employing it on a living being would be beyond Ing Huahuan's current capacity. Shen Yiming quickly retrieved 3 bottles of spiritual spring and fed them to her one by one. After administering the first bottle and waiting around half an hour, a hint of color returned to Ing Huahuan's complexion, though her figure remained unchanged. He proceeded to give her the second bottle, and finally, Ing Huahuan awoke. Seeing her conscious again, Shen Yiming felt a wave of relief. With an apologetic expression, he said, "Huan, I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would consume so much from you. It's all right. I underestimated the skill's consumption." Ing Huahuan gently shook her head. Hearing her voice, so weak and frail, stirred a sense of discomfort within Shen Yiming. There's still 1 bottle of spiritual spring left. Drink it quickly and rest well. At that moment, Ing Huahuan felt a chill of fear and resolved to train diligently. Otherwise, she would lack the spiritual energy even to cast skills, let alone be a teammate to Shen Yiming in the future. Observing the now sleeping Ing Huahuan, Shen Yiming once again picked up the skill storage device. Spending 500 marketplace points to craft a talisman of retribution for good and evil. He was unsure of its exact power, but it was likely his final trump card. He then asked Qiqi to replicate all the skills she possessed. As for Erdi, who was still digesting the millennia-old spiritual essence, Shen Yiming was not in a hurry to copy anything. Once everything was settled, a lingering question gnawed at Shen Yiming's mind. Why did he lack an attribute point panel? Both Qiqi and Erdi had one, so logically, he should too. System, why don't I have an attribute point panel? Your attribute points are insufficient to activate the attribute panel. How many attribute points are needed to unlock the attribute panel? All attributes must exceed 50. What the heck? My total attributes aren't even 50. Shen Yiming was left dumbfounded. I'm already at silver level 9. How could my total attributes be below 50? The Beastmaster's level up enhances the beast space and is unrelated to personal attributes. Your base attributes are already quite high among Beastmasters of the same level. Without your 2 companion beasts, your attributes would be single digits at most. Are there other ways to enhance my attributes? Activate a second profession or consume rare materials. Chapter 29, The Master of Deception. Shen Yiming. Alas, both of these paths are fraught with difficulty. Although I currently possess a mysterious treasure chest, I cannot guarantee that it will bestow upon me a profession. Even if a profession is granted, there is no assurance that it will be a combat-oriented one. Should I end up with a support role such as a spirit chef or healer, I would still be unable to enhance all attributes. As for rare treasures, I have yet to encounter any. Sigh. Upon hearing my younger brother's cheerful coos, I cast a glance in his direction and noticed that he had completed his advancement. Opening his system panel revealed the following. Beastmaster, Chaotic Panda, second brother. Level, Silver Tier 3. Potential, S. Current state, Juvenile, Awakening pending. Current well-being, 50 good. Strength, 454. Agility, 371. Defense, 734. Spiritual energy, 3,321. Overall combat power, 5,903 points. After reviewing my brother's attributes, my eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Upon advancing to silver, his attributes have surged dramatically, though there remains a gap compared to Qiqi. Second brother, come here and let me take a look. Woo-woo, is there anything left from earlier? Upon hearing my call, he scampered over with a playful demeanor. I did not respond verbally. Instead, I picked him up and removed his red little shorts. Woo-woo. I gently patted my brother's head. Hold still. I need to check if there are any other changes to your body after the advancement. As I examined him, I discovered that his fur had become softer and smoother to the touch, providing a delightful sensation. Grasping his little tail, I found it surprisingly firm compared to my expectations. Unable to endure my actions any longer, my brother wriggled free from my grasp. Don't run off. I have something important to discuss. I called out as I noticed him attempting to escape. With skepticism, he looked back at me. Woo-woo. I indeed had something to convey and decided to release Qiqi once more. Observing the 2 beasts before me, I resolved to assign them an important task. I spoke earnestly. We are facing a serious dilemma, and I need you both to prepare yourselves mentally. Woo-woo. After spending these days together, I believe you have matured into capable beast companions, and it is time for you to learn to fend for yourselves. At present, my finances are dire. I can barely sustain them on the meager support from the Beastmaster Association. My brother's appetite will only increase after his advancement. And Chi-Chi's well-being has also dropped to around 50. If I do not devise a means to earn money soon, we may truly face starvation. However, I am at a loss for ways to generate income, so it seems I must rely on their ingenuity. Perhaps the beasts can conceive of a money-making strategy that eludes human thought? From beneath the covers, Ying Huan was taken aback by this notion. Is this even possible? It was the first time she had ever heard of a beast master expecting their beasts to earn their own keep. Woo-woo? What does that mean? My brother struggled to comprehend my words, as he is merely a 1-year-old child, devoid of any concept of money, possessing only an instinct for battle. Chi-Chi, too, wore a bewildered expression. I understand that money is needed to purchase items, but how does one earn it? I looked at Chi-Chi with calm assurance. This will test your individual abilities. You are now independent beast companions, and it would be unacceptable to ask me how to earn money for such a trivial matter. However, before you ponder money-making methods, you must first familiarize yourselves with this world. I will provide each of you with a smart bracelet, which will serve as assistance. Chi-Chi, don't ask me. I have no solutions for earning money. My brother managed to grasp my intent, while Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed with excitement. It had long coveted the smart bracelet and was unsure how to broach the subject with me. To its surprise, I offered to provide one. Thank you, big boss. I nodded in acknowledgement and smiled. Yes, this is also a test for you. If you wish to become the elder brother to second brother, you must shoulder the responsibility of providing for the family. Once you begin earning money, you will have leverage over him. If he refuses to acknowledge you as the elder brother, you can withhold his food. Hearing this, Chi-Chi became even more exhilarated, its silvery wings flapping vigorously. Yes, I understand, big boss. I nodded in satisfaction, pleased with its eagerness. Chi-Chi, please declare loudly whether you want to be the elder brother. Chi-Chi gripped its claws tightly, roar. I want to be the elder brother. I want to earn money to support the family. You are a considerate child. Tomorrow, I will arrange a smart bracelet for you. At this moment, second brother could no longer contain himself upon hearing that I would allow Chi-Chi to assume the role of elder brother. Woo-woo. I am the elder brother. I can earn money too. Woo-woo. I can sustain myself. I will earn money. I want a smart bracelet too. Woo-woo. Chi-Chi cannot be the elder brother. I am the elder brother. I gently stroked the heads of the two little beasts. Since both of you aspire to be the elder brother, let us see who can earn the first pot of gold. The one who earns money first will receive my verbal commendation. All right. Woo-woo. Ying Huan. Witnessing my attempts to instill ambition in my beasts, could not help but murmur, what a shameless ploy. I had encountered beast masters who exploited their beasts, but I had never seen one as unabashed as myself. If these two exceptional beasts were in another's hands, they would hardly be tasked with earning money or working. They would be treated to the finest delicacies daily, lest they become displeased. Yet here I am, not only urging them to earn for themselves, but also spinning grandiose promises. A mere verbal commendation for the one who earns first? The title of elder brother was not even mentioned. Ying Huan rose and said, Chi-Chi, come over here. Stay away from that naughty big boss, lest you be led astray. At this moment, Chi-Chi, oblivious to the harsh realities of the world, defended me. Big sister. The big boss is very kind. Don't misunderstand him. He is encouraging us to earn our own money for our benefit. He is helping us develop our independence. Second brother chimed in, woo-woo. Yes, don't misunderstand him. Yet in his heart, he thought, woo-woo. Only by earning money can I gain the upper hand over my human companion. Can I become the elder brother, and then have them give me massages daily? Oh, what thoughtful little treasures you are. You are surely hungry. Here are some provisions for you to enjoy. Tomorrow, you will earn big. I produced some spiritual materials, monster meat, and potions that I had purchased from the cloaked man's stall and offered them to them. I am acutely aware of one principle. To get the horse to run, one must first ensure it is well fed. Ying Huan, seeing how devotedly my beasts supported me, felt a sense of helplessness but still cautioned me. Be careful. They are still young. Don't send them out to earn money only to have them tricked. I nonchalantly replied, it's fine. Being deceived can be beneficial, as it will accelerate their mental growth. Losing a little money is inconsequential. Chapter 30. Entering the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. The next morning, the two of us set out for the entrance to the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. There are two main pathways into the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. One is designated for ordinary job changers to enter the secret realm. The ordinary class change participants need only pay 5,000 yuan to enter the secret realm. The second passage is designated for those undertaking tasks for various guilds, allowing these transferees to enter the secret realm free of charge. At this moment, Shen Yiming and Ying Huan are standing in line at the second passage. Erdi and Chi-Chi, with expressions of curiosity, are surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, someone nearby spoke up. Hey, brother, is this your first time entering the secret realm? Shen Yiming turned to the source of the voice, where a young man, plump and about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a novice combat suit, appeared quite amiable. Unsure of the intent behind the inquiry, Shen Yiming politely nodded. Nie Xiaodian, noticing Shen Yiming's empty hands, kindly cautioned, "You can't go in like that. You must be here to undertake a task, right? Don't you need to bring some provisions? There's nothing sold inside the secret realm." Shen Yiming chuckled. "I'm merely going to undertake a few minor tasks, perhaps not even taking a full day. Bringing supplies would be rather inconvenient." In truth, all of Shen Yiming's belongings were securely stored within his spatial ring. He was not one to prepare an escape route. If excluding Erdi and Chi-Chi, the food, provisions, and seasonings he had prepared could sustain him and Ing Huan for over a year. Including these two gluttons, it would still last about a month. However, Nie Xiaodian was entirely unaware of this. He could not fathom that the young man before him, of similar age, already possessed rare spatial equipment. Nie Xiaodian nodded. Glancing at Ing Huan, "Is she your teammate?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. While he was open to the idea of being approached, he could not allow anyone to set their sights on Ing Huan. Observing Shen Yiming's guarded expression, Nie Xiaodian quickly clarified. "The most dangerous aspect in the secret realm isn't the beasts. Bringing such a beautiful companion could attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, which might lead to trouble." Realizing that Nie Xiaodian had no designs on Ing Huan, Shen Yiming relaxed. "Thank you for the warning. I will ensure her safety. If you require assistance, you can find me at the military outpost. I'm Nie Xiaodian. If needed, I will seek you out. I'm Shen Yiming," he replied. Since Nie Xiaodian was offering a friendly reminder, Shen Yiming certainly had no reason to respond with disdain. Upon entering the Dragon Valley secret realm, they were greeted by the sight of a well-organized base. Within the base, Shen Yiming observed a diverse array of class change participants. Each profession's transferee bore a unique emblem. As soon as the mages entered the secret realm, they immediately cast a magical shield upon themselves. Beast tamers released their animal companions, soldiers donned their armor, and mechanics unveiled their assembled contraptions. Certainly, the most eye-catching were the support classes positioned at the center of the teams. Each of these support roles, be it priests, talismans masters, or alchemists, was exceedingly valuable, often regarded as the core of any team. Most support characters formed their teams based on personal needs, and due to their rarity, whenever they recruited teammates, throngs of transferees would eagerly seek to join their ranks. Their very presence ensured a greater sense of security for their allies. Conversely, teams lacking support roles had to rely solely on brute strength. Typically, each team comprised around 10 members. The optimal team composition would be 3 mages, 3 warriors, 1 mechanic, 1 beast tamer, 1 talisman master, and 1 priest. Alternatively, a configuration of 2 mages, 2 warriors, 2 beast tamers, 1 mechanic, 1 talisman master, 1 priest, and 1 alchemist could also be effective. The former setup could handle most scenarios encountered within the secret realm, while the latter could push through the majority of challenges. As long as they did not recklessly confront the king or the abyss secret realm, they would face no significant issues. Of course, the ultimate composition of the team ultimately depended on the core leader's decisions. The configurations mentioned were merely the ideal arrangements proposed by the authorities. In reality, no top-tier team ranked among the best in the world adhered strictly to such lineups, as the requirements for each member's capabilities were exceedingly high. Each teammate's strength must be balanced to unleash the full potential of the composition. If even 1 or 2 members fell short, the entire team would suffer. Thus, the most prevalent elite teams often consisted predominantly of mages. Among the top 10 teams in Xia country, one was composed entirely of mages known as Who Can Defy Me. All 10 members of their team were mages. When they chose this name, they faced considerable ridicule. However, those mages proved to be exceptionally formidable, compelling other teams to submit. They were also among the few capable of withstanding the Abyss secret realm. This team boasted a legendary history, transforming from being mocked to being revered, ultimately becoming a symbol of mages. Additionally, among the top 10 teams, there existed a renowned all-female team called Qingming. Each woman within the Qingming team was as beautiful as a celestial being, attracting countless admirers, while also possessing formidable abilities, making them one of the few teams capable of standing toe-to-toe with Who Can Defy Me. If one were to consider their admirers, they might well be deemed the #1 team in Xia country. Within the base, Shen Yiming observed the various teams around him, each adorned with smiles, assisting one another, and sharing light-hearted banter. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. He yearned for a team of his own, filled with trustworthy companions. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go undertake some tasks. Otherwise, we might have to sleep outdoors tonight. Ing Huan's voice snapped him back to reality. Hearing Ing Huan's words, Shen Yiming regained his focus, gazing at her exquisite features, and inwardly scolded himself. How ungrateful he was. Ing Huan was indeed his teammate. With her SSS skill and dual support roles, did he truly need any additional companions? He envisioned that once Ying Huanhuan matured in her abilities, the two of them would be able to dominate any team. Of course, this was merely Shen Yiming's fantasy. They had yet to meet the requirements to even form a proper team. Let us head out, hunt some peripheral beasts, and earn some extra money. After departing the base, they ventured into the vast forest. Observing the teams passing by, Shen Yiming instinctively steered clear of them to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, within the secret realm, no one cared how one met their demise. This reality contributed to the secret realm becoming a haven for malevolence, where the darker facets of human nature were laid bare. As the two entered the outer regions of the secret realm, Qiqi, floating in the air, alerted them, there are beasts ahead. Chapter 31, The Ironclad Rhinoceros Herd. At that moment, a large gray rabbit, with crimson eyes and about 1 meter in size, suddenly appeared before them. Qiqi and Erdi exchanged glances, seemingly inquiring who would take the lead. Both beasts sensed that the energy within this large rabbit was not particularly strong, thus neither made a move. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming took out his all-encompassing bestiary to inspect. Gray rabbit, bronze level 6, D-class qualification, succulent meat, contains trace amounts of spiritual energy, combat power, 219. Who is going to take it down? Hurry and catch it before it escapes. Upon entering the secret realm, Shen Yiming suddenly realized that this was, indeed, a natural pasture. In times of food scarcity, he could simply send his second brother and the others to hunt. How had he not thought of this before? Why had he even considered having them earn money? With their formidable combat abilities, he had completely overlooked the existence of this secret realm. However, before Qiqi and the second brother could take action, the gray rabbit unexpectedly launched an attack against them. Qiqi cast a glance at the gray rabbit, flapped its delicate silver wings, and swiftly struck with a paw, rendering the large gray rabbit lifeless. With the carcass, which was several times its size, in tow, Qiqi soared over to Shen Yiming. After receiving the gray rabbit, Shen Yiming extracted its beast core and stored it within his spatial ring. Let us go. We must continue searching for more magical beasts in the vicinity. Hours passed, and the sky began to darken. During this time, both the second brother and Qiqi had engaged in combat. The most formidable beast they encountered was a silver tier level 4, while most were bronze tier beasts. They had come across a few silver tier beasts, but for the two small creatures, they were merely trivial prey, the only distinction being their size. Ear mouse, bronze level 10. D-grade aptitude, a four-legged creature resembling a giant rat with a rabbit's head, combat power 1103. Furious fire lion, silver level 4, D-grade aptitude, combat power 2311. Black wind demon wolf, silver level 3, D-grade aptitude, combat power 2035. Earth bear, silver level 1, C-grade aptitude, combat power 2561. Yiming. This secret realm seems somewhat different from my impression, remarked Ying Huanhuan with a furrowed brow. As Shen Yiming was processing the beast cores, he turned to inquire, what seems different? Ying Huanhuan explained, my parents once mentioned that magical beasts possess intelligence, yet the ones we are encountering now seem peculiar. They appear frenzied. Typically, when faced with powerful beast companions like the second brother and Qiqi, they would choose to evade, yet now they are attacking indiscriminately. This is exceedingly strange. Is that so? Shen Yiming pondered for a moment. After all, this was his first venture into the secret realm, and his knowledge about it stemmed entirely from online sources. Ying Huanhuan nodded firmly. Indeed, their behavior is certainly abnormal. Perhaps we should consider returning? Shen Yiming glanced at the already dimming sky. Return now? If we head back at this moment, we likely won't make it before nightfall. They had been traveling for several hours, and it was evident that they would not reach safety before darkness descended. Although the outer magical beasts posed little threat to them, encountering ambushers could lead to a fierce battle unless they rode on Qiqi. Just as Ying Huanhuan was about to respond, an ominous premonition surged within her. Qiqi immediately activated its giant form. Though the second brother did not use its giant skill, it displayed a vigilant demeanor. Shen Yiming also sensed something amiss as tremors reverberated through the ground, intensifying with each moment. Boss, big sister, quickly get on my back, Qiqi urged. Without hesitation, the two swiftly climbed onto Qiqi's back. With fervent flaps of its wings, Qiqi ascended into the sky. As they soared, Shen Yiming's field of vision expanded, revealing a stampede of rhinoceroses charging toward their location. Iron-armored rhinoceros, silver level 5, C-grade aptitude, combat power 2700, social creatures adept at charging. Iron-armored rhinoceros, silver level 6, C-grade aptitude, combat power 3100, social creatures adept at charging. There were also silver level 8 and 9 iron-armored rhinoceroses. Shen Yiming gazed at the multitude of iron-armored rhinoceroses below, a wave of dread washing over him. Had Qiqi reacted just a few seconds later, they might have already been reduced to mere pulp. Though Shen Yiming could withstand a short while with his defensive talisman, once it was depleted, survival would be impossible. Suddenly, Ing Huanhuan on Chi-Chi's back exclaimed, "Yiming, look! Their eyes are also red." Shen Yiming turned to observe, confirming that the rhinoceroses indeed possessed crimson eyes, displaying signs of extreme agitation and emitting strange cries. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that their charge was directed toward the Dragon Valley base. At their current speed, they would reach the base in no more than 2 hours. Before Shen Yiming could respond, Ing Huanhuan urged, "Many magical beasts are behaving this way. This outbreak among the beasts is undoubtedly serious. Something must be amiss deep within Dragon Valley. We must return immediately to inform the base so they can prepare." All right, if Chi-Chi flies at full speed, it should be faster than them. Without hesitation, Shen Yiming commanded Chi-Chi to hasten toward the base. Previously, he had refrained from allowing Chi-Chi to fly at such a pace, as it would exhaust its spiritual energy and deplete its stamina. However, this was not the time for caution. It was preferable to alert the base as soon as possible. Though he felt little attachment to this world, he held immense respect for the soldiers stationed within the secret realm. Wait, no, hold on. Let me see if I can take them down directly. Suddenly, Shen Yiming had a realization and called for Chi-Chi to halt. Ing Huanhuan gasped, "Are you crazy? With so many iron-armored rhinoceroses, even a golden-tier powerhouse might struggle to defeat them. Don't be foolish. I truly have a plan. If it doesn't work, we can always have Chi-Chi fly back. Even if I can't eliminate them, I'm confident I can at least hold them off." Shen Yiming was not joking. He had noticed that the herd of iron-armored rhinoceroses below lacked intelligence. They charged mindlessly, and if he executed his strategy well, he might indeed be able to eradicate the hundreds of rhinoceroses below. If he could eliminate this horde of iron-armored rhinoceroses, the second brother and Chi-Chi would be well fed for a considerable time, and he could also reap substantial rewards from the Beast Taming Association. Silver level 1 and 5 magical beasts would earn him 10,000 yuan plus 100 association points each, while silver level 6 would yield 20,200 points. Silver level 7 would grant 50,400 points, while silver level 8 and 10 beasts would each fetch a staggering 100,000 and 1,000 points. This was all money. Chi-Chi, fly towards the base. I recall a valley from when we first arrived. We must hurry to dig a pit there. After instructing, Shen Yiming clenched his attack talisman tightly in hand. A golden level 10 offensive. He was confident that this mindless herd of rhinoceroses would not withstand the assault. Chapter 32. The second brother's role in attracting monsters. The group arrived at the valley and circled around the vicinity to find a suitable spot for digging a pit. After spending some time blocking off the more obvious exits, Shen Yiming began to direct the operation. "Second brother, you go and lure them over. Chi-Chi, you handle the digging." The second brother gazed at Shen Yiming in disbelief. "Whimper? I'm to attract them?" A troubled expression crossed the second brother's innocent face. Was his master planning to abandon him? Whimper, whimper, whimper. Being a bear was too difficult. So many monsters, and moving at such a leisurely pace. How could one possibly attract their attention? Observing the pitiful expression on Ertie's face, I spoke soothingly. "Fear not. You shall be just fine. Allow me to equip you with these boots to enhance your speed." With that, I retrieved one of Ertie's exclusive 6-piece set, the boots, from the system. Ever since acquiring them, they had yet to be utilized by Ertie, making this an opportune moment to test their capabilities. I had previously perused the description of the footwear. Otherwise, I would not have dared to let Ertie venture forth alone to draw the monsters. Chaotic boots, upon wearing. Agility is increased by 1,000 points, defense by 500 points, and the wearer gains a state of swiftness, further enhancing the chaotic panda's agility by an additional 10. The boots also bestow 3 unique forms. Flight state. Wearing the chaotic boots grants the chaotic panda the ability to soar through the air. Invisibility state. Activating this state enables the wearer to become invisible and possess an anti-invisibility effect, with duration dependent on the wearer's spiritual energy. Repose state. Prevents enemies from perceiving the wearer's attributes and allows for camouflage. With such attributes, not even the armored rhinoceroses would be able to keep up with Ertie, let alone a golden beast. Speed had always been Ertie's Achilles heel, but adorned in the chaotic boots. He would possess no shortcomings whatsoever. Glancing at Ertie's current status, I noted, Beast, Chaotic Panda, Ertie. Level, Silver Tier 3. Potential, S. Current state, Juvenile, Awakening not yet achieved. Current condition, 35, Hunger state. Strength, 454. Agility, 371, 1037. Defense, 734, 500. Spiritual energy, 3,321. Overall combat power, 10,703 points. Agility had surged to an astonishing 1408 points. Defense had reached 1234 points. Combat power had soared past the 10,000 mark, surpassing Chi-Chi. Although the attack power saw little change, for Erdi, speed and durability were paramount, especially considering he possessed a divine skill. The deliberate punch, the more pain inflicted upon Erdi, the greater the retaliatory damage would be. As Erdi accepted the chaotic boots, they seamlessly melded into his form, manifesting as a pair of fluffy black boots adorned with twinkling starlight, exuding an air of remarkable flair. Excitedly, Erdi admired his new footwear and couldn't resist flaunting them to Chi-Chi. Aren't my boots splendid? Naturally, Chi-Chi could not tolerate Erdi's ostentation and instinctively attempted to swat him, only to be surprised when Erdi nimbly dodged this time. You little pest, how dare you? Witnessing Erdi's brazen provocation, Chi-Chi's irritation escalated. As Chi-Chi's anger surged, the ground of the valley began to tremble violently. Enough, I interjected, swiftly intervening to prevent a confrontation between the two beasts. Chi-Chi had just unleashed the earthquake of doom. Should it be allowed to continue, Erdi might be unharmed, but both Huan and I would find ourselves in great peril. Upon hearing my voice, Chi-Chi ceased its skill, looking at me with a sorrowful expression. Boss, why do I lack equipment? I want some too. I could not bear to see Chi-Chi distressed. Unlike Erdi, who was a rebellious spirit, Chi-Chi was obedient, adorable, dignified, and possessed the ability to fly, making it a true dream companion. How could I stand to see it mistreated? However, to be prudent, I first inquired of the system. System, does Chi-Chi have exclusive equipment? As long as it is a companion beast of the host, it will possess corresponding exclusive equipment. Though not comprehensive, the majority do have some. Not comprehensive? Due to. Is that so? I was taken aback by the system's revelation. Do not fret, Chi-Chi. In due time, I shall procure you an item of equipment. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nodded obediently, its expression brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Erdi remained unfazed, thinking to itself, can anything surpass the might of these boots? As long as I run swiftly, I shall be unharmed. Erdi, get to work. No time for daydreaming. If they do not flee in this direction, our efforts will be in vain, I urged, noticing Erdi still experimenting with his beloved boots. To my surprise, as soon as my words fell, Erdi transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards the valley's exit. Huan gasped, how fast? Once Erdi departed, I directed Chi-Chi to begin digging. Chi-Chi's method was straightforward, with a few blasts of destructive breath. A massive pit soon emerged within the valley, roughly the size of a football field and about 5 meters deep. My intention was merely to impede the charge of the armored rhinoceroses, not to expect this pit to fully stop them. Ultimately, I relied on the attack talismans in my possession. However, Chi-Chi's unrelenting output had depleted its spiritual energy. After returning to its usual state, it obediently floated beside me. With the pit now excavated, Erdi awaited the arrival of the armored rhinoceroses not far from the valley. After half an hour perched on a branch, Erdi's eyes suddenly lit up. They're coming. Upon spotting the herd of armored rhinoceroses, Erdi immediately activated its giant transformation and charged towards them. Before long, the two sides met, and without hesitation, Erdi employed its body slam, intending to withstand the initial wave of attacks. Had this been before, Erdi would have never dared act so boldly, but now, clad in the chaotic boots with their 500 defense, confidence surged within. This motley crew of armored cows could never breach its defenses. The herd of armored rhinoceroses, seeing the bear blocking their path, became even more furious, their crimson eyes ablaze. Without further ado, they charged at Erdi. Thud, thud, thud. Bang, bang, bang. The herd moved swiftly. 1, 2, 3 rhinoceroses crashed into Erdi. Yet, in that moment, Erdi shone with golden light, standing resolutely, unyielding against the onslaught. The charging rhinoceroses were instead repelled by the impact. Those that were knocked back were subsequently rammed by others behind them. Some of the unfortunate beasts, attempting to charge anew, found their hindquarters unexpectedly pierced by the horns of their fellows. A torrent of blood erupted forth. Erdi was momentarily taken aback. Its backside tightened involuntarily. Such a grim fate was not an isolated incident. The rhinoceroses that Erdi had repelled were repeatedly charged into by those trailing behind. Some were struck in the flanks, others in the head, but the most agonizing of all was the rear end. After all, those were rhinoceros horns. A soul-piercing strike? A heaven-sent blow? Chapter 33. Erdi, Chi-Chi, transform quickly. Use giant transformation. Though frightened, Erdi, upon realizing that the herd posed no threat, found itself filled with mischief. Roar. A bunch of little pests. Have you not eaten? Thud. Just as Erdi's words fell, yet another armored rhinoceros charged at it. Erdi nonchalantly brushed off the dust from its fur, scoffing. Roar. Is that all? Pathetic. Upon perceiving that the adversary posed little threat, the second brother decisively retracted his invulnerable state. He resolved to endure the onslaught of these diminutive calamities. Although he had withdrawn from his invulnerability, the state of his charged punch remained fully powered. Roar! Come at me! The herd of armored rhinos, noticing the golden glow dissipate from him, charged forth with renewed vigor. Bang! The second brother, relying on his inherent physical prowess, braced himself against this latest impact. Finally registering the pain, he bellowed in defiance. Roar! Bring it on! Bang! 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 Dozens of armored rhinos relentlessly collided with him. At this moment, his fur was in disarray, and the charge of his punch had reached its zenith. Roar! No longer able to restrain himself, the second brother unleashed a brilliant light from his right fist, releasing the charged punch that had absorbed countless damages. A beam of golden light surged through the rhino herd, striking the foremost armored rhino and reducing it to a spray of blood. Yet, the golden light of the charged punch did not cease its advance. It continued to pierce through the ranks of the armored rhinos, leaving only ash in its wake. A massive gash marred the ground beneath. Moo! Moo! The pungent scent of blood once again provoked the herd of armored rhinos, which recklessly charged toward the second brother. At this juncture, the second brother was not in optimal condition, having reverted to his standard size of 30 centimeters. He had overexerted himself. That last charged punch had entirely depleted his energy reserves. It is worth noting that he was only at Silver Tier 3 at this point. Were it not for the chaotic boots, he would have exhausted his energy long ago. After all, he was facing armored rhinos of a higher rank. Achieving this level of resilience was already formidable. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the second brother bolted. In his haste, he finally comprehended that Shen Yiming had intended for him to draw the enemies away, not engage them in combat. However, this distinction was inconsequential. Initiating a skirmish in advance would ultimately work to their advantage. With this thought, the second brother scampered towards the valley with fervent determination. Meanwhile, within the herd of armored rhinos, a silvery armored rhino suddenly emerged. With a furious roar, it observed the direction in which the second brother fled. Moo! The entire herd surged forward with almost doubled speed, as if invigorated. At that moment in the valley, Shen Yiming glanced at the time, frowning. Night had fallen. Yet the second brother had yet to return. Given the speed of the armored rhinos, he should have arrived by now. Shen Yiming felt a wave of concern. Could something have happened to the second brother? Shaking his head, he reassured himself that with the chaotic boots, the second brother should be able to escape, even if he could not draw the enemies. It was improbable that any calamity had befallen him. So why had this wayward child not returned? Just then, a familiar silver silhouette appeared outside the valley, and upon seeing it, Shen Yiming sighed in relief. The second brother approached him, whimpering. Whimper. Run. There's a golden tier, armored rhino. Shen Yiming paused momentarily. However, he remained unfazed. What of the golden tier? Even if he could not defeat it, he could flee. He instructed the second brother to use his giant form to help them all escape. The second brother dashed away swiftly, far beyond the reach of the pursuing armored rhinos. No worries, this pit cannot be in vain. If we cannot fight, we can always run. The second brother glanced at Chi-Chi, contemplating Shen Yiming's logic. After all, Chi-Chi could fly. Little did the second brother know, however, that Chi-Chi had already exhausted her energy while digging the pit. And unbeknownst to Shen Yiming, the second brother had also drained his energy in the process of luring the enemies. If the talismans he possessed could not eliminate the armored rhino herd, the two of them, along with their beast companions, would become mere lambs to the slaughter. Not long after the second brother's return, the armored rhino herd arrived. The second brother eyed the levitating Chi-Chi. Whimper? Chi-Chi, why have you reverted to your normal state? Chi-Chi offered no elaborate explanation, urging instead, hurry and transform. The armored rhino herd was approaching. At this moment, Shen Yiming wore a grave expression as he scrutinized the advancing armored rhinos. Noticing the two small beasts still conversing, he promptly instructed them to silence. You two, hold your tongues, they are drawing near. Complying with an unspoken understanding, both small beasts fell silent, gazing at one another. Thinking, regardless, when the time comes, Shen Yiming will call for the transformation. Why should we fret? The armored rhino herd was now perilously close to the area where Shen Yiming had dug. The leading rhinos had already plunged into the deep pit. Yet they did not halt their charge, continuing to surge forward recklessly. Observing the battered armored rhinos, Shen Yiming remarked in surprise, how have all these armored rhinos sustained injuries? Could it be that they had encountered a battle? Internally, he commended. Though I know not who this valiant warrior is, I must express my admiration for their prowess. This would undoubtedly lessen the difficulty of attacking the rhino herd. Within mere seconds, the foremost armored rhinos had reached the pit's midpoint, while those trailing had also entered the chasm. Not hesitating any longer, Shen Yiming tore open an attack talisman and hurled it toward the rhino herd. Above the pit, a massive storm cloud materialized, brimming with potent electrical energy. After a few moments of gathering, countless bolts of lightning descended upon the location of the armored rhinos. Boom, boom, boom. The leading armored rhino was struck by the formidable electrical energy, collapsing lifelessly to the ground in the next instant. After all, this was an attack of Golden Tier 10. Despite their commendable defenses, they were merely of Silver Tier and could not withstand such might. Following the descent of one talisman, approximately one-third of the armored rhino herd perished instantly. Observing this outcome, Shen Yiming swiftly cast the second talisman. The rhino herd suffered further losses, now reduced by half. Witnessing the potency of his assault, Shen Yiming was elated. He hurled his final attack talisman as well. The powerful lightning struck, and at this point, the armored rhinos within the pit were virtually obliterated. Shen Yiming triumphantly glanced at Ying Huan. How about that? All dealt with, right? Ying Huan intended to concur with Shen Yiming, but was startled to see a solitary silver-armored rhino still remaining in the pit. She exclaimed, "Yiming, look, there's still one left." Shen Yiming turned to follow her gaze, and indeed spotted a silver-armored rhino. He pulled out the bestiary to examine it. Lord Armored Rhino. Golden Tier 5, B-grade qualities, combat power 12770, social creatures, extremely powerful. Upon reading the entry, Shen Yiming wasted no time and shouted, "Holy cow, run." Though this armored rhino was grievously wounded, he did not believe the second brother and Chi-Chi could contend with it. If Chi-Chi were in peak condition, he might have considered a confrontation, but she had already exhausted her energy while digging. The second brother, while defensively capable, lacked offensive means. Hearing Shen Yiming's command, neither small beast moved. Instead, they looked at one another. Whimper. You transform now? Transform into what? I have no spiritual energy left. You're the one with equipment that allows you to move swiftly. You should transform. Upon hearing this, the second brother stood still, momentarily stunned. Whimper. I don't have any spiritual energy either. Shen Yiming erupted with frustration. What the hell? You ungrateful wretch. Didn't I tell you to draw the monsters? How could you possibly be out of spiritual energy? Chapter 34. The Black Brick, a Sudden Ambush. Whimper. I already drew the monsters. I merely playfully tapped them once. The second brother attempted to explain, but his voice grew fainter with each word. A single punch? You think one punch could deplete all your spiritual energy? Good grief. Although Shen Yiming was infuriated, he understood that this was not the moment for reprimanding his younger sibling. The lead-armored rhinoceros was already charging toward them. Despite its severe injuries, its speed was remarkably swift. Shen Yiming's mind raced. He knew that the second brother and Chi-Chi could escape since they could both fly. However, persuading them to carry him and Ying Huan along was impractical, as they could not maintain their giant form without spiritual energy. There was, of course, another option. He could have them quickly regain their spiritual energy while he held the beast off for a moment. Quick, drink this. I'll stall for a bit. Shen Yiming swiftly produced all the spiritual water he had and distributed it to the two beasts. Chi-Chi and the second brother wasted no time, gulping down the spiritual water eagerly. Meanwhile, Ying Huan could only watch anxiously. The two beasts were unharmed, rendering her healing skills ineffective. The spell of retribution could restore spiritual energy, but using it would likely cost her dearly. Huan, where's the defensive talisman I gave you earlier? Ying Huan retrieved a small yellow box, a few centimeters in size, from her pocket. Inside lay the defensive talisman, an automatic trigger crafted by a talisman master. When threatened, this trigger would automatically deploy the talisman. It could also be linked to a smart bracelet, allowing it to activate autonomously. Priced reasonably, one could acquire it for several hundred to 1,000. However, most would receive one as a bonus when purchasing talismans. Here, upon receiving the defensive talisman from Ying Huan, Shen Yiming dashed toward the silver-white armored rhinoceros, clutching 3 defensive talismans, which should allow him to endure for a while. He only needed to wait for the second brother and Chi-Chi to recover their spiritual energy before making his escape. In truth, Shen Yiming possessed a means to directly eliminate the silver-white armored rhinoceros, but he hesitated to use it. He had only crafted a single spell of retribution, costing him 500 points. Using it now felt like a waste. Just as he grappled with his indecision, the silver-white armored rhinoceros was upon him. Moo. At that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before Shen Yiming. Option 1. To preserve your own life, betray your teammates and beasts, and flee. Complete the task to gain rewards. Exclusive title, Shun Runs Away. Equipping this title grants a beauty score of 99, attracting disdain from the masses, and awakens a dark profession. 2 SSS-level beasts, a significant amount of beast mastery, 10,000 points in the shop, and a mysterious treasure chest. Option 2. A true man would choose to confront the danger head-on and defeat the lead-armored rhinoceros. Complete the task to receive rewards. All beasts gain 50 to all attributes, a golden treasure chest, 200 points in the shop, and an upgrade for the black brick. Option 3. Wait for the beasts to regain their spiritual energy before departing. Complete the task to receive rewards, a substantial amount of beast mastery, 2 silver treasure chests, 500 points in the shop, and the recipe for spiritual water. After reviewing the options, Shen Yiming dismissed the first outright. The leader was insidious, luring him with enticing rewards. The second option, while offering a decent reward, was unremarkable. The golden chest was the only appealing aspect. As for the black brick, he had previously stated it was worthless to him, and upgrading it made no difference. It wasn't he that Shen Yiming was morally superior and unwilling to ambush. Rather, the circumstances did not allow for it. In this instance, he might not even reach the silver-white armored rhinoceros without being turned into pulp. The third option was the safest. Although it carried the risk of upgrading, it promised 2 silver treasure chests and the recipe for spiritual water. Most importantly, it offered 500 points in the shop. Shen Yiming had no time to hesitate. Without further ado, he selected the second option. He chose the path of a true man, ready to fight. After all, he was still a passionate youth. If need be, he would expend his only talisman. He had to release this pent-up energy. As he faced the approaching armored rhinoceros, Shen Yiming tore open a defensive talisman. A blue light shield enveloped him. The rhinoceros's charge did not pose any threat to him. Given its attack strength, the talisman would likely last at least 3 minutes. While inside the shield, Shen Yiming's mind raced. Since he had opted to take down the rhinoceros, he needed a solid plan. He would avoid using the spell of retribution if possible. Moments later, a new strategy formed in his mind. Shen Yiming shouted toward the direction of his younger brother. "Second brother, come here for a moment." His voice echoed throughout the valley, reverberating against the mountains. The second brother, not far away, paused for a moment. "Whimper, why are there voices all around?" Ying Huanhuan pointed toward Shen Yiming's location. "Second brother, Yiming wants you to help him. Hurry and check it out." Upon hearing this, the second brother wasted no time, striding joyfully until he stood before Shen Yiming. Gazing at him through the blue light screen, he whined, "Whimper, whimper. Listen carefully, second brother. Take this, and I'll draw its attention. You need to be ready. If you succeed, I might consider letting you be the big brother." Inside the blue light, Shen Yiming threw out a black brick and a defensive talisman. The second brother understood Shen Yiming's intent immediately, and the final words ignited his excitement. "Whimper, becoming the big brother. I promise to complete the task." The second brother gleefully picked up the black brick. After drinking the spiritual water, his spiritual energy had recovered significantly, activating his invisibility. He circled behind the armored rhinoceros. At this moment, the rhinoceros remained oblivious to the impending danger, focused on breaking through the blue light shield. The second brother, now behind it, realized he couldn't reach the rhinoceros. So, he decided to activate his flying ability. The combination of invisibility and flight rapidly drained his spiritual energy, and the energy he had just regained was dwindling again. This strike had to succeed. Otherwise, Shen Yiming would have to resort to using the spell of retribution. Hovering above the armored rhinoceros, the second brother grinned at its forehead. "Whimper, I want to be the big brother." With unwavering determination, the second brother gripped the black brick tightly and struck forcefully at the head of the armored rhinoceros. A resounding crack echoed through the air, followed by a pained bellow. The second brother, having exhausted his spiritual energy, manifested before them. A bear and a bull stared at each other in bewilderment. At that moment, the second brother's heart was in turmoil. "Help me," he cried out. Chapter 35, Yiming. A foreboding sensation washed over me. Upon hearing the second brother's desperate call, Shen Yiming was about to throw a token of good and evil. Yet, in the next instant, the armored rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. Did it work? He wondered aloud. Observing the fallen creature, Shen Yiming exclaimed joyfully, "It worked." However, before he could revel in his triumph, the rhinoceros's voice reached the ears of both man and beast. Its call was weak, but it was evident that it was slowly regaining its strength. Seeing this, Shen Yiming quickly urged, "Second brother, keep striking it." The second brother wasted no time, mounting the back of the armored rhinoceros and delivering several more heavy blows. The sound of impact rang out once more. Soon, the rhinoceros fell silent again, its head now a deep crimson. The black brick, a formidable weapon that ignored defenses, could fell even the mightiest with a single strike, regardless of their protective capabilities. "Stay here and keep an eye on it, striking it every 3 seconds. If it dies, it's of no consequence," Shen Yiming instructed before summoning Chi and Ying Huanhuan to join him. Chi, having replenished a significant amount of spiritual energy, was taken aback upon seeing the second brother playfully perched atop the rhinoceros. "Boss, what on earth is that stinky bear doing?" Shen Yiming explained. "That black brick is an equipment piece that can stun its target when attacked from behind. Once your spiritual energy is fully restored, you can deal with it." Chi gazed at him with a hint of resentment. "Another piece of equipment? Is this mine?" just temporarily borrowed by the second brother? It must be returned. Upon hearing Shen Yiming's clarification, Chi-Chi relented. All right then, as long as it's not that stinky bear-ass. Approximately an hour later, the night had completely enveloped the sky. Once Chi-Chi regained enough spiritual energy, he swiftly dispatched the armored rhinoceros. The second brother, too, had entered a state of energy recovery. Ying Huan had set up the tent in the meantime. Chi-Chi, go take care of the carcasses of the armored rhinoceroses and retrieve the beast cores, Shen Yiming instructed. Understood. After dealing with the rhinoceroses, a notification sound resonated in Shen Yiming's mind. Congratulations on completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. All beast pet rewards have been issued. Golden treasure chest has been awarded. Black brick has been upgraded. Shen Yiming checked the system to see the effects of the upgraded black brick. Black brick LV2. Attacking from behind has a chance to stun the enemy for 10 seconds, can alter its size at will, and ignores defenses. This was quite promising. Previously, it had a chance to stun for 5 seconds, and now it had doubled. Moreover, it gained the ability to change size at will. Given the current hardness of the black brick, enlarging it could allow it to serve as a shield. Conversely, shrinking it would facilitate stealthy strikes. It must be said, this tool was indeed well suited for the second brother. With the ability to become invisible and fly, combined with the black brick, who could stand in his way. The only drawback for the second brother was the insufficient spiritual energy. Shen Yiming glanced at the current attributes of both beasts. Beastmaster, Chaos Panda, second brother. Strength, 504. Agility, 421, 1037. Defense, 784, 500. Spiritual energy, 3311. Overall combat power, 11,903 points. Beastmaster, Qiongqi, Shen Chi. Strength, 854. Agility, 701. Defense, 664. Spiritual energy, 6281. Overall combat power, 10,779 points. With equipped gear, the second brother's combat power had completely surpassed Chi-Chi's. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's power had successfully breached the 10,000 point threshold. This indicated that the two beasts were now on par with golden tier beasts. However, should a confrontation arise, it would likely yield no decisive victor. The second brother excelled in defense and swift movement, but lacked offensive capabilities, with spiritual energy being a concern. Chi-Chi was adept at area attacks, and while it could not penetrate the second brother's defenses, as long as it refrained from attacking, it could accumulate its skills. Thus, the second brother posed no threat to Chi-Chi either. Unless the second brother ambushed Chi-Chi with the black brick, the two beasts would remain evenly matched. The next morning, after a night of diligent work, Chi-Chi had organized the carcasses of the armored rhinoceroses and retrieved the beast cores. The second brother had fully restored his spiritual energy. Ying Huan, having stayed awake all night, prepared food to sustain both beasts, while Shen Yiming enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the tent. Yiming, rise and partake in breakfast. I'm coming. As Shen Yiming stepped out of the tent, he was greeted by a potent scent of blood. Observing the numerous armored rhinoceros carcasses surrounding him, he couldn't help but marvel at Chi-Chi's efficiency. These are spiritual foods made from the meat of the armored rhinoceros. Although the ingredients are lacking, they should taste quite delightful. Give it a try, Ying Huan suggested, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shen Yiming picked up a piece of jerky and took a hearty bite. To his surprise, this jerky bore no resemblance to ordinary jerky. The texture was exceptionally tender, melting in his mouth, reminiscent of both beef and chicken, leaving a tingling sensation within him that invigorated his spirit. Delicious. Please make more of this jerky. Let this be our staple food from now on, he exclaimed. Ying Huan shot him a disapproving glance. That won't do. We cannot eat this every day. I've recently learned many recipes from the Spiritual Food Compendium, and this was merely a temporary fix. Once we return home, I will gather proper ingredients to prepare genuine spiritual food for you to savor. All right, I look forward to it. After finishing breakfast, Shen Yiming collected all the rhinoceros carcasses into his spatial ring, 136 in total. There were 96 silver tier and 39 silver tier 610, along with one golden tier specimen. The haul was quite satisfactory, and he would need only to turn in the beast cores to the Beastmaster Association for his rewards. Upon returning to the base and reporting the abnormal situation regarding the beast tied to the military, they exited the Dragon Valley secret realm. Whether or not the authorities would believe his account was beyond Shen Yiming's concern. He had done what he needed to do and felt no guilt. However, just as they left the Dragon Valley secret realm, a piercing alarm echoed through Dragon Valley town. Attention, all citizens. A beast tide orange warning signal has been issued. A small-scale beast tide has emerged within the Dragon Valley secret realm and is rapidly converging. Citizens and job changers are advised to prepare accordingly, following defense protocols. What the heck? Is this for real? Shen Yiming was taken aback by the announcement. Just as he exited the secret realm, a beast tide occurred. Was he fortunate or unfortunate? If he had delayed his exit to assist the military in repelling the beast tide, his rewards would have doubled. Entering now is permissible, yet it necessitates recalculating the rewards, which seems unnecessary. After all, it is merely a small-scale beast tide of orange classification, posing little threat to the base. Meanwhile, the expression of confusion and anxiety was evident on Ying Huanhuan's delicate face, and that familiar sensation surged once more. Shen Yiming, harbored an unsettling premonition. Chapter 36, Task Submission. Shen Yiming perceived that Ying Huanhuan was overly anxious. What could possibly happen now that we've already emerged? Ying Huanhuan also considered that perhaps her nerves were getting the better of her. Nevertheless, her inner turmoil intensified. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's due to lack of rest. Then you should return home. You were busy all night and truly need some respite. After instructing Chi-Chi to accompany Ying Huanhuan home, Shen Yiming proceeded to the Beast Tamer Association to submit his task. At that moment, within the Dragon Valley's secret realm, Nie Yuan listened intently to the report from his subordinate, his expression growing somber. Are you saying someone informed you before the beast tide arrived? The soldier replied, indeed. He mentioned that there might be an issue deep within the Dragon Valley's secret realm. However, the young man appeared to be a student. So we did not take it too seriously and merely reported as usual. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Yuan inquired, what is his name? Is he still within the secret realm? Have him come to me. I wish to question him. His name is Shen Yiming, and he has already departed the secret realm. Nie Yuan murmured to himself, Shen Yiming. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Very well, we shall disregard it for now. After we handle this wave of minor beast tides, we will dispatch someone to investigate the depths of the secret realm. Nie Yuan did not assign much importance to the report, considering that the information provided was incomplete and that the individual's strength was merely at the silver level. The extent of information he could uncover would be limited. If there were indeed anomalies deep within the Dragon Valley's secret realm, they would not be detectable by someone of silver rank. The soldier asked, should we still seek out this young man? Nie Yuan shook his head. No need. First, verify the information. If it proves accurate, report it to the Beast Tamer Association and let them reward accordingly. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming had arrived at the Beast Tamer Association to submit his task. As he placed a multitude of beast cores before the staff, their astonishment was palpable in response to the sheer number, over 100. Did you hunt all these? Shen Yiming's actions drew the attention of others who began to gather around. However, he preferred to maintain a low profile. My team and I hunted them together. They entrusted the beast cores to me. The staff, upon hearing Shen Yiming's explanation, understood the situation. Initially, they had assumed he had single-handedly hunted such a large quantity. Very well, allow me to verify your points. Once confirmed, you may sign off. As the onlookers dispersed, it became evident that teams capable of producing over 100 beast cores within the Dragon Valley's secret realm were not uncommon. This merely indicated that Shen Yiming had a commendable team, not necessarily that he possessed extraordinary strength. Such routine tasks were typically assigned to the weaker members of a team. After approximately 10 minutes of verification, the staff completed the data assessment. In total, there are 135 beast cores, 96 silver level 15 beasts, amounting to 960,000 currency and 600 points, 39 silver level 610 beasts, totaling to 34 million currency and 500 association points. Altogether, that is 3 million currency and 100 association points. Please check. If everything is correct, I will proceed with the task settlement. Shen Yiming nodded, no issues here. He refrained from submitting the golden beast cores, as presenting such an item as a silver rank would be nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, it was inconceivable for golden beasts to exist on the periphery of the Dragon Valley's secret realm. This would inevitably lead to inquiries regarding the origins of the beast cores. Should it be discovered that Shen Yiming had single-handedly eliminated those beasts, it would result in an avalanche of complications. After receiving the currency and points, Shen Yiming did not hasten to leave the Beast Tamer Association. Instead, he resolved to spend all his association points. The items available for exchange were plentiful: combat gear, potions, talismans, and more. Combat gear was frequently donned by various job changers, and the more advanced the gear, the more formidable its capabilities. Upon glancing at the prices of combat gear, Shen Yiming furrowed his brow. The initial combat gear cost 10,000 points. It could immunize against most attacks from bronze level 10 and below, required no cleaning, was dust resistant, and provided warmth. The intermediate combat gear was priced at 100,000 points. It could immunize against most attacks from silver level 10 and below, with similar effects. In addition to an automatic temperature regulation feature for swift adaptation in various secret realms, The advanced combat gear cost 500,000 points. It could immunize against most attacks from golden level 10 and below, possessing all previous features and additionally accelerating spiritual energy absorption. Custom combat gear, price negotiable. Shen Yiming was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. He had anticipated that upon completing his task and earning points, he would be able to make substantial purchases. However, he realized he could only afford a piece of basic combat gear. Yet, this basic combat gear held little value for him. The level 10 beasts posed no challenge, and his younger brother could dispatch them with a mere swipe. Beyond its lack of need for cleaning, dust resistance, and warmth, it seemed no different from ordinary clothing. With these points, he would rather exchange for potions or training resources. Shen Yiming shook his head and turned his attention to the potion exchange catalog. Energy potions, defense potions, strength potions, gene potions, basic energy potion, 1,000 points. Intermediate energy potion, 5,000 points. Advanced energy potion, 20,000 points. Aside from the gene potions which were slightly pricier, the other potions were comparably priced. The energy potions were of no immediate use to him, but they would be beneficial for Huan Huan and his younger brother. Huan Huan had yet to reach the silver level, so purchasing some potions for her would be ideal, especially in hopes of elevating her to silver before enrollment. His younger brother was currently only at silver level 3, while Qiongqi was at silver level 5. They needed to upgrade promptly, as he still had a task to enter the Martial God Academy. Failing to gain entry would result in a 10-centimeter penalty, which he could not bear. With this thought, Shen Yiming decided to exchange for 4 intermediate energy potions and 9 basic energy potions, expending a total of 29,000 points. The basic energy potions were for Huan Huan, while the intermediate ones were for his younger brother and Qiongqi. After completing the potion exchange, Shen Yiming returned home with a substantial sum of money. After handing over the potions to Huan Huan, he prepared to await the commencement of classes at Lu University. Chapter 37. Huan Huan, targeted upon enrollment. As summer faded and autumn breezes ushered in a refreshing chill, the day of enrollment at Lu University swiftly approached. After a period of diligent training, Huan Huan had successfully reached silver level 2. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming's level remained unchanged, with his attributes as follows. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 187 years. Occupation level, Beast Tamer, silver level 9. Possessing a beast. S-Class Chaos Panda, unawakened, currently at level silver 5. With a current compatibility of 60, S-Class Qiongqi, unawakened, currently at level silver 6, with a current compatibility of 67. Possessing items, Black Small Brick LV2, Intermediate Defense Talisman 1. S-Class Skill Orb, Fiery Heart, Space Bracelet 1. One piece of the exclusive 6-piece set for Chaos Panda, Shoes, Skill Storage Device, Golden Treasure Chest, Mysterious Treasure Chest 1. Possessing Talent, Soul Binding. Current Physical Condition, Good. Host Credibility, 99. Mall Points, 689. Beastmaster Association Points, 200. Cash, 2 million. The younger brother has ascended to silver 5, while Qiongqi has only leveled up by 1 rank. Although Shen Yiming has not experienced any changes in level during this time, he has been cultivating compatibility with Qiongqi and his younger brother. The compatibility of the two beasts has successfully surpassed 60%. Shen Yiming's talent skill, Soul Binding, is now at his disposal. The initial attempt at utilizing the soul binding skill was an indescribable sensation. He grew larger, became stronger, and even gained the ability to fly. However, the sole drawback is that Shen Yiming's endurance is limited. After using the soul binding once, he requires an extended period of rest. Over this time, the two small beasts have gained a rough understanding of this world through their smart bracelets. Most common knowledge is already known to them. The younger brother has been aimlessly wandering online with Shen Yiming's avatar and has yet to discover a way to earn money. Meanwhile, Qiongqi has already earned its first pot of gold. Though the sum is modest, it suffices to enhance its diet. Qiongqi has registered a video account online with the ID, Qiqi's Daily Life. It usually records daily activities. And due to the frequent appearances of Huan Huan alongside Qiqi's adorably naive looks, this combination has attracted tens of thousands of fans. In any world, there are certainly individuals enamored with beauty. If it were solely based on looks, it might not have garnered such a following. However, the combination of a beautiful woman and a charming beast pet is simply unbeatable. Not to mention, this beast can articulate human speech. Shen Yiming has specifically instructed that Qiongqi must not capture him on camera, as he has no intention of appearing in the spotlight. He prefers to remain in the shadows, counting money behind Qiongqi. As for the younger brother, it desires to be on screen, yet Qiongqi intentionally avoids filming it. Consequently, the younger brother has often complained to Shen Yiming about this. Upon arriving at Luohu University, Shen Yiming first reported to his assigned class. He has been placed in the Beast Master Department, Class 3, under the tutelage of a middle-aged man in his 40s named Huang Yu. Shen Yiming exchanged minimal words with the instructor, hastily paid the tuition fee of 100,000 and departed. He is acutely aware that his time at Lu University is merely transitional. The people here will only be fleeting figures in his life. If given the opportunity to directly enter the Martial God Academy, he would withdraw from this institution without hesitation. His objective is straightforward: to complete the system's tasks. Whether he continues attending classes thereafter will depend on the quality of instruction. Should he find little of value to learn, he will promptly withdraw. Ying Huan, on the other hand, has different aspirations. She intends to study diligently. Lacking a theoretical foundation, she recognizes that in order to assist Shen Yiming, she must systematically learn the supportive profession. Luohu University does not offer a specialized priest department due to the scarcity of support roles, thus congregating all auxiliary professions into one department. Although the teaching quality may not be highly specialized, it is sufficient for imparting basic supportive knowledge. Accompanying Ying Huan to the auxiliary department, after she completed her registration and was about to leave, she was intercepted by a black man. He spoke in clumsy summer language. "Hey lady, are you interested in being my study partner? I just saw your information, and my team is in need of a priest. With your inclusion, I believe my team will become significantly stronger." Shen Yiming cast a glance at this man, whose appearance was less than appealing. Exuding an air of lewdness, standing around 6 feet tall, clad in high-end battle attire, accompanied by 2 summer women whose behavior was overly familiar. Will, gazing at Ying Huan, exhibited a greedy glint in his eyes. This woman is breathtaking. With her unique heterochromatic eyes, exquisite features, and voluptuous figure, engaging with her would surely be entertaining. He was determined to win her over. Ying Huan looked at the man with disdain and coldly replied, "Step aside. I am not interested." He paid her words no mind, confidently asserting, "I am a prince of the Black Ball Kingdom and also one of your exchange students. Being my study partner would not be a hardship for you. I can provide you with additional cultivation resources each month and even gift you a B-class skill orb." Will added, "Moreover, if I make a request, I'm sure your esteemed academy would not refuse." "I said, I am not interested," Ying Huan retorted. Upon hearing that he was an exchange student from the Black Ball Kingdom, and a prince at that, she wished to avoid trouble and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming observed the man thoughtfully, a faint smile gracing his lips, musing, "What audacity, to attempt to steal someone right in front of me." At that moment, the younger brother and Chi-Chi seemed to sense Shen Yiming's ire, silently noting the black man. "Ying, human pet, I'll help you deal with him." Chi-Chi remained silent, aware from frequent online interactions that certain things should not be said openly. Shen Yiming gently patted the younger brother's head, advising, "Don't cause trouble. He is clad in high-end battle gear. You won't breach his defenses. Besides, engaging in physical confrontations is not suitable for me, especially since he is a prince." However, only Shen Yiming truly understood his thoughts. After departing Luohu University, Ying Huan wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have enrolled. I never expected to be targeted on the very first day." Shen Yiming teased, "Ha, who told you to possess a face that could bring nations to ruin? Especially coupled with a supportive profession? Who wouldn't want to include you in their team?" Shen Yiming was not speaking idly. After this period of recuperation, Ying Huan was indeed captivating. Her figure had become increasingly alluring, adorned in a flowing black gown, her skin fair and pristine. Her once ordinary face now radiated a newfound vitality, a stark contrast to their first encounter when she appeared filthy and emaciated. Ying Huan lightly swatted Shen Yiming playfully, chiding, "Still laughing? He certainly won't give up easily. What if he truly persuades the school to make me his study partner? Then just withdraw." Shen Yiming responded nonchalantly. "What? Withdraw?" Ying Huan was taken aback, having never considered the prospect of quitting so soon. To abandon her studies on the very first day? Wouldn't their tuition be wasted? If the academy pressures you, then withdraw. What is there to fear? We have nothing to lose. If he truly dares to use force, we can deal with him." Ying Huan paused. "Deal with him? But he is a prince. I was just speaking casually. You don't actually believe that, do you?" Shen Yiming shot her an exasperated glance. He was fully aware that one cannot simply dispose of a prince. Doing so would undoubtedly stir up significant repercussions. After all, the Black Ball Kingdom is not a minor nation. Should they truly eliminate their prince, both he and Ying Huan would face dire consequences. However, although it is impossible to bury him, finding an opportunity to annoy him is certainly feasible. Chapter 38. Is the black man up to mischief? Meanwhile, Will had arrived at the office of the department head. Upon seeing Will enter, Hu Ming stood up with a sycophantic smile and said, "Prince Will, what a pleasant surprise to see you in my office." Will casually took a seat on the sofa, showing little regard for the department head. I would like to request another academic partner. Hu Ming patted his chest and assured him to strengthen the friendship between our two universities and our nations, as well as to help exchange students adapt to life in summer country. I find your proposal entirely reasonable. I will arrange it right away and find some attentive students to assist you. Will smiled and replied, no need to trouble yourself this time. I have already selected someone. Just have her report to me. Hu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Oh, please tell me her name, and I will make the arrangements. Will coolly stated. The girl's name is Ying Huan, a freshman in the auxiliary department. My team is in need of a pastor, if you understand. No problem. I will arrange it for you. I guarantee your satisfaction. Hu Ming nodded. However, he inwardly mused, this freshman will be difficult to coordinate, without the threat of graduation. And being a pastor, this will require extra effort. After Hu Ming agreed, Will stood and patted him on the shoulder. These are trivial matters. Remember, the task assigned to you by the royal family is of utmost importance. If you perform well, I will commend you in front of my father. And you may even receive a title. Hu Ming's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Thank you, your highness. With you as my backing, I will surely thrive domestically. Even if something goes awry, I can retreat to the Black Ball Kingdom. Just as Shen Yiming returned home, 3 options suddenly appeared before him. What is going on? I haven't done anything. Option 1. Expose the conspiracy. The department head of Lu University is plotting to instigate a massive beast tide in the Dragon Valley secret realm during the training period for freshmen and kidnap students from various universities. Disrupt his plan to receive rewards based on task completion, with a chance to obtain a mysterious treasure chest. Option 2. Ignore this message and let it be. Completion reward. 500 points in the shop, 1 golden treasure chest, and a substantial amount of beast control power, with a beast affinity of 5. Option 3. Join them and conspire to assist the Black Ball Kingdom Prince in his kidnapping task. Rewards will be issued based on task completion and participation, with a chance to obtain a mysterious treasure chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yiming selected the first option. Initially, he might have considered it, but upon seeing the third option related to that Black Prince, he felt no need for further deliberation. Previously, he merely wished to annoy the Black Prince. Now he was contemplating how to bury him, boldly and openly, with the state even assisting in the aftermath. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Even without the task rewards, he would ensure this matter was executed flawlessly. You dare to covet my caretaker? Prepare for your demise. Ying Huan, holding a plate of freshly prepared spirit food, looked at Shen Yiming with confusion. Yiming, why does your smile seem so strange? I'm just happy. What could possibly bring such joy? Before Ying Huan could react, Shen Yiming leaned in and kissed her, holding her tightly. Flustered, Ying Huan pushed him away. Hey, what are you doing? Shen Yiming, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away, scratched the back of his head. Just excited. I've thought of a way to deal with that black guy. Really? What is the plan? Ying Huan recalled the black man wanting her as an academic partner and felt a wave of nausea. Hearing that Shen Yiming had a way to deal with him piqued her interest. Shen Yiming hesitated for a moment. He wasn't quite sure what that fellow intended to do. Momentarily frozen in place. You'll find out later. The information from the 3 options only revealed that they intended to incite a massive beast tide during the freshman training and then kidnap students. As for their methods, Shen Yiming truly had no idea. Ying Huan huffed. You're just pretending to kiss me. I swear it's not. You better not be. Shen Yiming, flustered, hurriedly explained. However, upon hearing his words, Ying Huan grew even angrier, puffing up and marching towards the dining table. Second brother, Chi is eating. Shen Yiming stood there in shock, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Everything had been fine just moments ago. What was happening? He had merely tried to clarify that he didn't genuinely want to kiss her. Why did it seem to make her angrier? Oh no, I've realized. Could it be that she has just started her period? With this thought, Shen Yiming resolved to soothe her, as she was his caretaker and cook after all. What if she got so upset she left? He prepared a cup of hot water and gently set at the dining table. Make sure to drink plenty of hot water. Hearing those words, Ying Huan felt a headache coming on. She had thought Shen Yiming had returned to comfort her. Coldly, she replied, Shen Yiming, I didn't team make your meal. What are you doing here? Shen Yiming looked at her in utter confusion. He glanced at the already plated food before him, and countless questions flooded his mind. You've already prepared my food, and yet you claim you didn't team make it for me? Is this what a period does to her temper? Huan. Drinking hot water is good for your health. Ying Huan merely huffed again, uninterested in engaging with him, and quietly dug into her bowl of rice. Seeing this, Shen Yiming's eyes brightened, and he silently praised himself. She is not angry anymore. It really works. The internet does not lie. Chapter 39, The Adaptable Ruler. The following morning, Shen Yiming and Ying Huan rode Chi to school together. Ever since they had an abundance of food, Chi had become their mode of transportation. Although the school provided dormitories, they chose not to stay there, as home was far more comfortable. Plus, staying at home meant they didn't have to cater to anyone else's emotions. How liberating. Upon arriving at Luohu Academy, Shen Yiming instructed Qiqi to stay with Ying Huan for her protection, even giving her a defensive talisman. After all, he was uncertain if that little black fellow would resort to any mischief. If he truly intended to act, having Qiqi around could at least buy some time. If all else failed, they could simply fly away. He had no intention of playing the hero, knowing well that someone in his company was being targeted. To let her face it alone without providing protection would be sheer madness. At that moment, Qiqi had shrunk to a few centimeters in size, perched adorably on Ying Huan's shoulder, like a miniature accessory. I'm off to class. Shen Yiming made his way to Beast Control Class 3. As he entered the classroom, he was met with a scene that could only be described as chaotic, a veritable dance of beasts. Various pets were present, from those playing with snakes and birds to those with gorillas and wolves. And of course, there were also small bears among the menagerie. The arrival of Shen Yiming drew the attention of several individuals. However, upon noticing that he was accompanied only by his second brother, a single beast companion, some gazes revealed disdain, while others expressed surprise and curiosity, even envy. It is worth noting that most participants enrolling at Luohu Academy were silver-tier beast tamers, each possessing 2 beast companions. Thus, Shen Yiming, with merely 1 beast companion, was inevitably regarded by others as a mere bronze-tier novice. At this moment, the classroom had naturally divided into several circles. Those with high-quality beast companions formed one group, while the bronze-tier beast tamers constituted another. Additionally, there were some individuals clad in battle attire, gazing down their noses at everyone with an air of disdain. Shen Yiming found a corner to sit in, quietly observing this assembly of beast tamers. He found the scene quite amusing. In his previous life, people relished showcasing their lavish possessions, luxury cars, designer watches, or simply flaunting their beautiful companions. Yet here, the display had morphed into showcasing beast companions, demonstrating qualifications, and flaunting battle gear. Shen Yiming murmured, "If only I had brought Qiqi along, I could have had him enlarge himself and put on a grand show." In his arms, his second brother, hearing Shen Yiming's mumble, pawed at his hands. "Ying, I can do it too. They are all just little trash." All right. You can, I know," Shen Yiming comforted, patting his second brother's small head. Although the second brother was quite formidable, he still paled in comparison to Qiqi's striking appearance. If a show were to be made, it would undoubtedly be Qiqi who would take the stage. The second brother thought to himself, "Ying, ever since Qiqi arrived, I have lost my charm. I am no longer the exclusive little darling of my elder brother. Ying, I must quickly secure my position as the elder brother, otherwise, when the third beast companion arrives, my throne will be at risk." Approximately 10 minutes later, most of the members of Beast Tamer Class 3 had gathered, around 40 individuals, consisting of 26 males and 14 females. The moment the instructor, Huang Yu, entered, the classroom fell silent, and the previously rambunctious beast companions settled down considerably. Huang Yu surveyed the room with a serious expression and stated, "I am your instructor for the next 4 years. My name is Huang Yu. You may approach me with any issues you encounter on campus. Without further ado, let us begin with self-introductions so that you may all get acquainted." As Huang Yu's words echoed, the attendees exchanged glances. Most were shy young ladies and gentlemen, and the first to step up for self-introduction inevitably felt a touch of bashfulness. However, there were also those with an overwhelming desire to perform. After a brief silence in the class, a young man clad in basic battle attire stood up, leading a B-grade Qinfeng snake and a B-grade bloodthirsty bear to the front. "Hello everyone, my name is Yiping. I'm 19 years old, a local of Luohu, and a silver tier level 5 beast tamer. My father is a senior member of the Beast Tamer Association, so if you encounter any issues at school, feel free to seek my assistance." Shen Yiming observed the young man at the podium. He was slightly over 1.7 meters tall and had a handsome appearance. Though he fell short in comparison to Shen Yiming, he was still considered quite attractive to the average person. Good-looking, with personal strength at silver tier level 5, impressive beast companions, and a strong background. Wasn't he the epitome of a reliable ally? As Yiping concluded his introduction, applause erupted from the crowd. Ego. If you become class leader, I will definitely support you." "Yiping, do you have a girlfriend? If you do, it's no problem. You can always have another." Yiping reveled in the adoration, displaying a friendly smile. "If I become class leader, you can all register my name at the Beast Tamer Association when you go. This will alleviate the hassle of waiting in line for tasks, and you can also select simpler tasks first. Yiping, you must be the class leader. We stand with you." The promise from Yiping was a significant temptation for the beast tamers, most of whom had just joined the Beast Tamer Association. Each month, they were required to complete 2 routine tasks, and the prospect of skipping the queue and opting for easier tasks was irresistible. Even Shen Yiming considered Yiping's leadership a commendable choice. However, at that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Participate in the class leader election. Task rewards. Beast Soul Fruit X2, 500 points of mall credits, 5 Beast Affinity, Golden Treasure Box X1. Option 2. Ignore this option and remain a docile fish. Task rewards. Beast Affinity X5, 500 points of mall credits, Aesthetic Value X1, Golden Treasure Box X1. Option 3. Shout loudly. All of you here are trash. Attract class-wide animosity. Task rewards. Courage X10, Aesthetic Value X3, 500 points of mall credits, Golden Treasure Box X1. Shen Yiming contemplated the 3 options thoughtfully, murmuring, "This system is surprisingly generous with its rewards." The first 2 options were nearly equal in value. And while he was aware that he wouldn't remain at this school for long, there was no need to attract animosity unless the system could alter the reward to a mysterious treasure box. In that case, he might consider it. Beep. System detects host strong desire. Altering option rewards. Option 3. Shout loudly. All of you here are trash. Attract class-wide animosity. Task rewards. Courage X10, Aesthetic Value X3, 500 points of mall credits, Mysterious Treasure Box X1. Seeing the modified option, Shen Yiming was taken aback. System, are you this casual? Do you realize you are practically pushing me to make a mistake? Chapter 40. I was just joking. Yet the system remained silent. Shen Yiming gazed at the third option. Mysterious Treasure Box. Ah, how vexing. I want it. But I truly cannot perform such an embarrassing act. He fixated on the rewards of the third option. Aesthetic value was understandable, but what was this courage value? Could it lead to pitfalls? Would he become excessively brave, impulsively drawing swords at every injustice? How could he enjoy being the 6th wheel then? System. What effects does this courage value have? Increases the host's bravery, making the personality straightforward, speaks freely, unable to tolerate any grievances. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shen Yiming let out a cold laugh. The system's words, translated in his mind, implied a dragon overlord personality, prone to offending others. Seeking immediate retribution for grievances, regardless of the strength of others, he would retaliate on the spot. Shen Yiming silently selected the first option. He desired bravery too, but his strength did not permit it. At this point, most of the classmates had completed their self-introductions. When it was Shen Yiming's turn, he quietly approached the podium. Below, the female classmates were secretly scrutinizing him. With his high nose, thin lips, and eyebrows that resembled swords, framing a perfectly sculpted profile, he was undeniably handsome, captivating anyone who glanced his way. Previously, while Shen Yiming had been hiding in the back of the classroom, most had not noticed him. However, as he stepped onto the stage, all eyes were drawn to him. This guy was genuinely striking, the kind of handsome that defied reason. My name is Shen Yiming, and I will also participate in the election for class monitor. After this brief introduction, Shen Yiming promptly descended from the stage. Task completed, rewards have been distributed. This left the students below utterly bewildered. Although he possesses striking good looks, did he truly intend to run for class monitor so casually? Was he serious? Meanwhile, Yiping, standing below, gazed at Shen Yiming in astonishment, as he was the first person to express a desire to compete for the position. However, Yiping did not regard Shen Yiming as a formidable opponent. After all, he was merely a bronze-level beastmaster with no significant background. Aside from being slightly more handsome than himself, he wondered what Shen Yiming could possibly leverage against him. On the other hand, Huang Yu, the instructor on the platform, found himself intrigued by Shen Yiming. He was aware that Shen Yiming had registered as a silver level 9 upon enrollment and possessed a second beast. He was also the highest-ranked student in the class. Thus, Huang Yu was not surprised by Shen Yiming's candidacy for class monitor. However, Huang Yu was curious as to why Shen Yiming, already a silver level 9, did not choose to wait another year. If he advanced to gold, he could directly enroll in the Martial God Academy. Even if he were to be unsuccessful there, he could still gain admission to the Beastmaster Academy, which specializes in cultivating top-tier Beastmasters. Just as Shen Yiming was about to return to his seat, a girl intercepted him. Shen Yiming, may we exchange contact information? My name is Lu Panner, silver level 3. Shen Yiming scrutinized the girl before him. Her delicate features were slightly flushed, her hair tied in a single ponytail. Clad in a light yellow dress that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding the charm of a girl next door. Just as Shen Yiming was about to decline, his younger brother unexpectedly interjected, extending a finger towards Lu Panner. 10,000. Shen Yiming attempted to stop his brother, but to his astonishment, Lu Panner readily agreed. Shall I transfer it to you directly? His brother handed over his smart wristband to Lu Panner. Transfer it here. As both were Beastmasters, they easily understood the implications of the exchange, prompting Lu Panner to transfer the money without a second thought. Thus, Liu Panner effortlessly added the brotherly version of Shen Yiming. Watching this unfold, Shen Yiming was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this how it works? A mere contact exchange costing 10,000? 100 would amount to 1,000,000. And what about 1,000? Good grief. Why was he laboring to complete tasks? The Beastmaster Association only dispensed 20,000 a month. Yet his brother managed to earn that through just 2 contacts. Why not let his brother take advantage of this? With that thought, he decided to let his brother be. If he wished to add contacts, so be it. After all, it was his beast's business, not his. If any issues arose, they could be directed to the beast itself. Even if they sought out Shen Yiming, he could simply say, the child is still young. It's not easy to earn some pocket money, so please be understanding. After all, it was a mutual agreement. No one was coerced into becoming friends. Ying, this is the contact information, his brother stated. Upon receiving the contact details, Liu Panner expressed her gratitude with a bright smile. Thank you. You're so sweet. Here, take this Spirit Beast pill. Upon receiving the Spirit Beast pill, his brother gestured a heart towards Liu Panner. Haha, you're so adorable, Liu Panner laughed. Shen Yiming felt 1,000 curses racing through his mind. What on earth was happening in this world? Exchanging contact information. And not only receiving money, but also a Spirit Beast pill. A Spirit Beast pill was hardly inexpensive. It cost at least 50,000. Though it might not have significant effects, it could enhance the sustenance of a beast. It seemed Liu Panner was quite the little heiress. From now on, he could let his brother charm wealthy girls, relieving himself of that burden while potentially acquiring a divine beast for free. Soon, everyone in the class had introduced themselves. Huang Yu then announced, next, we will proceed with the election of class officers. The class monitor receives monthly benefits, including increased access to the training facility, which can enhance your training speed. Now, those who wish to run for class monitor, please raise your hands and make a brief campaign statement. As soon as Huang Yu finished speaking, all the students turned their gazes towards Yiping and Shen Yiming. For those were the only 2 who had expressed an interest in running. Without hesitation, Yiping raised his hand. However, the others noticed that Shen Yiming remained completely still. Huang Yu, puzzled, inquired, Shen Yiming, did you not just say you wanted to run for class monitor? I was just joking, Shen Yiming replied, playfully pinching his brother's cheek with a smile. Why had Shen Yiming suddenly backed out? It was because he had already received his task rewards. What was the point of competing? Had the system not granted him rewards, he might have considered participating, but even if elected, he would have stepped aside for someone more deserving. The role of class monitor was fraught with trivial responsibilities. Whoever wished to take it could do so. Although the class monitor received additional rewards, Shen Yiming truly had no need for them, as he could level up through the system. Moreover, he currently had no desire to level up. Doing so would necessitate finding a third beast. Meanwhile, the system was frowning, lamenting. I acted hastily. I shouldn't have distributed rewards to this fellow prematurely. Chapter 41. The Hypocritical Hu Ming. Thus, the class monitor election concluded rather anticlimactically. Huang Yu had anticipated a fierce competition, but was surprised to find Shen Yiming was merely joking. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. The identity of the class monitor made little difference to him. Soon, all class officers were elected. At that moment, Ying Huan, from the support class, was summoned to the department head's office. Hu Ming gazed at the enchanting Ying Huan, whose skin gleamed like snow and whose features were strikingly beautiful, a veritable vision of loveliness. Although she still appeared somewhat youthful, she already possessed the potential to bewitch nations. Coupled with her heterochromatic eyes, she exuded an alluring aura, evoking a blend of innocence and temptation. Hu Ming sighed inwardly. No wonder the prince had taken an interest in her. Had it not been for the prince's insistence on her becoming his companion, he might have had the chance to taste her goodness. What a pity, Ying Huan inquired. Director, did you call for me? Hu Ming replied solemnly. Indeed, new students must complete certain trial tasks upon enrollment. Considering the challenges faced by your support department, I have arranged a task for you. It is quite simple for you, and upon successful completion, I will offer you additional rewards, perhaps even more credits. Ying Huan did not rush to refuse. Instead, she calmly asked, what task? Hu Ming took a sip from his teacup. You are to be a companion to Student Weil. You must understand that he is the prince of the Black Ball Kingdom. It is your honor that he specifically requested you as his companion. To help Prince Weil acclimate quickly to our Summer Kingdom's culture, you are the best choice. Ying Huan scoffed lightly. Haha, I refuse. Hu Ming was taken aback, momentarily stunned, uncertain if he had misheard. As a department head, he had personally approached a student to undertake a task, and she dared to reject him? Did she not fear jeopardizing her graduation? Are you certain you want to go? Have you considered the possibility of not graduating? Moreover, if you refuse, it could damage the friendship between our 2 schools. To put it more broadly, it could hinder the friendship between our 2 nations. If you refuse to accept this task, you will be delaying the school and the nation. Can you bear such responsibility? At this moment, Chi-Chi was obediently resting on Ing Huanhuan's shoulder. Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, its gaze sharpened slightly. It truly wished to strike him with a couple of punches. However, it restrained itself and discreetly recorded everything with its smart wristband. Ing Huanhuan, incensed by Hu Ming's accusations, managed to contain her anger. First of all, I am merely a freshman, and I am still quite unfamiliar with everything on campus. Assigning me such a task is exceedingly difficult. Secondly, my proficiency in foreign languages is lacking, rendering effective communication impossible. It would be more prudent to assign this significant responsibility to other students. Moreover, to my knowledge, he already has 2 companions, does he not? Why must I be involved? Hu Ming, infuriated by Ing Huanhuan's audacity to refuse him once more, lost his temper and shouted, "You will go, whether you like it or not. Why are you babbling so much? If you do not wish to graduate, you may refuse this task. If you continue to defy me, you might not even pass the freshman experience. Speaking to you kindly, do you think you matter?" Hu Ming was utterly unconcerned with Ing Huanhuan's emotions. At Luohu College, he was akin to a deity. He did as he pleased, and all students were bound to obey him. Furthermore, he had investigated Ing Huanhuan's background. She was merely an orphan. What did he have to fear? Non-compliance would lead to consequences. Although Ing Huanhuan had encountered many shameless individuals in society, she had never before encountered someone as despicable as Hu Ming. It was truly an eye-opener. It was hard to believe that he was the department head at Luohu University, a person charged with the responsibility of nurturing talent. Who would have thought he could stoop so low? Threatening a student's future to compel them to do something against their will? Ing Huanhuan's temper flared. I have made it clear, I will not go. If you wish to expel me, please refund my tuition. Once the funds are received, I will leave immediately. Hu Ming scoffed. Refund your tuition? Don't even think about it. I can assure you that should you withdraw from Luohu University, your chances of enrolling in another institution in the future will be non-existent. Ing Huanhuan wanted to curse at him, but she dared not. She cherished the stability she had fought hard to attain. She did not wish to return to a life of uncertainty. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, she still held her tongue. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Hu Ming interjected, "If you dare to leave now, there will be no place for you in this school, or even in Luohu City." Chi-Chi, unable to endure any longer, transformed into its giant form and exclaimed, "How dare you? You think you can intimidate my sister? I have tolerated you for far too long." Just as Chi-Chi was about to charge at Hu Ming, the latter acted swiftly. Hu Ming unleashed an energy barrier that firmly restrained Chi-Chi. Looking at Chi-Chi, Hu Ming sneered, "A mere silver-level beast companion. Do you truly believe you matter?" He then turned to Ing Huanhuan, "Allowing your beast to attack the department head. How do you intend to resolve this, Ing Huanhuan?" Chi-Chi struggled desperately against the energy barrier, but alas, it was a platinum-level confinement. It could not break free. Ing Huanhuan, witnessing Chi-Chi's predicament, felt a surge of panic. She had intended to leave quietly, but now Chi-Chi could no longer contain itself. However, it was not entirely Chi-Chi's fault. Had Shen Yiming been present, he might have dealt with Hu Ming decisively. Taking a deep breath, Ing Huanhuan said, "Release it, and we can discuss this calmly." Hu Ming remained unfazed. "If you agree to my earlier conditions, I will release it immediately, and I can choose to overlook its earlier attack. Otherwise, consider the consequences carefully. The best outcome is that your beast will not survive, and you will suddenly find yourself expelled, disappearing altogether." Ing Huanhuan shouted in anger, "You know full well that Wei Air has ill intentions, yet you still want me to be his companion. You are unworthy of being a teacher." Hu Ming replied with a dismissive smile, "I am merely promoting friendly exchanges between our institutions. Why are you so upset? Even if he were to do something to you, wouldn't you still benefit? After all, he is a prince." Ing Huanhuan forced herself to calm down. "Release it, and we can negotiate. You will naturally let it go once you agree. I will count to 3. If you do not make a decision, I will end its life. 3, 2. Just as the final second approached and she had yet to utter the words, the door was suddenly pushed open and Shen Yiming walked in. Upon seeing Chi-Chi restrained, he held the talisman of retribution in his hand and gently tore off a corner. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Priest Association. Hu Ming was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yiming's unexpected entrance. Before he could speak, Shen Yiming took the initiative. "I just happened to pass by outside and heard some commotion. Fearing an accident, I came in. What is happening here?" Hu Ming, seeing a third party enter, discreetly released Chi-Chi from its confinement and, with an impassive expression, replied, "You must have misheard. I am the department head Hu Ming. And this is my office. What commotion could there possibly be? You should leave. This is no place for you." Shen Yiming, holding the torn talisman corner in his left hand, smiled cheerfully. "Oh, I understand. My apologies for interrupting, Director." After speaking, Shen Yiming shot Ing Huanhuan a glance, signaling her to leave promptly. Realizing the situation, Ing Huanhuan swiftly picked up Chi-Chi and dashed out. Hu Ming attempted to intervene, but, with a third party present, chose to maintain his facade and allowed Ying Huan to exit. As long as she remained at the school, she could not escape. Hu Ming was not worried. He could easily summon her again. After Ying Huan left, Shen Yiming gradually exited as well. Once outside, the smile on Shen Yiming's face darkened considerably. Thankfully, the school day had ended after class officer elections, and his intention to find Ying Huan was simply to accompany her home. Upon learning she had been summoned to the department head's office, Shen Yiming followed suit. He never anticipated such an event would unfold. Just moments ago, he had overheard Hu Ming using Chi to threaten Ying Huan. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that it was not a good situation. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, who knew what might have transpired? After running out of Hu Ming's office, Ying Huan was still in a state of shock. She felt immense relief that Shen Yiming had come. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. At that moment, she desperately wished to grow stronger. If she were more powerful, would she still have to face such predicaments? After finally enjoying a period of peace, she found herself targeted once again. She suddenly felt a deep aversion towards her own face, wishing it could be more ordinary. Was it such a crime to desire a stable life? Meanwhile, Chi resembled a chastened child, its head bowed in silence. It had acted too impulsively, had it not attempted to attack Hu Ming. Perhaps Ying Huan would have already left unscathed. After a while, Shen Yiming finally approached. Let us go home. On their way back, the two remained silent. With even the usually lively Chi quieting down, silently soaring them home. At this moment, the second brother's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable charm. The recent events had profoundly impacted both the two youngsters and the two beasts. Had Shen Yiming arrived a moment later, Chi might have faced dire consequences. Although the second brother often quarreled with Chi, the two small beasts had long regarded each other as companions. Witnessing a friend being bullied stirred feelings of helplessness within. The desire to retaliate, yet lacking the strength to do so, was the most distressing of emotions. Upon returning home, Ying Huan could no longer contain herself. She threw herself into Shen Yiming's embrace and wept. Whoa, Yiming, I feel so wronged. If you hadn't arrived in time, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I should have skipped school. Am I really a harbinger of trouble? Shen Yiming gently patted her back, offering comfort without uttering a word. It was best to let her cry for a while, allowing her emotions to release. At that moment, Chi spoke up. Boss, don't blame the elder sister. If I hadn't intervened, she might have already been gone. It's all my fault for being so impulsive. Shen Yiming inquired, what exactly happened? Chi produced a smart wristband and said, I recorded everything on this. Boss, you can take a look. After reviewing the events on the wristband, Shen Yiming's expression darkened ominously. He felt a twinge of regret for not having acted more decisively. Even if he couldn't eliminate Hu Ming, he could have at least incapacitated him. Hu Ming was truly a scoundrel. Observing Chi-Chi's self-reproachful demeanor, Shen Yiming gently ruffled its little head, assuring, Chi-Chi, you did nothing wrong. If I had been there, I would not have been able to restrain myself either. Furthermore, it was my directive for you to protect Huan. Your sole duty was to keep her safe. However, next time, assess your opponent's strength before acting. A department head is not to be underestimated. If you choose to strike, do so decisively. Leave no room for the enemy to retaliate, understood? Chi nodded earnestly. I understand, boss. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. You must temper your impulsiveness and heed Huan's advice. The second brother chimed in. Ying, Chi, I will assist you in seeking vengeance in the future. Shen Yiming sighed. Ultimately, we are still too weak. Even a mere department head can easily manipulate us. Leaning against Shen Yiming, Ying Huan looked up and asked, what should we do next? If I return to school, Hu Ming will likely come after me again. Fear gripped her. The department head was not someone they could contend with. She yearned to suggest to Shen Yiming that they leave Lu City together, but the thought felt selfish and unvoiced. Shen Yiming nodded. Then let us refrain from returning for now. After some time, I will accompany you to withdraw from school. Were it not for his responsibilities, he would have considered quitting school altogether. Withdrawal was necessary. Without it, their future prospects at other academies would be bleak, as their academic records remained tied to Lu College. Shen Yiming's primary motivation for returning was Hu Ming, and while, if he did not resolve this issue, he would be unable to find peace. Knock, knock, knock. A soft voice called from outside. Hearing the knock, Shen Yiming and Ying Huan exchanged glances. Ying Huan wore a wary expression and whispered, could it be Hu Ming's people? I'm uncertain. You stay put. I will see who it is, Shen Yiming reassured her. Upon opening the door, Shen Yiming was taken aback to find an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s or 70s, standing there. Her face bore a kind expression, with a hint of a smile in her eyes, exuding an aura of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Despite her aged appearance, her complexion was remarkably vibrant. To his astonishment, She was floating just above the ground. What level of power was this? Shen Yiming, on high alert, asked, "Who are you looking for?" Gu Qiuling turned her gaze to Ying Huan inside the room and said, "Little one, do not be alarmed. I am from the Priest Association, here to see her." Upon hearing the mention of the Priest Association, Shen Yiming remained cautious. What could they want with Huan? Were they planning to take her away? Gu Qiuling smiled at Ying Huan. "I'm here to help her assess her qualifications. If my predictions hold true, her potential is beyond just S rank." And after the assessment, Shen Yiming pressed. He was acutely aware that Ying Huan surpassed mere S rank. She was, in fact, a dual talent. If this were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. "I will take her with me." Shen Yiming felt lost at this proclamation. Overwhelmed and powerless, he wondered how he continually encountered such formidable individuals. "System, can you be a bit more supportive? I am, after all, a man with a system. Can I catch a break?" Seeing Shen Yiming's shifting expressions, Gu Qiuling found it quite amusing. Of course, everything hinged on Huan's choice. If she wished to stay, he would not forcibly take her. Shen Yiming, feeling cornered, replied, "Oh, I see. In that case, you needn't conduct the assessment. You may leave." Gu Qiuling's smile remained unchanged, her demeanor still radiating warmth. "I represent the association. If I do not conduct the assessment, another individual will come. Do you believe they will be as accommodating as I am? Is the assessment absolutely necessary?" Shen Yiming questioned further. Gu Qiuling explained, "This is the procedure of the Priest Association. Any member detected with qualifications above S rank must be reported and registered." Shen Yiming was apprehensive. If it were merely a priestly profession, it would be manageable. However, Ying Huan was not simply a single vocation. Moreover, Gu Qiuling seemed amiable. Shen Yiming's concern lay in the potential arrival of someone far less agreeable if he refused her now. It appeared that the assessment was unavoidable. Reluctantly, Shen Yiming opened the door wider, allowing her entry. "Very well, since you've stated it so clearly, it would be ungrateful to deny you further." Gu Qiuling stepped inside, surveying the modest yet cozy room filled with 2 beds. "You, an S-rank genius, reside in such a humble abode," she remarked. "I like it here," Ying Huan replied. Gu Qiuling jested, "I suspect it's more than mere fondness." At her words, Ying Huan's cheeks flushed, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Gu Qiuling, sensing the moment, ceased to tease and instead produced a golden testing orb, presenting it to Ying Huan. "It's just like the one you used during the previous assessment at the association. Simply hold it in your hand." Ying Huan accepted the testing orb, waiting patiently until a brilliant emerald light erupted from within, swiftly flooding the entire room. Gu Qiuling observed this with no surprise, murmuring softly, "As expected, it is beyond S rank." Yet, the spectacle continued. The emerald light began to shift. As the green glow receded, a surge of golden light emerged. The moment Gu Qiuling beheld the radiant golden light, she could no longer maintain her composure. Astonishingly, it was a manifestation of SSS level aptitude. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, she discerned something amiss. This was not merely SSS level aptitude. It was that she had acquired SSS level priest skills. How could this be possible? Moreover, her own aptitude could not even be measured? What on earth was happening? As if that were not enough to astonish Gu Qiuling. Once the golden glow dissipated, a deep blue light surged forth anew. After living for a century, Gu Qiuling was rendered speechless, even questioning whether the measuring crystal was malfunctioning. "Are you demonstrating neon lights for me?" Yet, it was impossible for the measuring crystal to be defective. The issue must lie with Ying Huan. When the illumination in the room finally faded, Gu Qiuling hastily inquired, "Do you possess a secondary profession?" Ying Huan glanced at Shen Yiming, and upon seeing him nod, she revealed the truth. "Yes. My second profession is spirit chef." Upon hearing Ying Huan's affirmation, Gu Qiuling stood frozen, repeatedly muttering, "A dual auxiliary profession, dual talents exceeding S level, and SSS level priest skills. What kind of prodigy is this?" She racked her brain, unable to fathom how such a phenomenon could occur within a single individual. The concept of dual profession aptitude was understandable, but how had she come to possess SSS level priest skills? After all, even she herself could not attain SSS level priest skills. Once her shock subsided, Gu Qiuling's mind began to race. She had merely passed through Lu City and discovered this S-level prodigy, Ying Huan, in the guild. What she had anticipated as a simple registration process had unexpectedly led her to unearth a treasure. There was no way Ying Huan's aptitude could be reported otherwise. It would attract unwanted attention, leaving her with nothing. Seizing the opportunity before Ying Huan matured, she resolved to draw her to her side. With this thought in mind, Gu Qiuling regarded Ying Huan kindly. "Huan, you truly are a genius, awakening dual professions and possessing SSS skills, but this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, it will bring you no benefit." Ing Huanhuan nodded. I have never considered disclosing it. Then, you shall become my apprentice and come to the Priest Academy. I am the vice president there, capable of providing you with a stable environment for growth. Beside them, Shen Yiming, upon hearing that this elderly lady was the vice president of the Priest Academy, frantically winked at Ing Huanhuan. Quickly accept. She is a colossal asset. Better hold on to her and take me along for the ride. From then on, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of life, free from worries about food and drink. The Priest Academy is undoubtedly a prestigious institution, not just nationally, but globally renowned. It rivals the Martial God Academy, and in terms of connections, it is unparalleled. After all, this academy is filled with healers, mothers, fathers, and guardians. The accumulated network of relationships is such that no one dares to provoke them. And this elderly lady happens to be the vice president. My goodness, as long as one clings tightly to this grand figure. Dealing with Hu Ming from Luhu Academy would merely be a matter of a few words. Ing Huanhuan, upon hearing this, was equally astounded. Of course, she had heard of the Priest Academy. What, you're not willing? Seeing Ing Huanhuan still in a daze, Shen Yiming could not contain himself and quickly answered for her. She is willing. She wishes to become your apprentice and join the Priest Academy. Gu Qiongqi shot Shen Yiming a glare. I did not ask you. I inquired about her. Regaining her senses, Ing Huanhuan exclaimed, I am willing. However, my enrollment remains at Luohu University. Gu Qiongqi replied with a smile. No worries, I will assist you in transferring your enrollment. Suddenly, Shen Yiming interjected, Vice President. Huanhuan has faced considerable hardship at the academy, and some have even threatened her, coercing her into becoming a study companion. As her mentor, shouldn't you intervene? Since they had already latched onto this significant figure, it would be a waste not to utilize her influence. A study companion? Gu Qiongqi's eyes narrowed at the mention. She was familiar with this term, initially conceived to help international students adapt swiftly to life in Xia country. The concept had merit, but over time, the term had devolved into a derogatory one. Top-tier universities had abolished this system, leaving only ordinary institutions clinging to it for enrollment purposes. Gu Qiongqi could not tolerate anyone suggesting that Ing Huanhuan become a study companion. After all, she had just taken on this prodigious disciple. What is going on? Explain. Shen Yiming handed over a recording to Gu Qiongqi. After reviewing it, her amiable smile vanished, replaced by a cold glint in her eyes. What a director! What a parasite! How splendid! Chapter 44, The Eve of Departure. Huanhuan, come with me to Luohu Academy. I will address this matter for you. Seeing Gu Qiongqi intent on confronting the academy, Shen Yiming quickly interjected. Hey, don't rush, Vice President. We must proceed with caution. Gu Qiongqi regarded Shen Yiming quizzically, uncertain of his intentions. Her anger was palpable. If Hu Ming was not dealt with, she would be unworthy of being Ing Huanhuan's mentor. Shen Yiming hurriedly explained. It's just that they are involved in something else as well. If you act hastily now, it could lead to further complications. There is a bigger fish to fry. Gu Qiongqi chuckled. A bigger fish? In my eyes, they are mere minnows. She had no regard for the individuals at Luohu Academy. It was merely an opportunity for her newly acquired disciple to witness her prowess as a mentor. Thus, Shen Yiming quickly recounted what he knew. Gu Qiongqi listened. Her brow furrowed. You say they intend to kidnap students during the freshman training? And it involves a prince from the Black Sphere Nation? Yes, which is why I advise caution. It would be prudent to wait until the freshman training day to act. To catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. If you eliminate Hu Ming now, the mastermind from the Black Sphere Nation will simply flee. Gu Qiongqi was taken aback. Is the Black Sphere Nation insane? Daring to target our students? Where did you hear this news? This information is reliable, though I cannot disclose the source. I have no reason to deceive you. After pondering, Gu Qiongqi conceded that he had a point. Shen Yiming certainly had no motive to mislead her. In that case, I must strategize carefully and notify the military. If such an incident were to occur in Xia country, it could incite panic. Should this matter prove true, I will report to the authorities and ensure you receive a reward. Shen Yiming rubbed his hands together, grinning. As for other rewards, I don't need them. Could you recommend me to the Martial God Academy? Gu Qiongqi did not acquiesce to Shen Yiming's request. Instead, she retorted, do you know the admission standards for the Martial God Academy? Of course. Golden level. And you? I'm not there yet. I'm at silver level 9. Are you jesting with me? Not at all. Give me some time. Before the freshman training begins, I should be able to reach golden level. Gu Qiongqi cast him a sidelong glance. If this matter is genuine, you need not reach golden level. I can still recommend you for admission. Whether you meet their requirements, however, will depend on your efforts. Thank you, Vice President. Shen Yiming's heart swelled with joy. There is no need to attain the golden level to receive a recommendation. Therefore, he certainly will not be upgrading. After all, once he levels up, he will have to seek a third beast companion. Gu Qiongqi pointed at the younger brother and Chi-Chi beside her. Are these two your beast companions? Indeed, he replied. Gu Qiuling looked at the two small creatures and remarked. They possess remarkable potential. Nurture them well. I believe you are more suited for the Beastmaster Academy. Attending the Martial God Academy would be a waste of your talents. While the Martial God Academy is formidable, its capacity to teach beast mastery cannot compare to that of the Beastmaster Academy. Shen Yiming asserted. I shall attend the Martial God Academy regardless. Very well, as you wish. Given that you are my apprentice, if you encounter failure, I can recommend you to the Beastmaster Academy. They should not refuse you. Gu Qiuling held a favorable view of Shen Yiming. Otherwise, she would not have wasted her time conversing with him. Upon entering, she had already noticed the existence of the two small beasts. To achieve Silver Level 9 at such a young age and possess two powerful beast companions is indeed a rare sight, even within the confines of the Beastmaster Academy. Investing in them now will undoubtedly yield future returns. Her apprentice possesses quite an admirable eye for discerning men. Meanwhile, Huan, upon hearing Gu Qiuling's words, blushed and hurriedly explained, No, he is not my man. Gu Qiuling, upon hearing this, was instantly amused, her playful spirit igniting. Oh? Not. In that case, it becomes simpler. Little one, why not also become my disciple? You two could be siblings in the art of beast mastery. By becoming my disciple, I will pull strings to ensure your admission into the Martial God Academy. No entrance exam required. Oh, is there such a good fortune? Just as Shen Yiming was about to call her master, Huan, noticing the situation, became anxious and quickly covered his mouth, playfully admonishing, You must not call out. Will let me go? Shen Yiming attempted to wriggle free, yet Huan's grip was too tight. She glared at him in indignation. You must not call out. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Gu Qiuling observed the pair with a smile, reflecting on her own past with a sigh. Huan, prepare yourself. I shall not intrude any longer. After the new student training concludes, you will accompany me to Kyoto. After saying this, Gu Qiuling produced two talismans and handed them to Huan. This is a high-level defense talisman capable of withstanding an attack from a platinum level 10 or below. Should you encounter trouble, simply notify me. The other talisman is for him. Shen Yiming unceremoniously accepted the defense talisman, tossing it into his spatial ring. Thank you, esteemed Dean. Having a benefactor is delightful. Upon seeing Shen Yiming's spatial equipment, Gu Qiuling took out a necklace. You do not possess spatial equipment yet, so I shall gift you a spatial necklace. It is more aesthetically pleasing for a girl to wear. Thank you, Master, Huan replied, her expression brightening. After Gu Qiuling departed, Shen Yiming pulled Huan to sit by the bed. Once we reach Kyoto, I will have Qiqi accompany you. Huan paused momentarily. That might not be appropriate. It is your beast companion. We will not be strangers. Once you enter the academy, and with no one to accompany you, let Qiqi stay with you. It can protect you, and I will also be heading to Kyoto soon. Very well, you must pass the exams. I will be waiting for you in Kyoto. Huan genuinely did not wish to refuse, as she had grown quite fond of Qiqi. Venturing into an unfamiliar place alone, having Qiqi by her side would allow her to adapt more swiftly. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming thought to himself that having a wealthy benefactor to care for his beast companion while also safeguarding Huan was a perfect arrangement, indeed delightful. Ahem. You should take Qiqi to accompany your master. Let her offer guidance when convenient. He did not forget to remind Qiqi, you must often pretend to be hungry, understand? Qiqi obediently nodded. I will be well behaved, and I will protect the eldest sister. Initially moved, Huan's sentiment quickly dissipated upon hearing Shen Yiming's intention to have his master assist in caring for his beast companion. How would Gu Qiuling feel if she were to discover that Shen Yiming had set his sights upon her? The younger brother, upon hearing of a wealthy benefactor and the prospect of food, protested. I want to go. I also wish to protect the eldest sister. Shen Yiming promptly seized the younger brother, vigorously squeezing its bear-like face. Go to hell. Can't you see I can't afford to keep you? You ungrateful wretch. The younger brother flailed its limbs and cried out, Human companion, are you rebelling? Chapter 45. The younger brother's secret stash, 14. Shen Yiming noticed that this creature had recently grown quite audacious. Previously, it would call him human companion and he had not bothered to respond. Yet now, it dared to be so bold. Are you itching for a scolding? Do you believe I won't starve you for a few days? The younger brother defiantly retorted, I have money. I can buy my own food. Well, you have money? Shen Yiming was taken aback by this revelation. The younger brother looked at him with a proud expression. I have money. A lot of it, more than Qiqi. Before Shen Yiming could retort, Qiqi scoffed at the younger brother. Do you even realize how much I earn? There is no way you have more than I do. The younger brother leaped from Shen Yiming's arms, pointing at its spatial ring. I do have it. Just look if you don't believe me. Shen Yiming snatched the younger brother's smart ring, examining the account balance. and was left utterly astounded by the string of zeros. What the? Younger brother, did you go robbing? A staggering 13 million. More than Shen Yiming, the supposed master. Shen Yiming was baffled as to where this creature had acquired such wealth. It had hidden a secret stash. I earned it all online. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming quickly opened the younger brother's various social media accounts. After a cursory glance, he nearly fainted. 20 social media accounts. Half of the avatars featured Shen Yiming, while 10 were its own. Clicking on one of the accounts, a flurry of messages flooded in. Yiming, what are you up to? Has the younger brother eaten well lately? If not, I can send more, don't be modest. This message was followed by a transfer of 50,000. Then the next. Yiming, be good to the younger brother, when I have time. I will come to visit you both and ensure it does not eat the green-haired eggs again. How pitiful. 100,000 transfer. Another, please share more daily updates. I enjoy seeing them. Your living conditions are too shabby. I will send you a villa someday. Messages like these were endless. The most outrageous were the transfers, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Are people today truly so affluent? The more Shen Yiming read, the higher his blood pressure rose. He then clicked on the younger brother's own avatar account. What did he find? Goodness. A plethora of sob stories. Woo-woo, my master did not feed me again today. I am so hungry. Younger brother, if you do not leave your master soon, how pitiful. How could a beast master neglect feeding their beast companion? I cannot abandon him now. My master is merely poor, but he treats me well. I cannot forsake him at this moment. With such a considerate beast companion. How could he not strive to earn money? Fear not. Sister will support you. Here is 100,000 for you to buy some good food. When I have time, I will communicate with your master. Thank you, dear sister. You are the best. Observing the sulky demeanor of his younger brother, Shen Yiming could no longer contain himself. With a firm tap on his younger brother's small head, he was taken aback when his own hand was jolted painfully instead. Ouch, that hurts. Huan, curious about Shen Yiming's sudden ire, grabbed the smart wristband of the younger brother for a closer inspection. The more she scrutinized it, the darker her expression became. You, younger brother, don't even think about me preparing food for you in the future. Go find your dear sister instead. Thus, the younger brother found himself utterly abandoned. With a pitiful gaze, he looked at Huan and whimpered, Sister, please don't. Huan retorted angrily, who told you to misbehave online? But he said I should earn my own money. I was merely showcasing my talents, the younger brother protested. His words struck a nerve with Shen Yiming. I allowed you to earn money, but I never told you to deceive others. Defiantly, the younger brother exclaimed, I didn't deceive anyone. They willingly gave me the money. Shen Yiming felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he would never have equipped this troublemaker with a smart wristband. To think he had unwittingly dug himself such a deep hole. The younger brother had at least 20 social media accounts, each with thousands of followers. If this situation escalated and reached Shen Yiming, he, no matter how resilient, would find it unbearable. Have you spent any of the money? He demanded. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, the younger brother replied honestly, no. Relieved to hear the money was untouched, Shen Yiming sighed. All right then, for the time being. Refrain from using the smart wristband. I'll handle the explanations myself. Although Shen Yiming was no saint, he understood the nature of money. Some he could accept, while others would burn his hands if mishandled. The last thing he wanted was to be approached on the street by a girl claiming to be his online girlfriend. That would be quite the absurdity. Taking the younger brother's wristband, he recorded a video. I am Shen Yiming. I sincerely apologize. My pet has impersonated my identity without my knowledge and engaged in some inappropriate activities. I will refund all the money you transferred to my pet. After recording, he sent it out en masse. Whether they would be angry or seek retribution was of no concern to him. He merely wished to act with a clear conscience. If they were upset and sought trouble, he was prepared to face it. Not long after sending the video, responses began to flood in. Upon reading them, Shen Yiming was taken aback, his worldview shattered. So the one I was chatting with was your pet? No worries, you don't need to return the money. I'm not lacking in that regard. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, how annoying. So your pet was the one I was talking to. You owe me a meal as compensation. I know a fantastic place for spirit beast cuisine. Talking about money is too formal. Your pet is quite amusing. I hope we can meet in person. You're so handsome. Haha, what I sent you was mere pocket change. My pet eats far more than that. Since I've already transferred the money, there's no reason to retract it. If you truly wish to return it, please do so in person when I'm in Kyoto. This scenario was not what Shen Yiming had anticipated. Despite the younger brother having deceived them, why were they not angry? Instead, they were eager to shower him with money. Moreover, these girls seemed to be handpicked, each a wealthy little heiress. Puzzled, Shen Yiming turned to his younger brother and inquired, how did you find them? The younger brother scratched his head, replying, I don't know. They just looked appealing, so I added them. Shen Yiming scrutinized his younger brother intently, musing, Could it be that this little rascal possesses some undiscovered hidden talent? After all, it was he who brought Ying Huan into the fold. The more he considered it, the more he believed that the younger brother surely had some hidden potential. It was improbable that he could so effortlessly attract the attention of wealthy women, and their fondness for him was evidently high. It seemed imperative to delve further into this anomaly. Chapter 46. The Emergence of a Conspiracy, 24. Although these wealthy women refused to accept refunds, Shen Yiming had already transferred the funds. Whether the recipients chose to accept or not was their own affair. At Luohua Academy, Will sat in Hu Ming's office, his expression sour as he glared at Hu Ming. "Where's the companion I requested? Why hasn't she come to find me?" Hu Ming, bowing with a sycophantic smile, replied, "Prince Will, good things take time. Please don't be too anxious. I've already approached her today. But her personality is rather headstrong. Being a new student, she needs a bit of time to come to terms with this reality. Rest assured, I will certainly bring her to you." The memory of Ying Huan's exquisite features and perfect figure excited Will further. He could hardly wait, longing to embrace her and mold her to his desires. "I will give you one more day. If this matter is not resolved, you know the consequences." Will continued, "Now? Arrange for 2 additional companions for me. I've grown weary of the previous ones." Hu Ming inwardly scoffed at Will's incessant demands, but dared only to think this. He kept a smile on his face and responded, "Understood, I will arrange it for you immediately." Will nodded in satisfaction. "I hope they arrive at my residence before I retire for the night. Now let us discuss serious matters. How are the arrangements for the secret realm proceeding?" Upon hearing Will mention serious matters, Hu Ming adopted a more earnest demeanor. "The arrangements are practically complete. A total of 19 academies will participate in the new student training within the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, 3 of which are from Luohua City, and the others hail from nearby cities. We expect around 5,000 new students, which aligns closely with my earlier estimations." Will frowned. "Only 5,000 new students?" Noticing Will's displeasure, Hu Ming quickly explained, "Prince Will, that is already a considerable number. If our plan succeeds, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Xia nation." Will understood that this number was indeed significant, yet after such prolonged planning, capturing only 5,000 individuals felt somewhat disappointing. Regrettably, such opportunities could only arise once. Otherwise, he would desire to repeat the endeavor. Nevertheless, 5,000 transitioners would provide ample subjects for experimentation. "Have you arranged for the extraction team?" Hu Ming nodded yes. "It's all set. A third of the military personnel stationed in the secret realm have already been replaced, and this number should increase before the training officially commences." At this news, Will finally smiled. "You've done well with this task. Strive to replace even more personnel. This will significantly enhance our success rate." Hu Ming hesitated before asking, "Prince Will, should we proceed with this plan? And if someone discovers our involvement, do we have a contingency?" Cautious as he was, Hu Ming knew that once they took this final step, the Xia nation would not tolerate them. They had to ensure absolute perfection. Will chuckled lightly, "Rest assured. After so much meticulous planning, we certainly have contingencies. Even if everyone from Luohua City's associations rushes to aid, you need not fear." Hu Ming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the confidence Will exuded in making such a claim. Will patted Hu Ming on the shoulder and said, "You need not worry. Once that group of students enters the secret realm, there's no chance they will escape, nor will they be able to send out a message for support. Just do your job well. When we reach the Black Sphere Nation, you will be a hero." In the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, at the military base, Captain Nye received news that the team sent to investigate the depths of the secret realm had returned, reporting no unusual findings. The phenomena reported by Shen Yiming were likely mere coincidences. Nye Yuan, with a cigarette perched between his lips, took a deep drag and, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Understood. You may leave now." As he watched his trusted aide depart, a wave of discomfort washed over Nye Yuan. Had he not just received a directive from higher-ups urging him to be vigilant regarding the circumstances within the secret realm, he might have believed his aide's words. After all, this was a confidant who had stood by him for over 20 years. Why would he deceive him? Until now, Nye Yuan had been unwilling to accept such a thought, especially not after this aide had concealed the actual situation deep within the secret realm. As the highest commander within the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, it was inconceivable that he would send only one team to gather information. Reports from another reconnaissance team indicated that the beasts within the secret realm were in a state of extreme ferocity and were beginning to gather towards the base. He promptly relayed this intelligence to his superiors, yet the response he received was simply to await further instructions. Upon reading those 4 unadorned words, Nye Yuan's heart sank, and a tumult of emotions engulfed him. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before a new wave of beastly onslaught would emerge from the depths of the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. The warriors tasked with repelling this tide would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. He could not fathom why his superiors would issue such orders. If given the chance to disperse the beast horde now, he was confident he could eliminate the threat within 2 days. As he chain-smoked, the more he pondered, the less he understood the intentions of his superiors. He even contemplated defying their orders and directly confronting the beasts. Yet, a nagging fear gripped him. What if there were factors unknown to him that would undermine the higher-up strategy? Defying orders was not inherently terrifying. What was truly alarming was the possibility of causing irreparable damage as a result. There had been numerous officers before him who had made such irrational decisions, leading to catastrophic losses for the military. He did not fear death. What he feared was dying without purpose. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming, remaining at home, began to ponder the intentions of Hu Ming and Will, utterly in the dark about their plans. The information provided by the system was wholly insufficient to thwart their scheme. Understanding their motives was crucial. However, discerning their intentions seemed more challenging than scaling the heavens. How could he sabotage their plans when he was so utterly blind? Could he rely on brute strength to crush them? He lacked the capability. He had already spoken to Gu Qiuling about finding someone to help, but whether she could ascertain their goals remained uncertain. With only 3 days until the initiation of the new student trials, Shen Yiming would find himself at a disadvantage if he could not uncover their intentions in that time frame. He was determined to thwart their plans. And he also contemplated how to bury Will and Hu Ming. If he let them escape, he would be consumed by despair. If only he were stronger, he mused. He could bulldoze through all obstacles. After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, he realized he could not devise a satisfactory solution. Even if he had a plan, his current strength would not permit it. In his frustration, he reluctantly opened the system panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Age, 187 years. Profession level, Beastmaster. Silver level 9, Beasts owned. S-Class Chaos Panda, Awakening pending. Current level, Silver level 5, current compatibility, 60, S-Class Qiongqi, Awakening pending. Current level, Silver level 6. Current compatibility, 67, items owned. Black Brick LV2, 2 Beast Soul Fruits, 1 Intermediate Defense Talisman, 1 Advanced Defense Talisman, S-Class Skill Orb, Infernal Fire, Skill Storage Device. 2 Golden Treasure Chests, 1 Mysterious Treasure Chest, Beast Affinity, 5, Talents, Soul Attachment, Current Physical Condition, Good, Host Credibility, 99, Store Points, 1189, Beastmaster Association Points, 200, Cash, 3. 1 million. The Beast Soul Fruits and Beast Affinity were acquired previously. The Beast Soul Fruit allows beasts below the golden rank to level up after consumption. As for the Beast Affinity, its purpose remained unclear, as even his rebellious pet continued to resist. Gazing at the 3 treasure chests in his inventory, Shen Yiming took a deep breath. When in doubt, open a chest. I'll go for it. He decided to open all 3 treasure chests at once. However, he needed to prepare adequately first. Checking the time, he realized he still had some time left. He went out to purchase incense and paper money. After acquiring his items, he cleansed himself, meticulously arranged his attire, and then sat cross-legged on his bed. Ing Huan, observing him, curiously inquired, Yiming, what are you doing? Shen Yiming, with his eyes firmly closed, calmly replied, Ba, please do not disturb me, for I am currently engaging in a philosophical discourse with the Buddha. Are you all right? Ing Huan shot him an exasperated glance. You little imp, do not interrupt my meditation. I must focus on my training. If you disturb me again, beware of my golden staff. Ing Huan shook her head in exasperation at Shen Yiming's antics and chose to leave him be, allowing him to indulge in his eccentricity. Time swiftly passed, and after a night of quiet contemplation, Shen Yiming finally awaited the hour of the dragon. This hour signified the arrival of auspicious energy from the east, a time of the day imbued with the most potent fortune, ideal for drawing prizes and cards. Opening his eyes, he clasped his hands in prayer, beseeching, great celestial beings, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Little Jesus, revered Buddha, and God of Wealth, bestow your blessings upon me. Grant me something extraordinary. With that thought, Shen Yiming promptly opened the first golden treasure chest. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations. You have obtained Stand-in Doll. Shen Yiming glanced at the description. This is a fine item. I can tolerate this. Stand-in Doll. It can help the user endure 1 fatal blow. With this artifact, it meant he had gained an extra life. It seemed his dialogue with the Buddha had borne fruit. Seizing the moment, Shen Yiming swiftly opened the second golden treasure chest. A beam of white light illuminated the space. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 Beast Soul Fruits. Upon seeing the Beast Soul Fruits, Shen Yiming was utterly flabbergasted. No, I don't want this. I don't want this. While he could gradually level up his beasts, these fruits were utterly useless to him at the moment. He needed items that could resolve his current predicament. Though disheartened by the lack of desired items, Shen Yiming quickly regained his composure. In his past life, He had often played a game called DNF, and as a seasoned player, he understood the significance of padding. He decided to treat this treasure chest as mere padding. Hey, I've padded one chest now. If the second chest doesn't yield something worthwhile, do you believe I'll get angry? After threatening the system, Shen Yiming felt it was still insufficient. He then roused his slumbering second brother. Second brother, allow me to touch you and absorb your fortune. Shen Yiming incessantly kneaded his younger brother's cherubic face. The still drowsy second brother, forcibly awakened, wore a disgruntled expression, clearly displeased. Shen Yiming paid no heed to his brother's discontent. Instead, his attention was captivated by the mysterious box before him, and suddenly, a familiar tune echoed in his mind. Let us take a bold leap. Do not hesitate too much, great monkey. Bestow upon me your strength. Upon clicking open the box, a radiant spectrum of colors flickered endlessly in Shen Yiming's mind. His gaze fixated on the system interface, his hands trembling with anticipation. He was exceedingly nervous. This was his inaugural attempt at opening a mysterious treasure chest. Ideally, he hoped to unveil a secondary profession, but he would also be content with acquiring a divine item. After a brief moment, the vibrant glow dissipated and a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained a profession orb. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. I'm about to soar. Chapter 48, Awakening the Second Profession, Enhancing Beasts, 44. Shen Yiming's exuberant shout roused both Chi-Chi and Ning Huan from their slumber. He paid their grogginess no mind and eagerly examined the profession orb. Mage Profession Orb. Upon utilization, it allows one to directly awaken a secondary profession. A mage. Truly a mage. You are simply marvelous, my system. With this profession orb in hand, he could finally become a mage. Although the Beast Master profession was not without its merits, commanding beasts to fight could never compare to engaging in combat himself. The thrill of casting spells, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies, and the rush of unleashing devastating skills sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Without hesitation, Shen Yiming activated the profession orb. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Upon using the orb, he first felt a searing sensation within, which gradually transformed into a warm current. His once jet-black hair turned a brilliant crimson, and a fiery mark appeared at the center of his forehead. Observing this transformation, Ning Huan covered her mouth in astonishment. Unable to comprehend how someone could undergo a second awakening after already having awakened once. When Shen Yiming opened his eyes, his dark pupils had shifted to a deep crimson hue, enhancing his overall presence significantly. I have genuinely awakened. Shen Yiming scrutinized the changes in his physique, conjuring a flicker of flame in his palm and gently touching it. To his amazement, the flames posed no harm to him. Realizing this, Shen Yiming's playful spirit ignited. Bringing the flame close to himself, he reveled in its warm embrace. Yiming, have you truly awakened? He asked, his face brimming with pride as he looked at Ning Huan. Indeed, I have awakened. From now on, you may call me Mage Master. Ning Huan, intrigued, inquired, what prompted your awakening? Shen Yiming casually replied, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps after my discussion with the Buddha last night, I awakened following his defeat. The system never divulged such secrets. Ning Huan was momentarily taken aback. Is that even possible? Despite her reluctance to believe, the evidence lay before her, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it. Shen Yiming's awakening brought her joy. Since you are already up, allow me to prepare breakfast for you while you savor the changes in your body. Shen Yiming retracted his mage form, returning his hair to its original black before opening the system panel. At last, he discovered his own attribute panel. Host, Shen Yiming. Profession level, Beast Master Silver level 9. Mage Bronze level 1. Strength, 13. Defense, 15. Agility, 18. Mana, 138. Mental strength, 53. Skills owned, none. Talents owned, soul binding, elemental affinity. Elemental affinity increases casting speed, enhances meditation efficiency, allows the use of skills of all attributes. This talent is truly splendid. Now that he had awakened as a mage, he could finally employ the S-class skill he had been reserving. He retrieved the Inferno Heart skill orb and learned it without hesitation. Inferno Heart, single target skill, harnesses the power of the world's infernal flames to attack enemies, inflicting soul damage. Although it was a single target skill, it was certainly better than having no means of attack. Though he was still at bronze level 1, he possessed a skill storage device. Once learned, he could wield it with ease. Having enhanced himself, it was time to focus on his younger brother and Chi-Chi. With only 2 days until the new student trials, he decided to use all 7 beast soul fruits to bolster their strength. He allocated 5 to his younger brother and 2 to Chi-Chi. The priority was to elevate his younger brother's level, for he was resilient and would remain by Shen Yiming's side. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was to accompany Ning Huan. assured of ample resources thanks to her wealth. The two little beasts swiftly consumed the energy from the beast soul fruits. Upon inspecting their system panels, it was evident that second brother had experienced a remarkable transformation. Beast, Chaotic Panda, Shen Yiming. Level, Silver level 10. Strength, 904. Agility, 676, 1068. Defense, 1884, 500. Mana, 5271. Comprehensive combat power, 15,377 points. Beast, Qiongqi, Shen Yiming. Level, Silver level 8. Strength, 1204. Agility, 1051. Defense, 1014. Mana, 7,181. Comprehensive combat power, 12,361 points. Qiqi's attributes developed quite evenly, with all three main stats reaching 100 points after attaining Silver level 5. The increase in mana was random, with higher levels yielding greater increments. In contrast, second brother's defensive growth was notably high. After Silver level 5, each level gained approximately 200 points. Other attributes saw minimal growth, with agility only increasing by 50 points. If second brother shed his armor, aside from his overwhelming defense, he would be outclassed in other attributes by Qiqi. After opening the box, he now felt a modicum of confidence regarding the upcoming new student trials. Even if he encountered an insurmountable foe, he had his substitute puppet, the Yin Yang talisman, ensuring that a one-for-one exchange would not be detrimental. Should he still falter, he had over 1,000 points in the shop, surely enough to secure victory. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Yiming. System, can I utilize soul binding while in mage form? Yes. Wow. Does that not render me invincible? Just imagine. Employing soul binding with second brother's attributes, then activating the invulnerability skill, allowing him, as a mage master, to unleash infinite damage while remaining resilient. This was nothing short of a game-breaking existence. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Shen Yiming became. Yiming, hurry and eat. Soon you must depart for school. Regaining his composure, Shen Yiming's mind raced with thoughts. After finishing his meal, he would need to head to school, where his mentor would likely discuss the new student training. However, he couldn't shake the concern of whether Hu Ming would cause trouble. If that rascal discovered that Ing Huan Huan had skipped school, would he come looking for her at home? Upon arriving in the classroom, Shen Yiming overheard many classmates fervently discussing the upcoming new student training. Have you heard? It seems the new student training starts tomorrow. I wonder what the rules will be this time. Do we even need to hear about it? There's always new student training every year. I'm more curious about which class will emerge victorious this time. Do you think our class stands a chance? After all, our class leader is a Silver level 5 with 2 B-grade beasts. Our competitiveness should be quite formidable. I find it rather difficult, one student remarked. While our class leader is strong, the average level in our class is lacking. Look, we still have a few bronze level participants. Liang Ping pointed out, gesturing towards Shen Yiming, who had just entered. Don't be so harsh. We're all in the same class. Who knows? He might possess the ability to surpass levels. Liang Ping shrugged with a dismissive expression. Even if he could surpass levels, at most he would just be a Silver level 1. Yesterday, he was too scared to even step onto the podium to run for class leader. What can you expect from someone like that? Besides being handsome, he is utterly useless. Liang Ping's disdain for Shen Yiming was palpable. The latter's good looks only intensified Liang Ping's jealousy, as most of the girls in class were discussing Shen Yiming, further aggravating him. Liang Ping spoke loudly enough for most to hear, drawing curious glances towards Shen Yiming, who chose to ignore him entirely and return to his seat without a word. Shen Yiming found it beneath him to engage with such petty jealousy. Being envied was a sign of distinction. If no one envied you, it meant you were either exceedingly ordinary or so exceptional that others could only look up to you. Shen Yiming had no inclination to address every envious soul. Such an effort would be exhausting. Besides, he would soon leave after the new student training, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, their paths would likely not cross again, unless someone harbored ulterior motives. However, Shen Yiming's nonchalance was perceived by others as cowardice. After all, how could he remain silent when someone openly insulted him? Was he truly so easygoing? Just then, the class leader, Yi Ping, spoke up. We're all part of the same class. Let us refrain from squabbling. Tomorrow, once we enter the secret realm, we are a team. Let us not create conflicts at this juncture. With that, Yi Ping's authority was established, and Liang Ping fell silent. Before long, their mentor, Huang Yu, entered the room, approached the podium, and announced, I trust you are all aware that the new student training commences tomorrow. However, this training is somewhat different from previous years, as it involves a total of 19 academies participating. The school that secures first place will receive 10 vials of B-grade genetic potions. The mention of such a reward brightened the eyes of the students below. B-grade genetic potions. These are items that money cannot easily procure. Consuming a B-grade genetic potion ensures that one's future achievements will, at the very least, commence at the golden level. Yet, as Shen Yiming observed the eager expressions of his classmates, he felt a wave of exasperation. It was evident that such rewards would not trickle down to them. Even if Luhu University claimed first place, the potions would likely be reserved for the top students in each class, with Yiping being the only one in their class with a chance of obtaining one. Huang Yu, noticing the growing restlessness among the students, asserted, "Silence. Gaining first place is a lofty goal. Our primary objective is to distinguish ourselves among the various classes within the school. As in previous years, the class that hunts the most magical beasts will earn the most points. The beasts hunted can be exchanged for cash. Additionally, the top 10 classes in the new student training will receive extra academic credits, with the top 3 classes each receiving a vial of basic energy potion. The class that ranks first will additionally gain access to the training room." The students, upon hearing the lavish rewards of the new student training, rallied together with renewed vigor, exclaiming, "Teacher, we will certainly strive to enter the top 10. Haha, we will definitely claim first place. I want to ensure my beast is well fed. My little darling has been hungry for far too long, relying solely on green-haired eggs for sustenance. This time, let's all work hard together." Shen Yiming silently observed this scene, watching his spirited classmates filled with hope, and sighed inwardly. "I hope you all manage to emerge unscathed." Meanwhile, in his office, Hu Ming was taken aback by the news of Ying Huanhuan's absence from school. He had not anticipated that she would dare to skip. Was she not afraid of being expelled? Although Hu Ming was infuriated, he had no time to deal with Ying Huanhuan at present, as the following day would see students from various academies entering the secret realm, and their plans were set to unfold. He still had much information to verify to ensure that tomorrow's plans would proceed smoothly. Ying Huanhuan would have to wait until the training concluded for any matters regarding her. However, Will did not afford him such a luxury. Hu Ming's smart wristband projected a hologram, revealing Will, bare-chested, flanked by 2 women he had recently sent over, their contrasting skin tones strikingly visible. "Where is the person I requested?" Hu Ming, sweating under pressure, replied, "Prince Will, she didn't attend school today." "Didn't attend school? Why didn't you go looking for her?" Hu Ming explained, "I need to coordinate with the Dark Ones to ensure that tomorrow's plans proceed without incident." Upon hearing this, Will refrained from pressing further. After all, this operation had been meticulously planned by their royal family for years, and he could not afford any mishaps due to his own actions. Yet, relinquishing the opportunity to pursue such a stunning beauty was also unacceptable to him. "Give me her address. I will find her myself." Hu Ming quickly interjected, "Prince, that may not be wise. If something were to happen to you, I would have difficulty explaining it to the royal family." Will scoffed, "Do you truly believe a silver-level priest could pose any threat to me?" Realizing that he could not dissuade him, Hu Ming sent Will the address Ying Huanhuan provided upon enrollment, resigning himself to the situation. He could only pray that Will would not allow personal matters to jeopardize their plans. Chapter 50. Will arrives, unable to contact Gu Qiuling. The moment Will received Ying Huanhuan's address, he hastily donned his combat gear and made his way to her location. The mere thought of soon being able to touch that exquisite beauty sent a wave of excitement coursing through him, quickening his pace. In less than half an hour, Will arrived at Shen Yiming's home. Gazing upon the dilapidated little house, Will was taken aback. How could such a captivating beauty as Ying Huanhuan reside in such a place? Were it not for the address provided by Hu Ming, he might have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct location. Approaching the door, he knocked softly. Inside, Ying Huanhuan, upon hearing the knock, mistakenly assumed it was her master Gu Qiuling come to see her. "Is the master here?" Without a second thought, she went to open the door. The moment she swung the door open, she was met with the sight of Will, whose dark complexion and somewhat menacing appearance caused her to slam the door shut without hesitation. Simultaneously, she pulled out her smart wristband to send a message to Gu Qiuling. Will's visit could hardly bode well. Initially, he had merely knocked out of curiosity, but to his surprise, it was indeed Ying Huanhuan who resided within. Upon witnessing her close the door, he called out, "Madam Ying Huanhuan, are you not welcoming me? I come sincerely to invite you to be my study partner. Why shut the door?" Inside, Ying Huanhuan could only strive to delay Will. She knew she could not overpower him, even if Chi-Chi were present. It would be futile against his defenses, given that he was clad in advanced combat gear. Such attire rendered one immune to attacks below the golden level 10. Even if Chi-Chi possessed the capability to battle beyond levels, surpassing a major tier was out of the question. This did not even account for Will's own strength. What if he were a golden or platinum level warrior? Provoking him now would surely lead to dire consequences. All she could do was stall for time, hoping Gu Qiuling would arrive swiftly. "Chi-Chi, can you sense the strength of that individual outside?" Ying Huanhuan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Chi-Chi replied, "I can feel the power within him. He appears to be around golden level 5. I can buy some time." but his advanced combat suit prevents me from breaching his defenses. Hearing this, Ying Huan felt a measure of relief. Golden level 5 was manageable. Her mind raced with possibilities. First, she could ride Chi-Chi to the bustling city center, where he might hesitate to act amidst the crowd. Second, she could remain here and await Gu Qiuling's arrival. Yet, thus far, she had been unable to reach her. Neither messages nor calls had elicited a response. Meanwhile, outside, Will was not oblivious. He recognized that Ying Huan was merely stalling, but he was puzzled as to whom she was waiting for. Having perused her dossier, he knew her to be an orphan. Her parents perished in the secret realm. Who could she possibly be waiting for? Nevertheless, he was in no hurry. He relished the thrill of stalking his prey. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Make haste and tidy up. I shall be entering shortly, he commanded, already envisioning the ways in which he would toy with her upon her bed. Having waited for so long, what difference would a few more moments make? Time swiftly slipped away, and after a few minutes, Ying Huan still could not reach Gu Qiuling. She could no longer afford to remain idle. Should Will breach the door, her situation would become increasingly precarious. Chi-Chi, enlarge yourself and break through the wall to help me escape. I need to contact Yiming and tell him not to return. Following her command, Chi-Chi activated his growth ability, allowing Ying Huan to mount him. Big sister, shall I break through now? Without hesitation, she commanded, yes, break through. Then fly with all your might to a crowded area. He should be deterred from causing a scene there. At that moment, sensing the presence of a beast within, Will, fearing unforeseen complications, forcefully broke through the door. As the door swung open, Chi-Chi sprang into action, smashing through the wall and soaring into the sky with Ying Huan. Will stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Ying Huan ascended rapidly. Fuck. Shit. I will surely capture you, bitch, he shouted in fury. He had not anticipated that his prey would take flight. Infuriated by the humiliation, he could barely contain himself. Were he in his homeland, he would make Ying Huan's existence a living hell. However, with the impending plan set for the next day, he forced himself to regain composure. If he were to summon others to forcibly retrieve Ying Huan now, it might attract the attention of other formidable beings. Once the new adventurer trials concluded, no matter where she fled, he would ensure her capture. Will's already fearsome visage turned even more terrifying. He had never been so played with by a woman before. After confirming that Will had not followed, Ying Huan exhaled in relief and promptly messaged Shen Yiming. Yiming, Will just came to my house looking for me, but I managed to escape. Don't return home yet. I fear he may still be waiting for me there. Shen Yiming, just released from school, was startled by the message. Thankfully, Ying Huan had made her escape. He sent her a video call, and soon enough, he saw her familiar, striking face. However, at that moment, she was soaring through the sky on Chi-Chi, her hair tousled by the wind, desperately trying to keep it in place, her expression still one of shock. Have you contacted your master? He asked. Ying Huan, adjusting her windblown hair, replied, I tried just now, but I couldn't get through. Shen Yiming retorted, your master is quite unreliable. She is unreachable at such a critical moment. Ying Huan, understanding, responded, she is likely preoccupied, after all. She is the vice president of the Priest Academy. She can't devote all her attention to me. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on ourselves, she added. Grateful that she had kept Chi-Chi by her side, Shen Yiming felt immense relief at his decision. Had anything happened to Ying Huan, he could scarcely fathom his own reaction. Ying Huan, still shaken, agreed yes. Thanks to Chi-Chi, it was fortunate that he can fly. They agreed on a rendezvous point for their next meeting. By then, Chi-Chi had returned to his normal size, obediently floating before Shen Yiming. Boss, that man outside is likely around golden level 5. If I join forces with Erdi, we could probably defeat him, but his advanced combat suit makes it difficult to breach his defenses. Shen Yiming affectionately patted Chi-Chi's head. We owe you one. Well done. Erdi, noticing that someone else was causing trouble for their big sister, puffed out his cheeks in indignation. Ying Huan leaped into Shen Yiming's embrace, finding solace in his arms. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Neither spoke, instead savoring each other's warmth, their connection palpable in the silence. Chapter 51. Care from Gu Qiuling. Shen Yiming softly remarked, tonight, we shall not return. We will wait until the new adventurer trials conclude. After finding a hotel to stay in, Gu Qiuling finally replied to the message. Huan, are you alright? The moment I received your message, I rushed to your house, but found you gone. If you've run out, contact me immediately. At that moment, Gu Qiuling stood in Shen Yiming's home, her expression exceedingly grim. After finally acquiring a satisfactory disciple, she had not anticipated that someone would set their sights on her. However, she was not overly anxious, for she did not sense the energy of high-level defensive talismans within the room. If Ying Huan had not employed such talismans, it suggested that she might still be safe. Gazing at the shattered wall, she murmured thoughtfully, Perhaps Huan Huan was accompanied by a flying beast companion that has already taken flight. Within the hotel, upon seeing Gu Qiuling's message, Huan Huan swiftly replied, "Master, I have escaped and am currently with Yiming in the hotel. Please send me the address, and I shall come to you." After Huan Huan sent the hotel address to Gu Qiuling, approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Qiuling arrived. "Huan Huan, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine." Chi flew quickly. "He couldn't catch up to me." Gu Qiuling looked at Huan Huan with a face full of apology. "I was in a meeting today, and didn't notice the messages from my smart bracelet. I'm so sorry. Thankfully, you are safe." Huan Huan, displaying immense understanding, replied, "What are you saying? You are an important figure. How could you be expected to focus solely on me?" Realizing that Huan Huan was not upset, Gu Qiuling felt relieved. "That is not the right sentiment. You are my only disciple after all. I must pay you more attention." She had witnessed many colleagues who, upon taking on a disciple, became arrogant and caused numerous troubles, which was precisely why she had hesitated to accept students. Had it not been for Huan Huan's extraordinary talent, she would not have considered taking on a disciple at all. Observing Huan Huan's lack of such sentiments brought her great comfort, affirming her discerning eye. "Who is it? And why did they attack you?" At this point, Huan Huan, filled with anger, exclaimed, "We're the Prince of the Black Sphere Kingdom. He wants me to be his study partner." His words may sound pleasant, but who doesn't he know his true intentions? Gu Qiuling's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from her. Is it him? For the past 2 days, she had been investigating matters concerning Lu University and was aware of Weir's existence. She had originally planned to deal with him within the secret realm, but it seemed this rogue was quite restless. She was not intimidated by the Black Sphere Kingdom behind Weir. If there were justifiable reasons, she could indeed eliminate him. What could they do? While others feared his status, it held no weight with Gu Qiuling. "Huan Huan, do not worry. As your master, I will surely help you settle this score." After declaring this, Gu Qiuling produced a variety of items and handed them to Huan Huan. "This is my first time taking on a disciple, so I was somewhat negligent, thinking that possessing a defensive talisman would guarantee your safety. Clearly, this is far from sufficient." Gu Qiuling picked up 3 talismans. This is a high-level gold-type attack talisman, capable of delivering a platinum-level strike. This is a high-level agility talisman, usable by beast companions or yourself. Once utilized, it significantly boosts agility. With this, along with Chi, you should be able to escape. The final talisman is a flight talisman that allows for 30 minutes of flight time, useful even when Chi is not by your side. But that is not all. This is a mid-level spiritual energy potion, this is an A-level genetic potion, and this is an A-level priest skill pearl for rejuvenation. All of these will be beneficial to you. Upon returning to the academy, I will arrange for a custom battle outfit for you. Do you prefer long skirts or another style? Huan Huan stared at the items before her, overwhelmed. This is too much. It's far too precious. And you're even having a battle outfit custom made for me. A custom battle outfit is even more expensive than a high-level one. This depends on whether the designer is available. Nevertheless, Huan Huan did not refuse, for these were indeed items she urgently required. And she could repay her master later. "I prefer wearing long skirts." Beside them, Shen Yiming looked on with a tinge of envy. "I am also dual element. I am a genius too. Where's my master? I wish to cling to someone powerful. Oh, how delightful this is." Meanwhile, Chi, with its big, watery eyes, fluttered over to Gu Qiuling. "Chi also wants clothes. Do I have any?" Gu Qiuling smiled at the adorable creature. "Of course. There will be something for you too. After all, Huan Huan will rely on you for protection." Chi joyfully flapped its wings. "That's wonderful. Thank you." The little brother, eager to follow suit, also desired a battle outfit. "Whimper, do I have one?" Gu Qiuling glanced at Shen Yiming. "If you want clothes, ask your beast master." The little brother scampered over to Shen Yiming. "Whimper, what about mine?" Shen Yiming shot him a glance. "None. I can't even afford a battle outfit for myself. How could I provide one for you?" Upon hearing this, the little brother looked utterly dejected. "Whimper, you're biased. You are no longer the pet I adored." Shen Yiming, observing the little brother's dismay, felt helpless. He genuinely could not afford a battle outfit. "You already have exclusive gear. What more do you need?" Chi doesn't even have exclusive gear. The little brother fell silent at Shen Yiming's words, realizing that a battle outfit was far less enticing than exclusive gear. "Whimper, fine. When will I receive my second piece of equipment? You were waiting for me here, weren't you?" Shen Yiming decided to ignore the little brother, letting it fuss. After distributing the gear, Gu Qiuling took her leave, as she needed to contact someone in Luhu City. After all, she needed to prepare for the upcoming freshman training, in case the situation Shen Yiming mentioned truly occurred. Although the military had made some preparations, their elite forces had not yet arrived. Only some troops were dispatched to suppress the beast tide. While they could manage that, if the opposing side had more advanced forces, these troops would likely prove inadequate. To be prudent, she deemed it better to seek assistance herself. Chapter 52. The commencement of the freshman training. Chaos is imminent. September 5th, 203 of the Origin Era. Marked the day the freshman training in Dragon Valley commenced. This would be a significant date in the annals of future history, heralding the final year of the Origin Era. The year name Origin was bestowed by ancestors to commemorate humanity's awakening journey. However, this era, symbolizing human hope, was on the verge of vanishing. When the truth of the Dragon Valley incident was fully unveiled, humanity would plunge into panic, officially renaming the era Calamity. The following morning, Shen Yiming arrived at class. For this venture into the secret realm, Huan had requested Shen Yiming to bring Qiqi along, as the unsettling feeling she had experienced before resurfaced just prior to Shen Yiming's departure from the hotel. Moreover, as the training time approached, her heart raced faster. She was uncertain of what might unfold within the secret realm, but to ensure Shen Yiming's safety, she insisted he bring Qiqi along. She would seek out Gu Qiuling and remain by her side, which should mitigate the dangers. When the classmates beheld Shen Yiming arriving with a second beast companion, they were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Shen Yiming had kept such a secret. It was not merely a bronze-tier beast, it was a silver-tier. Some suggested testing Shen Yiming's beast companion strength, only to be sent flying by a single swipe from Qiqi. At that moment, the way they looked at Shen Yiming transformed entirely. Even the class monitor, Yi Ping, felt compelled to take this matter seriously. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shen Yiming joined the main body of the class as they arrived at the outskirts of Dragon Valley Town. Surrounding them was a throng of people, and while the crowd was substantial, it exhibited an air of orderly conduct. Shen Yiming felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing such a multitude. Had he not instructed Gu Qiuling to notify the authorities? Why then were so many individuals still permitted entry into the secret realm? Was this not sufficient to warrant the officials' attention? Or perhaps the higher-ups had already devised a countermeasure. If these individuals were to encounter peril, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Xia Kingdom. Nonetheless, Shen Yiming refrained from overthinking. He simply queued patiently, believing that matters would resolve themselves in due course. As long as he could accomplish his task, emerge from the secret realm unscathed, and deal with Weir, he would be satisfied. Half an hour later, the contingent of 19 universities, comprising thousands of students, successfully entered the secret realm. At the moment all had crossed the threshold, Weir, concealed within the crowd, revealed a sinister grin and murmured, "The plan should be commencing now." Meanwhile, Gu Qiuling and the other high-ranking officials observed the smoothly entering crowd, their expressions gradually turning somber. After spending 2 days investigating based on the clues provided by Shen Yiming, she had been unable to ascertain the true intentions of the Black Sphere Nation. She had only uncovered some irregularities and managed to detain a substantial number of military personnel within the secret realm. Moreover, some high-level transmogrifiers had infiltrated the area as well. However, with such information alone, it was utterly impossible to abduct over 5,000 freshmen. Moreover, even if they were to succeed in such an endeavor, how would they transport the individuals away? Did they truly believe the military of the Xia Kingdom was non-existent? At this juncture, a middle-aged man standing behind Gu Qiuling spoke up. "Director Gu, could it be that you are overthinking this? Why not eliminate those high-level transmogrifiers directly and let the military handle the remaining internal threats?" Gu Qiuling pondered for a moment before responding. "I would prefer to be overcautious. But let us not rush. We will follow into the secret realm and assess the situation further." Having arranged for Huan to a secure location, Gu Qiuling intended to enter the secret realm. However, as she and the group of high-level transmogrifiers approached the entrance, the passageway to the secret realm inexplicably vanished. Witnessing this, Gu Qiuling and her companions were taken aback. The disappearance of the secret realm passage was a phenomenon that had not occurred for centuries. Had they known how to close the passage, humanity would not be in such a precarious state. Gu Qiuling's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated that less than 10 minutes after the group had entered, the adversaries would act so swiftly. Even more astonishing was the realization that they had mastered the means to seal the passage. How could this be possible? Contact the military high command. I will continue to report to my superiors, Gu Qiuling commanded. Although somewhat astonished, she remained composed, aware that both the military high command and herself had contingencies in place within the Dragon Valley secret realm. Those of them outside the realm were merely poised to expedite the cleanup of the battlefield. The true combatants had already entered the secret realm in secrecy. Inside the secret realm, the freshmen from various universities were curiously surveying their surroundings. For many, this was their first venture into a secret realm. "Is this the secret realm? The air feels so refreshing," exclaimed Lu Panner, standing beside Shen Yiming, her face alight with excitement. Shen Yiming shot her a glance, finding her overly talkative and familiar, resembling a curious child. Were it not for the fact that his younger brother had previously given her $1,000, he would have preferred to ignore her. I never expected to enter a secret realm in my lifetime. Moreover, I've heard that there are numerous fortuitous encounters within. If I could attain some, do you think I would grow stronger? Before awakening, I merely wished to find someone I like to marry and lead a stable life. Now that I am here, I must strive diligently. I will save enough for a dowry of 100 million on my own. Shen Yiming shot her another glance and replied, do you realize what behavior this entails? In my hometown, we call this stacking buffs. In dramas, those who talk excessively and harbor various fantasies and expectations rarely return alive. Lu Panner inquired curiously, what does stacking buffs mean? It means that those who chatter too much tend to meet their demise swiftly. Lu Panner frowned slightly, but I don't think I talk too much. Your hometown is quite peculiar. I haven't heard of such a thing. Could you tell me more about it? May I stay by your side? You seem very strong. And your second beast companion is so adorable. May I pet it? Wow, it can talk. How wondrous. My beast companion is so dull it can't even bark. Shen Yiming felt a headache coming on, wishing to distance himself from her quickly. She was exceedingly annoying. Do you, as a girl, not understand the concept of personal boundaries? Fortunately, at that moment, Huang Yu gathered everyone and announced that the training would officially commence. Chapter 53. The Beast Tide Approaches, the Underlying Power Struggle. Huang Yu addressed the class. Please come forward and line up to report your numbers. Once everyone is accounted for, we will wait half an hour before our departure. As someone privy to the situation, Shen Yiming's expression grew increasingly grave upon hearing that the training was truly about to begin. Logically, the training should not commence yet. If the students from various universities dispersed, it would become exceedingly difficult to manage them. Should the adversaries lie in ambush and strike from the shadows, the consequences would be dire. In contrast, his classmates displayed expressions of eager anticipation. After the roll call, Yi Ping reported to Huang Yu, Beastmaster Class 3, 40 students expected, 40 students present. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I hope you all can work together during this training, unite as one, vanquish more beasts, and achieve commendable results. However, at that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the secret realm base. An urgent voice reverberated across the facility. Red alert. Red alert. A large number of beasts are converging on the base. All personnel prepare for battle to fend off the beast tide. The various universities immediately halted the new student training tasks, awaiting further instructions. The freshmen, who had yet to embark on their training, heard the blaring alarm but did not exhibit panic. Instead, they appeared exhilarated. They understood that whenever a beast tide approached, all rewards would be doubled. They would acquire more resources. Each one was itching to engage, eagerly anticipating the impending beast tide. After all, their purpose for entering the training was to slay beasts. The beast tide merely provided them with additional opportunities. Observing this scene, Shen Yiming shook his head. Those who had never encountered death would never respect it. He hoped they could maintain their current fervor when the time came. Half an hour earlier, at the Dragon Valley base, in the conference room, two individuals were vehemently arguing. Nie Yuan glared at the middle-aged man before him, slamming the table in anger as he bellowed. You expect me to abandon my brothers? How is that possible? Tu Yong forced a bitter smile. Acknowledging the grim reality, this is a course of action dictated by circumstance. The beast tide has far exceeded our expectations. If we do not allow them to stand their ground, and the creatures reach the base, the students will suffer catastrophic casualties. Nie Yuan's anger flared upon hearing this. Then why did my previous request for preemptive action against the demon beasts meet with refusal? Tu Yong explained. The higher-ups intend to lure out the larger fish lurking behind this chaos, which is why they advised against any hasty moves. If you had acted prematurely against the beast tide, would they have dared to approach? Their target all along has been those students. As long as we can safeguard them, those pulling the strings will be forced to act. Listening to this, Nie Yuan was filled with rage, frustration, and helplessness. Then why not simply bar these students from entering? Why not cancel this excursion altogether? That is not feasible. Tu Yong shook his head. This time we can cancel because we have preemptively uncovered the enemy's plans. What if they remain undeterred and plot again? Can we guarantee we will detect it? With so many secret realms scattered across the vast expanse of Xia country, numerous academies conduct trials for new students each year. If it doesn't occur in the Dragon Valley secret realm this time, it will surely happen elsewhere in the future. Are we to forego trials altogether because of this? We must confront them directly. Unless we inflict significant damage, they will return. You must understand, these sacrifices are unavoidable. Oh! Nie Yuan roared in despair. He understood the reasoning behind it all, yet he could not comprehend why such events had to unfold within his own secret realm. Why did it have to be his brothers and subordinates bearing the brunt of it all? After all, those new students represented a potential fighting force. To disregard their capability seemed a tremendous waste. Tu Yong countered, shaking his head. The new students cannot be involved. Most of them are entering a secret realm for the first time. Sending them to fend off the beast tide would be futile. Moreover, they have families. If they were to perish within the secret realm, we could not withstand the backlash from society. Nie Yuan's hand, gripping a cigarette, trembled incessantly. His voice laced with desolation. Huh, they have families. Yet what of our many brothers here? Do they not have families? Tell me, do they not? Unexpectedly, Tu Yong's words silenced Nie Yuan. Because we are soldiers, some things are duties we must undertake. Nie Yuan inhaled sharply from the cigarette, falling into a deep silence. The personnel I brought have already eliminated the hidden pawns of the enemy. The base is now largely under our control. You just need to manage this beast tide, and I will handle the subsequent matters. Nie Yuan inquired. After the beast tide is managed, how will we open the passage to the secret realm? Tu Yong replied. We only need to resolve the immediate situation. The matter of the passage is for those outside to address. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Yuan acquiesced. Very well. I will take charge of the beast tide. The rest is in your hands. Tu Yong cautioned. Remember, at all costs, keep the beast tide outside the base. The phrase at all costs resonated deeply with Nie Yuan, making the implications clear. I have but one request. I hope that my 10,000 brothers can rest in the martyrs' cemetery after their sacrifice. As for me, I shall not enter. I cannot face them as their captain. With that, Nie Yuan turned and left the conference room without a backward glance. Tu Yong observed his departing figure, nodding silently, whispering to himself, if I can survive this. Although he was Nie Yuan's superior, he possessed limited information. Confronted with the closure of the secret realm, he too was uncertain about the possibility of reopening it. After all, such closures had never occurred in centuries. He felt helpless regarding Nie Yuan's choice, which was a decision steeped in the resolve of sacrifice. Accepting this order meant he had no intentions of returning alive. Even if he did survive, he would not want to, for he could not bear to face his brothers again. If given a choice, no one would wish to make such a decision. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Hu Ming and Will had gathered. Prince Will, the secret realm passage is closed. How do we open it? Will did not disclose to Hu Ming. You need not concern yourself with that. Just focus on your tasks. Since we have closed the secret realm, why not strike directly at these students? It wouldn't be difficult to deal with those we brought in, even if there are soldiers protecting them. Ever since the secret realm was sealed, the unfolding events had taken a direction beyond Hu Ming's comprehension. How could they escape now that the secret realm was closed? Because we need a significant amount of blood. The demon beasts and soldiers are merely sacrificial offerings, Will replied. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition washed over Hu Ming. Initially, he had thought the plan was merely to capture people, but now it seemed much graver than that. Chapter 54. Brothers, we shall meet in the martyrs' cemetery. In Long Valley Town, a gathering of high-ranking officials convened within a conference room, simultaneously initiating a video conference. Each figure displayed a notable presence. The elder Yen Lin, responsible for commanding the Long Valley Secret Realm mission, spoke first. The significant oversight in this Long Valley Secret Realm task is my fault. I underestimated the enemy's capabilities. I shall accept full responsibility once this matter concludes. An elder on the video interjected, Elder Yen, this is not the time for blame. We must urgently devise a method to reopen the spatial passage and enter the secret realm. Yen Lin responded, I have already summoned high-level spatial mages for assistance. The vice president of the Academy of Sciences is also en route. The elder on the video nodded, turning to Gu Qiuling. Director Gu, you reported this situation. Do you have any further information regarding this matter? How did you come by this information? Gu Qiuling pondered for a moment before replying. I received a report from a beastmaster. Initially, I was skeptical, but after preliminary investigation, I discovered anomalies within the secret realm. Where is this beastmaster? Gu Qiuling replied. He is already within the secret realm. He is also a student from Lihu Academy. However, he raises many suspicions. He was clearly aware that this situation would unfold, yet he chose to enter the secret realm, placing himself in peril. This is something I cannot comprehend. Elder Yen voiced his doubt. A student, aware of such critical information? Gu Qiuling nodded. He appears to be trustworthy. He is related to my disciple. But his behavior is peculiar, and his strength is equally enigmatic. Another elder in military attire spoke solemnly. If he can emerge, let him report the situation. A different elder, dressed in traditional attire, stated, since we cannot obtain further information, I suggest we apply pressure on the Black Sphere Nation. If they do not provide us with a method to reopen the secret realm, we should initiate war. Elder Huang retorted angrily, they have already bullied us. What further evidence do we need? Are we incapable of standing against them? Finally, the elder who had remained silent at the center of the video conference spoke. Enough. Declaring war is not a trivial matter. Let us first exert pressure on them and see if we can gather evidence. Additionally, we must dispatch more spatial transmuters for support to understand how they have closed the secret realm. As soon as he spoke, he essentially set the tone for the meeting. After a round of discussions, the gathering dispersed. At this moment, within the secret realm, Shen Yiming felt like a headless fly, utterly lost and unsure of what to do next, as the commander offered him no information whatsoever. Meanwhile, the new students from various academies received orders to remain on standby. Shen Yiming wanted to leave, but found himself unable to do so. He realized he could not afford to wait any longer, as it would only put him in a more passive position. Employing his empowerment ability, he activated the invisibility of his second brother's boots. He then placed Chi-Chi and his second brother into the beast space and stealthily made his way towards the city wall. As he progressed, Shen Yiming noted that the number of soldiers on guard had significantly diminished. Their expressions were unusually grave, starkly contrasting with the new students who had come for training. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he was utterly taken aback. Through the crevices of the towering structure, he beheld a vast expanse of plains several dozen kilometers away, where a dark wave of shadows surged like a tide. It was his first encounter with such a massive beast tide. The exact number of the demonic beasts was unfathomable to him. Was it 100,000, a million, or even 10 million? The sight of this seemingly endless tide instilled a profound sense of despair. However, at the forefront of this beast tide, green figures were erecting their defenses. The imminent clash between the two factions was palpable. Countless demonic beasts surged towards the green line of defense, which was no mere pushover. Before the beasts could close in, a variety of modern weaponry had already been deployed. Missiles were launched, exploding with ferocity as shrapnel flew in all directions like razor-sharp blades. The smaller beasts at the forefront were instantly pierced by the shards, while others sustained injuries to their limbs. Those unfortunate enough to be at the center of the missile blasts were obliterated entirely. The grandeur of this scene ignited Shen Yiming's bloodlust. Had he not remembered his pressing mission, he might have rushed to the front lines to unleash his skills. In this initial confrontation between the beasts and the soldiers, the latter wielded their modern weaponry to inflict severe damage upon the demonic creatures. The dark mass of beasts fell in waves. Yet, those charging forward were merely cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan, who was commanding the troops, furrowed his brow as he observed the beasts encroaching from all directions. Their firepower was sufficient to eliminate beasts below the golden rank, but against those above it, they could only send out advanced class fighters. Unless they deployed the mushroom bombs, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate large numbers of golden tier beasts. Captain, the brothers in the southwest are barely holding on. We need to increase firepower support. Captain, the northeast also requires assistance. The beasts are overwhelming us. Boss, I've been breached by the beasts. They're charging towards the second line of defense. Inside the temporary command center, Nie Yuan listened to the reports from the front lines, his heart heavy with conflict. He wanted to issue a command for fire support, yet he found himself unable to voice it. Providing assistance to one area would inevitably mean a lack of support in another. Now, they could only fill the gaps with lives. According to the original plan, they needed to withdraw to the second line of defense. The southwest and northeast must hold firm. Let the mages provide output first, and the brothers who had consumed the mutated potions should step up to create an offensive environment for the mages. This order implied that those soldiers who had taken the mutated potions would likely be torn apart by the beasts. If luck was on their side, they might leave behind a corpse. After all, they were mere mortals standing against countless demonic beasts. The soldiers receiving the orders showed no hesitation. A squad leader who had consumed the mutated potion patted the mage on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you survive, please tell my family that I have no regrets about joining the army." With that, he produced a cigarette, took a deep drag, and addressed the soldiers preparing to embark on their mission. "Brothers, we shall meet again in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Captain, when we get down there, you better not keep scolding me for smoking. Ha ha ha, I won tea. Now hurry up and take a puff. We're off." Chapter 55, The Legend Arrives. The squad leader's words were lighthearted and carefree, even laced with a hint of jest. Yet, who could truly fathom the turmoil within his heart? Fully aware of the impending doom, could he genuinely face it with such composure? The mages, silently observing this moment, had tears brimming in their eyes, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Since their assignment to the Dragon Valley secret realm, they had lived in camaraderie, spending their days slaying beasts, boasting, and discussing beautiful women. They had grown accustomed to each other's presence. The mages wished to stand on the front lines with them, to face death together. Yet he could not go, for he still needed to provide output, to buy more time for his brothers behind. At times, living was more agonizing than dying. The squad leader gazed at the team before him, stepping forward to solemnly gather their military badges. These were the only tokens that confirmed their identities. Once he had collected all the badges, he earnestly handed them to the mage. "Brother, you must survive and bring us home." The mage took the neatly stacked badges, but could no longer hold back his emotions. Choking back tears, he said, "Captain, I will do my utmost to bring you back." The squad leader admonished, "Not do your utmost, but you must bring us back." My child is waiting for me. Give him my badge. You must survive. When your energy is spent, retreat without hesitation. Your lives are far more precious than ours. Captain, the squad leader interrupted, patting him on the shoulder. All right, we're leaving now. Remember to bring us home. With that, he called out to his squad, brothers, grab your weapons, secure the explosives, and let us move out. Charge. Kill 1 beast, and we break even. Kill 2, and we profit. Kill 3, and I'll make it into the family lineage. Kill 4, and my family tree will begin with me. Ha! Well said. Brothers, let us see who can kill the most. Whoever kills the most will lead the team down below. Right. I've been eyeing the captain for too long. This time, I'm definitely going to take over as captain. After the mage secured the badges, he watched their departing figures, murmuring, our names may go unknown, but our deeds will endure. Such scenes were unfolding continuously in the southwest and northeast positions. They were but a microcosm. Everyone receiving orders had to step up. At this moment, standing atop the city wall, Shen Yiming noticed that the onslaught of the beast tide had somewhat slowed and began descending from the wall, making his way toward the front lines. Shen Yiming intended to test whether these demonic beasts could detect his invisibility. If they failed to sense his presence, he planned to venture deeper into the secret realm to investigate the cause of the beast tide. Ideally, he would uncover the source triggering the tide and, if possible, eliminate this troublesome issue. 2 hours later, the battle between the demonic beasts and the soldiers had escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides had suffered tremendous losses, with over 10,000 warriors reduced to fewer than 5,000 remaining. The soldiers' defensive line continued to retreat, and upon noticing that sufficient blood had been gathered, Will commanded his subordinates to take action against the group of students. Hu Ming, please summon Lord Neil. Hu Ming nodded. Their ultimate target was indeed this group of students, and the moment to strike had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the students, still awaiting the latest orders from the military, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. A gray aura swiftly descended upon the entire base. Within this aura, the students and mentors felt their spiritual energy dissipate in an instant. The mages, who had been floating in midair, plummeted to the ground. The warriors' light shields vanished as they lost the energy sustaining them, and the Beastmaster's pets lay prostrate on the ground. Tiong, who remained within the base, instantly sensed this anomaly and muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible?" As he perceived the domain's presence, he was engulfed in confusion. How could they possibly fight back? The presence of a domain-wielding powerhouse indicated that their adversary was at least of legendary caliber. Such legendary figures were exceedingly rare globally. With no more than 50 known in the public eye of Xia country, most of whom were stationed in high-level secret realms, with little time to intervene in such affairs. Why would such a formidable entity lower themselves to participate in a kidnapping? In that moment, Tuyong realized much. No wonder the internal traitors were so easily eliminated. It was merely a ruse to lower their guard. Had they not discovered the existence of these traitors, the higher-ups in Xia might have dispatched a legendary powerhouse to stand watch. But now, it was too late. The enemy had prepared thoroughly. First, they had deceived the higher echelons with their internal spies, then sealed off the secret realm's entrance to cut off Xia's support. When the enemy's legendary figure descended, all would be irrevocably decided. Tiong even suspected that the traitors had been deliberately revealed by the enemy. Yet one question lingered in his mind. If the enemy had already sealed off the secret realm, why invoke a beast tide? Moreover, with a legendary powerhouse on their side, why wait until now? As he arrived at the base's square, he found that everyone had already been subdued, unable to resist. The entire base was engulfed in the enemy's domain. Transmuters, having lost their spiritual energy, were no different from ordinary individuals. Gazing at the dozen figures hovering in the sky, Tuyong felt a profound despair. 1 legendary, 5 diamonds, and 10 platinum. This was an overwhelming force. In the sky, Neil glanced in Tuyong's direction, his eyes gleaming with interest. I didn't expect this small base to harbor a diamond-level existence. What a delightful surprise. He instructed one of the diamond-level warriors, capture him. I am certain our lord will be most intrigued by a diamond specimen. Having lost his spiritual energy, Tuyong was utterly unable to resist and was swiftly captured. Upon being taken to a secret chamber, he discovered that all the transmuters he had brought were confined there as well, 20 platinum-level powerhouses. This was the foundation of Xia country. If this news were to spread, the Black Sphere Nation would face Xia's furious retaliation. How dare they? Tuyong glared coldly at Neil, declaring, "You will surely regret this. The Black Sphere Nation will face severe retribution from Xia." Neil scoffed, "After today, you will learn what true fear is." Meanwhile, having circumvented the beast tide and infiltrated the depths of the secret realm, Shen Yiming unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid, the black-robed figure he had met in Dragon Valley Town. The figure was surveying the area, seemingly searching for something. Shen Yiming attempted to approach for a closer look, but heard the figure call out, "Who goes there? Step forward." Chapter 56. No choice but to invoke the deity. Realizing he had been detected, Shen Yiming fled without a second thought. His only card left was the notion of karmic retribution. He was unwilling to squander it. Moreover, whether this karmic retribution could effectively deal with the black-robed figure was uncertain. If it failed, he would be exposed, making escape even more difficult. Shen Yiming was not being cowardly. He was simply being prudent. The black-robed figure unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning toward Shen Yiming's direction. The moment Shen Yiming was targeted, he threw out a mid-level defensive talisman. A light blue shield engulfed the energy, absorbing it entirely. After casting the defensive spell, Shen Yiming made his escape deeper into the secret realm. Noticing that the black-robed figure did not pursue him, he inwardly complained, "Damn it. Why do I keep encountering stronger opponents? Can't I just bully someone weaker for once?" After delving deeper for about half an hour, perhaps due to the beast tide, Shen Yiming noticed a significant reduction in nearby beasts. However, the further he went, the more he sensed something was amiss. The air was thick with an inexplicable fragrance, and upon inhaling it, his emotions began to shift, an unsettling irritability creeping in, his eyes taking on a slight reddening. Due to prolonged use of empowerment, the consumption of his spiritual energy accelerated. With no other option, he sought refuge in a cave, deactivating his empowerment state, and released his second brother, Chi-Chi. "Second brother, go ahead and scout for any anomalies, but remain hidden." "Okay." Noticing his brother's eager expression, Shen Yiming reminded him, "You must return within an hour, regardless of the situation. Don't exhaust your spiritual energy. It could be perilous if you act recklessly." I won't waste my energy this time." Once his brother departed, Shen Yiming began to recover his spiritual energy. Opening his system panel, he noted the meager inventory left and felt a wave of frustration. The only usable items were the high-level defensive talisman from Gu Qiuling, a black brick, a stand-in puppet, and the karmic retribution talisman. Except for the black brick, the others were one-time use items that would be expended upon use. "System, could you possibly advance my rewards?" he pleaded. Venturing further poses greater risks. Current host credibility is in negative. Early rewards cannot be dispersed. Shen Yiming was momentarily taken aback by the system's response. "Wait, are you implying that once my credibility is restored, I can receive rewards in advance?" "Rewards will be granted early from the moment you choose a task after restoring your credibility." At that moment, Shen Yiming felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had previously reveled in exploiting the system's bugs, only to now face the consequences of his actions. "What can I do to restore my credibility?" "Complete the previously accepted tasks, and the system will deduct a certain amount of credibility based on each task's completion." Opening his panel, he saw that his credibility had decreased from 99 to 80. "But I completed several tasks. Why has it only decreased by so little?" "The 3 tasks you accepted earlier were calculated together. Your credibility will return to normal upon simultaneous completion of all 3. Shen Yiming nodded, feeling a glimmer of hope upon hearing Tongzi's response. He still needed to complete his mission to enter the Martial God Academy, after which his reputation would be restored to normalcy. In the quaint town of Dragon Valley, at the entrance to the mysterious realm, a multitude of space-type transmuters and members of the Academy's team were gathered, all attempting to find a way to open the spatial passage. At that moment, a space-type transmuter addressed Elder Yin. "The original coordinates of this spatial passage have been shielded, and with our current capabilities, we are unable to forcibly open it." Elder Yin frowned at this news. It was difficult for him to accept. If the spatial passage truly could not be opened, wouldn't that mean the individuals inside would be trapped indefinitely? He turned to the vice president of the academy, asking, "Director Ling, do you have any solutions?" Director Ling shook his head. "My instruments are equally unable to perceive the spatial coordinates." Unsatisfied, Elder Yin pressed on. "Is there truly no other way?" Director Ling pondered. "While we are powerless, that individual should be able to sense it. He possesses a beast of the space type. If even he cannot, then this mysterious realm may remain inaccessible for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing the name of the individual mentioned by Director Ling, Elder Yan's expression shifted. The person in question was none other than Li Tian, one of the guardians of the Xia nation and its most formidable figure. Boasting dual professions as a mage and beast master, with a level that had reached the mythic tier. However, Li Tian was currently stationed at the abyssal mysterious realm, where the beasts within were restless. If he were summoned and discovered by these beasts, it could lead to an even greater catastrophe. After considerable hesitation, Elder Yin resolved to contact this guardian of the Xia nation. Prior to this, no one had anticipated that such a minor mysterious realm in Dragon Valley would attract the attention of the nation's most powerful guardian. Yet, given the current circumstances, inviting him was indeed the best course of action. If even he could not resolve the issue, then a war against the Black Sphere nation would be inevitable. Even without evidence, regardless of whether the Black Sphere Nation was truly responsible, they would have to bear the blame. The Xian Nation had to assert its dignity. Otherwise, who would refrain from causing trouble in the future? Deep within the Dragon Valley's mysterious realm, after an hour of recuperation, Shen Yiming had restored his spiritual energy. His younger brother had also returned to the cave on schedule. Looking up with his adorable face, the younger brother said, "Ing, I just encountered a monster radiating a terrifying aura. I dared not approach it. Ing, I recorded it with my smart wristband." Upon finishing, he played the video he had just recorded. The footage revealed a massive beast, approximately 10 meters in size. It resembled a four-legged creature, akin to a fox, with a white tail and large, elongated ears. At that moment, it lay with its eyes tightly shut, emanating a red aura. Shen Yiming took out the All Things Compendium and scanned it. Evil Lang, projection, diamond level, capable of inciting disasters, an ominous entity of beast tides. Shen Yiming was momentarily taken aback by the description in the compendium, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He realized that while he had identified the culprit behind the beast tide, the bad news was that this creature was at the diamond level, far beyond his capacity to defeat. How could such an entity exist within the Dragon Valley's mysterious realm? A diamond-level beast appearing here was unfathomable. Moreover, it was merely a projection? What terror must its true form embody? Could it possibly be sent by the Black Sphere Nation? Perhaps it would be prudent to return to base and report this discovery so they could send reinforcements? Chapter 57, An Ambush. Younger brother, remember to run fast. Just as Shen Yiming was about to head back to base for assistance, he suddenly realized something. While the concepts of good and evil may not be able to harm the foe, what if he could approach and strike it with a black brick? After all, it was merely a projection, and it was currently with its eyes closed. If successful, it would indeed be a significant achievement. He reasoned that if he exercised caution, he should be fine. Furthermore, he possessed a substitute puppet, should his ambush fail. He still had a high-level defensive talisman capable of withstanding a single strike from a platinum-level foe. Surely, he could manage to hold out against a diamond-level beast for a brief moment, and that evil Lang would not likely launch a full-scale attack right off the bat. He could throw the defensive talisman and then have his younger brother carry him away at full speed. After donning his shoes, the younger brother took off swiftly. In his invisible state, the enemy would likely struggle to detect him. The more Shen Yiming contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared. The main concern was the long journey back. He could waste an inordinate amount of time with the round trip. Resolving to eliminate this beast as swiftly as possible would also minimize the losses for the soldiers. With a determined heart, Shen Yiming muttered, "Let us do it." Having formulated his action plan, he no longer hesitated, retracting his peculiar item. He then mounted his younger brother, urging him to hasten toward the direction of the evil Lang. After a brief moment, they arrived at the location of the evil Lang. Shen Yiming instructed his younger brother to enter the Beastmaster space. However, before doing so, he earnestly conveyed, "Younger brother, if I release you later, you must bring me away at the first opportunity, running as fast as you can, understood?" The younger brother patted his little chest in assurance. "Ing, rest assured, my human companion, I will run swiftly." After tossing his younger brother into the Beastmaster space, Shen Yiming did not linger. To be cautious, he switched to his mage form and activated the invisibility and flight mode of his chaotic boots. Transforming into a figure with red hair and red eyes, he held a black brick in his left hand and a high-level defensive talisman in his right. He slowly flew toward the direction of the evil Lang. The reason for switching to mage form was that it had a lower energy requirement. With his level being only bronze, the evil Lang would likely underestimate him, considering him merely a trifling bronze-level creature, and thus would not regard him as a threat. As expected, when Shen Yiming floated beside the evil Lang, it opened its eyes and glanced in his direction. However, it promptly closed its eyes again. The mere sight of its gaze sent a shiver down Shen Yiming's spine, nearly causing him to tear through the defensive talisman. At that moment, he felt an internal struggle. He contemplated whether to press forward. It was evident that the creature had sensed his presence, but seemed to regard him with indifference. "Damn it, let us go for broke. Fortune favors the bold, and despair awaits the timid. Once this is over, I shall never engage in such reckless endeavors again." Just as he began to muster his courage, the evil Lang opened its eyes once more. "Oh my, how terrifying. Perhaps I should reconsider." Yet, Shen Yiming found himself torn again. Having come this far, how could he abandon the mission now? He would surely lose sleep over it. He decided to give it one more shot. If the creature kept its eyes shut, he would attempt to strike. In his heart, Shen Yiming silently prayed, "Great One, I only wish to tap you once. Please do not take offense, just once. I promise I will not do it again." Sensing the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, he knew he could no longer afford to delay. If he tarried any longer, escaping would be his only option. Taking a deep breath, he glided slowly toward the evil Lang's forehead. As he stood resolutely atop the head of the sinister creature, Shen Yiming began to feel a pang of anxiety. With such a large cranium, would this small brick truly be of any use? What if he failed to strike the target? Distrustful, Shen Yiming inquired of the system. System, can this truly breach defenses? Is it reliable? The black brick can disregard any level of defense. As long as the attack comes from behind, there is a chance to induce dizziness. Shen Yiming muttered in underestimation. Chance? What are the odds? Why didn't I notice this probability when I was dealing with the iron-armored rhinoceros before? The chance of dizziness is determined by the opponent's strength. The higher the level, the lower the chance of dizziness. So, are you implying that if I am not extraordinarily lucky, I cannot defeat this creature? In theory, success is possible. Great three pure ones, Emperor, Queen Mother, and all celestial deities, please grant me strength. After his fervent prayer, Shen Yiming seized the black brick and began to strike the back of the creature's head with rhythmic force. The moment the brick made contact, a heart-wrenching wail emanated from below. In an instant, the creature erupted with a terrifying aura, sending Shen Yiming hurtling away. But that was not the end. The creature extended a claw, aiming for Shen Yiming. Observing this scene, Shen Yiming lamented, "This is the end." Without a moment's hesitation, he tore apart his high-level defensive talisman. As the talisman was shredded, a golden shield enveloped Shen Yiming instantaneously, successfully blocking the creature's attack. Just as he was about to summon his second brother to flee, he unexpectedly discovered that the creature had already collapsed. Wait, did it work? Shen Yiming had no time to ponder the outcome. He had to act swiftly while the creature was still dazed. Emerging from his stealth, he soared towards the creature with renewed vigor. Upon reaching its head, he continued to strike down with the brick. Eventually, the creature succumbed to unconsciousness, and its faint fragrance dissipated into the air. Yet, Shen Yiming still felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, the dizziness was based on probability. To ensure success, he needed to strike multiple times. Bam, bam, bam. He struck repetitively, and after several hundred blows, he exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing foam escape the creature's mouth. Opening the beast space, he intended for his second brother to assume the task of continuing the strikes. To his surprise, the moment his second brother emerged, a flash of silver light surged past, and it dashed away without a glance back. What the hell? Second brother, don't run, come back, Shen Yiming shouted. But his second brother was too swift. Before his voice could reach, it had transformed into a streak of light, fleeing at full speed. His second brother remembered Shen Yiming's previous instructions, to escape at the first opportunity. Having felt guilty for exhausting its energy before, it was determined not to make the same mistake again, using every ounce of strength to flee. Midway through its escape, the second brother sensed something amiss, feeling an odd sensation. However, it quickly regained focus. What time is it? I can't be distracted. I must run. As soon as the words left its mouth, it quickened its pace even further. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming sat alone atop the creature's head, his expression filled with confusion. What on earth was this rebellious creature thinking? Chapter 58. The beast tide has retreated. Deep within the Dragon Valley's secret realm, Shen Yiming watched as his second brother fled, leaving him alone amidst the chaos. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet no tears would come. This rebellious creature was utterly incompetent, excelling only in consuming food. Previously, when tasked with drawing enemies, it had depleted its own energy. Now, he had instructed it to run alongside him, yet all it remembered was to flee. Thankfully, he had dealt with the sinister creature. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, you rebellious creature. You better not come back. Or I'll make sure you remember this lesson with at least 2 bricks to the head. In desperation, he released Chi-Chi. As Chi-Chi emerged, Shen Yiming provided hands-on instruction. Chi-Chi, take this brick and strike its head vigorously, 3 seconds apart. The more you hit, the better. Do you understand? Chi-Chi nodded obediently. After handing over the black brick, Shen Yiming began to supervise the task. Once Chi-Chi grew tired, he would take over. However, before that, he needed to find a way to deal with this creature. Simply striking would not suffice. As Chi-Chi continued to pound the creature's head, it noticed the absence of the second brother and inquired, "Boss, where's the second brother?" The mere mention of that rebellious creature's name ignited Shen Yiming's anger, and he cursed, "Dead." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi halted its small paws mid-swing, its big, innocent eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Just consider it dead." Shen Yiming snapped in irritation. Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as it choked out. "Boss, I want to avenge it." Although the two often bickered, their bond was strong. Besides their rivalry for the position of elder brother, they shared countless, joyful moments together. Young Chi-Chi, unable to accept the news of its brother's demise, experienced a turbulent emotional upheaval. The ground trembled violently beneath Chi-Chi's distress. Shen Yiming was taken aback by Chi-Chi's reaction. Weren't they always at odds? When had their relationship grown so affectionate? He quickly clarified. Hey. Chi-Chi, don't cry. The second brother isn't dead. He ran away. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled once more. Not dead. That's wonderful. I knew that Stinky Bear wouldn't die. Shen Yiming remarked. I'll send a message to the second brother. But he likely won't have time to check his smartwatch now. Let us wait for him to return. Chi-Chi exclaimed, reinvigorated by the news of its brother's safety, swinging the brick with renewed enthusiasm. On the other side, the second brother had reached the cave where Shen Yiming had previously taken refuge. The moment it stepped inside, it finally realized something was amiss. Covering its little ears with its paws, it looked regretful. Oh no, I forgot to bring the human pet. I hope the human pet is okay. No, I must hurry back. Perhaps I can still help him recover his remains. Woe is me. I probably won't get any food when I return this time. At the front lines, Nie Yuan observed the beast tide rapidly closing in on their last line of defense. He stepped out of the makeshift command center and issued the latest orders. Musicians, beat the drums. Everyone understood what Nie Yuan's command entailed. When the drums sounded, all personnel, including those responsible for logistics, were called to battle. Soon, the first deep beat of the war drums resonated across the battlefield. Boom. Under the enhancement of the musicians' skills, the once weary warriors felt rejuvenated, as if reborn. At this moment, their spirits soared, brimming with boundless energy. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of war drums grew increasingly urgent, and the soldiers' spirits soared ever higher. Witnessing this scene, Nie Yuan felt an overwhelming gravity settle in his heart. The moment the drums reverberated, there was no turning back. For the thunderous beats would drain the soldiers' potential. Once the battle concluded, if they survived, their vigor would be diminished. This was precisely why Nie Yuan had refrained from employing the war drums at the outset. Initially, he had entertained the hope that the soldiers' prowess would suffice to withstand the oncoming tide of beasts. However, this wave of ferocity exceeded his expectations in magnitude. Ultimately, there was no avoiding this juncture. As the beast horde drew near, Nie Yuan issued his final command for this battle. Brothers, charge with me. At his command, a deafening roar of battle surged across the field. Onward, brother, I come to avenge you. Charge. Brothers, let us vanquish them. Yet, as the warriors launched their last assault against the beast horde, they bizarrely noticed that the monstrous creatures seemed to be retreating. At the forefront of the battlefield, Nie Yuan immediately dispatched his beast companion to ascertain the situation. Upon confirming that the beasts were indeed withdrawing, he was taken aback. Why had they suddenly turned to flee? Even more astonishing was the sight of these creatures engaging in combat amongst themselves as they retreated. Within the horde, certain rival factions, upon recognizing one another, launched immediate attacks without a second thought. Freed from the control of Langya, they had finally returned to their primal instincts. Observing this, Nie Yuan found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to continue issuing the order to advance. The soldiers, having been bolstered by the war drums, would succumb to weakness once that effect faded. Should the beasts charge again, they would be incapable of mounting a defense. He pondered whether this retreat was a deliberate tactic on the part of the monsters. After much internal struggle, he resolved to allow the soldiers to press onward. Though this might incur losses, he felt he had no other choice. As a battlefield commander, harboring compassion would only lead to graver consequences. Moreover, he could not afford to gamble. The soldiers continued their advance, and the beasts had retreated to the third line of defense. These creatures harbored an inherent fear of humans. Their earlier assault had been instigated by Langya's control. With Langya gone, witnessing the soldiers charging forth, they instinctively fled. Those few factions that dared to resist met a grim fate at the hands of the soldiers. This relentless pursuit lasted a full half hour, and when the beasts finally retreated beyond the first line of defense erected by the soldiers, Nie Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the beasts were truly fleeing. After an hour's wait, the beast tide had entirely receded. Nie Yuan began instructing the remaining soldiers to scour the battlefield while he made his way towards the base. After all, his mission had been accomplished, and he intended to check on the students to ensure their safety and ascertain whether Tu Yong had located the enemy. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Shen Yiming was surprised by the sudden appearance of a small, bear-like face. Boss, are you alright? Upon seeing his younger brother, Shen Yiming wasted no time and pinched his face, tugging it roughly several times. Still unsatisfied, Shen Yiming delivered a swift kick to his brother's backside. I told you to lie low. Ouch. What Shen Yiming had intended to say was, I told you to run. However, before he could utter the word run, a sharp pain surged through his leg. Why is your backside so hard? His younger brother, looking quite aggrieved, replied, my defense is naturally high. Who told you to be reckless and hit me? Shen Yiming glanced at the black little brick on his brother's paw and said, "All right. So you think your defense is high, do you?" After taking the black brick, he promptly struck his brother on the back of the head. Bang! After being hit by the little brick, his brother instinctively transformed into a larger form, enveloped in a faint golden glow. Ing! Roar! Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Are you trying to kill me? Shen Yiming was intrigued to find that his brother had not been knocked out and had instead activated his defensive form. Roar! It hurts. If you hit me again, I will fight back. Shen Yiming observed his transformed brother and chuckled coldly. Oh, so you wish to rebel, do you? Just as he was about to strike his brother again with the little brick, his brother nimbly dodged. Shen Yiming, curious, aimed to strike again, primarily to determine why the black little brick had failed to incapacitate his brother. The first hit may have been a matter of chance, but if several attempts yielded the same result, it would suggest the brick was not the issue. His brother waved his paws in refusal, pointing at Langia. Roar! No way. That hurts. Look, that guy is about to wake up. Shen Yiming followed his brother's direction to see Langia foaming at the mouth, his head a bloody mess. Showing no signs of awakening whatsoever, Shen Yiming realized his brother was deceiving him, but considering Langia before him, he opted to deal with him first before addressing his brother. Brother, try attacking it, and see if you can inflict any harm. Roar! No problem. His brother unleashed a tearing skill, his claws instantly transforming into silver as they lunged toward Langia's head. The moment his claws made contact, a resounding metallic clang echoed, followed by a burst of flames. Langia's head remained unresponsive, while his brother's claws showed signs of cracking. Roar! How tough, I can't break through. Shen Yiming silently observed this scene. Although he had not harbored much hope of being able to breach Langia's defenses, the reality of the situation still left him feeling disheartened. After all, his brother's tearing skill possessed a defense-breaking effect. The fact that it could not breach Langia's defenses raised questions about just how formidable they truly were. Shen Yiming, unwilling to concede, had Chi-Chi try again, but to no avail. It was frustrating. It felt as impenetrable as a turtle shell. Was he destined to whittle it down slowly with the black little brick? After a round of fruitless efforts, Shen Yiming opened his system space to take a look. At present, the only thing that could inflict damage on Langia seemed to be the retribution of good and evil. However, he was reluctant to use it on Langia at this moment. After all, Langia was currently in a state of unconsciousness. If the retribution detected no malice, it might inadvertently heal him. Wouldn't that render Shen Yiming's efforts futile? Therefore, this option was not viable. He could only resort to his own S-rank skill, Fiery Heart. Retrieving the skill storage device, he spent 500 points to create a Fiery Heart talisman. Without hesitation, he employed the freshly crafted talisman on Langia. As the talisman tore open, a red light surged into Langia's body. After a brief wait, seeing that Langia exhibited no reaction, Shen Yiming was left utterly dumbfounded. Is that it? Just this? Alas! Return my 500 points. This useless skill. Just as Shen Yiming's words fell, a surge of purple flames erupted from within the entity known as Langia. After a brief moment, the once colossal Langia began to dissipate, leaving only a golden orb on the ground after several minutes. Is that all there is to it? Shen Yiming murmured in disbelief. What a bargain for 500 points. He recalled that just moments ago, his second brother and Chi-Chi, despite their full-force assault, could not breach its defenses. Yet the skill, the Inferno of Heart's Wrath, which cost him 500 points, had effortlessly vanquished Langia. Although Langia had not put up any defense, the Inferno of Heart's Wrath was an S-rank skill. What kind of power would it unleash if the retribution for good and evil were to trigger? Having dealt with Langia, Shen Yiming's spirits lifted considerably. He opened the compendium of all things and scanned the golden orb. Langia Essence. This essence is derived from the body of Langia, containing vast spiritual energy. Consuming it will swiftly elevate your level. Haha, a fine treasure indeed. Shen Yiming had been fretting about how to level up, and unexpectedly, he came across such a boon. System, how many levels will I ascend if I consume this? Given your current physical condition, consuming this essence will lead to your demise. Your body cannot withstand such an immense surge of energy. Then how much can I safely consume? 1% of the energy will assist you in breaking through to silver rank. Shen Yiming pressed on. Can I continue to consume it after I break through to silver? You may consume it, but I do not recommend immediate consumption. A rapid increase in strength in a short time will damage the foundations of your mage class. Shen Yiming was puzzled. But isn't the leveling of my Beastmaster class meant for rapid advancement? Why is there no issue now? The beast power granted to you by the system is the purest form, meant to enhance your beast space and level without side effects. I understand your point now. This Langia essence is akin to junk food, not advisable for excessive consumption, while what you provide is pure, natural sustenance. The system was rendered speechless by Shen Yiming's interpretation. Is that really a proper understanding? Come on, Chi-Chi, Eat this delicious treat and quickly ascend to golden rank. Upon hearing of a delicacy, the second brother scampered overexcitedly. Whimper, what about me? Shen Yiming shot at a glare. You can eat dirt. Having sold me out, you still wish to partake? Chapter 60. The beast space is about to explode. The second brother looked at Shen Yiming with a pitiful expression. Whimper. I want to eat too. It wasn't intentional. I truly forgot. I promise I won't forget to bring you next time. Shen Yiming couldn't deny it food. Though the creature had betrayed him, it was not deliberate. Anger subsided. He still had to provide. All right, you can have some. After all, the second brother was still just a child, and educating it was a long-term endeavor. Though it would grow one day, Shen Yiming secretly hoped that day would not come too soon, for growth often comes at a price. He had long regarded these two little beasts as his own children. Their happy growth was Shen Yiming's greatest wish. He divided a tenth of the Langya essence and handed it to the second brother and Qiqi. Here, each of you take half, and no fighting. The two little beasts could withstand much more energy than Shen Yiming, so giving them a tenth of the Langya essence posed no problem. The second brother gazed at the orb before him, nodding happily. Whimper. Okay. Yes, no fighting. After some time, the trio returned to the previous cave, where Shen Yiming instructed them to consume the Langya essence and quietly awaited their upgrades. Outside the secret base of Dragon Valley, Nie Yuan hurried back to the base only to find the sky above it shrouded in a gray halo. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Frowning, he murmured. Could it be that Tu Yong has failed? If even Tu Yong, who was stronger than him, had faltered, then entering now would be tantamount to seeking death. Just as Nie Yuan grappled with his despair, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Looking up, he beheld the bodies of the fallen soldiers and beasts floating in the air, swiftly drawn towards a massive black hole above the base. Stunned, he wondered when this black hole had appeared in his base and why it was voraciously consuming the corpses. The emergence of this black hole shattered his previous understanding. After a moment of thought, he dared not linger and turned back towards the front lines to ascertain what had transpired. Meanwhile, within the base, while gazed fervently at the black hole before him, our Lord shall soon descend, and when that time comes, this world will belong to us. Beside him, Nier also looked at the black hole with fervent devotion. Hu Ming, observing Nier's intense reverence, was beset with numerous questions. What could induce a legendary powerhouse to exhibit such fervor? Who exactly was the Lord that Wao spoke of? How could the world possibly belong to them? It was well known that the Xian nation possessed mythical-level powerhouses, unless the entity within the black hole transcended the mythical level. Such a claim was implausible. As Hu Ming contemplated, the notion seemed increasingly impossible. A being beyond the mythical level? He had never even heard of such a thing. How could such a powerful entity exist? The individual within the black hole could at most be a mythical-level powerhouse. However, it was unrealistic for a single mythical-level powerhouse to conquer the world. The previously devoted Nier suddenly noticed the black hole's rate of absorbing corpses had slowed and gasped. Wait. Something's off. There isn't enough vitality. The Xia soldiers at the front lines Haven T all perished, and the vitality of the beasts is insufficient. Wao paused for a moment, then hastily inquired, Lord Nier, what should we do if there's not enough vitality? Nier replied, we must take matters into our own hands. We need to gather sufficient vitality in a short time. If necessary, we can sacrifice these students. Upon hearing Nier's intent to slaughter the students, Wao hesitated, but these are all subjects needed by our Lord. If we kill them, where will we find more subjects? Nier coldly responded, we can return to our homeland and offer our own transferees to our Lord. Wao exclaimed, what? Over 5,000 transferees are to be sacrificed from our nation? Nier dismissed it casually. They are all contributing to the Lord. He will remember their merits, and this is their honor. There is no time to waste. If our Lord cannot descend, these are mere words. The countermeasures of the Xia nation are beyond our capacity to withstand. Upon hearing this, Wao, who had been wavering, immediately made a decision. First, we will hunt the beasts, and then we will eliminate the Xia soldiers at the front lines. If that is still insufficient, we will use these subjects. There was no alternative. If their Lord could not descend, the Black Ball Nation would not withstand the Xia nation's furious retaliation. Wao's confidence stemmed entirely from the Lord. If the Lord could not descend, all their actions would lead to catastrophe for the Black Ball Nation. Wao promptly issued orders, dispatching several teams into the secret realm to exterminate the beasts, while Nier took it upon himself to head to the front lines to eliminate every last Xia soldier. Deep within the secret realm, Shen Yiming remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the outside world. Had he been informed, he would undoubtedly have felt a sense of relief for having escaped. Yay, I've leveled up. His younger brother, after consuming the essence of the evil Lang, effortlessly ascended to the golden tier. At this moment, the energy fluctuations emanating from Qiqi had already reached the silver level 10, and it seemed that it would not be long before Qiongqi, too, would successfully advance to the golden level. When that day arrived, the silver-ranked Shen Yiming would possess two S-class golden beast companions. Wouldn't that lead to unparalleled dominance upon entering the Martial God Academy? However, while such imaginings were delightful, reality proved to be rather harsh. Shortly after his brother's advancement, ominous signs of collapse appeared within Shen Yiming's beast control space. Alarmed, Shen Yiming exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Master, what is the status of my beast control space? The current strength of your beast control space is insufficient to simultaneously accommodate two golden beasts. You must reach the golden tier to stabilize it. If you do not hasten your upgrade or prevent Qiongqi's advancement, your beast control space will collapse entirely." Is that so? Shen Yiming had not previously given heed to such matters. He had thought merely upgrading his beasts would suffice. But now he discovered that his internal beast control space was faltering first. He could ascend to the golden tier simply by consuming the essence of the evil Lang. Yet he had no target for a contracted beast after reaching that level. If he failed to contract a beast within a short time, it would waste that contract slot. After careful consideration, Shen Yiming resolved to prevent Qiongqi from leveling up for the time being. Upon awakening Qiongqi, the stability of his beast control space was finally restored. Nonetheless, it still bore an ominous hint of impending collapse. "Qiongqi, refrain from leveling up for now. Wait until I reach the golden tier before you advance." Qiongqi, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why not? If you level up, my beast control space will collapse, and that would lead to significant troubles. Both of you might encounter issues." Although Qiongqi displayed clear reluctance, she complied obediently. "All right. Master, is there a way to enhance the strength of my beast control space without leveling up?" "Indeed." Chapter 61, Captured, 15. "What method?" Shen Yiming inquired eagerly. "You can strengthen your beast control space through training, or utilize spatial stones to enhance it. The former is a slower process, while the latter yields swift improvement." Shen Yiming shot a sidelong glance at the system. "Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing? I know what spatial stones are. They are rare and valuable materials used for crafting spatial equipment. Strengthening through training? I have never practiced at all." Since his arrival in this world, he had solely relied on the system for level advancements, consciously suppressing his own growth. Thus, he had never explored the methods of training. Moreover, having the system's assistance made the notion of rigorous training seem almost dismissive of its worth. "You can exchange your points in the shop for spatial stones. This will resolve your current predicament." Shen Yiming's eyes brightened instantly. "Of course. I have the points shop." Upon checking the price of spatial stones, he gasped, "What a staggering price. 500 points for a single stone. This is exorbitant. I cannot afford to squander my points. My only remaining trump cards are the Talisman of Retribution and these shop points. If I spend them, how will I deal with Weir and Hu Ming?" Shen Yiming had not forgotten those two detestable individuals. With no intention of purchasing the spatial stones, he decided to exit the cave and return to the front lines to ascertain whether the beast tide had been quelled. If it had Weir begun to act within the base? With such thoughts occupying his mind, he hastened towards the front lines. Approximately an hour later, Shen Yiming returned to the front lines. The sky had darkened completely, casting an eerie silence over the surroundings, with only the lingering scent of blood in the air. However, Shen Yiming soon noticed something amiss. There were no corpses on the battlefield. How could this be? While the absence of human bodies was understandable, as the battlefield needed to be cleared for the returning soldiers, the absence of even the carcasses of beasts was decidedly peculiar. Frowning, Shen Yiming murmured, "Why are there no bodies?" Recognizing the anomaly, he promptly instructed his younger brother to enter the beast control space. He himself activated his invisibility and approached to investigate further. To his dismay, as he neared the makeshift command center, a tremendous energy locked onto him. His spiritual energy vanished in an instant, and his form became visible. Moments later, a figure appeared before him, a man of African descent. In the next heartbeat, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and promptly lost consciousness. Just before the darkness enveloped him, one thought crossed his mind. Wow, so hitting someone on the back of the head really does knock them out. The man addressed as Nier glanced at Shen Yiming and remarked coolly, "Lord Nier, there's a Summer Kingdom citizen here. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be a student." Nier replied dismissively, "Take him back. He will serve as another test subject." He then inquired, "How is the progress of the squad hunting beasts?" The African man responded, "They have delved deep into the secret realm and estimate they will require 3 more hours to gather sufficient blood." Nier nodded, "Very well. Bring back this group of Summer Kingdom soldiers as well. Do not kill them yet. If we gather enough blood, we shall present them to our master, who will surely be pleased." Nier had initially intended to eliminate the soldiers outright, but reconsidered, realizing that their master required a plethora of test subjects. Though most of these soldiers were not class changers, they could still prove useful. After about half an hour, Nier dispatched his men to select all the class changers from the Summer Kingdom's military and brought them back to the Secret Realm base, leaving the remaining soldiers under surveillance in case they were needed to meet the blood quota. In Dragon Valley Town, Lin had successfully contacted the guardian deity of the Summer Kingdom, Li Tian. Upon learning of the situation, Li Tian promptly deployed his spatial beast companion, Mirage. Mirage, a black elemental spirit measuring around 10 centimeters, excelled in using spatial skills for assassination. It was the sole SSS-class spatial beast in the Summer Kingdom and boasted strength nearing the mythic level. Although it could not directly contend with mythic-level beings, it could effectively restrain opponents for a time using its spatial abilities and petite form, earning it the moniker, Night Elf. Upon arriving at Dragon Valley Town, Mirage utilized spatial movement to reach the entrance of the Secret Realm passage. When Lin saw Mirage's appearance, he respectfully stated, "Lord Knight, I am grateful for your assistance." Mirage responded with a simple, After hovering at the spatial passage for a moment and scanning its surroundings, it quickly discerned the issue. The entrance to this Secret Realm passage had been sealed, rendering the spatial coordinates inaccessible. Lin inquired anxiously, "Is there a way to resolve this?" "Currently, there is no solution, unless someone releases interference within the spatial passage, which would enable me to locate the previous spatial coordinates," came the reply. Hearing this, Lin felt a profound sense of disappointment. If even this phantom spirit expressed such sentiments, it indicated a genuine inability to reopen the spatial passage. "I need some time. I can attempt to create a spatial coordinate to open this secret realm, but whether we can actually enter remains to be seen." Upon hearing this, Lin's hope was reignited. How long will it take to construct new spatial coordinates? "It will take at least 7 days at the fastest." Lin opened his mouth, intending to speak, but ultimately refrained, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." He wished to urge the phantom spirit to expedite the construction of the spatial coordinates, yet he understood that this was likely the fastest pace achievable. Pressing further would only serve to irritate. 7 days. In ordinary circumstances, this time would pass in the blink of an eye. However, for those trapped within the secret realm, those 7 days bore no difference from a countdown to death. Lin could only pray that the individuals inside would endure. Within the secret base, Shen Yiming had also regained consciousness after being bound. After inspecting his body, he noted a slight headache and an inability to use spiritual energy, but otherwise found no abnormalities. "System, what is the current situation? Why am I bound?" Detection reveals the presence of an anti-magic field nearby, and the spatial passage of the secret realm has been interfered with. The spatial coordinates have been altered. An anti-magic field. What is that? It is a skill that can be comprehended by legendary-level experts. Within the confines of the anti-magic field, enemies lose their spiritual energy. Shen Yiming was taken aback upon hearing this. How could such an extraordinary phenomenon exist? Isn't that invincible? Not quite. The anti-magic field can only affect transmuters of lower rank than the caster. When faced with a foe of equal rank, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. "I see. That is somewhat acceptable." Shen Yiming then queried, "The spatial passage has been interfered with? Does the alteration of spatial coordinates mean we cannot escape? You can use the interference crystal to dismantle their disruption." Shen Yiming paused for a moment, pondering the interference crystal. What was that? He did not possess one. The system, as if anticipating his thoughts, replied directly, "It is available in the Points Mall." Chapter 62. The Jester is Myself, 25. Shen Yiming opened the mall and indeed discovered the existence of the interference crystal. Interference crystal, capable of disrupting seals, spatial domains, and interrupting enemy skills. Price, 500 mall points. Shen Yiming found the item quite appealing, yet the price was less to his liking. 500 points? Do you know how many tasks I would need to complete for that? Although it is indeed useful, could you perhaps offer a discount? Shen Yiming attempted to negotiate. "System, could you lower the price a bit? I have no control over the prices of mall items." Shen Yiming was not satisfied with this response. "In that case, let's try another approach. Provide me with a payment plan, and I will repay it in 24 installments. Current host credit rating is insufficient." Shen Yiming quickly recognized a loophole in the system. The system had not outright rejected the proposal, suggesting that the loan feature might indeed exist. According to your statement, can I open it in the future? Once you restore your credit rating, the system will assess whether your conditions meet the requirements to activate the loan feature. After nodding, Shen Yiming promptly purchased the interference crystal. His immediate objective was to open the secret passage. Meanwhile, those outside were undoubtedly devising ways to enter the secret realm. So if he could utilize the interference crystal to breach the passage, those outside would surely rush in at the first opportunity. With higher authorities involved, it would be far simpler than attempting to heroically act alone. Moreover, he lacked the strength to play the hero. At that moment, Shen Yiming surveyed his surroundings. This room seemed to be a soldier's dormitory. He needed to find a way to escape this room and proceed to the spatial passage. His mind raced with thoughts. Why had they specifically chosen to bind him? Had they detected some anomaly in him? Given their apparent concern for him, it was likely that there were heavy guards outside this room. He glanced at the tightly shut door and murmured, "The door must certainly be locked." His gaze shifted to the open window, his expression grave. That open window was clearly a trap. They had deliberately captured him, stationed heavy guards, and left the window ajar. Did they truly take him for a fool? He was certain that if he dared to flee through the window, they would undoubtedly leap out and beat him mercilessly. How naive of them to think I would fall for this trick. Shen Yiming resolved to employ reverse logic. They surely would not anticipate that he might dare to slip through the main door. Thus, he would take the bold route. If he could merely pry open the door lock, escaping would be a breeze. Resolving to act, he searched the room and found a used dagger. After weighing it in his hand and finding it suitable, he decided to use it to unlock the door. Approaching the door, he grasped the doorknob tightly and twisted it forcefully, preparing to use the dagger to pry the lock. To his surprise, the door swung open effortlessly. Shen Yiming stood frozen in place. Huh? What? In disbelief, he closed the door again, gently twisting the knob, and the door opened once more. What the hell? It wasn't locked? Were they so careless? Shen Yiming shook his head. No, this must be a trap. How could they leave the door unlocked? What was the purpose of binding me? Unable to comprehend, Shen Yiming ultimately decided to step through the door. However, he proceeded with extreme caution, moving as quietly as possible. Thus, it took him nearly 10 minutes to finally exit the dormitory building. The moment Shen Yiming stepped outside, his mind was in a state of utter bewilderment. He had been so vigilant against potential threats, yet he found that there were no guards at all. Even more absurdly, he could come and go freely. When had the treatment of a captive become so lenient? Upon reaching the square, he was further astonished. In the square, numerous students were gathered around a campfire. Some were cooking, while others stared blankly at the sky. A few girls were weeping. Aside from the absence of guards, everything else appeared quite normal. Shen Yiming scratched his head, murmuring in confusion, "Has the base truly been breached by the enemy? Were it not for the presence of the anti-magic field, I would truly question my existence." In truth, it was not that Will and the others had neglected to assign personnel to supervise the students. Rather, most of their forces had gone out to hunt magical beasts, leaving only a small contingent to monitor the higher-ups of the military. As for these students, they were deemed unworthy of oversight, having lost their spiritual energy. It sufficed to simply station someone at the base's exit to block any potential threats. This is precisely why Shen Yiming was able to come and go freely in the previous room. After locating his class and conversing with Lu Panner to understand the situation, he finally comprehended the reality of it all. He inwardly lamented, "Goodness, how self-absorbed I've been. It turns out I was never taken seriously at all. Oh, the irony. The fool is truly me." Yet, he bore no regrets. A bit of caution was never misplaced. Lu Panner remarked, "Sigh, I just wonder what they intend to do. Aside from our inability to utilize spiritual energy, they seem indifferent to us." She added, "Let it be. They will eventually reveal themselves. I need to use the restroom." With that, Shen Yiming seized the opportunity to slip away, realizing that if they were disregarded as students, it would make things considerably easier for him. As Lu Panner observed Shen Yiming's retreating figure, she inquired with concern, "Why are you off to the restroom again? Your last visit lasted over 10 hours. And now you're going back so soon? Is your prostate troubling you? I know a remedy. Would you like to try it?" As her words lingered, the surrounding classmates turned their curious gazes towards Shen Yiming. Without looking back, he quickened his pace. "Truly, ignorance is bliss. I am destined for greatness and cannot be halted by mere banter." His sole desire was to swiftly open the spatial portal and fulfill his task. Alas, there was indeed something amiss. Running so hastily, could he really not hold it in? If it were so severe, I suspect he might be a one-minute man. What a pity, such a handsome lad, yet lacking endurance. If Shen Yiming were aware that his peers' perceptions of him had shifted, he might reconsider returning to clarify matters. Upon reaching the entrance of the spatial portal, Shen Yiming discovered numerous students attempting to breach the portal. This spectacle was met with amusement by Will, Hu Ming, and their companions. They actually believe they can break through the spatial interference set by the master. Neil shook his head, casually remarking, "A bunch of insignificant insects." Utterly unaware of what they are up against, the spatial interference was something even he could not dismantle. They would have to wait for the master to descend before they could escape the secret realm. It was laughable that these students, who hadn't even reached diamond level, dared to dream of opening the spatial portal. The team deep within the secret realm, dealing with the demon beasts, should be returning soon. Will nodded, "Yes. Perhaps in about an hour." Neil gazed fervently at the black hole in the sky. "Excellent. We shall finally behold the master's visage." The thought of soon witnessing the master stirred a profound excitement within Neil. "I can hardly contain myself." I shall make my way to the front lines and bring them back. Will was not surprised by Neil's fervor, as even his father was more devout and zealous than Neil. Very well, I'll keep watch here. Shen Yiming remained oblivious to Neil's departure and the eyes lurking nearby. After lingering for a while, he noticed that the original spatial portal was now enveloped by a shallow blue light circle. Students near the circle were gesturing before the portal. Some were praying, others meditating, and some reciting incantations, hoping that the circle would suddenly vanish. Observing their fervent actions, Shen Yiming decided to join their ranks. Positioning himself directly before the spatial portal, he placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed, "Great Three Pure Ones, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, and all celestial deities above, I command you to open the spatial portal at once." A wave of youthful bravado surged around him. The surrounding students glanced at Shen Yiming, opting to distance themselves. What kind of lunatic is this? Is this how one prays? They perceived him as a non-believer, certain that he would never succeed. His audacity was utterly heretical. Disrespect for the gods would surely invite divine retribution. Hearing the murmurs around him, Shen Yiming felt unfazed. After all, he was a stranger here. So what if I indulge in a bit of theatrics? If I don't act foolishly, how can I lower their guard? Once they emerged from the secret realm, they would be mere bystanders. Who would care who he was? Unless someone were secretly recording, Shen Yiming felt entirely at ease. Will and Hu Ming found amusement in Shen Yiming's antics. Hu Ming muttered, "This kid seems genuinely unhinged. Last time, he ruined his own chances. If it weren't for him, Ing Huanhuan would have been in his grasp by now." Yet, he dismissed it. Once the master descended, they would all become test subjects. Mamma mia, open sesame. Nani, kaso. Gaku du ma, ese da ka. Wa. I yo wa, jie da, a cough. As more students gathered around, bewildered by Shen Yiming's incessant recitation, they were collectively taken aback. What on earth is he saying? It's all summer script, yet I can't comprehend a single word. Did ancient Xia have such deities? The god of joyful sheep? Someone scoffed, "If he actually opens the secret realm, I'll abandon my faith right here and worship the god of joyful sheep instead." Huh, just a clown. If he can really open the secret realm, I'll eat demon beast dung right there. Brother, that stuff is inedible. It's bitter. Maybe you should reconsider your statement. They spoke as if he could genuinely succeed. If he did, they would surely partake, still warm from the fire. However, as the crowd continued to swell around him, Shen Yiming discreetly retrieved the interference crystal. Gesturing towards the spatial portal, he commanded, "Begone. I order you to disperse immediately." At that moment, he hurled the interference crystal. Will watched in astonishment. What did he just throw? Hu Ming shook his head. "No idea. Looks like a crystal." "Fear not, Prince Will. It is customary for the people of Xia to offer tributes to their deities. Perhaps that is what he is doing." Will nodded, unconcerned. A clown performing at this moment provided him with some amusement. When the interference crystal struck the barrier, it seamlessly merged into the enchantment and vanished without a trace. To Hu Ming's eyes, it was a clear demonstration. See? The barrier simply obliterated that crystal. Will nodded, continuing to observe Shen Yiming's antics, eager to see what foolishness would follow. Haha, he actually commanded the spatial portal. This is too rich. I told you, he would never succeed. Just then, someone could no longer remain silent. He's doing this for everyone's sake. If he could open the spatial portal, wouldn't that be good news for us all? Is it truly fair to mock him like this? Exactly. At least he made an effort. You're all just here to gawk. Though that person might have been a tad foolish, he was undeniably handsome, radiating a certain innocence. If he were a character in a novel, someone as striking as he would undoubtedly be the protagonist. However, it wasn't long before those who had mocked Shen Yiming were left utterly astounded. The pale blue aura had inexplicably vanished, revealing a spatial passage that emerged abruptly before the crowd. Good gracious, could it truly be opening? Am I seeing this correctly? Is this a spatial passage? My goodness, the god of joyful sheep truly exists. I've resolved to change my faith. One exclaimed in disbelief. Brother, don't run away. I must witness your magnificent excrement. What is that incantation? Someone nearby mimicked Shen Yiming's earlier posture and recited, "Great Three Pure Ones, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and all celestial deities above." It seems to go like this. Others suddenly realized, this is the true deity, one who answers all prayers. This incantation shall echo through the ages. However, both Vale and Hu Ming, witnessing the disappearance of the pale blue screen, were left in a state of shock. Though stunned, they swiftly regained their composure and immediately commanded, "Kill them all. Send someone to summon Lord Nair and report the situation here. Direct him to handle the matters on the front line and expedite the Lord's descent. Hu Ming, you go to the square and deal with that group. We must ensure the Lord's prompt arrival." In Dragon Valley Town, the high-ranking officials awaiting the creation of new spatial coordinates by the Phantom Spirit suddenly realized that the secret realm passage had opened. Without any orders, They rushed into the secret realm almost instantaneously. They were unaware if this passage was a temporary opening, and the thought of missing the opportunity filled them with regret. As for whether they could exit, such considerations were far from their minds. Their strength was their confidence. The first to enter the secret realm was the phantom spirit. Due to its sensitivity to spatial anomalies, it had already entered the secret realm the moment the coordinates appeared. The instant Shen Yiming discovered that the spatial passage had opened, he dashed toward it without a backward glance. He understood that once the enemy became aware of the open passage, they would undoubtedly seek to cause him trouble. As the instigator, he could not remain stationary and await his doom. Once he escaped, he could summon reinforcements. Returning to the secret realm to rescue the students could be accomplished afterward. However, just as he took his first step, Vale appeared directly in front of him. Wearing a menacing expression, Shen Yiming sighed inwardly. Oh no, this is the end. He attempted to turn back, but Vale offered him no opportunity, launching an attack directly at him. Although Shen Yiming could not currently wield his psychic energy, a sense of impending danger surged within him. If this attack hit, he would surely meet his demise. Without his second brother and unable to utilize his innate skills, with merely the physique of a bronze-level warrior, how could he withstand such a blow? His only recourse was to invoke the principle of karmic retribution. In those fleeting seconds, Shen Yiming made his choice. If you seek my life, shall I not take you down with me? He tore apart the talisman of karmic retribution and hurled it toward Vale. His expression frenzied. You wretched creature, let us perish together. Aware that he could not withstand the impending strike, he opted to cross his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from Vale's attack. Yet, all of this proved to be in vain. After all, Vale was a golden-level powerhouse, and Shen Yiming had no hope of withstanding such a strike. Bang! As anticipated, the moment the skill struck its target, Shen Yiming disintegrated into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, the talisman of karmic retribution he had just thrown into the air activated. Vale, clad in high-grade combat attire, felt an overwhelming pressure the instant the talisman locked onto him. This was entirely different from the karmic retribution used by Ying Huan earlier. She had not detected any malice, and merely summoned a profound Taiji diagram that rotated slowly behind her. In contrast, the current talisman sensed Vale's intense malevolence towards Shen Yiming. A massive yin-yang grinding disc materialized in the air, slowly rotating as it drew Vale into its grasp. In less than a second, the golden-clad Vale was reduced to nothingness, unable to even emit a scream. Those witnessing this spectacle stood dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Good heavens, weren't we under a magic suppression? What is this grinding disc? Could it be the life-saving equipment of that dashing young man? How unfortunate that he met his end so easily. This grinding disc. I can't help but feel it's akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Vale didn't even last a second before he was finished. If only he had used this sooner, he might have survived. At that moment, the grinding disc had yet to vanish. The phantom spirit, having just entered the secret realm, displayed a grave expression upon witnessing the grinding disc. This emanated the aura of an SSS-level skill, perhaps even transcending that. Had it touched upon realms unknown? The phantom spirit dared not act recklessly and, after scanning the surroundings for anomalies, inquired, "What is this?" A student, recognizing the phantom spirit, immediately replied, "Lord Dark Knight. This is the work of a student. Where is he?" Regrettably, he has already perished. Upon hearing of the demise, the phantom spirit ceased to dwell on the matter, knowing it would have to be addressed later. The pressing concern was to comprehend what had transpired within the secret realm, what events unfolded within. Where was the one who released the magic suppression? The student responded, "We do not know. After the magic suppression, we were controlled, and it seems there is a beast tied on the front line." The phantom spirit gazed upwards at the enormous black hole in the sky, a sense of foreboding washing over. However, it needed to investigate the front line first to grasp the situation. With a spatial shift, the phantom spirit leaped thousands of miles to the front line, where it witnessed Nair ruthlessly slaughtering soldiers. The moment the phantom spirit laid eyes on Nair, it discerned the source of the magic suppression. Without uttering a word, it plunged into the spatial realm, and in the next moment, the phantom spirit transformed into human form. Though its features were obscured, it wielded a menacing dagger in hand, driving it toward Nair's heart. Nair remained oblivious to the impending danger. Feeling a sharp pain in his heart, he looked down to find a dagger embedded in his chest. By the time he comprehended the severity of the situation, it was far too late. Though the dagger pierced his heart, as a legendary-level powerhouse, he was not so easily dispatched. He sought to retaliate, but the phantom spirit would not grant him that opportunity. The phantom spirit, already at the pinnacle of legendary status, had an edge over Nair's level. In the midst of a sneak attack, Nair had no chance to react. Even an early warning would be futile. Level disparity. The phantom spirit produced several more daggers, driving them into Nair's limbs. These daggers served to suppress his magical abilities. Deprived of his psychic energy, Nair crumpled to the ground, muttering, "The Lord has descended. You shall all regret this." Despite the dagger's intrusion into his heart, the phantom spirit knew that legendary-level beings do not succumb to death so easily. The original intention was indeed to capture him alive. Otherwise, the initial strike would have targeted the head of Nair rather than the heart. After the phantom spirit dealt with Nair, the magical suppression fields above the front line and the base dissipated. The students, feeling their spiritual energy replenished, erupted in cheers. "My spiritual energy has returned. How wonderful! Woe is me. I shall never venture into the secret realm again. It is far too perilous. Look, a powerful figure approaches. I told you." With such events occurring in the secret realm, how could the state of Xia remain devoid of strong warriors? Once a multitude of formidable individuals descended upon Dragon Valley, the situation was thoroughly stabilized. Observing this newfound stability, Gu Qiongqi immediately set out in search of Shen Yiming. However, after wandering around the base several times, she failed to locate Shen Yiming. Could it be that the lad had encountered misfortune? The mere thought of Shen Yiming being in danger filled her with immense dread. Before entering the secret realm, Ing Huan had explicitly instructed her to look out for Shen Yiming, yet now he was nowhere to be found. What to do? Chapter 65, 13 Divine Auras, 55. Gu Qiongqi was in a state of profound distress. What if this boy truly had come to harm? Would her disciple's mentality shatter? She understood that Shen Yiming held significant importance in Ing Huan's heart. She decided to inquire among their classmates. At that moment, a figure materialized before the spatial passage. It was none other than Shen Yiming. With a pained expression, he muttered, "Damn it, my substitute puppet. I truly might be done for now. Had it not been for the puppet absorbing that lethal blow, Shen Yiming might have become nothing more than a corpse." Revived, Shen Yiming felt no sense of joy for having escaped death. The scales of justice had tipped away, his substitute puppet was lost, and his points dwindled to a mere 100. All his trump cards were gone. System, help me. Quickly provide me with another 100 or 80 substitute puppets, or I will genuinely be finished. At this moment, Shen Yiming was gripped by an acute sense of insecurity. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never encountered an opponent of equal standing. He had not even been afforded the opportunity to flaunt his prowess. The enemies he faced were either several ranks above him or vastly superior. With no means to safeguard his life, how could he continue to act recklessly? Upon task completion, rewards will naturally be dispensed. Please complete the task diligently. Wasn't we already dead? The task remains unfinished? Must he still eliminate Hu Ming? After assessment, your current task remains incomplete. However, you may choose to submit the task now and receive partial rewards. Shen Yiming was utterly perplexed. What does that mean? Have I not already thwarted their abduction plan? How is the task still incomplete? Yet, the system offered no explanation, simply continuing to inquire. Would you like to submit the task? Not a chance. How could Shen Yiming submit the task at this juncture? He had expended nearly all his resources and points for this task. To submit now and receive a fraction of the rewards would be tantamount to a grievous loss. Yet he was baffled. Had he not already completed the task? Unwilling to concede, he glanced once more at the task description. Option 1. Uncover the conspiracy. The director of Lu University is orchestrating a mass beast tide in the Dragon Valley secret realm during the new student training period, intending to abduct students from various universities. Disrupt his plans to receive rewards based on task completion, with a chance to obtain a mysterious treasure chest. For heaven's sake, I did not misinterpret this. System, come forth. If you do not clarify this matter, I shall not rest until I have my due. The higher-ups of the state of Xia have already entered the secret realm. The situation must surely be stabilized. Why do you claim I have only partially completed the task? The crisis has not yet been fully averted. What the hell? So many experts have arrived, and you tell me the crisis is not resolved? It is not that Shen Yiming is being irrational. Since he appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, at least 100 experts have entered. Moreover, the military has begun to take position. How could there possibly still be a crisis? He racked his brain, unable to comprehend. The advantage is clearly on my side, yet you tell me it's dangerous? At that moment, a familiar voice pierced Shen Yiming's thoughts, abruptly interrupting his musings. You brat, where have you been? I've been searching for you. Looking up, Shen Yiming was relieved to find it was Gu Qiongqi. The moment he saw her, he nearly burst into tears. Was this not the very embodiment of safety? Having just faced death, without means to protect himself, she would not be seeing him now. Gu Qiongqi eyed him suspiciously. You've died? Indeed. You can ask them. Shen Yiming gestured towards the nearby students. Gu Qiongqi scanned the group and saw them all nodding in agreement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she turned to Shen Yiming and inquired, "Did you use the advanced defensive talisman I gave you?" At this moment, Shen Yiming appeared like a well-behaved child, nodding obediently. "I used it long ago. Now I have nothing to protect myself with. After all, I nearly called you master. Could you, for Huan's sake, Grant me two more? A well-behaved child receives no sweets, but a crying child is fed. A child who is both obedient and cries will surely have it all. Gu Qiuling found Shen Yiming's shamelessness somewhat amusing. Do you have any idea how much a single advanced defensive talisman is worth? Shen Yiming remained silent, gazing at Gu Qiuling with an expression of grievance. He certainly recognized the value of the advanced defensive talisman. Otherwise, he would not be so shamelessly begging for more. This item is genuinely effective. Had he possessed an advanced defensive talisman earlier, his substitute puppet would not have been wasted. Gu Qiuling, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Shen Yiming's pleading gaze, relented. Fine. Here you go. Just stop looking at me like that. Shen Yiming patted his chest, declaring, Thank you, esteemed Dean. If no one else is there to support you in your old age, you can count on me. Gu Qiuling rolled her eyes. I do not require your assistance in my old age. I have Huan. As long as you two can get along, that is sufficient. Hehe. Gu Qiuling produced an advanced defensive talisman and handed it to Shen Yiming. I only have one left, so take this for now. Shen Yiming joyfully accepted the advanced defensive talisman. One is sufficient. The esteemed Dean is generous. You cheeky rascal. Meanwhile, after the phantom spirit returned to the base with Nair, gazing at the black hole in the sky, he inquired, What is this? You shall face judgment. My lord is about to descend. None of you shall escape. Before the phantom spirit could find him, he had already orchestrated the slaughter of sufficient beast kind. Had the phantom spirit arrived a tad later, he could have dealt with those soldiers as well. Alas, he was a moment too late. However, none of that mattered. What truly matters is that this blood-sacrificial spatial passage has been successfully constructed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, my lord shall soon make his appearance. Upon hearing Nair's words, the phantom spirit turned his gaze towards the black hole. At that moment, the black hole pulsed with a red luminescence. A terrifying aura emanated from within. Upon sensing this aura, the phantom spirit's expression became extraordinarily grave, mythical level, as she perceived the ominous aura as the work of the mastermind behind the scenes. A second mythic presence emerged, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, up to the 13th. A total of 13 mythic auras. At this moment, the illusory spirit found itself in a state of mental paralysis. What exactly lurked behind this black hole? How could there be so many mythic entities? This was exceedingly more terrifying than the abyssal secret realm. Neil, who also sensed these auras, was in a state of utter frenzy. My lord is about to descend. You are all doomed. Chapter 66, Delaying the Arrival, 15. The black hole above the base continued to emanate a chilling aura, and that presence grew ever closer, suffocating everyone within the secret realm. Due to its acute sensitivity to spatial anomalies, the illusory spirit quickly discerned a critical issue. This black hole was, in fact, a spatial conduit, and the energy required to operate it demanded an immense amount of life force. Realizing the intent of the adversary, the illusory spirit braced itself against the overwhelming pressure and charged toward the black hole, murmuring incantations. With my form, I conjure a prison. As the words left its lips, its diminutive figure began to fade, transforming into a vast spatial prison that barred all nearby life forces from entry. Once the spatial prison enveloped the black hole, the luminescence within ceased to flicker. As the pressure dissipated, a throng of students inside the base hastily rushed toward the spatial conduit, intent on fleeing this perilous location. What was this black hole? The mere aura it exuded was enough to leave me breathless. What would we do if the entity truly descended? What level of power was this? As a mere silver tier individual, I surely need not face such magnitude. We must escape while the black hole is being obstructed. However, as the students approached the spatial conduit, they were intercepted by soldiers who had just entered the secret realm. You must sign a confidentiality agreement and register before you can leave. At that moment, the students' minds were solely focused on escaping the secret realm. They barely glanced at the confidentiality agreement before signing it. In the Tianyuan secret realm, within the confines of the base, a middle-aged man sat at a chessboard, a black piece pinched between his fingers. His brow furrowed as he contemplated a seemingly insurmountable deadlock, unsure how to extricate himself. Opposite him sat a plant-based beast, resembling a grand tree, yet possessing its own facial features, capable of speech. You have lost. The middle-aged man sighed, placing his piece down. Alas, after decades of play, I have never triumphed over you. Would it be too much to ask for a concession? The plant beast shook its head, remaining silent. This man was none other than Li Tian, the guardian deity of the Summer Kingdom. Though he had reached the venerable age of 100, his visage remained unchanged. Just as Li Tian was about to inquire whether to continue their game, he suddenly sensed the life energy of the illusory spirit waning, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Watch over this place for me. I must venture to the Dragon Valley secret realm. Something has befallen the illusory spirit. The beast nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. At that moment in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm base, Shen Yiming trailed closely behind Gu Qiuling. Wherever Gu Qiuling went, he followed. He had no choice. He felt utterly insecure unless he was by her side, especially after that formidable aura had re-emerged. Were it not for his unfinished task, he would have fled at once. This was truly terrifying. Gu Qiuling, however, did not mind Shen Yiming's presence. "Director, what was that aura we just sensed?" she asked with a wry smile. "To be honest, I am uncertain, but I can sense that there are mythic-level entities present, 13 of them." Shen Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. 13 mythic-level beings. What does that even mean? The Summer Kingdom has but 3, and globally, there are fewer than 10. How could 13 mythic-level powers manifest within a single spatial conduit? Surely, the abyssal secret realm cannot compare in terror. But why did the aura suddenly vanish? Gu Qiuling mused. It should be the illusory spirit that intervened. Yet it appears it cannot hold them off for long. I must continue to notify the higher-ups and send reinforcements. Mentioning the illusory spirit, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Qiuling's gaze. There was loss, a sigh, and a hint of regret. Shen Yiming, oblivious to the subtle change in her expression, continued his inquiries with childlike curiosity. What exactly is the illusory spirit? Gu Qiuling explained. It is a powerful spatial beast companion, and its master is a mythic-level powerhouse. Can you contend with it? Shen Yiming pressed. Gu Qiuling shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to respond, her expression reflecting disdain. Why do you have so many questions? Do you not understand the concept of boundaries? Shen Yiming paused, musing internally. Why does that sound so familiar? Watching Gu Qiuling walk away, he hurriedly followed in her wake. Above the secret realm base, the illusory spirit, now transformed into a spatial prison, sensed Li Tian's arrival and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Tian, you have finally come." Upon observing the illusory spirit's transformation, Li Tian inquired with surprise. "Illusory spirit, what is the meaning of this? Why have you resorted to a spatial prison?" The act of becoming a spatial prison demanded a staggering cost, one that could not be recovered in less than several decades. In the urgency of the moment, had I not employed the spatial prison, this secret realm would have surely fallen, potentially endangering the entirety of the Summer Kingdom, the illusory spirit explained. Li Tian's expression turned grave. How dire is the situation? What has transpired? There are 13 mythic auras emanating from the spatial conduit behind me. Hearing this, Li Tian's countenance darkened. 13 mythic auras. The illusory spirit hastily recounted the events, and Li Tian's mind raced with urgency. Furrowing his brow, he declared, "Our immediate priority is to seal off the Dragon Valley secret realm and eradicate all beasts within. How long can you sustain this?" 5 days. If we have not devised a solution within 5 days, my spatial prison will lose its efficacy. Should there still be beasts within the secret realm, their life force will once again energize this black hole, hastening their arrival. Li Tian pressed. "Is there a way to close this conduit?" "It cannot be closed. It is akin to the secret realm conduits. Once opened, they cannot be shut again." "Then how was the conduit of the Dragon Valley secret realm previously sealed? How was it opened?" The illusory spirit shook its head. "I am not certain. I had no time to investigate. The secret realm opened abruptly." "Very well. Hold your position. I will send someone to ascertain the situation." With that, Li Tian vanished from sight. The next instant, the urgent alarm echoed throughout the entire base. Chapter 67. Exiting the Secret Realm, 25. The moment the alarm sounded, all high-ranking military and official personnel promptly made their way to the conference room. Repeat, all high-ranking military and official personnel proceed to the conference room immediately. Upon hearing this command, the human leaders hastily set off toward the meeting room. Gu Qiuling was no exception. She did not forget to advise Shen Yiming. "Stay here and don't run off. I will come to find you after the meeting." "Yes, I definitely won't run away. If I do, I'd be like a little puppy." Shen Yiming quickly nodded. It was impossible to flee. Remaining by Gu Qiuling's side was undoubtedly the safest option. After a few minutes, all the high-ranking officials had gathered in the conference room. At the forefront sat Li Tian. He scanned the room and, upon catching a glimpse of Gu Qiuling, hesitated momentarily before swiftly diverting his gaze elsewhere. Gu Qiuling, seeing that the person convening the meeting was Li Tian, wore a complex expression. Once the last of the human leaders entered the room, Li Tian promptly recounted the events that had transpired. After finishing, he allowed several seconds for everyone to digest the shocking news. The atmosphere in the meeting room was one of profound silence, as all were rendered speechless by the revelation. Noticing the lack of discussion, Li Tian took charge, commanding in a somber tone, "All personnel of platinum rank and above, proceed immediately to the depths of the secret realm and expel all the demon beasts. Additionally, find a secure location for their relocation. If there is no suitable place for them, they cannot be killed within the secret realm. If they must be eliminated, It must occur after we exit the realm. No energy must be provided to this black hole. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, all students were to be expelled from the secret realm, and thereafter, Dragon Valley's secret realm would be thoroughly sealed off, prohibiting entry to anyone other than military personnel. Hearing Li Tian's orders, the attendees quickly took note. Some had already begun to act, utilizing their smart wristbands to disseminate the commands before the meeting had even concluded. Li Tian then posed a crucial question. How did you open the secret realm? The situation had not been thoroughly examined by Huan Ling, and he inquired if anyone had any knowledge regarding this. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Elder Yin spoke up. I am also unclear. The passage to the secret realm opened suddenly, and we have yet to ascertain the specific reason. The others echoed his sentiments. We had no time to investigate. We were focused on mobilizing the troops and handling the remaining enemies. Li Tian furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued to issue directives. We must ascertain the circumstances swiftly. This matter is of utmost importance. If we can discover how to open and close the secret realm, we may buy ourselves some time. If we cannot, we will find ourselves in a precarious position, and Huan Ling can only hold for 5 days at most. I trust everyone understands the implications of the arrival of those 13 auras? The attendees nodded gravely, understanding the weight of the situation. 13 mythic-level powerhouses. The thought alone was terrifying. Should they descend, the Dragon Valley secret realm, along with the Xia nation, would face unending calamity. The meeting had been convened hastily and concluded just as swiftly. When Shen Yiming saw Gu Qiongqi again, before he could pose a question, she spoke first. The secret realm will soon be very perilous. I will have someone escort you out shortly. Shen Yiming inquired, what about the students? Everyone except military personnel will be expelled, she replied. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yiming exclaimed joyfully, that is fantastic. Seeing Shen Yiming's exuberance, Gu Qiongqi promptly delivered a playful smack to his head. Really? Fantastic? Do you have any idea what is about to unfold? Shen Yiming, feeling a bit guilty, responded. I'm just happy for the students. In truth, his genuine thought was that the students were finally safe, and his mission was nearing completion. With this realization, how could he not feel elated? Quickly leave. Once you're out, find Huan. She is currently in a safe location. Understood. After Gu Qiongqi sent Shen Yiming off, she suddenly recalled something but sighed, having forgotten to ask him how he became aware of the Black Ball Nation as conspiracy. However, this was not the time to dwell on the Black Ball Nation. The priority was to discover how the secret realm passage had been opened. Upon exiting the secret realm, Shen Yiming observed that Dragon Valley Town was already under martial law. Every person wishing to leave had to register. After completing his registration, Shen Yiming reflected. In less than a day, so much has transpired. I initially thought this was merely a day of shocking abductions, yet it has ultimately entangled 13 mythic-level powerhouses. The depths of this situation are unfathomable. I can't grasp it. He hastened to escape. After releasing Chi-Chi and Erdi, he contacted Ing Huan. Upon receiving her address, Shen Yiming mounted Chi-Chi and flew over. It did not take long for him to arrive at Ing Huan's location. It was a quaint villa, well-stocked with essentials. Upon seeing Shen Yiming, Ing Huan beamed and exclaimed, "You're back." Shen Yiming, unmasked before her, replied, "You scared me to death. I almost couldn't return." Ing Huan, feeling a wave of relief, responded, "I heard from my master that once the entrance to the secret realm was closed, I nearly lost my mind. Thankfully, it reopened." Shen Yiming nodded, feeling fortunate that he had not purchased spatial stones in the marketplace earlier. Had he done so, he could not have afforded interference crystals. Thank goodness for my cleverness. You're all in for a rough time. Noticing Shen Yiming's disheveled state, Ing Huan led him to the bathroom. I've prepared hot water for you. Take a bath while I make some energy-restoring food. After you eat, rest for a bit, and we can discuss matters later. Looking at the ready hot water, Shen Yiming grinned mischievously at Ing Huan. Hee, you're quite considerate. Care to join me? Ing Huan retorted with disdain. Stop with your nonsense. Hurry up and wash. Do you have any idea how foul you smell? Hey, smelly am I? Come here and let me hug you. With that, Shen Yiming lunged toward Ing Huan with open arms. Seeing the imminent threat, Ing Huan bolted. After scaring her away, Shen Yiming eagerly asked the system, my task is complete, right? Where's my reward? Hurry up and give it to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Task submitted. Upon review, your rating for this task is A. Rewards are being calculated. Please check back shortly. What? Just an A? You did not prevent the opponent's plan. You merely interrupted one segment of it. All right. Playing tricks, are we? I'll have to deduct your credibility. Rewards are being dispensed. Please check. Chapter 68. Chi-Chi's exclusive equipment, 35. Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious treasure chest X1. 2,000 points of shop credits. A substantial portion of mage spirit energy. Congratulations on acquiring Qiongqi's exclusive equipment, Sky-Splitting Pearl. Congratulations on obtaining an S-Class designated skill pearl. Congratulations on acquiring a Beastmaster skill pearl, random. Congratulations on receiving 3 spatial stones. 10 intermediate spirit springs. As the system's reward notification concluded, Shen Yiming's original bronze level mage rank escalated directly to bronze level 6. The exhilaration of leveling up, combined with the abundance of items, left Shen Yiming in a state of euphoria, his fists pumping in the air. Yes. All the points, charms, and trump cards I invested in completing the task have now been replenished. A mysterious treasure chest, 2 skill orbs, and 2,000 points of merchant credits, which, when combined with the space stone, amount to a total of 3,500 points. The intermediate spirit spring is also quite useful. This item is equivalent to a blue potion in the game. When one's energy is depleted, consuming one instantly replenishes it. Moreover, and most importantly, this item can enhance physical attributes. Truly remarkable items, all of them. Furthermore, Qiqi's exclusive equipment has arrived. Shen Yiming first glanced at the description of the Beast Mastery skill orb. Upon activation, randomly acquire a skill ranging from C to SSS grade, with no usage restrictions. Wow, this is powerful. Although the Beast Mastery skill orb is somewhat reliant on luck, the lack of usage restrictions is astounding. This means that any beast can utilize the acquired skill. For instance, if he were to obtain Erdi's talent skill, Body of Steel, it could be applied to any beast. If used on Qiqi, it would effectively grant her an additional life-saving ability. Similarly, if he were to unlock Qiqi's talent skill, Fighting Spirit, and apply it to Erdi, the results would be equally impressive. Erdi would become increasingly formidable in battle. For now, he decided to hold on to it, awaiting a day when he could open it alongside additional treasure chests. After storing away the Beast Mastery Orb, he turned his attention to Qiqi's exclusive equipment. Sky Splitter Orb, upon wearing, enhances spiritual energy by 5,000 points, additionally increases one's own spiritual energy by 20, and allows for unlimited skill release. After reading the description, Shen Yiming nearly drooled. Incredible. Incredible. Excluding the added attributes, the ability to release skills without a cooldown is outrageous. If the mage were to wear this, it would be akin to a game-breaking bug. As long as there's sufficient spiritual energy, forbidden spells can be cast at will, with no restrictions on incantations. Suddenly, Shen Yiming realized something. Hey, I'm a mage too. If Qiqi can use it, so can I, due to his innate talent for empowerment. Although he cannot perfectly inherit these equipment attributes, as long as he utilizes soul binding, he too could meet the conditions for unlimited skill release. This is delightful. After reviewing all the items, Shen Yiming felt completely at ease. Lying in the bathtub, he began to fantasize. It would be wonderful if the mysterious treasure chest could yield a profession, perhaps a warrior, or at the very least, some equipment. What skill orb should he choose? Perhaps a group spell. Now that he had a single target attack, a group spell would complement it well. However, since Qiqi already possessed a group spell, a defensive skill would also suffice. Shen Yiming decided not to dwell on it further. After his bath and a meal of spiritual food prepared by Ying Huan, he went to bed. After all, he had been awake for nearly 24 hours. Although his physical condition could endure, the previous anxiety within the secret realm had left him mentally fatigued. On the 3rd day after Shen Yiming's exit from the secret realm, he intended to contact Gu Qiuling to inquire about the Martial God Academy. Unexpectedly, she arrived at his door with a group of people. Upon their initial meeting, Gu Qiuling solemnly asked, "How did you open the spatial passage within the secret realm?" Shen Yiming was taken aback by the question. How did they know? He truly did not wish to wade into that murky water again. 13 mythic-level powerhouses were not something a mere pawn like him could provoke. He had completed his tasks, resolved the issue with Weir, and captured Hu Ming. He had no reason to return. With so many experts in Xia country, handling a secret realm should be straightforward, right? I didn't. It wasn't me. Gu Qiuling, uninterested in arguing with Shen Yiming, directly produced a smart wristband and played a video. The 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and the animated characters, Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep. Shen Yiming watched the cringeworthy version of himself in the video and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. That bastard recorded it. What about my dignity? Gu Qiuling gazed at Shen Yiming, saying, "Speak. How did you open the spatial passage? This is crucial," she added. "You won't be able to escape this matter easily. I intended to find you after the trials to inquire how you learned about the Black Ball Nation. Now it coincides perfectly." Shen Yiming's mind raced as he quickly concocted a reason. "I heard about the Black Ball Nation and only investigated after they targeted Huan. It wasn't that Shen Yiming wanted to deceive them. The system's options were not something he could disclose. Where did you hear this?" Shen Yiming cradled Erdi in his arms and pointed at it, saying, "Erdi told me. When it first encountered that black man, it sensed something was amiss. Gu Qiongqi listened to Shen Yiming's explanation and was utterly unconvinced. Fine, if you want to say, let us change the question. How did you open the spatial passage? Shen Yiming was at a loss for how to explain. I just tossed a small stone. Is that stone still around? Shen Yiming shook his head and decisively replied. No. Gu Qiongqi narrowed her eyes. You're not being honest. In that case, you will come with me. Shen Yiming, realizing he was being lifted, curiously asked, where to? To the Dragon Valley Secret Realm. When Shen Yiming was brought to the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, he found himself facing a group of elderly individuals, along with several researchers. The middle-aged man at the forefront scrutinized him thoughtfully. Shen Yiming felt as if he were being seen through and obediently stood still. Gu Qiongqi addressed the group. Here he is. He should be fine, but this kid is not entirely trustworthy. An elder in research attire looked at Shen Yiming. Oh? Not trustworthy? Then let us take him back for some experiments. Another burly man chimed in. Kids, a good beating will make them obedient. No need for violence. Leave it to me. I can examine his memories. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming was instantly terrified. Examining memories? Wouldn't that expose everything? He couldn't allow that. Shen Yiming quickly proclaimed, I confess. I submit. I comply with the organization's orders. Do they think they can access the contents of my mind? What if that 1 terabyte of hard disk files gets discovered? Chapter 69. This is it. Everything will be exposed. 45. Li Tian spoke up. All right, stop teasing him. Since he is willing to confess, let him speak. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone else fell silent. He honestly recounted how he discovered the anomalies of the Black Ball Nation. As for the source of the information, he insisted it was Erdi who possessed the talent for foresight and informed him. The group frowned upon hearing this. Foresight? I find that hard to believe. Such a talent is something I have never witnessed in all my years. The elder who had previously wanted to take Shen Yiming for experiments stepped forward. Well, we can simply test it. The elder instructed Shen Yiming to hold the spirit testing orb while he continuously scanned him with a device. Erdi and Chi-Chi were also brought out from the Beast Mastery space. Shen Yiming was stunned to see them able to open his Beast Mastery space. Wasn't that something only he could do? How did they manage to open it? At this moment, the second brother was being incessantly patted by an elderly man. Whimper. Don't touch there. Hey, little one, still shy, are we? I'm merely conducting a physical examination. Do not be afraid. Whimper. The second brother, in a fit of frustration, resorted to his giant form, radiating a golden light. The elder, who was examining him, gently tapped his head, and he instantly returned to his original state. Realizing he was unable to resist, the second brother chose to surrender and laid down on the ground. Meanwhile, the elder examining Chi-Chi was considerably gentler. After all, Chi-Chi could communicate, making the interaction much more convenient, and he had not made any offensive gestures. After the examinations of the 2 beast companions were completed, the crowd marveled. This beast companion, at the gold level, possessed a baseline combat power nearing 20,000, already meeting the combat standards of a gold 10. Remarkable. The silver 10 beast companion was also impressive, with a baseline combat power of around 15,000. How were they nurtured to such strength? Though they appeared to be merely S-class beast companions, an immense energy lay dormant within them, seemingly unactivated. Once unleashed, the potential for terror was unimaginable. The individual himself was only at silver 9, yet he managed to elevate his beast companions to gold 1. It appeared his beast mastery space was quite robust. At this juncture, the director of the Beast Master Academy, Zhong Chao, spoke up. Young man, judging by your age, you must still be in college. Why not transfer to our academy? I will ensure you receive excellent training. The crowd did not find it surprising that the director was recruiting Shen Yiming. Had Shen Yiming possessed another profession, perhaps others would have chimed in as well. However, at that moment, Shen Yiming remained silent, for there were still individuals examining him. The instrument continued to scan him persistently. Then someone remarked, wait a moment, this little one isn't quite compliant. His beast companion did not exhibit any precognitive abilities. The bear-type beast possessed skills such as giant form and tear, along with an offensive skill, and its innate ability was defensive. The flying beast, on the other hand, was solely focused on output skills. The crowd observed Shen Yiming quietly, eager to see how he would explain. Unexpectedly, the measuring spirit pearl in Shen Yiming's hand emitted a fierce red glow. A person recognized this crimson light and exclaimed, an SSS-level potential for the mage profession? Shen Yiming possesses dual professions. Furthermore, he was both a mage and a beast master. The crowd suddenly turned their attention to Li Tian. The last individual to hold such talent was right here. Moreover, Li Tian's mage talent was merely SS, and Shen Yiming was an SSS. Did this not imply that his potential surpassed Li Tian's? At this moment, the way the crowd regarded Shen Yiming had completely transformed. If he were merely endowed with beast mastery, he would not be a coveted prize among the academies, nor could he compete with the Beast Master Academy. But now, Shen Yiming was a dual talent. Zhang Yuan, the vice president of the Martial God Academy, remarked, "I believe he would be better suited for our academy." At this point, a woman around 40 to 50 years of age interjected, "Director Zhang, one cannot simply say that. The Mage Academy is undoubtedly his rightful home. An SSS-level mage talent would be utterly wasted in your academy." At this juncture, Li Tian spoke up, "Enough with the bickering. This is not the time for recruitment. First, let us resolve the matter at hand before you argue." Upon hearing Li Tian's words, the crowd fell silent. Li Tian inquired, "Let us set aside the matter of the Black Sphere Kingdom for now. Tell me how you opened the spatial passage." Shen Yiming, upon hearing this prominent figure's question, did not hold back. "I inadvertently discovered a type of stone, which I named the interference crystal. Currently, I only know that it can disrupt certain confinements. I was merely testing it when I threw it, and to my astonishment, it worked." Li Tian pondered this response. It was quite reasonable. As they all understood that the spatial passage had been opened due to external interference, his explanation aligned with this scenario. "Do you have more of these interference crystals?" Shen Yiming realized that if he did not produce this item, they would not relent. He directly spent 1,000 points from the shop to exchange for 2 more. "Yes, but there are only 2 left." After taking them out, Li Tian accepted the interference crystals and addressed the crowd, "Please wait for a moment." Meanwhile, Gu Qiuling shot a cold glare at Shen Yiming. "Just now, when I asked you, you said there were none. Now Li Tian asks, and suddenly you have some." Humph. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming felt a chill rise from his back, and his heart sank. I forgot this esteemed figure was also present. It's best not to offend her. He resolved to explain himself later, to appease her, and to cling to her support. At this moment, Li Tian had appeared before the illusory spirit, presenting the interference crystal. "Is this useful for spatial interference?" The illusory spirit examined the interference crystal before exclaiming, "Indeed. This object can not only disrupt space, but also break confinements. I sense that it may even have the capacity to unravel domains. Further research is necessary to uncover its full potential." The more the illusory spirit spoke, the more excited she became. "If I utilize this as the focal point, I can create another spatial spirit array, and I am confident I can seal this black hole. Although it won't be a permanent seal, it can delay the process for quite some time. However, this necessitates an ample supply of interference crystals." Li Tian's expression turned troubled. "Currently, we only possess 2. How long can this delay last?" "With 2, it should be able to delay for 4 months." Li Tian nodded. Having 4 months of buffer time was sufficient for them to make substantial preparations. "All right, you can keep these 2 interference crystals for now. I will inquire if that little fellow has any more." Chapter 70, Becoming a Coveted Prize. After Li Tian exited the conference room, the deans and vice deans from various prestigious academies began to surround Shen Yiming, showering him with concern. The burly man who had previously threatened to give Shen Yiming a beating now looked at him with a broad smile. "Little one, your name is Shen Yiming, right? Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Whether you join the Mage Academy, the Martial God Academy, or the Beast Master Academy, none of these are your best choices. The Warrior Academy is your ultimate destination." Shen Yiming was taken aback for a moment, looking at the man in confusion. "He just said that the Warrior Academy is my destination? Isn't that absurd?" The burly man noticed Shen Yiming's bewilderment and quickly explained. "Their academies already possess numerous mages and beast masters. Even though you have dual professions, they will provide you with certain special treatment, but it is entirely different from our Warrior Academy. We can establish a new major specifically for you. We will hire teachers from other institutions to provide you with one-on-one instruction. This major will cater exclusively to you. What do you think? Isn't our academy full of sincerity?" Shen Yiming sensed the grandiosity of the burly man's claims and detected the scent of empty promises. How could they possibly create a major just for him and hire teachers exclusively for him? Was that feasible? The burly man, noticing Shen Yiming's skeptical expression, thumped his chest and declared, "Don't believe me? Here's the deal. As long as you agree to enroll, I can draft a contract. If you don't receive these conditions after enrollment, I will recommend you to any academy you desire and provide you with an additional 100 million as compensation." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming felt a stirring in his heart. He was not particularly concerned about which academy to attend. However, the conditions proposed by the burly man were indeed enticing. Were it not for the tasks he had to fulfill, he would have eagerly joined the Warrior Academy. At that moment, Shen Yiming contemplated whether he should first enroll in the Martial God Academy and then withdraw later. Yet, this remained merely a fleeting thought. For such an action would provoke a united boycott from all top-tier institutions. A student has no valid reason to voluntarily withdraw from one academy only to join another. Such behavior would signal to everyone that he is ungrateful. After all, no one wishes for their painstakingly nurtured students to ultimately serve another academy. At this juncture, Zhong Chao interjected, "Liang Yu, don't cause trouble." The woman from the Mage Academy chimed in, Exactly. What business do you have meddling as a student of the Warrior Academy? The burly Liang Yu retorted defiantly. Why should I not meddle? If you can recruit students, why can't I? Zhong Chao scoffed. Does your academy even offer a suitable program for him? Don't mislead the youth. Liang Yu countered. We can establish a program just for him. At this point, Zhang Yuan interjected. Enough. Stop arguing. He is already our student at the Martial God Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhong Chao replied sarcastically, look at that. This is the Martial God Academy for you. So impressive. Did he ever say he wanted to join your academy? Zhang Yuan shrugged. I am merely stating the truth. Principal Gu has already contacted me. After his freshman trials, he will be arranged for entrance examinations. I only recognized him when Liang Yu mentioned his name. Everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Qiuling, awaiting her explanation. Gu Qiuling nodded. Indeed, I previously reached out to Principal Zhang on behalf of this young man. However, I was unaware that he possesses dual professions. As for his choices, that is entirely up to him. Should he decide to come to our priest academy, I would not refuse him. In truth, Gu Qiuling's final statement was merely an attempt to secure more resources for Shen Yiming. Of course, if Shen Yiming truly wished to join, Gu Qiuling would not decline. After all, he was a dual profession individual with SSS level potential as a mage. With Li Tian as a reference point, how could they not take this seriously? If they could nurture a second Li Tian, they could easily establish a program in his name. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming observed with delight as these eminent figures bickered over his potential enrollment. What a thrill. Zhong Chao glanced at Shen Yiming and asked, are you certain you wish to attend the Martial God Academy? While it may possess greater overall strength, knowledge regarding beast taming is still best acquired at our academy. The head of the Mage Academy added, if you wish to learn more about casting techniques and the cultivation of spiritual energy, our Mage Academy would be a better fit. Zhang Yuan interjected. He is already enrolled in the Martial God Academy. He is now our student. What purpose does this argument serve? Zhong Chao retorted, enrolled? Do you have proof? Even if he is enrolled, can he not withdraw? As long as he withdraws, our Beast Taming Academy will gladly accept him. Indeed, our Mage Academy can do the same. Zhang Yuan, witnessing their audacity, turned his gaze towards Shen Yiming, hoping he would affirm his commitment to the Martial God Academy. Shen Yiming felt the weight of Zhang Yuan's stare. To be honest, both the Beast Taming Academy and the Mage Academy were excellent choices, more suitable for him. Yet he knew he could not have both. With a task at hand, he was resolute in choosing the Martial God Academy. System. What will happen if I do not attend the Martial God Academy? Will there truly be consequences? Why not give it a try? Hearing the system's mischievous suggestion, he sighed. 10 centimeters. It would be uncomfortable no matter the alternative. Trying it out could lead to dire consequences. Just as everyone continued to argue over how to secure Shen Yiming's enrollment, Li Tian re-entered the conference room. Observing the scene, he cast a glance at Shen Yiming and conceived an idea. Why not stop the bickering? You can all enroll him together. The moment Li Tian spoke, everyone fell silent. Could the three academies truly enroll him simultaneously? Was that even feasible? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Li Tian calmly stated, since none of you are willing to relinquish your intentions for him, then simply enroll him together. Zhang Yuan skeptically asked, how can he possibly enter three academies at once? Shen Yiming has already registered with the Martial God Academy. Would he be pleased to have someone else interfere? The other two academy heads echoed, indeed. There is no precedent for such a situation. Li Tian regarded them steadily. No precedent? Then let us create one. His qualifications warrant such an exception. The two beast companions he currently possesses are already comparable to SSS level potential. Should they activate that mysterious energy in the future, SSS level is well within reach. Can you find another individual with dual professions, both at SSS level globally? Upon finishing, Li Tian turned his attention to Zhang Yuan and the woman from the Mage Academy. This represents your SSS level potential in the realms of beast taming and magecraft. Can you truly tolerate him studying at the Martial God Academy? The future's most formidable mage, or perhaps the most powerful beast tamer, not emerging from your own institutions. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Li Tian's words resonated deeply with the two, who were already reluctant to let Shen Yiming go to another academy. The prospect he painted, if realized, would be more painful than a death sentence. If Shen Yiming truly grew to become a pillar of the Xia nation, the knowledge that he was a beast tamer not originating from the Beast Taming Academy would be unbearable. The more Zhong Chao thought about it, the more he felt they could not let Shen Yiming slip away. They had missed their chance with Li Tian. They absolutely could not let Shen Yiming escape. If they did, the academy representing all beast tamers would become a laughingstock. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was akin to being trampled upon. No matter what, Shen Yiming must belong to our Beast Taming Academy. He is already a student of our Mage Academy. Nonsense. If you disagree, let us have a duel. Whoever wins takes him. Come on. Do you think I fear you? The three academy heads began to argue once more, the tension escalating to the brink of confrontation. Seeing this, Li Tian quickly interjected, "Stop. Continuing this way is futile. I have already stated that all 3 academies can enroll him together." Finally, Li Tian's words brought them back to calm. The 3 exchanged glances, unwilling to relinquish the promising seed that was Shen Yiming. In that case, they would have to negotiate among themselves how to bring Shen Yiming into their fold. "What do you propose?" Li Tian suggested. "It is quite simple. The 3 of you should establish a new academy and enroll him under that name, with all of you jointly guiding him. As for the teaching locations, there is no need to worry. Let him circulate among your 3 academies. The duration of his stay at each institution can be arranged by you." The 3 deans furrowed their brows upon hearing the suggestion, clearly dissatisfied with the proposal. This newly established academy was not merely a representation of their individual institutions, but rather a collective embodiment of all 3. Li Tian understood that persuading them to acquiesce would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he supplemented his statement. "Do not forget the Genius Program. It is the perfect opportunity to reignite interest. As long as someone champions this initiative, can you truly worry about a lack of participants?" Upon hearing Li Tian's words, the others finally grasped his rationale for proposing that Shen Yiming join all 3 academies simultaneously. It was indeed a strategic move to advance the Genius Program. If Shen Yiming, with his seemingly dual SSS qualifications, were to be the inaugural student of this academy, it would suffice to attract a multitude of students, ultimately fostering greater talent for the Xia Nation. Previously, many students were compelled to choose only one academy due to their dual or multiple professions, thus relinquishing another vocation. Even those who dedicated significant time and energy to mastering an alternative profession found it challenging to achieve proficiency without a systematic educational framework. This predicament elucidated why. Over the centuries, Xia had only produced one Li Tian. While dual profession individuals were not rare, few possessed the profound familial backing that he did. Elevating a single profession to its zenith was already a monumental task, let alone nurturing two. The higher echelons of Xia had convened numerous meetings regarding this issue. Yet they all ended in haste, as no one wished to release their own dual profession prodigies. Now, with the emergence of Shen Yiming, this proposal would likely be revived. Li Tian's words plunged the assembly into contemplation. If they were to advance the Genius Program, Shen Yiming would no longer belong to their academy. However, should this initiative succeed, their names would be etched in history, as it was a sanctuary prepared for the nation's true top talents. Both the state and prestigious academies would invest substantial resources to cultivate these future pillars of society. Li Tian observed the pensive expressions of the deans, refraining from urging them. Meanwhile, Gu Qiuling, having heard of the Genius Program, along with Liang Yu, the vice dean of the Warrior Academy, could no longer remain passive. If this program were to be pursued, their Warrior Academy must secure a place. The Priest Academy also required representation. They recognized that once the Genius Program was successfully launched, the elite academies that failed to participate would be left far behind, potentially impacting their recruitment efforts. Before the primary 3 could voice their thoughts, the Priest Academy and the Warrior Academy took the initiative. Witnessing this, the 3 deans ceased their deliberation and nodded in agreement. The specifics would require further discussion, and they would subsequently notify the major top-tier institutions and the higher authorities of Xia to reactivate the Genius Program. All understood that such a significant matter could not be resolved through mere dialogue among a few individuals. Numerous issues awaited resolution. Once the top-tier academies were informed of this development, they would likely join in. Previously, reluctance stemmed from the unwillingness to undertake a thankless task. Why relinquish their ability to nurture talent when they could cultivate it themselves? Now, with Shen Yiming's presence, the Martial God Academy, Mage Academy, and Beastmaster Academy would be compelled to engage in this endeavor. Under these circumstances, other institutions would inevitably join as well. For all understood the implications of successfully advancing the Genius Program. Seeing that the disputes had subsided, Li Tian proclaimed, "Very well. You all may return to confer on this matter. I have a few things to discuss with this young man, so I shall take my leave." Chapter 72, Strengthening the Beastmaster Space, Major Social Faux Pas, 25. System, what is the current situation? If I join the academy they mentioned, would that count as completing the task? As long as the Martial God Academy is involved, you are considered a member, and thus the task is deemed complete. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming felt a wave of relief. As long as the task could be fulfilled, it mattered not where he went. Joining this so-called new academy would provide him with additional resources. Noticing Li Tian beckoning him, Shen Yiming obediently followed. He had learned from Gu Qiuling that this middle-aged man was none other than Li Tian, one of the guardians of Xia, and like himself, possessed dual professions in beast mastery and magecraft. However, he was curious as to why such a prominent figure sought him out. The two entered a modest office. Observing Shen Yiming's serious demeanor, Li Tian said, "Take a seat. there's no need to be so tense. I assure you, I am not a predatory figure. Reporting to the leader, I am not tense, Shen Yiming replied as he straightened his back and placed his hands firmly on his thighs, adopting a posture reminiscent of a soldier. Seeing Shen Yiming's stance, Li Tian chuckled, very well. If that makes you comfortable, maintain it. As they settled at the tea table, Li Tian casually inquired, I called you here to ask about the interference crystals. Where did you acquire them? If you have a source, please share it, and the state will offer you a substantial reward. With utmost sincerity, Shen Yiming replied, reporting to the leader, I truly do not possess any. Li Tian picked up the teapot and poured a small cup for Shen Yiming, seemingly unfazed by the latter's previous statement. If you can locate a single interference crystal, I believe the state would grant you a cash reward of 100 million, and even provide access to select rare resources for you to choose from. Of course, I will ensure you are adequately compensated for your efforts in seeking out these crystals. Li Tian observed Shen Yiming, who appeared momentarily stunned, and reminded him, do not just sit there, drink your tea. It is quite good, and it will not taste as pleasant when it cools. Shen Yiming lifted the cup and downed it in one go, thumping his chest as he vowed, Leader, rest assured, for the sake of the nation, I will exert every effort to locate the interference crystals and will not let you down. He found himself in a predicament, although he was reluctant to commit. The rewards offered were too enticing. Furthermore, the prospect of accessing rare resources was invaluable. The crystals were priced at 500 each, and while not inexpensive, the rewards on offer were equally substantial, making it a worthwhile exchange. Li Tian smiled gently. Young man, your resolve is commendable. Do you believe you can find one within a month? Shen Yiming gritted his teeth and declared, I guarantee task completion. Li Tian took a delicate sip of his tea. I noticed that your beast companion has been suppressing its level. This is detrimental to its well-being. In the future, it may subconsciously perceive leveling up as unfavorable, diminishing its desire to cultivate. This may stem from the instability of your beast master space, which deters it from evolving. Open your beast master space, and I shall assist in reinforcing it. Thank you for your assistance, Shen Yiming replied, immediately activating his beast master space without hesitation. Li Tian gently tapped the space, and to Shen Yiming's horror, his already crumbling beast master space collapsed entirely. With tears in his eyes, Shen Yiming looked at Li Tian in despair. What are you doing? My space has shattered. Unfazed, Li Tian responded calmly. Do not panic. I shattered your beast master space to help you reconstruct it. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming fell silent. There was no reason for Li Tian to wish him harm. Approximately half an hour had passed when the once collapsed beast mastery space began to gradually recover. At this moment, Li Tian was gesturing with his hands in a manner that Shen Yiming could not comprehend, with a sharp command of concentrate. The next instant, Shen Yiming's beast mastery space was fully restored. Feeling the changes within the space, he stood there in a daze. The intensity of the space was now several times stronger than before. Moreover, it astonishingly possessed the power of beast mastery. He could perceive that this power could swiftly restore the spiritual energy of his beast companions and accelerate their cultivation speed. How could this be possible? He had initially thought that the beast mastery space was merely a place to house his pets, but to his surprise, after Li Tian's modifications, it had transformed into a training ground. Li Tian smiled at Shen Yiming and asked, how about it? Not bad, right? Indeed. Absolutely splendid. You are like a ray of light that has illuminated my future. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. Li Tian's smile remained undiminished. Do you wish to learn this method? Shen Yiming's eyes instantly brightened. Yes. Can you teach me? Certainly. Next time, bring the interference crystal, and I shall impart this method to you. Shen Yiming felt a surge of admiration, thinking to himself, truly a master, capable of charming me with just a few words. And I am more than willing to undertake this task for him. I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Li Tian handed his contact information to Shen Yiming. I shall await your good news. You may contact me directly when you acquire the interference crystal. Absolutely. After leaving Li Tian's office, Shen Yiming was intercepted by Gu Qiongqi. Upon seeing her icy gaze, he felt a sudden rush of panic. Ah, is that not our esteemed dean? What brings you here? I completely forgot about the interference crystal. I truly did not mean to deceive you. You must believe me. I would never dare to. Gu Qiongqi let out a cold chuckle. I am here to escort you to complete your transfer procedures. What need have you to say all this? Shen Yiming hastily waved his hands, eager to distance himself from Gu Qiongqi. Oh, no need. I can manage on my own. I wouldn't want to trouble such a busy person as yourself. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Gu Qiongqi concluded, turning to leave immediately. Upon arriving at Luohu Academy, with Gu Qiongqi's presence, there were no obstacles in completing the transfer process. What would typically take several days was resolved in less than half an hour. As he walked across the school playground, he encountered his former class monitor, Yiping. Surprised to see him, Yiping inquired, why haven't you been to school these past few days? I transferred. Ping patted Shen Yiming on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. You really didn't need to go through all that trouble for such a trivial matter. It's all small stuff, and besides, it's already spread online. No matter where you go, it's the same. Shen Yiming looked at Ping in confusion. What do you mean? Ping was taken aback by Shen Yiming's reaction. You don't know? What are you talking about? Ping produced his smart wristband and projected a video in front of Shen Yiming. The video displayed a chaotic scene featuring characters like the Great Master of Three Pure Ones, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother of the West, interspersed with whimsical commentary. Watching the barrage of floating comments, Shen Yiming felt a wave of mortification wash over him. Good heavens. Help. I need to relocate to another planet. Wow. So this is the legendary god of happy sheep? Haha. How amusing. But he truly opened the spatial passage. I heard that it's incredibly difficult to do so. Indeed. There seems to be some divine intention at play. I heard he is from Luhu Academy. I must go see him. I've found the organization. Requesting the god of happy sheep to take me in. Hello everyone. I'm new here. Should I follow the procedure or just laugh? As Shen Yiming stared at the incessant stream of comments, regret flooded his heart. Yet, he couldn't fathom how this video had been leaked. Moreover, how had it spread so widely? After sending Ping away, Shen Yiming confronted Gu Qiuling. Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement? Why was this video released? Gu Qiuling explained, the Dragon Valley secret realm was suddenly closed for a day, so a reasonable explanation was necessary. Besides, 5,000 students entered. It's better to manage the situation than to stifle it. Your sudden internet fame was something we initially intended to control, but seeing that no one was inquiring about what transpired in the secret realm, we decided to let it be. We even helped to amplify its reach. Shen Yiming was dumbfounded to learn that they had been encouraging the video's spread behind his back. You even helped to amplify its reach. Did you consult me? I don't want this. Take it down immediately. It would be best to have it banned across the internet. Gu Qiuling reassured him, it's all right. No one knows your name, and we've already obscured the original video. From the back view, no one can recognize you, and besides, the internet community has a short memory. This will only be a fleeting sensation. Shen Yiming remained skeptical, eyeing Gu Qiuling with suspicion. Is that truly the case? Just wait a few days and see. Shen Yiming, though still doubtful, decided not to dwell on it. All right, let us hope that is the case. Both believed this incident would blow over in a few days. Little did they know, a group of mysterious content creators was about to intervene. They transformed Shen Yiming's video into a myriad of absurd remixes, spreading it virally across the internet. 2 days later, in Shen Yiming's small abode, the wall previously shattered by Ying Huan had been repaired. Although they could reside in the villa provided by Gu Qiuling, Shen Yiming felt uneasy there. Thus, he moved back to his small house the day after the repairs. While the small abode lacked the opulence of the villa, every detail within it was a product of his and Ying Huan's efforts, making it feel warm and inviting. As Shen Yiming reclined on his bed, he noticed Ying Huan packing her belongings. He inquired, Huan, should we buy a house in Kyoto? Ying Huan retorted, do you have the money? Checking his balance, Shen Yiming replied, I still have over 3 million. That should be enough for a small place. Ying Huan shot him a disapproving glance after buying. Will you let your second brother starve? In truth, Shen Yiming had more than 3 million. He also had over 10 million that his second brother had solicited from the ladies, but he had not touched that money. Shen Yiming nonchalantly said, my second brother will get used to being hungry. At this moment, his second brother, who was closely engaged with the smart wristband, piped up, Ying. No. Being hungry feels terrible. Ying Huan added, you should save money first. When I go to the priest academy, I'll probably be living with my master. Shen Yiming did not press the issue, recognizing that real estate in Kyoto was exorbitantly priced, and his 3 million might not even cover a restroom. All right then. Furthermore, he would likely be studying at various schools, with accommodations provided by the academy. Thus, the urgency to purchase a house was diminished. Suddenly, Chi-Chi exclaimed, Boss, you're trending online. Shen Yiming rolled his eyes at Chi-Chi. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Why does it seem like I'm becoming more popular by the day? Boss, this video is quite unlike the usual ones. Shen Yiming leaned closer to Chi-Chi, casting a glance at the screen. Goodness, can there really be such absurdity in this world? This group of content creators has thoughtfully set Shen Yiming's video to music, adding various whimsical elements. Coupled with some low-budget special effects, the entire video appears exceedingly ludicrous. Oh, the cycle of karma is indeed relentless, sparing none. Before his unexpected journey, he had always enjoyed watching such outrageous videos, never imagining that this time, he would find himself as the star. Chi-Chi, I am truly a devoted fan. Boo-hoo. Damn it. These malicious trolls are utterly insufferable. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. No, I must clear my name promptly. Otherwise, once labeled by others, I may never escape that stigma. However, In those absurd videos, his face was never revealed. If he were to jump out and clear his name now, wouldn't he that merely confirm to everyone that this foolishness was indeed him? Chi-Chi, stop talking nonsense. That is not me. Watch fewer videos like this in the future. Chi-Chi, perplexed, retorted, but that is the outfit you wore that day? How could it not be you? I said it's not me, so it's not. All right then. Chi-Chi, not wanting to press the matter further, obediently turned off the video. Meanwhile, Erdi, sensing a business opportunity, had his beady eyes spinning wildly in search of the most popular absurd videos. He commented in one of the videos, "This is my pet. If you want contact information, add me for a chance to receive a limited edition autograph. For an extra fee, I can even provide exclusive merchandise." Of course, Shen Yiming remained blissfully unaware of all this. Driven by curiosity, Huan also took a peek at the video, covering her mouth as she stifled laughter. "Ha! You're so silly. How could you do something like this? So adorable. Can you do it again right now?" Shen Yiming stared at Huan, bewildered. When did this girl learn to be mischievous? Daring to poke fun at me. Initially, Shen Yiming thought to lecture her, but upon seeing her delicate features and those captivating eyes blinking at him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Clearing his throat, he said, "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt if you give me a kiss." Huan leaned closer and rubbed her cheek against his, giving him a soft kiss. Mwah. After the kiss, the blush on Huan's face deepened, spreading to her neck, making Shen Yiming feel a pang of envy. "All right, hurry up. I want to see a live version of it." Shen Yiming had only been jesting, never expecting her to actually kiss him. Seeing her eager expression, he felt reluctant to deceive her. Initially shy and unwilling to perform the action, he stood up, hands on his hips, and smoothly executed the entire set of movements. 3 pure ones. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West. Ha ha. Chapter 74. This matter is no concern of ours. 45. The next day, in the royal palace of the Black Sphere Kingdom, at this moment, their king, Gil, wore a grim expression as he listened to a report from his subordinate. "They have already begun to impose sanctions against us. Our kingdom's only king-level secret realm has fallen. Moreover, it has started to affect the warrior-level secret realms as well. If this continues, all our defensive forces in the secret realms will be eradicated by them." Gil suppressed his anger and said, "Contact the officials of Xia Kingdom. Ask them what exactly they intend to do." Gil was well aware that Xia Kingdom was retaliating against them. However, he could not openly state this. He could only inquire about Xia Kingdom's intentions. This marked the moment when the Black Sphere Kingdom showed signs of submission. As long as Xia Kingdom presented their conditions, they would proceed with reparations. Suddenly, another subordinate rushed in. "Your Majesty, it's bad. Our adventure-level secret realms are also being harassed." Gil roared with indignation. Where do they find so many people? Isn't their official side not intervening? The subordinate whispered, "Only one has come." Upon hearing that it was merely one individual, Gil's expression softened slightly. "One? What level are they?" "It seems to be platinum level, appearing to be a student." When he learned that it was just a student, Gil's previously calmed emotions erupted once more. "A single platinum level individual has caused such chaos? Are you all useless?" Just as this subordinate was about to explain, several others rushed in. "Your Majesty, another 10 adventure-level secret realms have been invaded." Gil glared at them. "Don't tell me they are all from the same person." "Indeed, Your Majesty, you are truly perceptive. It is just one person," the subordinate said, failing to notice Gil's displeasure, inadvertently flattering him inappropriately. Gil could no longer contain himself and shouted in frustration, "What the hell? A bunch of useless fools. Hurry up and notify them to expel the intruder." Finally, sensing the king's fury, the subordinate dashed out. About half an hour later, the official who had gone to contact Xia Kingdom returned, albeit with a peculiar expression. Gil inquired eagerly, "What conditions did they propose?" The subordinate hesitated before saying, "Xia Kingdom has issued a statement declaring that this matter has nothing to do with them and has vehemently condemned these terrorists." Even sending a bell as a gesture of regret, Gil slammed his hand on the table in outrage. Shameless. These people are utterly shameless. Those who invaded the secret realms spoke broken foreign languages, frequently uttering phrases like grass mud horse, son, little black ghost, and screw you, eat my stick. And Xia Kingdom claims they are not the ones who sent them? They nearly had "I am from Xia Kingdom" written on their faces. Their officials dare to strongly condemn this. Once they return, they will likely receive generous rewards. They. Although Gil was furious, he still needed to maintain his composure. His mind racing. Contact them again, requesting support for our nation. This time, let us see what excuse Xia Kingdom will come up with. Isn't it reasonable for a small country to request assistance from a major power? After his subordinate left, Gil clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Who is it that has sabotaged our plans and hindered the arrival of our master? If I find you, I will flay you alive." He could not fathom why the meticulously planned operation had failed, especially considering the master had helped seal the spatial passage. They had even sent legendary-level powerhouses into the secret realms. He simply could not understand how this could end in failure. An adventure-level Dragon Valley secret realm. Don't tell him there would be legendary-level or stronger guardians stationed there. At that moment, Shen Yiming was aboard a vessel heading to Kyoto when he suddenly sneezed. That rascal is thinking of me again? Ing Huan chuckled. It must be your fans mentioning you. They are all asking for you to make an appearance. Shen Yiming shook his head. Impossible. I would never reveal myself, even if it meant my demise. This matter will become an unsolvable mystery on the internet. If you went out and made an appearance, you might even make a fortune. Not a chance. I, Shen Yiming, would rather die poor than earn money this way. Lying in Shen Yiming's arms, Erdi suddenly piped up. Ing. I'll earn it. Shen Yiming pinched Erdi's little face, threatening with a fierce expression. You dare expose my identity, and I'll deal with you. Erdi fell silent. It is truly perplexing what thoughts occupy his mind. Chi. You have now ascended to the golden rank and have entered the priest academy. Do take good care of Huan. Yes, I shall watch over the elder sister diligently. The royal court of the Black Sphere Kingdom has returned after attempting to contact officials from the Summer Nation. Your Majesty, the Summer Nation has indicated their willingness to provide us with some assistance. Upon hearing this, Jill was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Summer Nation would indeed offer support. When will it arrive? They have already issued a mobilization announcement and stated they will expedite their efforts. Here is their mobilization proclamation. A subordinate handed a document to Jill. He cast a cursory glance at the contents, and his expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. The major secret realms of the Black Sphere Kingdom are currently under siege and engulfed in panic. We seek assistance from our country. In response, we vehemently condemn those lawless individuals. Peace and prosperity, a universal aspiration from authorities worldwide, compel us to uphold humanitarian principles. Hence we issue this summons. Those who answer the call to support the Black Sphere Kingdom will receive official commendations, along with a ceremonial banner. Those who vanquish the lawless will be additionally rewarded with a pair of silver gloves. They have truly issued a summons? With commendations and ceremonial banners. And silver bracelets for defeating the lawless? Jill could not fathom the implications of this announcement. Is this not a self-defeating proclamation? Why on earth? However, to the netizens of the Summer Nation, this announcement appeared quite peculiar. Are we mistaken? To aid the Black Sphere Kingdom, receive commendations, and even a ceremonial banner? In return with silver bracelets? It would be one thing to not offer material rewards, but to eliminate terrorists only to be imprisoned upon return. Who would undertake such a task? Yet, what does the official announcement signify? Are they helping or not? Is there anyone who can enlighten me with an analysis? Consider the first words of these sentences. Do they not resemble an acrostic poem? Black, seek, nation, should eliminate? Goodness, I have an epiphany. The culture of the Summer Nation is profoundly rich. So, does this imply that those terrorists are us? Is anyone upstairs capable of articulating this? We are the harbingers of justice. We are here to provide support. Nonetheless, what has the Black Sphere Kingdom done to warrant such a monumental response from the authorities? I know, but I cannot disclose anything as I am bound by a confidentiality agreement. All I can say is, that group deserves their fate. Annihilation would be for the best. Chapter 75. Entering the Martial God Academy, 55. Some students who had previously been in the Dragon Valley secret realm erupted in cheers upon seeing the official announcement. Haha. I adore this proclamation. If it weren't for my insufficient strength, I would certainly venture to their nation. It's one thing to lose my opportunity for training, but my life was nearly forfeit as well. I simply wish to say to those righteous individuals, put in a little more effort. Meanwhile, some bewildered onlookers, having missed just a day of internet browsing, questioned the sudden turn of events. What on earth have I missed? Could someone please enlighten me? Just yesterday, it was all about the god of happy sheep, and today the headlines have shifted? Has my beloved god of happy sheep lost its charm? At this moment, the domestic atmosphere was one of jubilation. In stark contrast, the upper echelons of the Black Sphere Kingdom were left with their hair turning gray upon receiving reports from their subordinates. How on earth did the king provoke the Summer Nation? Prince Will has also gone missing in the Summer Nation. This must be significantly connected. Did Prince Will cause trouble in the Summer Nation? What could he have possibly done to incite such wrath? Within the royal court of the Black Sphere Kingdom, after the translator familiar with Summer Nation culture conveyed their announcement to King Jill, his demeanor darkened further. Though angered, he found himself utterly powerless. Dispatching high-ranking job changers to impede their advancement would be futile. Seeking international support seemed improbable as well, once their plans were exposed. It would not only draw the ire of the Summer Nation, but potentially attract the attention of global powers. Jill remained in the dark about the occurrences within the Dragon Valley secret realm, uncertain of how far their plans had progressed. Yet, given the current circumstances. It was fortuitous that the Summer Nation had not yet revealed the situation. This was a silver lining for them. Your Majesty, our adventure-level secret realm has been completely breached, and they are now advancing towards the ordinary-level secret realms. Upon hearing this news, Jill felt a sense of resignation wash over him. He could no longer manage the situation. All he could do was watch helplessly as his secret realm succumbed to the invasion. With a sigh, he remarked, "Let them be. A token resistance will suffice. They may take whatever they desire." A subordinate interjected, "But, Your Majesty, allowing this to continue may lead to uncontrollable public sentiment domestically." Jill waved his hand dismissively. "Having completely given up, they will eventually return. We can simply claim it was a terrorist attack." There was no option for him to avoid this deterioration. They could neither fight back nor hold the moral high ground, and forcing resistance would only result in greater losses. It was more prudent to conserve their strength and await the return of their master. Once the master arrives, all will be rectified. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials in the Summer Nation convened a meeting. Upon receiving reports from the front line, Yin Lin's smile remained unwavering. Excellent. Their secret realms are essentially breached. At this moment, a military leader spoke up. "Next, we should send someone to negotiate compensation." Others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is time to discuss reparations." Yin Lin inquired. "But who should we send for negotiations?" The officials could not be directly involved. Let the association representatives handle it themselves. The compensation negotiated will be split in half, with one portion as a reward for them, and the other as compensation for the soldiers lost in the Dragon Valley secret realm. The others concurred, agreed. It is only fair, as they have fought for this. The majority of those dispatched to the Black Sphere Kingdom were from various associations within the Summer Nation. It is only just that they receive half of the rewards. Were it not for the considerable losses of soldiers from the Summer Nation, the higher-ups might have granted them even more. As for whether the Black Sphere Kingdom would compensate, that was beyond their concern. If they choose not to pay, then they need not return. Let us see who can outlast whom. 2 days later, once the compensation from the Black Sphere Kingdom was processed, all job changers within the territory evacuated. The Black Sphere Kingdom returned to a long-awaited tranquility. However, this did not imply that the kingdom was genuinely peaceful at that moment. The royal family had never provided any explanation to the citizens regarding the events that transpired. Everything arrived abruptly and concluded just as swiftly. Such anomalies easily incite public outrage, and citizens began to take to the streets in protest. Moreover, high-ranking officials, unable to comprehend the royal family's actions, joined the demonstrations, applying pressure on the monarchy. Should the royal family fail to provide a reasonable explanation, the Black Sphere Kingdom is likely to face turmoil in the near future. On the other side, Shen Yiming had already arrived in the capital, leading his younger brother towards the Martial God Academy. He was greeted by Vice President Zhang Yuan. With a smile, Zhang Yuan addressed Shen Yiming. "Yiming, from now on, consider this academy your home. There is no need for formality. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to let me know." "All right. Thank you, esteemed Vice President. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to your dormitory." After a brief while, Zhang Yuan guided Shen Yiming to an upscale residential area, elaborating as they walked. This is a prestigious housing district, typically reserved for those who rank on the Academy's combat leaderboard. However, due to your unique circumstances, the Academy has assigned you a residence directly. Zhang Yuan soon led Shen Yiming to his abode, a standalone villa of approximately 200 square meters. The exterior appeared quite appealing. Upon entering the courtyard, adorned with an array of flowers and plants, Shen Yiming's younger brother could hardly contain his excitement and promptly reclined on the grass. Shen Yiming, however, stepped inside the house, which was furnished adequately with all the necessary amenities. Notably, there was a designated training room. Entry into this chamber required academic credits, and practicing within could expedite the cultivation of one's spiritual energy and beast mastery. As a newcomer, the Academy granted Shen Yiming an initial allocation of 1,000 credits, with subsequent credits to be earned through his own endeavors. Shen Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, should other students from the Martial God Academy witness Shen Yiming's nonchalant demeanor, they would undoubtedly be incensed. It is essential to note that in the imminent freshman competition, the top prize is merely 1,000 credits. While Shen Yiming received this sum upon admission, an unparalleled privilege. Now, take some time to acclimate to campus life. I have already arranged for your class placement. As a transfer student, you should exercise caution. Your classmates may be quite formidable, and you may need time to adjust, Zhang Yuan advised. Shen Yiming responded indifferently, "No worries. I am here to surpass the talents." Although his younger brother was only at the first rank of gold, his combat prowess rivaled that of a 10th rank gold. For him, defeating newcomers was a trivial matter. "Just don't provoke me, or I shall smooth your edges," Shen Yiming warned. Little did he know, his entry as a transfer student would create quite a stir. Chapter 76. Even before arriving, he becomes the center of attention. Meanwhile, on the forum of the Martial God Academy, students were fervently discussing the upcoming freshman competition. The competition is just around the corner. I wonder which prodigies will emerge this time. I heard that each year's freshman competition unveils some extraordinary talents. Last year's champion has nearly reached the diamond level now. A truly terrifying rate of progress. They say that those who arrive at the Martial God Academy are exceptional, yet few comprehend the ruthless nature of the competition. Oh dear. It's barely the start of the semester, and I already see several anomalies in our class. I thought I could rank somewhere in the middle at gold level 5, but it appears I am at the bottom. Don't even mention it. The highest in our class has already reached gold level 10. Let alone those in the elite classes. It seems gold level 1 is merely a threshold for admission. In my small county, I was a prominent figure. I never expected to feel so insignificant here. Just as the discussions intensified, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Have you heard? This morning, Vice Dean Zhang brought a student to the upscale housing area. Rumor has it he is a transfer student from the elite class." The onlookers were instantly ablaze with excitement. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A transfer student in the elite class? Who could be so impressive? I, Huang Ritian, refused to believe it. Exactly, you must have misheard. Those in the elite class must pass entrance examinations. How could anyone bypass such scrutiny? Several students who had witnessed Vice Dean Zhang escorting Shen Yiming to the academy shared their accounts. I saw it too. Vice Dean Zhang personally fetched that student. And they seemed quite jovial. I saw him as well. The fellow is rather handsome, accompanied by a bear-like beast companion. He must be a beast master. Seizing the opportunity, some students proposed, "I reside in the upscale housing area. If anyone is willing to part with 30 credits, I can verify the truth of this matter." The price was deemed reasonable. 30 credits, while not insignificant, remained within the realm of affordability for students, who each received 50 credits upon admission. If curiosity piqued, a few could easily pool resources to cover the cost. Who would be foolish enough to purchase such news? Indeed, for 30 credits, I could spend a day training in the training room. Such an outrageous rumor could not possibly find believers. The notion that a student could be fetched by the vice dean seemed far-fetched. The discussions among the students of the Martial God Academy continued to broaden. Even those in the elite class became aware of the news. Within the elite class group, curiosity surged. "Xiao Tian, aren't you usually well-informed? Is it true we are getting a transfer student?" Blue Moon's Jing Tian retorted, "Sister, could you refrain from calling me Xiao Tian all the time? I am older than you." Blue Moon responded with a surprised emoji. "Show me the evidence, or I shan't believe it." Jing Tian replied with a chuckle. "Oh, I shan't tell you." Blue Moon teased. "Xiao Tian, you are quite mischievous. Coincidentally, I recently learned a new skill and have yet to test it out. Would you like to be my subject?" Meanwhile, others in the group expressed their curiosity. Jing Tian, ignore that crazy woman. Tell me, is there really a transfer student? As Jing Tian noted, there indeed was a transfer student, and astonishingly, he was only at silver level 9. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Had it not been for Jing Tian's credibility, they might have dismissed it outright. Even those who usually remained silent could not help but engage. Is that true? Silver level 9 hasn't even met the admission standard. How did he get in? Even with a powerful background, it would be implausible for him to join our class. I find this person quite intriguing. Jing Tian interrupted their musings. He is a dual profession individual. His Beastmaster profession is at silver level 9, while the other seems to be merely at bronze level. This revelation left the group even more bewildered. If this were all there was to it, the academy would not permit him to transfer into the elite class. There were at least 100 dual profession students among this year's newcomers, and nearly 10 of them were in the elite class. Merely being a dual profession student would not warrant such an exception, especially at silver level 9. The crux of the matter was that his dual profession talents were allegedly of SSS grade. The mage profession was confirmed to be SSS, while the Beastmaster talent remained speculative. The moment Jing Tian's words were uttered, the group erupted in chaos. No way, is it true? A dual profession with SSS talent. Oh wow, if this is genuine, then things are about to get interesting. Bai Wei, the head of the sisters, your rival approaches. The group began to understand why he was allowed to transfer. If both his talents were SSS grade, it would not be surprising for anyone to covet him, making his transfer quite reasonable. Yet, this was not the end. Jing Tian's next words would leave them questioning everything. He is not merely a student of our academy. He is also a Beastmaster and a student of the Mage Academy. Moreover, I am aware that the 3 academies have notably revived the talented program because of him. Goodness, a dual SSS level talent, and he enjoys such numerous privileges? Bai Wei, the leader, you must maintain composure. Before Bai Wei could speak, a user named Gao Shui interjected, "Rest assured, I shall take action. Silver level 9, easily manageable." Just as he voiced this, someone retorted, Shui, spare us the theatrics. You won't perish from a day without showing off. Unfazed, Gao Shuai replied, hee. In any case, I will intervene. With dual SSS-level talents, I can boast about having delivered him a beating before he fully matures. That would be a lifetime of bragging rights. As soon as his words fell, others seemed to awaken. Goodness, Shuai, impressive. I think I shall also take action. Just the thought of encountering a future powerhouse excites me. Is anyone organizing a boss raid? Hee, hurry and message me. At that moment, someone in the group remarked, aren't you afraid of becoming mere fodder? What if you fail to land a hit and end up getting schooled? Chapter 77. So, are we playing awkwardly? 25. The comment was dismissed by the group. If they could still fail against a silver level 9, they certainly wouldn't need to remain in this class for prodigies. Thus, more and more individuals joined the discussion. Of course, some were apprehensive about a potential mishap and deliberately invited a few more classmates, intending to team up to challenge Shen Yiming. After all, this was a dual SSS talent, should he grow strong. Those who instigated would undoubtedly leave their mark on his journey. Just like Li Tian now, those who had fought against him or had become his rivals, regardless of the outcome, had their names preserved. They even penned autobiographies for those individuals. For them, this was a lucrative endeavor. Furthermore, they were mindful in their approach, merely wishing to educate Shen Yiming, without any intentions of causing him harm. Engaging in sparring at school is perfectly normal, isn't it? The following day, completely unaware, Shen Yiming arrived at the genius class bright and early. After all, it was his first day of school, and as a transfer student, it would not reflect well if he were late. Upon entering the classroom 20 minutes early, he observed that around 20 students were already present. Upon seeing Shen Yiming enter, the classmates' gazes collectively turned towards him. The discussion about Shen Yiming's arrival fell silent. Shen Yiming had intended to greet them, but the long-absent system options materialized before him once again. Option 1. Make a strong impression by declaring in front of the entire class that you are in charge from now on. Task reward, Golden Treasure Chest 1. 666 points of store credits, a substantial amount of Beast Master power, can be exchanged for Mage Energy, Intermediate Spirit Spring 3. Option 2. To swiftly foster good relations with your classmates, recite their personal signatures in front of 5 classmates. Task reward, Silver Treasure Chest 10, 233 points of store credits. A substantial amount of Beast Master power can be exchanged for Mage Energy, with full attributes 5. Option 3. Choose to remain inconspicuous, disregarding any matters within the class. Task reward, Golden Treasure Chest 1, Beast Master Affinity 5, 123 points of store credits, Intermediate Energy Potion 10. Shen Yiming furrowed his brow at the 3 options. The first and second options were clearly intended to stir up trouble. The first option needed no further explanation. The task rewards were decent. As for the second option, did this system truly expect him to foster relationships with his classmates by reciting their personal signatures? How awkward. However, the rewards for this option were indeed tempting. 10 silver chests. At that moment, he was in need of padding, and these chests would serve him well. They would also elevate Erdi and Chi-Chi's stats to full attributes 5. As for the third option, he glanced at it disinterestedly. How could someone of his caliber possibly remain inconspicuous? Would it not be futile to strive without showing off? Without further deliberation, Shen Yiming opted for the second choice. Reciting their personal signatures in front of them was a trivial matter. Shen Yiming turned to his classmates with a smile. Hello everyone. I am the new student, Shen Yiming. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Gao Shuai and Lan Yu exchanged glances, whispering, Shuai, this guy seems quite approachable. If we were to confront him directly, would that be too abrupt? Gao Shuai stroked his round chin, finding the point valid. Let us wait and see. At that moment, Jing Tian was quietly observing Shen Yiming and taking notes. The others remained silent, watching Shen Yiming, all pondering how to invite him for a duel. If Shen Yiming had been more ostentatious, things would have been easier, but he appeared quite amiable, making it difficult for them to approach. Shen Yiming noticed their indifference and mused, are the students in the genius class all so aloof? Yet, in order to better fulfill his task, he had to take the initiative. Spotting a nearby chubby boy who looked amiable and clean, dressed in a custom combat outfit, he thought he appeared rather cute. They say chubby people are easygoing. He decided he would target him first. Shen Yiming approached Gao Shuai. Hey there, would you mind adding me as a friend? Let's keep in touch. Taken aback by Shen Yiming's friendliness, Gao Shuai momentarily hesitated but eventually pulled out his smart wristband, saying, sure, I'm Gao Shuai. After all, the other party was a dual SSS level talent. Adding him as a friend was a worthwhile move. Once Shen Yiming obtained Gao Shuai's contact information, he felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, got one. Chubby folks are indeed easy to befriend. However, he did not rush to complete the task. He turned his attention to the classmate next to Gao Shuai. Add a friend? Lan Yu paused for a moment before responding, sure. After successfully adding 2 friends, the next few were easily added as well. The group was not averse to building a rapport with Shen Yiming, given his evident talents. The fact that he reached out first indicated he held them in regard. Did they have any reason to refuse? Although Shen Yiming only needed to add 5 friends to complete the task, he decided to add nearly all the classmates present, regardless of gender. Once he had added most of his classmates, Shen Yiming chuckled and opened Gao Shuai's social media profile, momentarily taken aback by his personal signature. Treading the red dust. Performing in the mortal realm, where there is me, Shuai, there is heaven. Who would have thought this chubby fellow had such wild aspirations? Yet, why did I sense a tranquil aura? He then looked at the second classmate's personal signature, a girl. I only drink pure water and pure milk. So I am very innocent. Unable to contain himself, Shen Yiming finally understood why the system issued such a task. Goodness, are they all just playing awkwardly? Chapter 78. Isn't this discrimination against bears? 35. Shen Yiming gazed at the distinctive signature, then turned his attention to the girl named Huang Ye. The aura she emanated as she stood there was akin to a refreshing chill that wafted through the surroundings. She possessed a cascade of raven black hair and a pair of eyes that exuded an air of coolness, complemented by a sleek black combat suit, and stood at approximately 176 centimeters tall. Her beauty undoubtedly warranted a score exceeding 85, firmly establishing her as a poised and aloof goddess. Shen Yiming, in disbelief, glanced at his smart wristband once more, then back at the enigmatic woman before him. Could it be that he had mistakenly noted the wrong person? He scrutinized the connection between the signature and Huang Ye, which read, I only drink pure water and only consume pure milk, hence I am quite innocent. After carefully comparing several times, Shen Yiming was indeed convinced that he had not misidentified her. Was the contrast truly so stark? A dilemma now loomed over Shen Yiming. Should he dare to recite that signature in her presence? The fear of being met with a violent response gripped him. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to test the waters with Gao Shuai, to gauge his reaction first. Approaching Gao Shuai, Shen Yiming greeted him. Hey, Shuai. I find your signature quite intriguing. Treading the crimson dust, performing amidst the world. With me, Shuai, the heavens shall follow. It truly resonates with your essence. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuai's eyes sparkled with delight, as though he had found a kindred spirit. Right? I think so too, ha ha ha. You're the first to say that. Observing Gao Shuai's lack of indignation, Shen Yiming's confidence soared. This task appeared to be manageable. Indeed, I appreciate individuals like you. After completing that exchange, Shen Yiming's gaze shifted to Lan Yu, who stood beside Gao Shuai. Buddy, your signature is quite remarkable as well. Before approaching me, think carefully, aside from being handsome. I possess nothing else. You certainly are quite dashing, Shen Yiming remarked, with no insincerity in his tone. Lan Yu was genuinely handsome. Though perhaps not as striking as Shen Yiming himself, he was undeniably a charming young man. However, this was to be expected in a class of prodigies. Aside from Gao Shuai, who was slightly plump, the rest were exceptionally attractive. Yet, when Lan Yu heard Shen Yiming's words, his expression darkened immediately. What are you talking about? I don't have a signature at all. Lan Yu seldom engaged with social media. How could he possibly have altered such a signature? Thus, he assumed Shen Yiming was merely jesting. Shen Yiming eyed him skeptically. None. Look here, he said, presenting his smart wristband to Lan Yu. Isn't this yours? Lan Yu cast a disdainful glance, but when he saw that very phrase in the signature section, he was utterly flabbergasted. When had he ever changed to such an embarrassing signature? Impossible. How could I have modified to such a shameful display? Gao Shuai patted Lan Yu's shoulder and said, So, what do you think? The signature I modified for you isn't half bad, right? Though it's slightly inferior compared to mine, it still qualifies as a premium one. Upon hearing Gao Shuai's words, Lan Yu erupted in fury, exclaiming, What the hell? Gao Shuai, are you tired of living? How dare you change my signature? When did you do that? Gao Shuai reassured him. Oh, don't be upset. It's quite good, isn't it? I modified it when I created your account back in high school. No wonder others had been looking at him strangely. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he finally understood the reason. You bastard. Gao Shuai, this isn't over. Lan Yu immediately summoned his beast companion, a small brown bear roughly the same size as his second brother. Xiaoxing, take down this fatso. Upon being summoned, Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lan Yu's command, looking at Gao Shuai with a puzzled expression. Wasn't Gao Shuai one of Lan Yu's good friends? They were old acquaintances. How could they possibly come to blows? Seeing the urgency in Lan Yu's demeanor, Gao Shuai hastily interjected, Don't cause trouble. No fighting in the classroom. Upon hearing Gao Shuai's words, Lan Yu calmed down a bit, though he was still irked, muttering, You fatso, this isn't over. We're no longer friends. Gao Shuai chuckled, Come on. It's just a signature, we can change it back. The second brother, upon seeing Xiaoxing, was quite curious. It was his first time encountering a bear of the same size. Ing. Hello. Xiao Xing regarded the second brother with caution, sensing an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. What is up? The second brother, astonished that this bear could speak, immediately lost his smile. Ing. Why can you talk? Xiao Xing looked at him, puzzled. Isn't this something everyone can do? The second brother, feeling aggrieved, ran over to Shen Yiming, asking Ing. Why can't I speak like a human companion? He was utterly fed up. While he could tolerate that Chi-Chi could talk, he thought it might be a quirk of their species. However, the presence of this bear had become the last straw. Why could other bears speak, but not him? Wasn't this discrimination against bears? Shen Yiming shrugged. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Whether or not one can speak, it's all the same, right? Your littling sounds delightful too. The second brother shook his small head, clutching his ears with his tiny paws, incessantly complaining. Ing. I don't want that. I want to talk to. Hearing the second brother's persistent whines, Shen Yiming couldn't contain his laughter any longer. Ha ha. Upon hearing Shen Yiming's laughter, the second brother, fuming, stormed off to a corner, sulking. Observing the second brother's retreat, Shen Yiming decided to coax him later. After all, completing the task was of utmost importance. However, witnessing Lan Yu's explosive reaction made Shen Yiming reconsider reciting that signature in front of Huang Ye. As he pondered, he glanced at the signatures of several others. If you have not traversed my journey, do not judge the path I walk. I am the son of the divine. The heavens rise and fall beneath my feet. If beauty is a sin, I am irredeemably guilty. There are two kinds of people in this world that captivate, those like me and those like me. I am approachable, eloquent, and articulate. My words are truths. The more Shen Yiming read, the more he felt something was amiss. Each of these prodigies seemed to possess signatures akin to those of overconfident heroes. Yet, it was understandable. They were all paragons of excellence. And a bit of narcissism was to be expected. They undoubtedly had the merit to be proud. If such words were uttered by ordinary individuals, they would likely be ridiculed. Yet, when spoken by them, it seemed somewhat acceptable. Approaching a girl, Shen Yiming casually remarked, if beauty is indeed a sin, then I am irredeemably guilty. The girl, initially thinking Shen Yiming was merely coming over to say hello, was taken aback by his directness, gasping in surprise before blushing and fleeing the classroom. A personality signature is indeed a reflection of one's individuality, yet articulating it aloud can evoke a sense of discomfort. Unless one possesses a character as brazen as Gao Shuai, the average individual tends to be somewhat reserved. With only 2 remaining signatures to collect, Shen Yiming sifted through a multitude of options and selected one that appeared rather conventional. Approaching a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, Shen Yiming gazed upwards at this imposing classmate and cheerfully inquired, Classmate, what do you think of me? The muscular man, seemingly bashful, scratched his head and replied earnestly, You seem quite all right. Shen Yiming continued, Do you believe I am a good person? The man nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding Shen Yiming's intentions. In that case, Shen Yiming's eyes sparkled, Shouldn't you treat me with sincerity? The muscular man looked taken aback. Shen Yiming, delighted, presented his smart wristband before the man, exclaiming, Exactly. Let me read your signature. Encountering a kindred spirit, treat with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the man realized the implications. His face flushed with embarrassment as he clenched his fists tightly, staring at Shen Yiming. At that moment, the classmates in the room finally grasped Shen Yiming's intentions. However, why was he doing this? Was he aiming to make others uncomfortable for some personal gain? As Shen Yiming's gaze swept across the classroom, his peers instinctively took a step back. A few quick-thinking students promptly checked their own signatures and, feeling uneasy, hastily deleted them. Most of these signatures had been crafted during their middle and high school years, and now that they were at the Martial God Academy, who had time to play with smart wristbands? If they didn't focus on their training, they risked being outperformed by others. When Shen Yiming's gaze landed on Huang Ye, her icy stare momentarily flickered with surprise. Reflexively, she pulled out her smart wristband, glancing down at it and recalling her days before awakening, a foreboding sensation washing over her. Classmate, Huang Ye exclaimed, Don't say it. Observing her panicked demeanor, Shen Yiming, despite knowing his task, couldn't help but utter softly, I only drink pure water and pure milk, so I am quite innocent. However, his attempt to lower his voice proved futile. After all, those who entered the genius class were not without their own means. Upon hearing Shen Yiming's words, the entire class was left in a state of shock. Even the earlier muscular man was momentarily taken aback. No one wished to believe that this aloof goddess would have such a signature. Was Huang Ye's signature truly like that? Impossible. Let me see. I am friends with Huang Ye. Wow, it really is. They had previously overlooked the significance of personality signatures, only to realize that every student in the class was extraordinary. I find it rather adorable, haha. As the astonishment spread throughout the class, Huang Ye's formerly black hair suddenly transformed into an icy blue hue, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. An instantaneous wave of frost enveloped the entire classroom. Shen Yiming sensed the shift in energy and swiftly moved aside. At that moment, Jing Tian darted in front of Huang Ye, advising, "Calm down, we cannot fight in class. If you wish to battle, arrange it for the arena." Upon seeing Jing Tian, Huang Ye's aura diminished. She coldly regarded Shen Yiming, declaring, "After school, I will await you at the arena." Huang Ye was seething. This signature had been pinned before her awakening, and since her personality had evolved post-awakening, she had neglected it. Yet now, with Shen Yiming bringing it to light, she felt a mix of humiliation and fury as her carefully maintained facade crumbled. The thought of not punishing him was utterly unsatisfactory. Realizing that Huang Ye had issued a challenge, Shen Yiming understood he could not evade it. However, he was undeterred. Coming to the Martial God Academy meant engaging in combat was inevitable. He resolved to consider her his first opponent. A fitting opportunity to gauge the depths of the genius class. All right. Once Shen Yiming acquiesced, the eyes of his classmates gleamed with excitement. His strength was still unknown, and Huang Ye's challenge would serve as a perfect test of his capabilities. Huang Ye was already among the mid-tier levels in class, making her a suitable adversary for Shen Yiming. At that moment, Gao Shuai jumped in, exclaiming, "Hey buddy, after your match, can I have a turn too?" Shen Yiming looked at Gao Shuai in confusion. "You want to fight as well? Weren't you just quite pleased a moment ago?" "Ahem, count me in. I'm next. Queue up, one at a time. I'm fourth." Seeing the eagerness on their faces, Shen Yiming was bewildered. Were they treating him like a boss to be defeated? Chapter 80. The classmates are very friendly. I quite like it. 55. Shen Yiming scanned the group. "What is your intention? Why is everyone seeking to challenge me?" At that moment, a bespectacled classmate stepped forward, adjusting his glasses as he explained, "You are the new student. To foster amicable relations among classmates, it is customary for us to engage in a friendly sparring match before we can truly accept one another. Is that so?" Shen Yiming was taken aback. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, this is the Martial God Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yiming replied, "All right. But I'm currently at a low level and can only fight once a day." With such promising sparring partners seeking him out, Shen Yiming could hardly refuse. He had never engaged in battle himself. It was always his second brother relying on instinct, while he merely cheered on the sidelines or tossed talismans. His skill, Inferno of Karma, had also seen limited use, each activation draining his energy significantly. Now, with a multitude of geniuses eager to train with him, he felt a surge of excitement. Gao Shuai immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "No problem. One fight a day. Queue up, queue up." Gao Shuai exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Yu, a mischievous smile playing on their lips, an unspoken agreement passing between them. Shen Yiming's expression turned pensive. "Since we are classmates, shouldn't there be some kind of initiation gift? Otherwise, how will I manage my energy for daily battles?" Instantly, the group understood. Gao Shuai nodded. "Got it. It makes sense. After all, daily challenges can be quite taxing. How about this? Anyone who wishes to challenge Shen Yiming should provide him with a mid-level energy potion as a token." All those who aimed to challenge Shen Yiming readily agreed. Absolutely. A mid-level energy potion is a small price to pay. While the potion held some value, it was negligible for those in the genius class. Every student admitted to this elite group came from a well-to-do background. Gao Shuai continued, "An initiation gift is also necessary. You probably don't have battle gear yet, right? If you can defeat me, I'll help you get a custom-made set of exclusive battle gear. If you lose, I'll still provide you with a high-grade battle outfit." After all, investing in a future powerhouse with dual SSS-level qualifications was a trivial expense. Once he developed, acquiring such items would likely be a mere drop in the bucket. Those in the genius class were savvy. Perhaps some were a bit naive, but none were truly foolish. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiming inquired with palpable excitement, "Is that true?" Gao Shuai generously replied, "As long as you can win, I will certainly reward you." The others echoed his sentiment. "Indeed. We will also present you with a welcoming gift, rest assured." The imposing figure from earlier added, "I possess a method to enhance physical fitness. I shall bring it to you tomorrow. This should prove beneficial for you." Shen Yiming, gazing at the nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth, felt a smile spreading across his face. This is indeed invaluable. It is of immense use. He then lightly tapped his chest with a fist and pointed at the muscular man, saying, "My friend, everything is unspoken between us. This fellow seems quite agreeable." Shen Yiming's current physique resembled that of a fragile being, easily breakable upon contact. Receiving a method to bolster his physical condition at this moment was akin to a timely downpour. At that moment, a petite girl emerged, holding a precious orb. "Classmate Yiming, I heard you are pursuing the mage profession. Please take a look at this skill orb. Perhaps you can make use of it. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Shen Yiming accepted the orb and cast a glance at it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow, what wonderful classmates. They are all affluent individuals. This female classmate graciously bestowed upon him an A-grade skill, orb, binding. Although it wasn't fire-based, it was a high-level skill applicable to all mages. While not exceedingly rare, its worth was surely in the millions. The Martial God Academy is truly remarkable. He pondered what awaited him at the Beast Master Academy and the Mage Academy. Such kind classmates, he hoped for more like them. Shen Yiming feigned reluctance. Oh dear. You are far too generous, presenting such an extravagant gift upon our first meeting. I feel somewhat embarrassed. The girl smiled warmly. It's no trouble at all. Please accept it. Receiving the skill, orb, Shen Yiming declared earnestly, as classmates, we share this bond in our hearts. Following the offerings from these two, the rest of the 20-odd classmates in the room, aside from Huang Yiya, also presented various gifts. Observing the pile of gifts that adorned his desk, Shen Yiming couldn't help but beam with delight. Why toil for money when being a new student could lead to financial freedom? Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why. After such a considerable time, the teacher had yet to arrive at the classroom. Moreover, with clearly over 30 seats in the class, it signified that not all students had yet arrived. Curiously, Shen Yiming asked, aren't they coming to class? Gao Shuai chuckled. Typically, the genius class does not require conventional classes. Apart from combat practice, the rest of the time is dedicated to individual training. Should we encounter any issues during our training, we can directly approach our mentors. Shen Yiming inquired. Then what brings you all to the classroom? Gao Shuai scratched his head, contemplating. Mainly, we wanted to come and spar with you. Even if not specifically to challenge Shen Yiming, they were undoubtedly curious about him. Otherwise, it was unlikely anyone would have shown up in class. However, could he voice such thoughts? Certainly not. Well, we heard a new student was arriving, so we specifically came to see you. Shen Yiming felt a surge of warmth. You all are truly wonderful and considerate. Where could one find such friendly classmates? He gestured towards Huang Yiya. Then why did she wait until after school to challenge? Why not approach directly? Gao Shuai shook his head. The school has regulations. Unless in special circumstances, the arena is only open during break times. This is to allow more students to observe combat scenarios and provide those wishing to learn combat techniques with an opportunity. Shen Yiming nodded thoughtfully. Ah, I see. That is indeed quite humane. Chapter 81, Match Prediction, 15. Congratulations on obtaining a silver treasure chest, 10, 233 points in shop credits. And a substantial sum of beast mastery power can be exchanged for mage energy with all attributes at level 5. Would you like to convert the beast mastery power? Upon hearing the task settlement notification, Shen Yiming promptly responded, Convert. Beast mastery power conversion successful. Mage bronze level 789. Shen Yiming glanced at his mage panel. Strength, 36. Defense, 24. Agility, 27. Mage energy, 1367. Mental power, 731. Having ascended to bronze level 9, his physical fitness had improved considerably, and his mage energy was just about sufficient. Although still significantly inferior compared to his younger brother Qiqi, it was adequate for Shen Yiming at this stage. Soon after, the school day concluded. The members of the genius class promptly made their way to the arena. Some students, just finishing their classes, quickly recognized the individuals from the genius class as they traversed the campus. Driven by curiosity, they followed suit. Look, those are students from the genius class. It seems they are headed to the arena. The arena? Are they about to engage in battle? Wow, since the last entrance competition, we haven't seen them fight. Who would have thought they'd start brawling before the new students' trials? Hey, let us follow. I want to steal a few techniques to boost my ranking in class. Could they possibly be fighting? Is it the new student causing a stir with the geniuses? Wow, this sounds intriguing. Let's go and see. Thus, what began as a simple match garnered the attention of numerous students. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every freshman at Martial God Academy. Hurry to the arena. The genius class is about to PK. Quickly, the genius class is engaging in a brawl. Bro, come quickly. I heard the genius class is challenging upperclassmen. The rumors regarding the duel between Huang Yiya and Shen Yiming escalated, even reaching the higher echelons of the school. Zhang Yuan was taken aback upon hearing the news. Have they truly begun fighting so soon? While he anticipated clashes among them, he hadn't expected Shen Yiming to engage on his very first day. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to head to the arena. He felt concerned that Shen Yiming might be bullied by the students of the genius class. After all, those admitted to the genius class were all at least gold level 10, each possessing the capability to surpass their level in combat. No matter how strong Shen Yiming was, it was implausible for him to contend with them. Zhang Yuan was also wary of Shen Yiming facing any unfair treatment. It was crucial to remember that he was currently a student across 3 academies, and once the talents program was successfully implemented, he would leave the school. If, During this period, he faced any grievances. He might not return after transferring to the other two academies, leaving Zhang Yuan with no recourse to address the matter. While fighting was permissible, it was essential to remind them to maintain a sense of restraint. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming and the members of the genius class had already arrived at the arena, followed by a throng of students. Puzzled by the crowd, he wondered, why would such a simple match attract so many spectators? Gao Shuai explained, the influence of the genius class at Martial God Academy is significant. If Bai Wei were to arrive at the arena, it would likely be overcrowded. Shen Yiming inquired, who is Bai Wei? Gao Shuai responded, she is the leader of our class. The leader? So she is the head of the class? Do you all follow her? Shen Yiming paused, contemplating the prowess required to lead the genius class. What kind of strength does she possess? Gao Shuai, upon mentioning Bai Wei, exhibited a look of despondency. This is universally acknowledged. Although she has not explicitly stated it, we all refer to her as such. She is indeed a freak, unbeatable. After saying this, he turned to Shen Yiming and remarked, however, with your aptitude, perhaps in a few years you might be able to engage her in an arm wrestling match. Shen Yiming, intrigued, pondered the true extent of Bai Wei's abilities. Was she at the pinnacle of gold level? Or perhaps platinum? He might not be able to defeat her now, but if granted a year, he was confident he could easily overpower these prodigies. After all, he had been cultivating for merely over a month. If he were afforded a year, he might even ascend to diamond level. Even if Bai Wei were to reach diamond in a year, he would not be intimidated. At that moment, Huang Ye approached Shen Yiming and coldly instructed, go register. Register for what? He inquired. Gao Shuai explained, you need to fill in your level and information. Then, there will be an instrument to assess it, and finally, odds will be issued. Shen Yiming was taken aback. Wait, the school can actually set odds? Gao Shuai nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. However, the currency for betting can only be academic credits. Shen Yiming's eyes brightened. Can I place my own bets? No. Participants are not allowed to bet. Shen Yiming sighed. What a pity. Gao Shuai shot him an exasperated glance. What are you regretting? If you win, those who bet on Huang Ye will have their credits deducted. And what remains after payouts will be yours. Shen Yiming paused. Wait, is that really how it works? Gao Shuai replied, otherwise. Why do you think the school offers betting? It's to encourage students to compete more. Shen Yiming seemed perplexed. But couldn't others become rich through competition instead of laboriously earning credits? Not every match has bets placed. Only popular competitions or those involving students from the gifted class attract wagers, and each individual can bet a maximum of 100 credits. Now it made sense. After a while, both had filled out their information, and the teacher responsible for officiating arrived. Once Shen Yiming and Huang Ye stood on the competition stage. Their strengths were projected onto the large screen. Huang Ye, Gold Level 10, Ice Mage. Shen Yiming, Dual Profession, Silver Level 9 Beastmaster, Bronze Level 9 Mage. The current odds were set at 0, 15, 3, 2, with a bet of 100 credits on Huang Ye yielding a return of 15 credits, while Shen Yiming's odds stood at 1 to 32. A bet of 100 credits could return 3,200. As the countdown to the end of betting dwindled to 10 minutes, the match was set to commence. The students in the audience were astounded by the outrageous odds. Wow, this is the most absurd betting line I've seen since I enrolled. A Silver Level 9 against a Gold Level 10? How is that even possible? Most notably, Huang Ye is a student from the gifted class. I remember seeing her obliterate her opponents in the entrance exam with a single strike. How could a Silver Level 9 possibly prevail? Though 15 credits weren't much, they were better than none. Naturally, some risk-takers, upon seeing Shen Yiming's high odds, wagered 10 credits without a second thought. What if Huang Ye truly faltered? Although the likelihood was slim, those who favored high-risk bets were not few. However, what astonished them even more was Shen Yiming's level, Silver 9? How did he gain admission? Did he really make it into the gifted class? Incredible. A Silver Level 9 entering the gifted class. I must witness the extent of his strength that warranted such a special exception from the school. Guys, doesn't his figure look somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen the god of Pleasant Goat. Are you referring to that internet sensation? Yes, doesn't he resemble him? Wow, now that you mention it. He truly does. The 10 minutes flew by swiftly. The referee announced the commencement of the match. Huang Ye fixed her icy gaze upon Shen Yiming, her hair instantly transforming to a cerulean hue. As the competition stage slowly became adorned with ice shards, the temperature in the air plummeted. With a graceful gesture, she declared, "Ice Spike." The moment her words left her lips, the ice shards in the air swiftly coalesced into a 1-meter-long ice spear, hurtling towards Shen Yiming's direction. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Shen Yiming summoned his second brother to intercept the onslaught. After undergoing a transformation, his second brother roared, emanating a faint golden glow as both his berserk and charged punch abilities activated. Upon impact, the ice spear shattered against his second brother and swiftly dissipated. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Did he just block that? Isn't he a silver level 9 beast master? Even if his beast space had been enhanced, it should only yield a beast around gold level 1. How effortlessly did he withstand Huang Ye's assault? This was unexpected. Even if Huang Ye's attack was merely a probing strike, it shouldn't have been so easily deflected. On the opposite side of the competition stage, Huang Ye was equally surprised. Her previous attack had utilized a third of her strength. Even a gold level 5 would find it difficult to withstand. To think this seemingly inconspicuous little bear could absorb it so effortlessly. Yet, she remained unfazed, recognizing that the bear tribe is naturally high in defense and could withstand the blow. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming was not merely a passive observer. As he intended to engage in battle himself, he swiftly switched to mage form and activated soul bond. The target of the bond was none other than Chi-Chi. A red-haired Shen Yiming materialized on the stage. The audience gasped in awe. How striking. Look, there's even a flame at his brow. Did you see that? It seems like the flame is flickering. Is it just my imagination? However, the audience soon sensed something amiss. Wait, his aura doesn't resemble that of a bronze level at all. What is happening? On stage, Shen Yiming was utilizing Chi-Chi's talent for the first time. He took a moment to glance at his current attribute panel. Strength, 1487. Agility, 1295. Defense, 1128. Spirit energy, 9173. Mental power, 731. Not too shabby, as his compatibility with Chi-Chi's soul bond stood at 69. The inherited attributes, combined with his own, amounted to this. Except for the unchanged mental power, all other attributes had multiplied. This was the confidence he possessed in confronting these prodigious youths. While his spirit energy might not be as abundant as theirs, he was assured that his overall attributes now surpassed theirs comprehensively. Across the competition stage, Huang Ye's gaze towards Shen Yiming shifted dramatically. She sensed the monumental transformation occurring within him. With a grave expression, she retrieved her wand and began to chant. This time, she dared not hold back, otherwise, she might truly face defeat. Wielding her blue wand, she soon intoned, "Blizzard." Moments later, the stage was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes. As the snowflakes transformed their forms, an array of ice spikes launched towards Shen Yiming's position. Upon witnessing this onslaught, Shen Yiming remained composed, fully aware that he had to swiftly conclude the battle without granting her any opportunity to retaliate. After all, his spiritual energy could sustain the soul attachment state for no more than 5 minutes. Thus, he needed to strike with precision. "Little brother, block it." Upon hearing Shen Yiming's command, his companion, little brother, expanded from approximately 3 meters to a formidable 6 meters in height. Taking cover behind little brother, Shen Yiming positioned him as a shield against the ferocious blizzard. However, little brother was not without discomfort, the barrage of ice spikes pummeling his form. Despite his robust body absorbing most of the assault, still caused him pain. Moreover, maintaining his enlarged form demanded considerable energy. Seeing little brother withstand the storm, Huang Ye unleashed another skill, Frost Nova. A colossal blue meteor appeared in the sky. With a resounding crash, the meteor struck little brother, prompting a fierce roar from him. "Grr, that hurts." Infuriated, little brother glared at Huang Ye, intent on retaliating with a powerful punch. Yet, Shen Yiming cautioned, "Hold on. Wait until she casts another skill before you strike." The audience below was utterly astonished. If Huang Ye's initial assault was merely a probing strike, her subsequent rounds had clearly employed over 80% of her power. No one anticipated that this golden tier beast could truly endure such an onslaught. It was worth noting that even a golden tier beast of level 10 might struggle to withstand Huang Ye's attacks. Frustrated by her inability to breach little brother's defenses, Huang Ye resolved to employ her S-rank skill. Chapter 83. Do you understand what a mage is? Huang Ye's gaze sharpened as she delicately tossed her staff into the air. In an instant, she levitated effortlessly, and after a brief moment, she called out, "Ice magic flames." The elite class members were left speechless at Huang Ye's invocation of this skill. Was she truly willing to resort to such tactics? It was evident that she was desperate. This skill, once unleashed, would be formidable enough to challenge even platinum-tier opponents. Some spectators glanced at the referee in confusion, questioning why the match had not been halted. Could it be that the bear could withstand this attack? At this moment, Gao Shuai looked gravely at Lan Yu and inquired, "Who do you think is stronger, Xiaoxing or it?" Lan Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "It surpasses Xiaoxing." Xiaoxing just sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, something she has never encountered before. Gao Shuai exclaimed, "Impossible. Xiaoxing is an S-ranked pet. Sensing pressure from it indicates that it must be an SS or even SSS-ranked beast." Lan Yu sighed, "I wish it weren't true, but the facts speak for themselves." Gao Shuai murmured, "I'll wait and see if it can withstand this skill. If it does, I imagine it won't be easy for me to unleash my wrath upon it. On the battleground, a colossal blue ice flame manifested, radiating an eerie glow. A potent chill permeated the air as the ice flame slowly advanced towards little brother. The moment he felt the impending threat, he became entirely immobilized, unable to evade. Moreover, he had no choice but to stand firm, as retreating would expose Shen Yiming to the wrath of the ice flame. Shen Yiming, acutely aware of the dreadfulness of the ice flame, had initially considered waiting a bit longer, but soon realized the urgency of the situation. He quickly instructed little brother to unleash a concentrated punch. After enduring several skills, this punch should suffice to block the impending assault. Little brother, use the concentrated punch. Little brother roared in response, the golden aura surrounding him gradually dissipating and converging upon his right fist. At that moment, his fist emanated a terrifying aura. The power of the concentrated punch was even greater than when it had been unleashed in the Dragon Valley's secret realm. Moments later, he struck out. The golden light surged towards the ice flame, causing the arena's floor to buckle beneath its force. Soon, the two skills collided, producing an immense flash of light. Shen Yiming initially believed little brother's concentrated punch would successfully intercept the ice flame, but he had overestimated little brother while underestimating Huang Ye. The flash subsided, yet the ice flame continued its relentless approach, while the concentrated punch dissipated into nothingness. Little brother, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of alarm. He had no choice but to fully activate his robust form. It appeared that enduring this skill was the only option left. However, Shen Yiming would not stand idly by as little brother bore the brunt of the attack. As a golden tier beast, little brother might survive the impact, but would undoubtedly suffer injury. Shen Yiming leaped in front of little brother and invoked a skill of his own, Earthquake's Wrath. Suddenly, a powerful tremor coursed through the arena, causing the ground to collapse violently. The ice flame, which had been advancing towards little brother, slowed its approach. Huang Ye, feeling the impact on her own movement speed, quickly cast frost armor, instantly donning a blue suit of armor. Observing the ice flame's deceleration, Shen Yiming unleashed destructive breath. Unlike the breath used by the physical form of his companion, Shen Yiming's version manifested as an ethereal avatar that unleashed the breath upon the ice flame. As Shen Yiming released his skill, the avatar appeared in midair, exhaling a powerful breath towards the ice flame. Upon contact, the two attacks momentarily stalled the ice flame's advance. However, after a brief pause, the breath dissipated, and the ice flame surged forward once more. Although the avatar's breath did not obliterate the ice flame, its radiance began to dim. Shen Yiming noted the effectiveness of his strategy and, with determination, unleashed a barrage of 10 destructive breaths. Do not question, this was sheer audacity. With the celestial pearl in hand, as long as he possessed sufficient spiritual energy, theoretically, Shen Yiming could unleash skills without cooldown. This is what it means to be a true mage. A humanoid bombardment. 10 avatars of his companion materialized, continuing their assault on the ice flame. Ultimately, the flames could not withstand the relentless barrage of breaths and disintegrated into the air. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astounded. From Huang Ye's release of the ice flame blood lotus to little brother's counterattack, followed by Shen Yiming's overwhelming response, all transpired within mere seconds. In that fleeting moment, the spectators' sentiments underwent a radical transformation. They had initially believed that Huang Ye's attack would secure her victory over Shen Yiming, only to find that Shen Yiming's pet's concentrated punch, followed by his relentless bombardment, had utterly negated Huang Ye's S-rank skill. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was the remarkable speed at which Shen Yiming cast his spells. What in the world? Does he unleash skills without any incantation? Just like that? Is there any mage who can elucidate this situation? The preparation phase for skill activation typically requires a few seconds, yet he conjured 10 in one breath? Moreover, considering the power of his skills, they must be of S-rank. How is this even conceivable? To release 10 S-rank skills in a single breath? Good heavens, he has unleashed not merely 10. Including the skill that restricted Huang Ye's movement speed, that makes a total of 12. In mere seconds, he has cast 12 skills. Even a small fireball couldn't be thrown that swiftly. Witnessing Shen Yiming's casting speed, everyone was taken aback, including Huang Ye, who began to question her own profession. As a mage herself, her casting prelude, which required a few seconds, was already considered swift. Yet in comparison to Shen Yiming, I mean seriously, I'm done. I must report him. That guy must be cheating. Chapter 84. The battle concludes. At this moment, Huang Ye was engulfed in confusion, her delicate face displaying shock. Shen Yiming, however, would not let such an opportunity slip by. He unleashed 5 breaths of magic, accompanied by 5 pillars of hellfire, directly aimed at Huang Ye. Yet, before the skills could strike her, the referee took action. Upon witnessing the 10 S-rank skills hurtling towards Huang Ye, The referee was horrified. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, they would have surely struck her, resulting in dire consequences. At that moment, Huang Yeye had completely lost her desire to fight. She knew that such skills hitting her would undoubtedly spell her demise. After intercepting Shen Yiming's skills, the referee promptly announced the result of the match: Shen Yiming, victory. As the referee's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated Shen Yiming's victory, including Vice Dean Zhang Yuan, who had been observing discreetly. This young man must not be allowed to join those two academies. For the first time, Zhang Yuan regretted not being firmer in his approach. Perhaps if he had, those two academies would have been spared. The concept of unrestricted skill casting is formidable. If he were to be paired with an exceptional healer to replenish his energy, he would essentially become an infinite artillery. Should he continue to grow, he could surpass Li Tian in sheer terror. At this moment, Shen Yiming had returned to his usual demeanor, although his complexion was alarmingly pale. That sudden barrage of spells had completely drained his energy. Were it not for the crowd present, he would have collapsed right there. Nevertheless, for the sake of maintaining a good image, he forced himself to remain upright. He quietly instructed his younger brother, "Don't return to normal just yet. Support me from behind." His brother hesitated for a moment, exclaiming, "But maintaining my giant form consumes energy too. I'm exhausted. Moreover, I ache all over." Shen Yiming replied, "Behave, and I promise to get you something delicious." Without his brother's support, he would likely have been unable to stand. Upon hearing the promise of food, his brother obediently moved behind him, leaning closely against Shen Yiming, even propping his ample belly up for Shen Yiming to lean against. Observing his brother's attentiveness, Shen Yiming mused, "Indeed, my efforts in raising you were not in vain." Leaning against his brother's soft, comforting belly, Shen Yiming appeared to the outside world as though they shared a close bond, with no one suspecting that he was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Huang Yeye, having regained her composure, looked at Shen Yiming with a less frigid gaze, filled instead with a sense of reflection. An SSS talent, truly monstrous. Shen Yiming's ability to unleash skills without cooldown was universally accepted as a manifestation of his talent. As the audience regained their senses, some lamented their losses while others reveled in excitement, and still others expressed regret. "What a prodigy! I've lost my 100 credits, which were all I had." Before betting, I criticized the Academy for limiting bets, yet it seems my perspective was too narrow. I nearly lost everything. I intended to have some fun, but instead, I sacrificed all my training credits for the week, sobbing. With the losers lamenting, the winners celebrated. How could I have only bet 10 credits? Had I known Shen Yiming was this strong, I would have bet it all. I just sent my beast companion to place the bet, and it mistakenly wagered all 100 credits on Shen Yiming. What a windfall. Upon hearing this, someone immediately interjected, "Friend, I'm not sure whether to envy you or pity you. Clearly, your beast companion's intelligence is quite lacking. I'm curious how Shen Yiming can release skills without cooldown. Is it a talent or a special item? It must be a talent. If such an item existed, mages would undoubtedly be the top class. But what level of talent is that? I've never heard of it." The person questioned shrugged. "Why not ask him? I'd like to know too." After the contest concluded, those in the genius class began analyzing Shen Yiming's true combat capabilities. Jing Tian adjusted his glasses and inquired of Gao Shuai, "Are you still planning to confront him?" Gao Shuai replied with an affirmative, "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Jing Tian leaned closer and whispered in Gao Shuai's ear, "Here's a tip. If you want to defeat him, just endure his damage and ignore his beast companion. His beast is tough to break through. But if you can outlast him until he exhausts his energy, victory will be yours." Gao Shuai paused for a moment. "Is it really that simple?" Jing Tian pointed at Shen Yiming on stage. "Look at his face. It's clearly a sign of energy depletion. Plus, he's leaning against his beast's belly. He's evidently spent. Do you understand what that means?" Gao Shuai's eyes brightened. "So that last attack was his limit?" Jing Tian smiled mysteriously and nodded. This was merely Jing Tian's conjecture. The truth could only be determined by Gao Shuai's testing. The more of Shen Yiming's hidden cards he could uncover, the easier it would be for him to defeat him in their eventual match. Gao Shuai patted his chest. "All right, leave it to me. I'll handle this once. And afterward, I'll ensure a good relationship with him." Jing Tian replied, "I hope you emerge victorious." Gao Shuai asserted, "Against a mage? How could I possibly lose?" If Huang Yeye hadn't hesitated, she might not have lost. And I certainly cannot lose. His skills cannot breach my defenses. As a warrior with full defensive attributes, Gao Shuai found facing a mage like Shen Yiming to be no challenge at all. As long as he had the opportunity to engage close up, he had 100 ways to take Shen Yiming down. Even if he were unable to close the distance, the final outcome would still likely be a draw. Losing was out of the question. He was thoroughly confident that Shen Yiming could not penetrate his defenses. Chapter 85, The New Campus Bell. After the battle's conclusion, Shen Yiming rode on his brother's back, merrily returning to the dormitory. However, he did not receive any additional credits this time. Due to the high odds against him, the academy had exhausted its credits, and he received none. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Yiming began to recover his energy. Thanks to his elemental affinity talent, he replenished his energy in under half an hour. After regaining consciousness, Shen Yiming began to reflect on the battle of the day. Although victory was his, the triumph felt arduous. Despite Huang Ye's status as a gold level 10, he possessed the formidable abilities of his second brother, who had absolute defense, and the capacity to unleash infinite skills through Chi-Chi. The combination of these two extraordinary powers made the victory surprisingly challenging. This skirmish revealed to him a significant shortcoming, a deficiency in spiritual energy. This posed a substantial issue, as expending 2 rounds of skills left him nearly depleted. Should Huang Ye unleash another skill, he would find himself utterly defenseless. His win had been a stroke of luck, largely due to an element of surprise. Beyond the lack of spiritual energy, insufficient skills were another contributing factor. At present, he possessed only 1 mage skill, while Chi-Chi had merely 2 available skills. Repeatedly relying on these limited abilities would make it relatively easy for a determined adversary to overcome him. Though his second brother had skills, they were all defensive in nature. It was unthinkable for him to use his brother's power to absorb damage. His brother could withstand the blows due to its high defense, but Shen Yiming would certainly falter. The priority now was to acquire a greater repertoire of skills. Whether high level or low level, the first step was to learn as many as possible. At the Priest Academy, the atmosphere had become tumultuous since Ing Huanhuan's arrival. After meticulous examination, Gu Qiuling confirmed that Ing Huanhuan possessed an SSS-level priest talent, along with SSS-level priest skills. While the details of her skills remained undisclosed, her exceptional talent had spread like wildfire throughout the academy. As Gu Qiuling's foremost disciple, Ing Huanhuan's beauty and SSS-level talent earned her the title of Campus Belle upon her arrival. The single fathers among the academy's staff often found themselves loitering near her classrooms, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of her after class. Some ambitious seniors even went so far as to masquerade as freshmen to attend her classes for a closer encounter. Yet, most merely observed from a distance, for this new belle was unlike the others. Ing Huanhuan exuded an air of aloofness, her demeanor radiating a keep-your-distance vibe that deterred any attempts at approach. There were a few brave souls who sought to inquire about her contact information, but before they could utter a word, her icy gaze sent them retreating. Should they persist, Chi-Chi, ever watchful, would surely intervene. After dismissing another group of admirers, Ing Huanhuan returned to her residence, puzzled. Her dwelling was situated a mere few dozen meters from Gu Qiuling's, a deliberate arrangement for her protection. Sighing, she turned to Chi-Chi and lamented, "Oh, Chi-Chi, these people are so bothersome. I just want to learn something, yet they can't seem to settle down." Chi-Chi, raising a tiny paw, declared, "Big sister, I can scare them away for you." Ing Huanhuan gently patted Chi-Chi's head, saying, "Enough. I was merely venting. You needn't take it so seriously. No violence, or it will lead to trouble." A sulky Chi-Chi replied, "Fine." Suddenly, Ing Huanhuan remarked, "I heard Yiming say that in 2 weeks, they will begin the new student training. You must return to assist him, understand?" Chi-Chi tilted its head, asking, "But, big sister, aren't you also going for training? Can you manage alone?" Ing Huanhuan laughed, "My training poses no danger. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, I have plenty of protective gear. Ordinary folk can't harm me. And don't you miss your second brother? It's a perfect opportunity to check in on him." At this, Chi-Chi pouted and retorted, "Who said that? I don't want to see that smelly bear." Ing Huanhuan teased, "Oh really? Who has been pestering me about when we'll visit Yiming again? I just miss my big brother, not that stinky bear." "Ha. You two have been apart for only a few days. What will you do if it's a year and a half?" Chi-Chi, with an air of pride, huffed, "Humph. That won't happen. We agreed to return once every 2 weeks. Now what do you want to eat today? I'll cook for you." Upon hearing Ing Huanhuan would prepare a meal, Chi-Chi's face lit up. "I want braised spirit fish." Meanwhile, at the Martial God Academy, Shen Yiming stared at the dark, unidentifiable contents of the pot. His expression grim. Since his arrival in this world, this was only the second time he attempted to cook. The first was a green-haired egg. This time, it was this peculiar concoction. Usually, with Ing Huanhuan around, he never had to worry about what to eat. Now that she was absent, his culinary efforts were met with disapproval from his second brother. After transferring the dubious dish from the pot to the table, Shen Yiming and his brother exchanged glances. "You try it first," he suggested. His brother vigorously shook its head, exclaiming, "Ing, don't try to fool me. Is this even edible?" Shen Yiming urged, "Your constitution is strong. You should be fine." With a look of indignation, his brother protested, "Ing, I refuse. You deceitful human. You promised delicious food upon your return. And this is what you give me? I miss big sister. I want her spirit food." Gazing at the abominable dish before him, Shen Yiming felt it would be unreasonable to press his brother further. Discarding the dark culinary disaster, he quietly retrieved the iron-armored rhinoceros jerky that Ing Huan had prepared for him. Originally meant as provisions from her, it had now become the staple food for the duo. "You can at least eat this, right?" he offered. Recognizing the familiar jerky, his brother happily accepted and began munching away. Watching his brother's contentment while recalling the failed dish in the trash, Shen Yiming sighed. The first day without Huan. Chapter 86. Academy Mall. After finishing the jerky, Shen Yiming activated his smart wristband and entered the Academy's online mall. The Martial God Academy was quite considerate to enhance students' training efficiency and reduce travel inconveniences. Everything was available on the Academy's internal network. As long as one possessed a smart wristband and input their student ID, they could place an order, and items would be delivered to their dormitory. However, all products on the internal network required academic credits for purchase. Without credits, nothing could be acquired. Academic credits could only be earned by completing tasks issued by the Academy, selling items to the Academy, or trading with fellow students. Aside from these three methods, there were no other means of acquisition. Attempting to buy credits with money was strictly forbidden at the Martial God Academy. If discovered, one could lose all credits or face expulsion. Engaging in offline transactions was also impractical, as every credit was assigned a unique code, and any transaction would be recorded. If there was no record, the credits would be rendered null. Of course, credits could be exchanged for the currency of the Xia Kingdom at a rate of 110,000. One academic credit could be converted into 10,000 Xia coins. However, very few students opted to exchange their credits for currency. Shen Yiming opened the Academy's marketplace. Greeted by a dazzling array of merchandise, it showcased a variety of materials, talismans, spiritual potions, and skill orbs. Essentially, everything available on the market could be found within the Martial God Academy. Shen Yiming navigated to the skill orb interface, which was categorized by profession: mage skill orbs, priest skill orbs, warrior skill orbs, and so on. There were also distinctions based on attributes, encompassing the 5 elemental categories of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside another option. This other category contained scarce attributes such as light, darkness, thunder, electricity, and ice. The items within this category were limited, with each attribute represented by a single orb, and their prices were exorbitantly high. It seemed the Academy merely displayed these items. Their steep prices rendered them impractical, leaving the wealthy disinterested and the less fortunate merely gazing in envy. Shen Yiming cast a cursory glance over the offerings. A-Class Thunder Skill Orb, Paralysis. Price, 3,000 credits. A-Class Light Skill Orb, Divine Storm. Price, 3,500 credits. Goodness, he couldn't even afford a single A-Class skill. Shen Yiming then searched for the price of the skill orb previously gifted to him by a female classmate. A-Class Wood Skill Orb, Binding. Price, 1,500 credits. Converted to the currency of the Xia Kingdom, that amounted to a staggering 15 million. Truly, she was a wealthy patron. After witnessing the prices of the A-Class skills, Shen Yiming dismissed the idea of purchasing them outright. He required an abundance of lower-tier skills to enhance his margin for error in battle. B-Class, C-Class, or even D-Class skills would suffice. If quality was lacking, he would compensate with quantity. He already possessed a group attack skill, the Breath of Chi-Chi, and a single target attack skill, Fiery Heart. He merely needed to find a few auxiliary skills to round out his arsenal. Upon opening the B-Class skill page, he noted that prices generally ranged from 200 to 500 credits. The C-Class skills were priced between 100 and 300 credits, while the D-Class skills ranged from 10 to 100 credits. After careful selection, he chose 4 skills, adding binding to make a total of 5. These new skills encompassed all 5 elemental attributes. Although Shen Yiming was a fire mage, this did not preclude him from utilizing skills of other attributes. The only drawback was the absence of fire attribute bonuses, yet the effectiveness remained comparable to that of others. For damage-dealing skills, he selected fire-based options, specifically B-Class Starfire Blaze, which inflicts fire damage twice upon the enemy. Price, 300. For an escape skill, he opted for a metal-based one. C-Class Cicada Shell utilizes a deception technique to cover one's escape from the battlefield. Price, 300. For the water-based skill, he chose one with healing properties. C-Class Water Droplet Technique summons a water spirit to form droplets, offering minor healing effects. Price, 150. The final skill was crucial for synergizing with Chi-Chi's Earthquake ability. C-Class Earth Affinity increases the upper limit of Earth-based skill power. Price, 250. Along with the Wood skill Binding, he felt quite satisfied with his skill enhancement. This would afford him greater versatility when facing Huang Ye, despite the seemingly lower levels of the aforementioned skills. In a genuine combat scenario, Shen Yiming would not adhere to any code of martial ethics. he would promptly utilize a skill storage device, investing a few hundred credits to replicate skills. Skills replicated through the storage device could even elevate a simple fireball to S-class potency. Thus, what Shen Yiming sought was the mechanism of the skills themselves, rather than the sheer power they wielded. After placing his order for the skill orbs, they arrived at his dormitory shortly thereafter. Once in possession of several skill orbs, Shen Yiming hurried to study them. After all, there was a confrontation scheduled for the following day, and familiarizing himself with the skills would undoubtedly enhance his chances of victory. In the Black Sphere Kingdom, within the familiar royal palace, Gil bellowed in anger, his face a stormy shade of blue. Did the Xia Kingdom not state they had departed? Why have they returned? His subordinate, awkwardly glancing at Gil, replied, only a handful have returned, and they have directly occupied our newly emerged warrior-level secret realm. Those few? Gil retorted, incredulous. The subordinate quickly clarified, 5 individuals, led by a woman who appears to possess platinum-level strength. She was the one who previously single-handedly barred us from our secret realm. Gil sneered, huh? It seems they have their sights set on our newly discovered secret realm. The subordinate inquired, should we send someone to drive them away? After a moment of contemplation, Gil responded, send someone, but let it be a platinum-level individual. Though Gil wished to dispatch even higher-tier professionals to expel or eliminate them, he hesitated. He feared repercussions if the Xia Kingdom perceived such actions as a provocation, especially after just receiving compensation. Who knew if this was not a deliberate bait set by the Xia Kingdom's upper echelons? Were it not for the concern of losing face, he would prefer to ignore these 5 entirely. Chapter 87, Bai Ze, 25. Within the unnamed warrior-level trial secret realm of the Black Sphere Kingdom, 5 figures appeared in an open area, 3 men and 2 women. The 3 young men gathered around a campfire. One burly man fixated on the spiritual meat roasting over the flames. A strikingly beautiful young woman, holding skewers, continually turned them while casting a glare at the men. Don't crowd so close. Your drool is about to stick to it. The towering man, Wu Yong, exclaimed, how much longer? I'm about to starve. Tian retorted, Wu Yong, have some patience. Preparing spiritual food takes time. If you're that anxious, just munch on something else to tide you over. At her words, Wu Yong actually picked up a piece of raw meat nearby and began gnawing on it. The others were well accustomed to this behavior. A young man named Xia Lu, clad in a robe, gazed at Tian with a sycophantic expression. It's been a while since we last met. You've grown even more lovely. Zhong He, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, but I think you lack perception. Didn't you notice he is wearing makeup? Understanding their personalities, Tian, irked by their teasing, shot back. Keep it up, and I'll have Sister Wei Wei teach you a lesson. If you're so bold, go tell her. Upon hearing that name, the 2 instinctively glanced towards the trees. Relieved to see the woman was not paying attention. Please don't get us involved. We can discuss matters amicably, just don't call her. Fearing that Tian might genuinely report them, Zhong He quickly changed the subject. I heard we have a new student in our class. Tian nodded yes. Apparently, they're a transfer student. I wonder how their encounter with our class will unfold today. Zhong He grinned mischievously. I heard he possesses a dual SSS talent. If I were still in the academy, I would surely be tempted to give him a good thrashing. Tian rolled her eyes at him. He's just a new student. Is it really necessary to target him like this? Zhong He glanced at Bai Wei beneath the trees and murmured, but this is an SSS-level talent. It could rival her abilities. Just imagine the satisfaction of striking before he has a chance to grow. Meanwhile, Wu Yong, still voraciously devouring meat, interjected, he's only at silver level 9. Do you really think you, a platinum level, should stoop so low? Aren't you worried about losing face? Zhong He shrugged his shoulders, saying, what is there to be ashamed of? We're all classmates. It's perfectly normal to spar a little, isn't it? His strength hasn't reached platinum. Should I be blamed for that? Upon hearing this, Tian shot him a disdainful glance, her expression brimming with contempt. Xia Lu, intrigued, inquired, has a dual SSS-ranked individual joined your class? Tian replied, indeed. One of them is even a professional mage. Xia Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, what? Why would a mage come to your academy instead of our Mage God Academy? Tian glanced down at her grilled meat, sprinkling a bit of seasoning on it, and replied, ask him why. I have no idea, I only heard about it. Xia Lu lamented, what a pity. Being an SSS-ranked mage, I'd love the chance to test my skills against him. You don't have to seek him out. If you wish to experience the talent of an SSS-ranked individual, look over there. Tian pointed to Bai Wei, who was sitting under a tree. Xia Lu retorted with a roll of his eyes, her? I have no inclination for self-harm. She is a pioneer in her profession, and on top of that, she holds dual professions. Why would I go bother her? The group turned their attention to the woman beneath the tree, who was clad in a flowing white garment. her softly curled hair framing a delicate face as she gazed intently at a grand door before her. This door was the very destination of their journey. Every trial secret realm contained certain assessments, and passing these evaluations would yield commendable rewards, such as direct enhancements to 1S level talents, or the awakening of a new profession. However, these opportunities were not without restrictions. Each realm S level corresponded to the prowess of various ranks of strong individuals. The warrior level secret realms corresponded to those below diamond rank. Those exceeding this threshold would be unable to enter the realm unless they achieved a perfect clearance to gain control over it, allowing higher-ranked individuals to enter. Bai Wei, lost in thought, was suddenly drawn from her reverie by the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Turning her head, she saw Tianyi, who was holding a plate of cut grilled meat out to her. Sister Wei Wei, the meat is ready. Bai Wei nodded with a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Bai Wei's stunning smile, Tianyi's cheeks flushed red. It's my honor to cook for you. If I could, I'd gladly follow you as your little chef for life. Bai Wei took a bite of the grilled meat and shook her head. Don't joke around. I can't afford to hire you. Tianyi replied cheerfully. I don't want any money. It's free of charge. Stop fooling around. Go help them with the meat, Bai Wei instructed. Tianyi leaned in conspiratorially. Sister Wei Wei, I have to tell you something in secret. Xiao Lu and Zhong, he seemed to want to spar with you. She hadn't forgotten how those two rascals had teased her earlier, daring to stare at her inappropriately. Those two, accustomed to flirting, truly believed she was just one of their many girlfriends? Bai Wei simply nodded lightly. Let us discuss it after we exit. Meanwhile, a group of elite warriors from the Black Sphere Kingdom had arrived at the trial secret realm. Leading the 10-member team was an 8th level platinum rank expert. He spoke. Let us move. The trial gate hasn't opened yet. We should be able to make it in time. After about half an hour, they reached the vicinity of the trial gate and quickly spotted Bai Wei and her companions. The team leader, noticing Bai Wei alone beneath the tree, commanded, Let us take care of that woman first. The team nodded in agreement and stealthily approached Bai Wei's location. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement had already been detected by Bai Wei, and even Xiao Lu and Wu Yong were aware of their presence. Upon seeing their intent to attack Bai Wei first, Zhong he silently prayed for them. I hope you have better luck in your next life. Chapter 88. Explosion is an art. 35. The 4 members of the team swiftly closed in on Bai Wei's position. Just as they were about to strike, Bai Wei suddenly became ethereal. In the next instant, numerous radiant lights appeared around her, and the elements in the surroundings began to stir wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions transformed the very ground where Bai Wei had stood into ruins, obliterating those who sought to ambush her without leaving a trace. At the moment Bai Wei made her move, her companions unleashed their own skills. Xiao Lu hurled a fireball towards the lurking enemies, shouting, Explosive fireball. Wu Yong, with a fierce roar, declared, Demon transformation. After his shout, Wu Yong underwent a dramatic transformation, his height doubling from around 2 meters to an impressive 4 meters. He now appeared like a giant, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark energy. Zhonghe, being more cautious, positioned himself behind the others before casting his skill. Ice and snow. As for Tianyi, she crossed her arms over her chest, showing no intention of joining the fray. The team leader from the Black Sphere Kingdom, seeing the skills being launched, quickly commanded his team to counter with their own skills. When the two sides' skills collided, the surrounding trees were uprooted and toppled. Following this encounter, Xiao Lu assessed the enemy's levels, his eyes narrowing. The 6 adversaries included a leader of 8th level platinum rank, while the rest varied from level 57 and below. In stark contrast, their highest level was Bai Wei at 3rd level platinum, with the others at 1st level platinum. Although everyone possessed the ability to face higher ranks, engaging in direct combat with someone around 6th level platinum would prove quite challenging. And defeating a 7th level platinum would likely result in a stalemate. To eliminate the adversary, they would need to play their trump cards. Bai Wei should have no trouble dealing with the 8th level leader, and once she was free, they would likely be able to handle the rest of this small team. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. But who were they? They were the chosen ones. Who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? Who would engage in a straightforward clash like that? Tianyi, observing the battle, felt the intensity of the enemy's power. This time, she chose not to remain a bystander. Instead, she took the initiative. From her storage space, she produced a stack of high-level attack talismans. Ripping a few, she hurled them toward the opponents. The talismans, capable of delivering an attack equivalent to level 10 platinum, soared toward the warriors from the Black Sphere Kingdom. Bang! Be careful, they have high-level attack talismans. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the black warrior who had spoken perished at the hands of the talisman. Seeing only one fall, Tianyi produced more talismans and continued to throw them. The others, witnessing her actions, merely threw a few skills in a perfunctory manner. hoping to land a hit without appearing too idle. Meanwhile, Bai Wei focused intently on the 8th level platinum warrior, her pupils turning a brilliant gold. She softly uttered, "Elemental Bomb." In an instant, a cascade of starlight enveloped the 8th level warrior, seeping into his very being. Boom, boom. The starlight detonated within him, and when the explosion subsided, nothing remained of the black warrior but a hollow space. As for the other few black individuals, they were all dealt with by Tianyi's talismans. Tianyi cast a glance at them, declaring, "Wrap it up. You all are useless, needing me to step in." After sensing the disdain in Tianyi's gaze, Xia Lu opened his mouth, wishing to voice a retort, but ultimately chose to remain silent. There was no way around it. This fellow had invested heavily. Any attempt to argue would be futile. Xia Lu leaned towards Zhong He and whispered, "What do you think? How many layers of power did Bai Wei employ to take down that black individual?" Zhong He shot him an annoyed look. "How would I know? All I know is that every time she strikes, it ends in death." Xia Lu shuddered at the thought. Indeed, if that elemental bomb were to explode from within her. Just imagining it is terrifying. Zhong He sighed. Sigh. Who would have imagined that such a stunning beauty would resort to such brutal means of attack? Xia Lu discreetly glanced at Bai Wei. "Be cautious with your words. If she hears you, aren't you fearful she might unleash an elemental bomb on you?" Zhong He, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "What is there to fear? I was merely praising her beauty. She shouldn't take offense, right?" Just as the two were fretting over whether Bai Wei would overhear them, the previously tightly shut gate of the trial creaked open. The first to notice the opening was Tianyi, who exclaimed, "The trial gate is open." Upon hearing Tianyi's voice, Bai Wei swiftly appeared beside her. "Everyone, hurry up and help Yi tidy up the kitchenware, then we shall enter." Seeing this, the others quickly assisted Tianyi in stowing the kitchenware into storage space before they all stepped through the trial gate. The following noon, the arena of the Martial God Academy was already teeming with spectators. Is it another PK with Shen Yiming today? Who is his opponent? I heard it's Gao Shuai. Gao Shuai. That might be a tough match. I watched the footage from yesterday, and I feel Shen Yiming's victory was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, Shen Yiming's win yesterday was unexpected. This time, Gao Shuai will surely be on guard. It seems unlikely that Shen Yiming will prevail again. If only Shen Yiming could reach the gold level, this match might be worth watching. The others nodded in agreement. If Shen Yiming manages to win this match, in a year or two, I believe he might even contend with Bai Wei. An immediate rebuttal came from Bai Wei's supporters. Impossible. Bai Wei is the undisputed top among the new students. Even if Shen Yiming possesses dual talents at the SSS level, I still believe Bai Wei is far superior. Exactly. Bai Wei is a professional creator. Every creator is invincible at their tier. Shen Yiming would need to reach at least the platinum level to even compare. Look, they're here. The gambler's eyes lit up as Shen Yiming and Gao Shuai entered the arena. This time, I'm betting all in on Shen Yiming. Chapter 89, Unbreakable Defense, 45. As Shen Yiming stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. Go Yiming. Shen Yiming, I've wagered 100 credits on you. Give it your all. God of Happy Sheep. Go for it. God of Happy Sheep, take him down. We are your loyal followers. I believe in you. Shen Yiming had initially intended to respond to the cheers, but upon hearing the latter, he inwardly mused, when did my identity get exposed? Despite the turmoil within, his expression remained unchanged, giving the impression that they were not calling for Shen Yiming at all. He truly dared not acknowledge their shouts. If he did, wouldn't that be a self-affirmation? Meanwhile, Gao Shuai, puzzled, inquired, are they calling for you? Shen Yiming, astonished, replied, I have no idea. I thought they were calling you. Gao Shuai looked at him disdainfully. They aren't calling for me. How could I have such a ridiculous name? Do I look like someone who would choose such a name? Shen Yiming shrugged. Upon realizing they were not calling Shen Yiming, Gao Shuai found the appellation irritating and bellowed at the audience. Quiet down. There is no God of Happy Sheep here. The students immediately protested. Who says they're ISNT? He is. Exactly. His physique is identical to that of the God of Happy Sheep. Shen Yiming felt a surge of relief upon realizing they only recognized his physique and not his handsome countenance. Please, stop with the nonsense. I am not the God of Happy Sheep. The students, hearing Shen Yiming's denial, began to question, could it be that he truly isn't? But wait. Someone has already compared videos, and the similarity in physique, height, and clothing style is over 99. There is no reason for error. But why ISNT he admitting it? I don't understand. God of Happy Sheep is such a powerful name. Why would he refute it? If Shen Yiming were to hear this, he would likely respond with a grateful, thank you. At this moment, Shen Yiming resolutely declared, everyone, please refrain from shouting. We are here to observe a friendly match. So let us not forget the purpose of our coming to school. After his words, the audience finally quieted down, and the two competitors ascended the stage. The current odds stood at 0-11, 40, even higher than the odds from yesterday's match against Huang Ye. However, after yesterday's battle, the crowd began to place their bets more cautiously. They would rather gamble on Shen Yiming's 40-fold odds than risk betting on Gao Shuai. After all, betting 100 points on Gao Shuai would yield only 11 points. But if one bet on Shen Yiming and he won, it would amount to 4,000. Life seldom presents such opportunities. Since Shen Yiming had triumphed once, why shouldn't he do so again? Thus, support for Shen Yiming grew, with even a few students from the genius class secretly placing bets on him. Though they knew he might not win, the odds were simply too tempting. What if Gao Shuai truly faltered? As the betting period came to a close, the referee on stage called out, "Begin." Gao Shuai, mindful of Jing Tian's advice, stood motionless. As for his companion, he merely cast a glance and ignored him. Shen Yiming had instructed his companion to use giantization, expecting Gao Shuai to launch an immediate attack. To his surprise, Gao Shuai remained stationary, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "Come over here," Gao Shuai retorted. "You come over here." Noting that Gao Shuai had no intention of attacking, Shen Yiming refused to remain idle and commanded his companion, "Second brother, use tear." Upon hearing this, second brother's claws glimmered with a faint silver light as he charged at Gao Shuai. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed as second brother's claws struck Gao Shuai, failing to breach his defenses. "Huh, you bear, while your defense is impressive, your attack power still falls short." Second brother, feeling underestimated, let out an enraged roar and increased his attack strength. Yes, 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 help me hammer this area too. Your strength is just right for a massage." Gao Shuai stood still, allowing second brother to strike, yet second brother's attacks could not penetrate his defenses. After all, Gao Shuai was donned in a custom battle suit. A custom battle suit renders attacks below the platinum level utterly ineffective, and coupled with his heavy warrior status, second brother's strikes were akin to mere tickles. Roar! With a furious roar, the second brother clearly expressed his ire. Yet, in the face of the handsome Gao Shuai, he found himself utterly powerless. Intent on delivering a punch, he realized he could not accumulate his attacks. Any strikes he unleashed proved futile. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, the second brother ceased his efforts. The two men and one beast on the stage merely stared at each other, locked in a silent confrontation. Shen Yiming inquired, Shuai, why are you not making a move? Do you simply enjoy being struck?" Gao Shuai chuckled. I'm just testing my physical resilience. Do continue." Seeing this, Shen Yiming grew weary of the banter and transformed into his mage form, channeling his spirit into Chi-Chi. He raised his hand and unleashed 5 breaths of fire. The attacks surged toward Gao Shuai, who finally adopted a serious demeanor. A yellow glow emanated from his visage as he effortlessly deflected the 5 fiery breaths. Gao Shuai remarked, "Your offensive power is commendable, but alas, your level is too low to fully harness the potential of this skill." Shen Yiming offered no retort. Instead, he launched another 5 fiery hearts. However, even as the skill dissipated, it failed to breach Gao Shuai's defenses. Noticing Shen Yiming's inability to penetrate his guard, Gao Shuai smirked. "Is that all you have? If not, it's my turn to strike." At that moment, Shen Yiming's mind raced with thoughts. It appeared that conventional skills would not inflict any damage upon him, leaving him no choice but to resort to cunning tactics. "You previously mentioned that if I defeat you, you would grant me a special combat outfit. Surely, you wouldn't renege on that promise?" Gao Shuai, taken aback, momentarily doubted his hearing. Did Shen Yiming possess any other means to secure victory? "If you win, I will certainly grant it to you." Shen Yiming nodded. "All right, just don't regret it. It's going to hurt." "Hurt? I don't believe that." Shen Yiming ignored his response and called for the second brother. "Second brother, come fetch a brick."